This world is more than 10 times larger than Earth. There are almost no complete continents here. Each country is made up of thousands of islands, and the ocean covers 90% of the world. But this seemingly vast ocean does not belong to humankind, because an extremely terrifying monster lives in the sea, and they are known as disaster ships. Disaster ships are monsters formed from the fusion of steel hulls and flesh and blood. Most low-tier disaster ships lack intelligence, possessing only the instinct for rampant destruction and devouring. However, a very small number of high-level disaster ships possess intelligence comparable to that of humans and even know how to command, ambush, and besiege. No one knows where they came from, nor does anyone know how many catastrophic ships are hidden in this ocean. Over the years, humanity has tried every means to destroy countless disaster ships, but they seem to be endless. Even if you eliminate a batch, before long, more monstrous ships will appear in the depths of the ocean, seemingly without end. Under the constant attacks of the disaster ships, humanity's living space was gradually compressed, and in the end, they could only retreat to various islands, build cities and defenses at sea, and struggle to protect their last place of refuge. However, danger brings new opportunities. Humans have accidentally discovered that some people can awaken a special ability called ship soul after turning 18. Those who awaken their ship soul can summon their own warship to confront the scourged ships in the ocean. From that day on, the world officially entered the era of ship soul awakening. Everyone who turns 18 must participate in ship soul awakening. The level of a ship's soul and the type of awakened warship can almost determine a person's future fate. The ship soul level is determined by the color of the light that appears during awakening, ranging from low to high: gray, white, green, blue, purple, and gold. Gray represents the lowest tier, E, while gold represents the highest tier, S. The higher the tier, the stronger the warship's base attributes, and this difference is almost insurmountable from start. To give a simple example, consider a Tier 1 Gray Destroyer with only 1,000 durability points. White ship souls of the same level have 1,200 durability points, green has 1,400, blue has 1,600, purple can reach 2,000, and the highest level gold ship souls have a durability of up to 3,000. In other words, the lowest level E-class ship soul and the highest level S-class ship soul have a threefold difference in attributes right after awakening. On this day, young Suyi also awakened his ship's spirit. When the dazzling golden light illuminated the entire awakening plaza, everyone was stunned. Because Suyi awakened the highest level S-class ship soul, he also became the first student in the history of number 3 middle school to awaken an S-class ship soul. But when everyone saw the ship he summoned, their initial envy and shock quickly turned into mockery. What appeared behind Suyi was a huge, bulky-looking cargo ship that seemed to have no offensive capabilities. That's hilarious. I finally awakened a top-tier S-class ship soul, and it turns out to be a cargo ship. If he had awakened a destroyer, even just the most ordinary one, he could have taken off immediately in the future. What a pity. This is also the first S-class ship soul in our 3 schools, but it is the first among non-combat ship souls. Don't underestimate their cargo ships. If your E-class Delta Sail assault ship were to be rammed head-on by one of their large cargo ships, it would probably fall apart on the spot. Cargo ships are actually not bad either. Although they can't fight head-on, they have strong transport capacity and will definitely be very profitable in the future. Hearing the whispers and laughter of his classmates, Suyi didn't rush to refute them. Only he knew that this so-called cargo ship was no ordinary transport vessel. Its true identity was an aircraft carrier. More importantly, while awakening the S-class aircraft carrier's soul, Suyi also became bound to a special system called the strongest pay-to-win system. This system has only one function: recharging. Suyi receives an equivalent amount of points for every amount of money he recharges. These points can be used to participate in the system's lottery. Warship equipment, carrier-based aircraft, weapon technology, special items, and even powerful technologies far beyond this era are all possible prizes from the lottery. Open your attribute panel. Name: Suyi. Level: 1. Constitution: 12 plus 39. Spirit: 26. Ship soul: S rank. Ship: nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Ship durability: 39,000/39,000. Speed: 35 knots. Weapons: none. Carrier-based aircraft: none. Equipment: High-energy nuclear reactor times 2. After looking at the panel, Su-yi was even more troubled. His ship soul was indeed an aircraft carrier, and a nuclear-powered one at that. But when other people awakened their warships, they at least had initial cannons, while he had nothing but 2 nuclear reactors. Lacking weapons and radar is one thing, but for a ship of this magnitude to be without even a single carrier-based aircraft, what's the difference between it and a mere hull? Thinking about it that way, calling it a cargo ship doesn't seem so unfair. So he could only think that he would have to get some weapons and equipment for his ship soul in the future. He put his hands in his pockets, whistled, ignored the surprised looks around him, and slowly walked down the platform. He hadn't gone far when a familiar voice came from behind him. Su-yi, are you all right? Don't let the awakening of the cargo ship spirit discourage you. There's nothing wrong with a cargo ship spirit. Almost everyone who awakens this kind of spirit is a tycoon. You can make a fortune just by running a few deliveries, and you still need to keep spending money to upgrade your combat ship souls. Don't worry about your ship soul level either. We'll team up for the graduation trial. I'll carry you. The speaker was Lu Wei, Su-ye's best friend, who had just awakened a B-class 3-masted medium frigate. Seeing his brother's concern, Su-yi felt a warmth in his heart, but remained calm on the surface. Don't worry, what could possibly happen to me? It's not like I failed my awakening and I'm going to spend the rest of my life screwing screws in a factory. As for forming a team, combat and non-combat types aren't assessed together. So what are you even doing bringing a hammer? Su-yi knew Lu Wei was trying to comfort him, but upon closer inspection, temporarily acting as a cargo ship carrier didn't seem so bad. After all, he was still bound to a money-grubbing system, and he couldn't afford to be broke. Based on the system's lottery drop rate, a single draw is practically a freebie, while a 10-draw guarantees at least an excellent grade prize. This also means that he needs to prepare at least 100,000 star coins for each spin of the system's big wheel. Unfortunately, the system doesn't even give out a free 10 pull for new players. What you'll get after spending 100,000 star coins is completely unknown. But since the new player gift pack include the modern aircraft carrier, the weapons and carrier-based aircraft needed for it will most likely have to be obtained through gacha pulls as well. In this world, nobody even knows what an aircraft carrier is, let alone being able to buy carrier-based aircraft directly. Just then, a commotion erupted from the crowd, and everyone's attention turned to the awakening platform. A dazzling golden light shone from the platform, almost completely illuminating it. The golden radiance, like a miniature hurricane, swirled around a tall figure, lingering for a long time. Mu Chinga awakens the soul of an S-class ironclad warship. The host stared at the holographic projection, his voice trembling with excitement, the last word even cracking in his throat. This was the prestige of an S-class ironclad warship. This world also has a hierarchy of ship spirits, with wooden triangular sailing ships at the bottom, followed by small to medium-sized 2-masted sailing ships, and then medium to large 3-masted sailing ships. At the top of the food chain are ironclad warships. As for non-combat ship spirits, such as cargo ships, because they each have unique functions, they are not specifically looked down upon. The girl on the platform instantly ignited the entire audience. Watching this scene, Su-yi could only feel a deep sense of envy. The moment the host finished speaking, a chorus of gasps erupted in the hall. Our academy has produced another S-rank ship spirit, and an ironclad warship at that? Did I hear that right? This year is amazing. The school actually produced 2 S-class students. Just to correct you, the S-class cargo ship from before doesn't count. Goddess Mu is awesome. I've decided, starting today, I'm going to pursue Goddess Mu. Didn't you just say you were determined to lick Ji Xiaoxiao's boots for life? You don't understand. Liking one goddess is called being a lickspittle. Liking every goddess is called being a wolf warrior. With so many goddesses, there must be one who's blind. That's a closed loop. Why don't you open a training course to teach people how to lick goddesses? I'll be the first to sign up. Just then, someone suddenly spoke up. You might be able to pursue other girls, but as for Mu Chinga, you'd better not dream about it. Immediately, someone else retorted, Bro, do you know something inside? The man offered no explanation, only saying, If you're still not giving up, try and see. He then turned and left, ignoring the questions from those around him. He had no idea what the inside story was. He was simply one of many suitors who had confessed their feelings to Mu Chinga and been ruthlessly rejected. Just as Su-yi was about to leave the awakening hall, a man and a woman suddenly blocked his way. The girl's name was Song Lin. She had a pure and innocent appearance, but an exceptionally hot figure, and her white dress was very eye-catching. The boy next to her was named Lu Ziquan. He was short and thin, with striking golden side-swept bangs. But his custom-made suit and expensive watch clearly indicated that he came from a wealthy family. Song Lin looked at Suyi, her voice still sweet, but her tone left no room for negotiation. Suyi, you should know that I awakened a B-rank combat-type ship spirit, while you're only a non-combat type. From today onwards, we're no longer on the same path. Let's part ways amicably. She then took Lu Ziquan's arm and introduced him. This is my boyfriend, Lu Ziquan. I'll be teaming up with him to level up from now on. Teaming up to level up meant that high school seniors would enter the Silvergate Island secret realm to familiarize themselves with their newly awakened ship souls and level up along the way. The surrounding classmates immediately gathered around. Some were surprised, some were gloating, and some felt sorry for Suyi. Did Song Lin break up with him in public? She awakened a B-level ship spirit, and the first thing she did was dump her boyfriend. How realistic. Suyi's ship spirit aptitude is what it is. He really is not good enough for her. Suyi rubbed his forehead. The original owner of this body was head over heels in love with Song Lin, but what did that have to do with him now? He deliberately sighed and said calmly, a forced relationship may quench thirst, but it's not sweet. Since you brought it up, let's part ways amicably. He's considered a good-for-nothing by others now. Song Lin didn't come today to ask for his opinion. She just wanted to tell him about the breakup. Since that's the case, he might as well be more carefree and at least save some dignity for himself. Song Lin is indeed beautiful, and her long, straight legs are certainly eye-catching. But what good is beauty? There is no shortage of young and beautiful girls in this world, and he doesn't need to keep pestering a materialistic ex-girlfriend. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, never underestimate a young man's potential. Song Lin fell silent, and Suyi fell silent too. He certainly wouldn't do badly in the future, but this line sounded just too embarrassing. He wasn't the protagonist of a broken engagement story, nor did he have any AI grandpa. He only had a money-grubbing, lousy system. Just as Suyi thought of the system, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Unique limited-time mission issued. Within 10 seconds, forcefully fan the highlighted target location. Mission reward. 1 draw for ship's soul trait. Countdown begins 10, 9, 8. Suyi followed the system marker, and his expression instantly changed. The highlighted area was Song Lin's buttocks. Holy crap! System, are you trying to cause trouble? If I get slapped like that, will I even be able to leave school today? 5, 4, friendly reminder, mission failed. The system will unbind and detach from the host. The system is leaving? Suyi panicked. This is the world of ship souls, where ship souls have emerged countless times from the age of exploration to World War I, but the one he awakened is an aircraft carrier. Without the system's help, he'll probably only be able to deliver packages peacefully from now on. Damn it, I'll risk it all. System, you better not disappoint me with the reward. I'm risking my life today. Suyi gritted his teeth and slapped hard at the spot marked by the system. Smack! A crisp sound echoed in the hall, leaving all the onlookers stunned. What just happened? How dare Suyi do that? I've always dreamed of doing that. And he actually did it. I don't think Suyi is going to make it today. The air seemed to suddenly turn cold, and Song Lin emanated a chilling aura. She stared intently at Suyi, her delicate face flushed crimson with shame and anger. Suyi, D. Enraged, Song Lin kicked Suyi in the chest, sending him flying. Fortunately, he had awakened his ship spirit, which enhanced his physical defenses. Otherwise, that kick would have broken at least a few ribs. Even so, Suyi's chest still burned with pain. The moment he landed, he scrambled to his feet, only one thought in his mind. This place is no place to linger. Run first. Suyi turned and fled, his speed astonishing. His voice could still be heard in the distance. Song Lin, it was wrong of me to spank you, but that kick was too hard. Let's call it even today, and we'll leave each other alone from now on. Song Lin's face turned cold with anger. He had been taken advantage of in public, and he thought he could just kick him and be done with it. She stared in the direction Suyi had fled and sneered inwardly. There would be plenty of opportunities to deal with him in the future. Lu Ziquan then realized that his goddess had been taken advantage of in public by Suyi, but Suyi had already disappeared. All he could do was roar, Suyi, I'm not finished with you. In the school's small garden, a disheveled Su Yi sat on a stone bench, brushing the dust off his clothes. Damn, that was exciting, he muttered to himself, recalling the slap he'd just received, then cleared his mind and silently chanted, "System, draw a prize." Ding! The limited-time mission has been completed, and the ship's sole trait has been obtained. Ship's sole trait. Unsinkable floating island. Unique passive. Effect 1. When a ship's durability drops below 10%, the ship enters an invincible state. Invincibility lasts for 90 minutes, during which time carrier-based aircraft cannot be launched or landed, and weapon systems cannot be used. Effect 2. Recovers 1% of the ship's maximum durability per minute. Upon seeing the effect of this characteristic, Su Yi couldn't help but gasp. With this ability, who could easily sink his ship's spirit? Half an hour later, Su Yi sat alone on a bench by the playground, watching the female students coming and going on the path, and couldn't help but comment in his mind. This one is sweet-looking with long legs and a slim waist, but her collarbone is a bit flat below, which is a pity. That one is also good. If 10 points is a perfect score, she'd at least get 9. As for the one in front, she has big eyes and an oval face, and looks pretty, but her smile is a bit stiff. Sui suspects that she's been exposed to a lot of technology at such a young age. After looking around, apart from the girl who was only 9 points out of 10, Sui didn't find anyone else who was particularly stunning. As he was pondering this, a pair of long, beautiful legs encased in black stockings suddenly stopped in front of him. Sui was slightly taken aback. He looked up from behind his legs and saw a tall, stunningly beautiful young woman standing before him. Her bright eyes were fixed on him, and Su Yi instinctively asked, "Beautiful lady, are you looking for me?" The person standing before him was none other than Muchinga. Looking at the handsome, still somewhat youthful Su Yi, she was momentarily at a loss for words. Lately, she had been having bizarre dreams. In these dreams, she was already more than a decade into the future. After graduating from university, she had joined her family's fleet, constantly fighting to level up and become stronger. Then one day, a massive horde of disaster ships attacked her city, with the ports controlled by the Mu family becoming prime targets. Everyone fought desperately, but against the terrifying sheer number of disaster ships, their resistance proved futile. On the port front, one figure after another fell. Mu Chingo watched helplessly as her father's ship slowly sank into the sea, her heart filled with despair. Just then, a tremendous roar suddenly came from the sky. She looked up and saw planes she had never seen before streaking across the sky. These planes had no propellers, and their shapes were completely different from those of modern aircraft. From a distance, the streamlined fuselage resembled a meticulously crafted work of art. Then, the fighter jets launched strange flames from high altitude, moving at astonishing speed and striking the disaster ship in an instant. Even more terrifying was the fact that the flames exploded the instant they hit their target, obliterating the surrounding ships as well. That power completely shattered Mu Chinga's understanding of the world. After the battle, she witnessed a scene she would never forget. On the horizon, an enormous warship slowly emerged, its deck filled with the streamlined fighter jets from before. As the giant ship passed by, Mu Chinga suddenly realized that her S-class ironclad warship was only 1/3 the length of its opponents. How could this be? Her ship was a full 96 meters long, making it one of the largest ships in this world. But the giant ship in her dream was more than twice her size. That indescribable sense of oppression remained etched in her mind even after she woke up. For the past few days, she had been feeling unwell, constantly plagued by these fragmented dreams. And these dreams were terrifyingly real. Even after waking, she could clearly remember parts of them. Today, in the awakening hall, she was waiting for her awakening, as usual, while dealing with the boys who kept trying to woo her. But when Su Yi awakened her ship spirit, she was completely stunned. The ship spirit displayed on the monitor was exactly the same as the giant ship full of fighter jets in her dream. Su Yi, how is this possible? The scenes of the disaster ship attacking, her father's death, and her despair in her dream instantly crashed against her nerves like a tidal wave. Most of the dream had become blurry, but she would never mistake the figure of that giant ship. After a long while, Mu Chinga finally came to her senses, her eyes becoming incredibly resolute. Regardless of whether that was the future or not, she absolutely could not allow the disaster of her dream to repeat itself. And right now, the only clue she could grasp was Su Yi. Thinking of this, Muchinga smiled and took the initiative to speak. Hello, are you Sui? Can we get to know each other? My name is Muchinga. Sui opened his mouth, but only managed to utter I. This incredibly beautiful girl in front of him was actually here to see him. He was so nervous that his mind went completely blank. Seeing him staring blankly at her, even stammering as he spoke, Muchinga explained softly, "Don't be nervous. I was in the awakening hall just now. I saw you awaken the cargo ship's soul, and I thought it was quite interesting, so I wanted to get to know you. If it's all right, let's be friends." Muchinga was the school beauty of Baihai number 3 middle school, and the goddess in the hearts of countless boys. At this moment, everyone around the playground was stunned, and whispers quickly filled the air. Who is that guy in front of Goddess Mu? Do they know each other before? How could school beauty Mu know Sui? Could it be that she wants to invite him to team up for the practical assessment? But the assessments for combat and non-combat majors are not even together. So what's the point of teaming up? Someone gasped and said that they had a bold guess. The person next to him immediately interrupted. Get lost. Stop being so bold. Goddess Mu is pure and innocent. How could she possibly be in a relationship? The more people speculated, the more outrageous it became, yet they still couldn't understand. Why would Muchinga, possessing an S-class battleship soul, be chatting and laughing with Su Yi, a boy with a non-combat soul? Whether in terms of soul or family background, the two were like parallel lines drawn from completely different worlds. But now, these two lines that shouldn't have intersected had actually come together. Su Yi stared at the aloof and stunningly beautiful face before him, his mind filled with questions. Muchinga, the top beauty of number 3 middle school, had actually taken the initiative to come and befriend him. They had never even exchanged a single word before. Yet Muchinga's gaze towards him clearly carried a hint of fervor, curiosity, and an inexplicable expectation. Su Yi was filled with skepticism. How could such a windfall possibly fall into his lap? Was this girl after his kidneys? But Muchinga's family was famously wealthy. She wouldn't be interested in something as small as his. It had to be said, Muchinga truly deserved her title as the number 1 school beauty. Her long, shapely legs were encased in black stockings, and she wore black leather shoes. Her collarbone, visible beneath her white shirt, was dazzlingly white, exuding both youthful energy and aloof beauty. Just as Su Yi was about to speak, a female voice suddenly came from behind him. Chinga, what are you doing on the playground? Didn't you say you were looking for another teammate to make a 5-person squad? The girl who arrived was a long, wine-red-haired woman with delicate, light makeup. She wore a lace-up knit top with a black camisole, and her figure was extremely eye-catching. She was even a head taller than Muchinga. Su Yi recognized her at a glance. Song Yiran, Muchinga's roommate and best friend. Song Yiran walked to Muchinga's side, took her arm, and sipped her milk while scrutinizing Su Yi with a look of wariness and curiosity. Over the years, many boys had come to confess their feelings to them, and some would even persist after being rejected. Naturally, she assumed Su Yi was one of those people. Muchinga calmly said, "He's the teammate I'm looking for." Though her words were understated, her gaze remained fixed on Su Yi. She couldn't yet be sure if the scene in her dream was the future, but she needed to get closer to Su Yi. As long as she could stay by Su Ye's side, she would eventually be able to confirm whether that invincible behemoth in her dream was indeed his ship's spirit. Muchinga spoke again. "Su Yi, our team has 4 people now, but we're 1 short. Would you like to team up with us?" Her voice wasn't loud, but everyone nearby heard her clearly, and it was like a bombshell dropped into the crowd, causing an uproar on the playground. Goddess Mu actually invited Su Yi to team up? Why? Does he have some special talent? Don't dream about it. Ship spirit talents are rarer than S-class ship spirits. What kind of talent could a cargo ship spirit have? Is he from a hidden, powerful family? I live in the same neighborhood as him, and his family rents their house. Not only the surrounding students, but even Song Yiran was stunned. Her eyes widened as she looked at Muchinga, then at Su Yi. "Chinga, why did you invite a guy into the team? The thing is, he's a cargo ship soul. He can't participate in combat directly." At this point, she suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. "Tell me honestly, have you taken a liking to this kid? He's quite handsome." Muchinga shook off her hand and said irritably, "Don't talk nonsense. It's just a normal invitation to team members." Song Yiran immediately objected. "Inviting a non-combat ship spirit to form a team? What are you thinking? You can't expect him to participate in the combat department's practical assessment, can you?" So he finally spoke up. Excuse me, but but let's forget about forming a team. I'm just a cargo ship. It's really not suitable. He didn't know what Muchinga was after, but something was definitely amiss. Especially that strange look in her eyes, which made him feel that this school beauty had ulterior motives. Suyi was very confident in his looks, but Muchinga clearly didn't seem like the type to be attracted to beauty at first sight. Even with such beauty before him, he wasn't exactly a saint, but he also knew perfectly well that there's no such thing as a free lunch. If he hadn't been unable to fathom Muchinga's thoughts, he might have actually considered taking advantage of her. Then, he glanced at Song Iran again. This woman's figure was truly eye-catching, and her face was equally flawless. Song Iran noticed his gaze, frowned, and glared at him. "What are you looking at?" Suyi remained calm and even smiled at her. "Little redhead, I think you're good-looking and have a good figure." Pfft. Song Iran spat out the milk she had just drunk. She hurriedly turned her head and frantically grabbed a tissue to wipe it up. This guy was too direct. She was going to get angry, but for some reason, she suddenly felt that Suyi wasn't so bad after all. Don't think that a few sweet words will make me forgive your rude behavior just now." Although she said this, her tone softened noticeably. Suyi said seriously, "This is not sweet talk. This is an objective fact." Song Iran was momentarily at a loss for words. Suyi was over 1.8 meters tall, with an upright posture, casually tousled hair, and striking features, not to mention his eloquence. As someone who was attracted to good looks, she found that Suyi's strengths almost entirely aligned with her aesthetic preferences. In their first exchange, Song Iran was completely defeated and could only turn to Muchinga for help, hoping her best friend could ease the awkward atmosphere. Muchinga couldn't help but roll her eyes. Suyi's two sentences had Song Iran completely bewildered. She had just been wondering if she had a crush on Suyi, but now she was the one who had fallen for him. However, Muchinga quickly returned her gaze to Suyi's face. Suyi had refused her invitation, but this only made her more certain that Suyi was definitely not just an ordinary cargo ship spirit. If he had no secrets, what boy would refuse such a straightforward invitation from the top beauty of number 3 middle school to team up? Song Iran was so shocked, she almost dropped her jaw. "You actually refused Chinga's invitation? Big brother, are you serious?" In her opinion, no boy in number 3 middle school would refuse an opportunity to get close to Muchinga. The four of them were all at least level combat-type ship souls, and even if Suyi was a cargo ship, he could easily serve as a supply ship to support the team. But faced with an opportunity that all the boys dreamed of, Suyi actually refused without hesitation. Song Iran couldn't help but wonder if he was playing hard to get. On the surface, he seemed like a sunny, cheerful guy, but secretly he was a master of high-level gaming. She stared at Suyi, her face full of confusion. "Why refuse? Join our team, and your performance in the practical assessment will definitely be excellent." Muchinga didn't want to give up the opportunity to get close to Suyi. If she couldn't reach an agreement this time, she didn't know when she would be able to find him again. Suyi, however, calmly said that their team already had 4 people, and they all seemed to be girls. Wasn't he afraid of being gossiped about if he, a man, joined? Besides, they were all combat-type ship spirits, while he was just a cargo ship spirit. It was indeed inappropriate for him to be in the team. These reasons were impromptu, but Suyi's intentions were clear. School beauties like Muchinga and Song Iran had suitors lining up at the school gate. His best course of action now was to quietly develop his career. The onlookers were completely dumbfounded. Goddess Mu had personally invited him, and Suyi had actually refused? Some people thought they had misheard. Some were so angry they wanted to hit someone, and some wished they could accept on Suyi's behalf right then and there. Suyi completely ignored the sarcastic remarks. Seeing that the discussion was stalled, he got up to leave. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now." "You can do as you please," Muchinga said urgently, quickly stopping him. The desperate scene in her dream, and the hope brought by that giant ship, resurfaced in her mind. She quickly recalled Suyi's information, an orphan, renting a room, and having to work part-time to earn a living. The next second, she said directly, 100,000 star coins. Suyi's step froze in midair. Seeing that it was effective, Muchinga immediately added, "As long as you join my team and follow my instructions, these 100,000 star coins are yours." Deal! For 100,000 star coins, so you didn't need to hesitate at all. Hesitating for even a second longer would be disrespectful to star coins. What he needed most right now was money. The lottery system was waiting for him to invest his star coins. Moreover, after deducting rent, His living expenses were only 500 star coins a month. Muchinga immediately offered 100,000, a display of generosity that made Su Yi change his mind on the spot. Let alone just forming a team, even if it meant taking him home to meet his parents, he could arrange everything perfectly. Seeing his completely different demeanor, Song Yiran couldn't stop talking. Didn't you just say you'd rather die than submit to beauty? You've already agreed. Song Yiran was tall and looked like a cold and aloof older sister, but when she spoke, she sounded like a little girl who hadn't grown up. On the contrary, Muchinga seemed more mature and calm. Seeing her chatter on and on, Suyi immediately understood her personality. This girl was simple-minded. Her emotions were written all over her face. A few words of praise were enough to make her forget any previous unpleasantness. Dealing with this kind of person was the easiest. You didn't have to guess what she was hiding. Suyi suddenly recited, "The wind and moon remain the same, and the original intention remains unchanged." Song Yiran was stunned. Huh. She obviously didn't understand, but when she noticed that Suyi was looking at her with a teasing look, she immediately realized that she seemed to have exposed her lack of knowledge. So she immediately forced a smile and said, "I didn't expect you to be so artistic." Not bad, not bad. I'll accept this compliment." Suyi almost burst out laughing. This girl was really too interesting. He was determined to make her his friend. Muchinga, watching from the sidelines, clearly saw that her silly best friend was completely under Su Ye's control. She simply stated the matter. "Su Yi, from now on, you are a member of our team. Next time, I will introduce you to the other 2 team members. All right, from now on, these 100+ pounds of mine are yours." "Boss Mu?" Su Yi called out boss with a smile, a stark contrast to his previous repeated refusals, his love of money completely undisguised. He was determined to live off Muchinga. He'd even offered 100,000 star coins. No one could stop his get-rich-quick scheme. The surrounding crowd erupted in uproar. Some said Su Yi had drugged the 2 school beauties, as Goddess Moon not only invited him to team up but also offered to pay him 100,000 star coins. Others immediately changed their tune, saying they'd call any middle-aged, overweight woman darling for 100,000 star coins, let alone Muchinga. Still others offered to pay only 10,000 star coins, with quite a few willing to pay out of their own pockets. These people weren't just envious. Their resentment was practically reaching the heavens. Song Yiran also felt her best friend was being too impulsive and couldn't help but ask, "Chinga, are you really sure? Spending 100,000 star coins to invite this guy to join the team? He's just a useless little cargo ship." Suyi raised an eyebrow. "Hey, with my temper, who are you calling a useless little thing? I was talking about you. You little good-for-nothing." Song Yiran's expression changed immediately after she said that. She realized she had gotten herself into a mess, and her face turned bright red. "You're so petty. I just blurted it out. I didn't really mean you were good for nothing. Why are you so vengeful?" "All right, just kidding. I never hold grudges." "Really? You're not lying to me." "Don't worry, I never lie to idiots. Get lost." Song Yiran actually didn't mean any harm to Su Yi, but her mouth always beat her brain. On one hand, she felt that her best friend was wasting 100,000 yuan to invite Su Yi to join the team, but on the other hand, she thought that this guy was really funny. It's just that this guy is really good at annoying people. Once the 2 finally calmed down, Muchinga took out her phone and scanned Su Ye's QR code. 100,000 star coins. I'll transfer them to you now." Su Yi immediately chuckled. "Boss, you're so generous. If you ever have backaches or leg pains in the future, I guarantee I'll take good care of you." Muchinga's expression immediately became tense. Even someone as aloof as her was angered. "Su Yi, I really wonder how you've managed to survive this long with such a thick skin." Sorry, I was just trying to lighten the mood. You should be more normal. The atmosphere isn't quite right. Also, call me Chinga from now on. Don't keep calling me boss, it sounds awful." Everyone Muchinga usually interacted with was very polite to her. No one had ever dared to joke around like Su Yi so soon after meeting her. Yet, this slightly reckless and carefree attitude intrigued her. Although it was embarrassing, she didn't find it particularly offensive. Su Yi scratched his head, racking his brains with a few words he could muster, and finally managed to utter 2 lines. "A cup of wine drunk under the moon, the mood waning, a song of fleeting glory, a dream yet not cold." "Chinga, you have such a beautiful name." Muchinga was slightly lost in thought. The line, "a song of fleeting glory, a dream yet not cold," seemed to have touched a spot in her heart. Did Suyi know something, or did he just happen to think of this line of poetry? If a large-scale invasion by disaster ships were to occur in the future, would he be the one who could turn the tide and save her? Seeing her lost in thought, Suyi resumed his playful demeanor. What's wrong? Are you captivated by my poetry? You really can't be serious for more than 3 seconds. Muchinga scoffed, her ears burning slightly. As the three were talking, a hurried figure suddenly squeezed through the crowd. The newcomer was thin, about the same height as Suyi, and even 2 centimeters shorter. His name is Han Zi, the only son of the Han family, who awakened the soul of a Class A 3-masted giant sailboat. The Han and Mu families are old friends, and he and Muchinga have known each other since childhood. He was also one of her many suitors. Han Zi walked up to the group, first scrutinizing Suyi before turning to Muchinga. Chinga, I heard you're looking for teammates? He tried to appear calm, but his trembling voice betrayed his nervousness. I awakened the soul of an A-class, 3-masted giant sailing ship. Although it can't compare to your S-class, ironclad warship, it's still a top-tier soul. Our teamwork is what makes us truly complementary. After saying this, he glanced at Suyi again, his contempt undisguised. Suyi immediately understood. This guy clearly saw him as a rival in love. But he just wanted to develop his career discreetly and had no desire to get involved in this drama of rivals vying for his affections. So he put his hands behind his head, turned his head away, and ignored Han Zi. Once someone like that gets serious, they'll stick to you like glue. It seems getting close to Muchinga and the others will definitely bring trouble. And today is probably just the beginning. Han Zi's anger intensified when he saw that Suyi completely ignored him. What right did a mere cargo ship soul have to put on airs here? Even if it was an S-class ironclad cargo ship, it was still just a cargo ship at its core. How could it compare to people like them who were born with the awakening of warships? In his view, Suyi could at most do transportation work and eventually join the army to work in logistics. He had no future whatsoever. Just then, Muchinga spoke calmly. Sorry, the team is full. Go ask another team. Also, we're not that close. Please call me by my full name. Han Zi frowned and asked incredulously, Chinga, are you really planning to team up with this good-for-nothing? This is a real-world assessment, not child's play. Bringing him along will only drag you down. Did you bring him into the team so he could just scavenge for loot? He became more and more agitated as he spoke, completely unexpected that Muchinga would show him no respect at all, despite the long-standing friendship between the two families. What frustrated him even more was that Suyi stood by, acting as if it were none of his business, as if the person Suyi was cursing wasn't him at all. This guy was living off a woman, and Muchinga was even willing to protect him, which made Han Zi both angry and jealous. Muchinga finally lost her patience. Han Zi, what are you still standing here for? Don't bother us. Go do what you're supposed to do. This time, she showed no mercy whatsoever. For years, Han Zi had been pestering her, and out of consideration for their family's relationship, she hadn't wanted to be too harsh. But this guy seemed oblivious to rejection, constantly proclaiming to his friends that they were childhood sweethearts. Today, she had finally managed to get Suyi into her group, and she absolutely couldn't let Han Zi ruin things. Han Zi stood frozen in place, his mouth agape, but he couldn't utter a single word, his face ashen. If Muchinga had chosen a wealthy young man similar to him, he would have accepted defeat. But she chose Suyi, this poor boy, which he simply couldn't accept. In terms of family background, Suyi wasn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. In terms of strength, he was an A-rank giant 3-masted ship spirit, while Suyi was merely a cargo ship spirit. As for looks, Suyi was indeed slightly better than him. But how could Muchinga be someone who only cared about appearances? It couldn't be just because Suyi's name contained the word wild, and his methods were somewhat unconventional. Could it? No one paid any attention to Han Zi's self-doubt. Muchinga turned to Song Iran and said, Ran, send a message saying the last team member has been found. As soon as Song Iran sent the message, the area around the playground erupted in excitement. Because besides Muchinga and Song Iran, the team also included Ji Luoshi and Liu Yao. Bai number 3 middle school has always had a reputation for having 4 school beauties. Muchinga is firmly in first place, with Ji Luoshi and Liu Yao as her equals. The 4th place goes to Song Iran, who has a mature and sophisticated appearance, but a somewhat naive and sweet personality. In other words, all 4 school beauties are in the same group, and the only boy among them is Suyi. Did Suyi save the galaxy in his past life? He managed to get all 4 of the most beautiful girls in school, leaving no one else even a sip of soup? I don't understand what school beauty Mu is doing. If she really likes Suyi, why would she drag him into this kind of situation? If you don't like him, why go through all that trouble to get him to join? What's wrong with this world? I completely don't understand. Some people started making wild guesses. Some were indignant for their goddesses, and others were arguing heatedly for their respective favorite school beauties. The surrounding area was a chaotic mess, as if they could split into 4 groups at any moment and have a real-life duel on the spot. Hanzi's face was ashen. He had run all the way to the playground, thinking he still had a chance, but this was the situation he was faced with. He asked again, unwilling to accept it. Chinga, you weren't joking just now? You really want to team up with Suyi, who only awakened the cargo ship? Mu Chinga glanced at him impatiently. Who's joking with you? Go away. Things had escalated to this point, and Suyi could no longer pretend to be an uninvolved doorman. He looked at Mu Chinga, speechless. He initially thought only she and Song Iran were troublesome in the team, but who knew Mu Chinga would directly lure him into the group of the 4 school beauties. This wasn't teaming up. It was practically pushing him into a spider's web. With his small frame, he was afraid these vixens would drain him dry. Even if she wanted to seduce him, Mu Chinga's investment this time was far too great. Suyi was initially quite calm, but seeing the malicious gazes around him, he felt a little uneasy. As for Hanzi, that guy was still immersed in his self-isolation and posed no threat at all. Song Iran was replying to group messages with her head down when she looked up and said that Ji Luoshi and Lu Yao had no objections, so it was fine as long as Captain Mu Chinga made the decision. They would also be coming to the playground soon to meet the new team members. Mu Chinga nodded and told Suyi that once everyone was there, they should go and complete the team registration. There was another trial before the college entrance examination, and she planned to sign up so that everyone could practice their teamwork in advance. Suyi was a little surprised and immediately guessed the destination. You mean the Mirage Realm? The term Mirage Realm is a general term, and each realm has its own rules. The most famous one in the White Sea, BH-016, is the 16th Mirage Realm in the White Sea. It is a forest, and once inside, you cannot summon ships to fight, since ships are surface units and cannot appear without water. However, awakened ones can use ship-mounted armor. It's like wearing armor made from scaled-down ship parts, and combat-type ship-mounted armor also comes with scaled-down cannons. Although the cannon's power is weakened, a single shell still has the lethality of a high-explosive grenade, so in real danger, their combat strength won't be too much of a disadvantage. Mu Chinga directly admitted that she planned to take everyone to BH-016. Although they couldn't summon the ship's equipment was sufficient to ensure safety, making it perfect for the team's first combat experience. Clearly, she had planned this all along. Even before Suyi joined, she was already preparing to lead her girlfriends into the secret realm before the college entrance exam. What schools teach is ultimately just theory. Real combat requires practical experience. BH-016 is not particularly difficult, as it mostly contains ordinary alien beasts. Even many ordinary people who have failed to awaken their powers go in to hunt them, armed with weapons. Only by venturing deeper into the secret realm can one encounter more dangerous alien beasts. Some of these beasts can breathe fire and water, which are extremely deadly to ordinary people. But for awakened individuals wearing ship armor, they are not too difficult to deal with if handled with caution. About 10 minutes later, the crowd suddenly parted to make way. 2 beautiful figures walked slowly in, and gasps of surprise immediately rose from the crowd. The people who came were Ji Luoshi and Lu Yao. The 2 were eating in the cafeteria when they overheard people talking about how Mu Chinga had actually invited a boy to join their team. Ji Luoshi was immediately puzzled. Given Mu Chinga's personality, how could she possibly just randomly pull in a boy to join an all-girls team? She immediately asked several boys for information. Seeing that the school beauty herself had inquired, they naturally told her everything they knew, quickly recounting the entire story. But after hearing it, Ji Luoshi and Lu Yao were even more confused. Mu Chinga had not only invited boys, but the ship spirits they had awakened were actually cargo ships. The 2 were completely baffled by Mu Chinga's plans and were just about to ask her directly when Song Iran sent a message first, so they arranged to meet at the playground. Ji Luoshi was especially eager to see what was so special about that guy named Suyi that made Mu Chinga personally ask him to join the team. Suyi had certainly heard of the schools for most beautiful girls, but he had never paid much attention to them. After all, he was well aware of his own circumstances and that he shouldn't have any connection with these people. But he never expected that with the appearance of Muchinga, his life trajectory had quietly deviated, and that it would also change the future of the four sisters. Looking at the two girls walking towards him, Suyi couldn't help but sigh. They truly deserved to be called school beauties. The one who was over 1.7 meters tall, with long chestnut hair and a hot figure, must be Jiluashi. She was wearing a deep V-neck t-shirt with a black leather jacket over it, exuding a flamboyant and charming aura. Suye's gaze lingered for a moment longer than expected, immediately drawing Song Iran's displeasure. All men are the same. From the very beginning, Song Iran had been keeping an eye on Suyi. Just now, this guy was secretly glancing at her, but as soon as Jiluashi arrived, his eyes were drawn to her, causing a strange pang of jealousy to rise in her heart. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Song Iran directly reached out and pinched Suye's waist, giving him a hard two-finger squeeze. Ouch! Suyi cried out in pain, looking at Song Iran with a bewildered expression. But Song Iran had already withdrawn her hand, looking up at the clouds in the sky, pretending to be nonchalant. Suyi was speechless. What was wrong with this girl? Not only did she suddenly pinch him, but she also pinched him so hard. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he understood a bit, but now was clearly not the time to settle scores with her. Jiluashi's captivating eyes swept over the crowd, finally settling on Suye's face, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. You're Suyi, aren't you? You're quite handsome. No wonder our little Chinga can't forget you. Her voice naturally carried a touch of alluring charm, making one's heart race. Suyi was also somewhat tempted, but his self-control from 2 lifetimes remained, preventing him from losing his composure on the spot. Seeing that Suyi didn't respond, Jiluashi took a few more steps forward and looked up at him slightly. Little brother, why aren't you saying anything? The distance between them instantly decreased to only 2 centimeters. Suyi almost lost control of his gaze, then suddenly became alert, subtly taking half a step back and withdrawing his rather impolite look. See, we're talking business now. Please calm down. Song Iran suddenly became anxious. She couldn't explain why. Even though she had only known Suyi for less than half an hour, she just didn't want to see Jiluashi and him so close. Jiluashi blinked, her smile becoming even more playful. Little Ran, have you taken a liking to Suyi? Why are you so protective of him? I originally wanted to test Xiao Qing's qualities, but I didn't expect to bring you out first. She leaned close to Song Iran's ear and whispered teasingly. Have you discovered something special about Suyi that you're planning to marry him right away and consummate the marriage tonight? Song Iran's expression froze, her face instantly turning bright red. She shoved Jiluashi away abruptly and shouted angrily, Jiluashi, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Although Jiluashi was speaking close to Song Iran's ear, her voice was not quiet at all, and everyone around could hear her clearly. In an instant, the discussion on the playground exploded. Some people were unconvinced and made comparisons, while others saw that Song Iran was protecting Suyi like a kitten guarding its food. The conversation quickly drifted off topic. First, some suspected Suyi was Song Iran's boyfriend, while others said that since the two had only met that day, it might have been love at first sight. Soon, everyone started speculating about which of the 4 campus beauties was Suyi's girlfriend, with some even believing that Jiluashi had just been asserting her dominance. The onlookers' discussion escalated further and further, completely verging off topic. Hanzi stood to the side, dumbfounded, watching the drama unfold for a long time, only to find himself unable to join the conversation. Seeing the attitudes of the school beauties towards Suyi, he almost fainted. How could all these school beauties be so interested in this poor guy, Suyi? This was just too unfair. In his heart, Suyi could only think, girl, you have a really good eye for people. Joking aside, now that he had agreed to let Muchinga join the team, he began to seriously observe his 4 school beauty teammates. Muchinga is aloof and seems to harbor an inexplicable obsession with him. Song Iran, on the other hand, has the heart of a little girl, her mouth always moving faster than her brain. Jiluashi is charming and alluring, naturally possessing a captivating allure, yet her personality is also somewhat cunning. Finally, Suyi looked at the petite girl in the Lolita dress, Liu Yao. Liu Yao simply nodded at him after approaching, then stared at him without saying a word. Suyi felt uneasy under her gaze and could only silently look away. The people around them were arguing animatedly, but Liu Yao seemed completely detached. Suyi didn't know how to describe this silent teammate. Whether he called her a silent girl or a lowly, there was something about her that he couldn't quite put his finger on. However, having 4 more beautiful teammates was certainly a pleasant surprise. Seeing that everyone was there, Muchinga said directly, "All right, now that everyone's here, let's go to the school administration office to register." With that, she led the way towards the administration office, and the others naturally followed. Only Hanzi was left behind. When everyone left, no one even glanced at him. With the main characters gone, he stood there conspicuously, and the eyes of the onlookers returned to him. No one knows how many sensational rumors about Hanzi will appear on the campus forum tomorrow. Following behind the 4 campus beauties all the way to the administration office, Suyi finally understood what it meant to be a conspicuous person. The gazes of the surrounding boys were like sharp swords, constantly piercing him. But this feeling was simply amazing. Whether he was the enemy of all the boys in the school, the number 1 gigolo in number 3 middle school, or the rumored boyfriend of the 4 school beauties, it didn't matter. Let them say what they wanted. Suyi had a clear conscience. 100,000 star coins, plus close-up views of 4 school beauties. If he didn't take this job, he'd be struck by lightning. Soon, the 5 people arrived at the registration window. The teacher in charge of registration didn't even look up, first having them swipe their student IDs, then tossing them a form to fill out by the team leader. The attitude was clear: get it done quickly and don't waste time. Muchinga hesitated for a moment, holding the form, then suddenly tugged at Suyi's sleeve and whispered, "Suyi, why don't you be the team leader?" Suyi was stunned. What was this girl up to? First, she spent a lot of money to get him into the team, and now she wanted to give him the captain's position. Did she really trust him that much? Suyi felt a strange sense of gratitude, but he couldn't agree to become the team leader. Strictly speaking, he had only known these 4 people for less than an hour, while Muchinga and the others were friends of many years. Even if Muchinga were willing to support him, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to rashly become the team leader. So Suyi said seriously, "No, you're already the captain. You all know each other well. I just joined the team today. It's definitely not appropriate for me to be the captain." Muchinga carefully looked at his expression and confirmed that Suyi really had no intention of taking control of the team, so she didn't insist any further. Appointing Suyi as captain wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. She had already decided that Suyi's ship spirit was the giant ship from her dreams. Once Suyi truly matured, his combat power would far surpass what the rest of them could match. She simply wanted to use the captain's position to forge a deeper bond between Suyi and them. After all, ordinary team members can leave the team at any time, but the captain is different. But since Suyi was unwilling, she could only give up for the time being. Let him stay in the team for now. There will always be other opportunities in the future. Song Iran, Ji Luoshi, and Liu Yao couldn't understand Muchinga's actions. She was even willing to give up her captain's position. There must be a secret between them that they didn't know. Could it be that Muchinga really had feelings for Suyi? After Muchinga filled in the information for the others, only Suyi's information remained on the form. Looking at the section on ship spirit information, she asked, "Only the person carrying the ship spirit knows the specific details. I don't know anything about your ship spirit. This section requires your ship spirit information. Could you please tell me?" Suyi's expression immediately turned serious. He thought for a moment, as if he had made up his mind, and said calmly, "Hull number 005, nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, combat type." "What?" The 4 school beauties widened their eyes at the same time, looking at him with shock. "Combat type." Song Iran spoke first. "Suyi, are you sure you're not joking?" She didn't understand what a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier meant, but she understood the words combat type very clearly. Unbeknownst to the others, Muchinga, who was engrossed in filling out forms, suddenly felt her pupils contract when she heard the words aircraft carrier. Aircraft carrier. These 2 words exploded in her mind like a thunderclap. It really was him. She hadn't made a mistake in choosing him. Muchinga suddenly stood up, her body trembling slightly with excitement, and asked, word by word, "Suyi, your ship spirit. Isn't the cargo ship they're talking about, right?" She paused for a moment, as if finally making up her mind, and then took a deep breath. "That plane can also take off from your deck." After saying that, she stared intently at Suyi, eager to get an answer from him. Sui was dumbfounded. How could Muchinga know that aircraft carriers were used to carry fighter jets? Didn't this world not yet have aircraft carriers? Was he simply ignorant, and that aircraft carrier spirits had already existed in this world? Sui was also full of questions and was about to ask Muchinga to clarify things. Lu Yao, who hadn't said much until now, suddenly spoke up, her soft voice carrying a hint of seriousness. Sister Chinga is right. Brother Suye's ship is super big. It should be able to land planes. Seeing that people around them were looking their way, Ji Luoshi immediately interrupted them. Let's not talk about this now. It's not convenient here. Chinga, finish filling out the forms. We'll talk about it when we get home. Muchinga also realized that she had been too impulsive and quickly lowered her head to revise the forms. She filled in Suye's ship soul as an S-class multifunctional support ship, checked the combat category, and then handed the forms to everyone for confirmation. Suyi took the form, and the other 3 women also gathered around. They were so close that a faint fragrance wafted into their noses. Suyi chuckled awkwardly and wiped his nose, saying, "Mine's fine. What do you think?" All eyes turned to Ji Luoshi, making her blush slightly. She thought to herself, why do these people all think I'm their strategist? However, she still carefully read through the information and nodded, saying, "This is fine. There's no need to write all the information in too much detail." With Ji Luoshi's approval, Muchinga submitted her application directly. Despite Ji Luoshi's boldness in the dormitory, she was the undisputed top student at number 3 high school, consistently leading in all subjects. Aside from Su Yi, whom she had just met, Muchinga and the other 2 trusted her implicitly. The registration teacher quickly entered the team's information into the system and gave each person a wristband specifically for the practical assessment. After putting on the wristbands, the group left the school and headed to Muchinga's residence. Half an hour later, they arrived at Tianzhou Academy residential complex, where a high-end villa came into view. As soon as they sat down in the living room, Song Yiran patted him on the shoulder, looking smug. "Little Su, isn't the house beautiful? Want to move in?" Suye's eyes lit up instantly. Compared to his rented old apartment of less than 30 square meters, this place was like heaven and earth. Not only was the environment there terrible, but he could also hear noises from next door at night, keeping him awake. At this moment, he even felt that Song Yiran would be his best brother from now on. And, well, a big-chested one at that. Suyi remained restrained, saying, "Of course I want to stay, but it's not very convenient for 4 girls like me to move in, is it?" Muchinga's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she quickly chimed in, "There are a few guest rooms on the 2nd floor. If you don't mind, you can move in, but as a boy you can't go up to the 3rd floor without permission." Ji Luoshi and Song Yiran were both stunned. Song Yiran had only been joking. She hadn't expected Muchinga to actually intend to let Suyi move in. "Chinga, I was just joking. You really decided to let him stay here?" Muchinga nodded and explained, "We're all in a team now, so living close by will make things easier. Suye's current place is too far away and the environment isn't good. Anyway, there are plenty of empty rooms here. How about letting him stay on the 2nd floor? What do you all think?" Song Yiran was the first to raise her hand. "I'm fine with it, but we need to agree on 3 rules." Ji Luoshi said calmly, "I'm fine with it too." Lu Yao added softly, "I'm okay with anything." Suyi originally wanted to say a few more polite words, but he swallowed them back. All 4 girls had agreed, so it wouldn't be right for him to be coy. Su was determined to stay in the spider cave. "Then thank you all for taking me in, beauties." Muchinga was clearly more concerned about the ship's soul, and immediately said, "I'll take you to the 2nd floor to choose a room later. Let's continue talking about the management office matter. Yao Yao, you said Suye's ship is very big." Lu Yao nodded vigorously. "Super big. I used my special skill in the training ground, and Suye's reflected wave was almost 3 times that of yours." Suyi then realized that Lu Yao had also awakened a special ability, and it was a scanning ability at that. He looked at the Lolita girl again, and then stopped hiding it. "Yao Yao is right. The length of my ship is about 350 meters. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 girls gasped in unison. Ji Luoshi narrowed her eyes slightly, watching Su Yi with great interest. She finally understood why Muchinga was willing to spend 100,000 to recruit Su Yi, who was regarded as the soul of a cargo ship, into the team. How could a ship with a hull of 350 meters be just an ordinary cargo ship? Su Yi was clearly hiding many secrets. Ji Luoshi was used to analyzing before judging, But with the person in question right in front of her, she suddenly slapped her thigh, realizing she was overthinking things. Why not just ask directly? Suyi, Chinga said before that your ship can take off and land aircraft? Suyi nodded. When I awakened, some ship's sole information inexplicably appeared in my mind. My ship is not an ordinary ship, but a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Its main function is to launch carrier-based aircraft and carry out beyond visual range strikes against enemy targets. Ji Luoshi frowned. Wait a minute. I understand carrier-based aircraft. They are planes that can take off and land on the deck. But what do you mean by beyond visual range strike? The other three women also stared at Suyi, waiting for his answer. Suyi explained, aircraft carriers need to be equipped with specialized carrier-based aircraft, which can carry a type of weapon called missiles. If equipped with top-notch carrier-based aircraft and corresponding missiles, I can attack all hostile targets within a range of 1,500 kilometers. This time, the living room fell completely silent. Since Suyi had revealed the ship's spirit information at the management office, he had no intention of keeping it from his teammates any longer. The system couldn't be exposed, but appropriately revealing the ship's spirit's abilities would only bring him more benefits. Moreover, the fact that Mu Chinga was willing to spend 100,000 to team up with him, this cargo ship, already indicated that she knew something. After observing them, Suyi also felt that these four women didn't seem like the type to resort to scheming or trickery. Showing value appropriately is more in line with the way teammates get along. Always playing dumb to outsmart others might actually turn you into a fool. After explaining his situation, Suyi looked at Mu Chinga. I have another question. How did you know my ship can take off and land aircraft? I searched online, but there shouldn't be any aircraft carriers in this world yet. I couldn't find any relevant information. Mu Chinga looked visibly flustered when suddenly asked the question. She composed herself and stammered. Actually, you might not believe it. I dreamt about it. The three women were simultaneously stunned. Huh? Suyi was utterly astonished. Huh? A dream? A thought immediately popped into his mind. How could a dream expose his true nature? Everyone was stunned. Mu Chinga's voice trailed off, but she still earnestly explained that she wasn't lying. She said she'd been having the same dream lately. 10 years later, Baihai was under attack by numerous disaster ships. Her father died in battle, and she almost died at sea as well. Just when she was in despair, many propellerless, sleek aircraft flew in from the sky, their fireballs easily sinking the disaster ship. What shocked her even more was that the massive hull carrying those aircraft was exactly the same as Suyi's ship. That's why she went to such lengths to recruit Suyi into her team today, because she was afraid that everything in her dreams would eventually come true. Mu Chinga started crying as she spoke. She didn't want her father to die, nor did she want to watch helplessly as future disasters befell her. The school beauty, usually as calm as an iceberg, was now crying uncontrollably, and the other three girls quickly surrounded her to comfort her. Suyi stood by, not daring to act rashly, and could only try to persuade her with words. He could tell that Mu Chinga wasn't acting. Besides, he was just a poor high school student, and his ship spirit had only just awakened. There was nothing about him that this young lady would covet. He was silent for a moment before finally speaking. Chinga, we're friends. As long as you don't mind me, I'll always be there for you. If I ever become that powerful, I'll destroy as many of those disaster ships as they come. Mu Chinga raised her tear-streaked face and asked him softly, Really? You won't leave in the future? Suyi nodded solemnly and held up 3 fingers to guarantee, Really, I promise. Mu Chinga then stopped crying and smiled, sniffling as she said, Then it's a deal. You're not allowed to lie to me. As soon as the atmosphere eased, Song Iran deliberately teased. Anyone who didn't know better would think you two were secretly getting engaged. Suyi glared at her, annoyed, and said he was clearly comforting Mu Chinga. Song Iran, however, persisted, asking him if he dared to admit that he had no feelings for Mu Chinga. Suyi's temper flared up instantly, and he declared, One of us has to die today. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed a small cushion next to him and smashed it precisely into Song Iran's face. Song Iran was stunned at first. Then her cheeks flushed red, and she angrily lunged at Suyi. She yelled that Suyi was dead, cursing him for using a hidden weapon to ambush her, and the next second she grabbed his neck. Apologize to me. You started this whole thing. Suyi coughed as he was being pinched, but he still managed to add, You smell pretty good. Song Iran completely exploded, continuing to torment him with a mixture of shame and anger, vowing that she would never let him off the hook today. However, she clearly didn't really go all out, and Suyi kept accommodating her. Once she'd had her fill of fuss, Suyi casually picked up an apple from the coffee table and took a bite. "Are you calm now?" Song Iran snorted, saying that if it weren't for Muchinga's sake, she would have beaten him to death today. Suyi chuckled and exposed her, saying, "But I could tell you were really enjoying it." Song Iran immediately retorted that she simply disliked the sad atmosphere from before. After their playful banter, Suyi's smile faded, and he got to the really important issue. He reminded the four women that the things Muchinga dreamed about were all in the future. For now, his ship spirit was essentially no different from a cargo ship. His greatest offensive capability was carrier-based aircraft, but currently he lacked the core for carrier-based aircraft equipment, and basic equipment, such as close-in weapon systems and radar, were also missing. In other words, he wasn't sure when he would have real combat power, and hoped everyone wouldn't have too high expectations of him. Muchinga was the first to speak up, saying that this wasn't a problem at all. When she first awakened her ship spirit, she only had one main gun core. Other equipment could be accumulated slowly. She also told Suyi that aircraft cores do exist on the market, but no ship's soul can ever equip them. They are usually treated as collectibles. At this moment, Lu Yao suddenly spoke up timidly, saying that she happened to have an excellent grade aircraft core at home. She wanted to go home tonight to bring the core to Suyi so he could test if it could be equipped. Ji Luoshi burst out laughing, saying that Lu Yao's father treasured that core, and if Lu Yao really dared to take it out, she would probably make her father faint with anger. Song Iran was also making faces at Lu Yao, making her blush. Lu Yao quickly explained that the core was useless at home anyway, and giving it to Suyi to equip would improve the strength of the entire team. The group then began discussing the close-in weapon system, CIWS. The cannons available on the market were all sailboat-sized. The Suyi's hull was too tall, and there were no gun ports on the sides, so they might not be usable directly. The girls became increasingly enthusiastic as they discussed, and they began seriously considering how to arm the Suyi with its ship spirit. Seeing their excitement, Suyi felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He secretly resolved that as long as these girls didn't abandon him in the future, he would always protect their smiles. Half an hour later, the group finally decided on a plan. Lu Yao would go home first to retrieve the aircraft core and bring it back for Suyi to test the equipment. Seeing that her suggestion had been adopted, Lu Yao jumped for joy, completely unburdened by her own father's antics. The only one who might actually get hurt is probably her father. Not long after, Lu Yao left the villa happily, leaving the four of them exchanging glances. Suyi was still a little worried and asked her if it would really be a problem to just take her father's precious core like that. Ji Luoshi thought for a moment and could only say that it shouldn't be a big problem. At most, she'd get a beating from her father. But then she thought, if her daughter dared to steal family treasures to help others in the future, she'd probably be furious too. Muchinga then took over and began arranging the next steps. She planned to make lunch first, so they could eat together when Lu Yao returned. In the afternoon, everyone went out to purchase supplies, as they would officially depart tomorrow morning for the BH-016 Mirage Secret Realm on Silvergate Island. Ji Luoshi volunteered to help with the cooking and went into the kitchen with Muchinga. Feeling she couldn't help, Song Iran pulled Suyi up to the second floor of the villa, intending to choose a room for him first. The two arrived at the guest room on the second floor, which was furnished with various exquisite pieces of furniture and featured a huge floor-to-ceiling window on the west side. The south-facing balcony is already set up with a lounge chair and parasol, perfect for sunbathing and relaxing when you have some free time. Suyi walked to the bedside, reached out and pressed the soft Simmons mattress, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is what life is all about. It's awesome." Seeing that he clearly liked the bedroom, Song Iran said, "Suyi, you can stay here from now on. I'll go downstairs and tell Chinga and the others." Suyi nodded, "Okay, thank you. I'll rest for a while and then go to the living room downstairs." Song Iran responded and turned to leave. Watching her figure disappear through the door, Suyi immediately lay down on the sofa and summoned the system interface. He didn't really want to rest. Muchinga had just given him 100,000 star coins today, just enough for a 10 pull. Now that things were done, it was time to try his luck. System, give me a 10 pull. 100,000 star coins were instantly deducted, and the system notified him that he had gained 10 points, asking if he wanted to use the points to draw prizes immediately. Suyi chose to confirm without hesitation. The wheel spun rapidly on the interface, the 10 points were deducted, and one reward after another popped up. A bottle of refreshing soda, for thank you for your patronage messages, a bag of spicy snacks, a green submariner watch, and 2 more thank you for your patronage messages. Finally, the system popped up something decent. Congratulations, host! You have obtained a mechanical fire control computer core, green, excellent quality. Before Suyi could even complain about how rip-off this 10 pull was, the system notified him again. Since this was a newbie's first 10 pull, the hidden pity system had been triggered, granting an extra free limited time draw. Suye's eyes lit up immediately. I knew my system wouldn't be worse than 10 cents. The first 10 pull even gives you a limited time lottery draw. What are you waiting for? System, use the limited time lottery draw. The original roulette wheel disappeared, replaced by 10 gleaming treasure chests. The system explained that the limited time lottery guarantees a prize, and each of the 10 chests randomly contains 6 legendary gold items, 3 exquisite red items, and 1 dazzling colored item. Looking at the 10 identical treasure chests, Suyi felt a little nervous. Whether he could draw the real big prize depended on this. He closed his eyes and randomly selected one. The other 9 treasure chests instantly vanished, leaving only the selected one slowly opening. The next second, a beam of red light burst forth from the treasure chest. Holy crap, it got something. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an ultra-high-strength composite armor core, Red Supreme quality. Although he didn't get the highest grade, colorful, brilliant quality, Red Supreme is already the second-tier top-tier equipment, and Suyi was still quite satisfied. After the lottery ended, all the prizes appeared directly in front of him. He glanced at his 10 pull results and couldn't help but curse. Thank goodness the system gave me a limited-time pity system. Otherwise, what kind of garbage would I have gotten from 10 pulls? And to make matters worse, there was even a thank you for your patronage message. Despite his complaints, he still checked the effects of each reward. The refreshing soda seemed ordinary, but drinking it instantly restored all of the ship's energy, which could indeed come in handy in a critical moment. The spicy snack, on the other hand, had no special effect. It was just spicy, so he didn't like it anyway, so he casually tossed it onto his desk. The green submariner was an ordinary watch, waterproof, cold-proof, and heat-resistant, though not of high quality, but its appearance resembled the famous watches he had seen in his previous life. So he found it pleasing to the eye and put it on his wrist. The green-quality mechanical fire control computer core can automatically calculate firing data, such as distance, azimuth, and lead angle based on the movement parameters of both friendly and enemy forces. This thing is an early ballistic calculator, and it's quite practical, but Suyi doesn't need it for the time being. He plans to go downstairs later and ask Muchinga and the others who might need it. What truly captivated his gaze was the red, ultra-high-strength composite armor core. This thing had come at the perfect time. Suyi possessed immortality and regeneration talents, but he had never had ship armor before. The ability to regenerate didn't mean he could withstand attacks. His ship was still incredibly fragile. Now, with this red ultimate armor, the situation is completely different. The 4-layer composite armor uses ultra-high-strength steel as a base, combined with a silicon carbide ballistic layer, a Kevlar energy-absorbing layer, and a graphene and carbon nanotube coating, making its defensive capabilities far superior to ordinary ship hulls. Once he absorbed it, combined with his own immortality and regenerative talents, who among his peers could easily break through his defenses. Suyi became increasingly satisfied with his thoughts and immediately absorbed the core using the method taught at school. He focused his mind and slowly pressed the red armor core against his heart. Space seemed to distort slightly at that moment, and in less than a second, the core in his hand completely disappeared. Suyi immediately opened his interface. Name, Suye. Level, 1. Constitution, 12 plus 39. Spirit, 26. Ship Soul, S rank. Ship Type, Nuclear-Powered Aircraft Carrier. Ship Durability, 39,000/39,000. A new armor item appeared on the panel, ultra-high-strength composite armor. All other stats remained unchanged. Having acquired the equipment, Suyi closed the system interface, opened the door, and headed towards the lobby on the first floor. On the dining table in the restaurant, several plates of freshly cooked hot dishes were already laid out, looking and smelling delicious. Muchinga, Song Iran, and Ji Luashi were resting on the sofa in the living room. Hearing footsteps on the stairs, The three looked up and saw Su Yi coming down from the second floor. Muchinga said, "Su Yi, the food is ready, but we have to wait for Yao Yao to come over before we can eat together. You don't mind, do you?" "Of course I don't mind," Su Yi said. "You and Jiluashi have been busy until now, and Yao Yao even went back to get the aircraft core for me. It's only right that we wait for her." Song Iran immediately protested. Hey, I help too, okay? Why do you only praise Chinga and Cici? That's so biased." Suya Lukit Bijil did it. He genuinely didn't know what exactly this young lady had done and didn't know how to respond. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Song Iran burst out laughing. "Huh, Suyi, you're so silly." Suyi then realized that he had been tricked by her. He walked over casually and, taking advantage of Song Iran's momentary lapse in attention, flicked her forehead. "Ouch, that hurts." Song Iran covered her head and glared at him. "Suyi, you actually hit my head? I'll bite you to death." As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed Su Ye's wrist and bit him. "Holy crap, Song Iran, are you a dog? Let go." So he didn't actually try to break free. With his current abnormal physique, if he exerted even a little force, he could probably break a few of Song Iran's pretty white teeth. After Song Iran let go, 2 rows of clear teeth marks were left on Su Ye's arm. Ji Luashi had come over at some point, grabbed his arm, and gently stroked the teeth marks. She teased in her sweet voice, "Oh, you've been bitten like this. Do you want me to rub it for you?" Su Ye's face darkened. "You two women, do you really not treat me like a man? I'll find a chance to teach you a lesson sooner or later." Ji Luashi gave him a provocative look. "Oh, you're planning to use your strengths to teach me a lesson? I'm kind of looking forward to it. Don't keep me waiting too long, little brother." Muchinga had a headache watching this and could only helplessly say, "Cici, your wheels are practically running over my face. There's a man in the house now, but can you please stop being so reckless?" Seeing the group bickering, Muchinga suddenly felt that bringing Su Yi home might have been like inviting a wolf into the house. Time slowly passed amidst their playful antics. At 8 p.m., Su Yi, who had been tidying up the room for over an hour, finally put away the last item. He had been busy since the afternoon, barely stopping. After Lu Yao returned at noon, she handed him the aircraft core, and after dinner, the group went out together to buy travel supplies. Afterwards, Su Yi had to go back to his old rented apartment to check out and pack up all his usable belongings. Now he was finally completely packed up. He went downstairs and found Mu Chinga and the others sitting on the sofa watching TV. So he casually picked an empty seat and sat down. The high-end leather sofa was so comfortable that one didn't want to get up, but thinking about what he was about to say, Su Yi sat up a little straighter. "Girls, let's put the TV on hold for a moment. I have something good. You can see who should use it." As he spoke, he took a core from his pocket and placed it on a coffee table. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to it. It was a green, high-quality core. Muchinga casually turned off the TV and asked suspiciously, "Isn't this the airplane core Yao Yao gave you? The one with the airplane pattern in the middle?" "This is called a mechanical fire control computer, which is the core of the equipment," Su Yi explained. "It can automatically calculate the distance, azimuth, and lead based on the movement parameters of both sides, and then give the elevation angle and azimuth of the artillery attack. Simply put, it can greatly improve the hit rate of artillery. However, there's only one available right now, so the forward you can discuss who will use it." After saying that, he lazily leaned back on the sofa, leaving the 4 women staring blankly at the core. Simulating the trajectory of the artillery fire and directly providing the firing angle and azimuth is practically like delivering the answer directly to the gunner. This is undoubtedly top-of-the-line equipment, but the more remarkable it is, the less the group knew how to broach the subject. There's only one core component, and it wouldn't be appropriate for anyone to take it. The living room suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Seeing this, Su Yi couldn't help but say, "It's just a high-quality core. It's not some rare thing. Who doesn't use it?" Song Iran looked at him as if he were a rare animal. "Little Yi, do you really not know how precious this thing is? Cores that can improve hit rate are extremely rare. Howell Auction House once sold a common quality optical rangefinder. Guess how much it sold for?" Su Yi then realized that in a world where most awakened ships were still based on the age of sailing ships, mechanical fire control computers were a game changer. With them, as long as the gunners weren't too bad, maintaining an overall hit rate of 40% wouldn't be difficult. But currently, the average single-shot hit rate of awakened ships was only 5%. It's just an optical rangefinder. How could it sell for such an astronomical price? Suya asket kurisi. Song Iran cleared her throat, shifted to a more comfortable position, and said with a smile, "It's not exactly an astronomical price, after all. It's just a regular quality device." But it broke the record for the sale of a regular equipment core, selling for a full 2.2 million star coins. But yours has far more functions than a rangefinder. My initial estimate is that it's worth at least 10 times more. Muchinga's expression was conflicted. Of course, she wanted this core, but it was ridiculously expensive. Taking a core worth a few $100,000 is one thing, but a mechanical fire control computer is simply not in that league. She had attended a private auction in the capital with her father, and the highlight of that auction was also a mechanical fire control computer. In the end, that core was bought by a powerful family in the capital for 180 million star coins. Xiao Yi, the value of this core far exceeds your imagination. You should keep it. It's really too precious. Ji Luoshi added fuel to the fire with a grin. If you auction it off, the money would definitely be enough to support the four of us for a lifetime. Xiao Yi, aren't you tempted? Hey, little Luoshi, you want me to keep you? It doesn't seem like a bad idea. So he hadn't finished speaking when a small hand pinched his waist hard. Ouch, Song Iran, are you crazy? Why are you pinching me? Song Iran withdrew her hand, looking him up and down with disgust. Filthy, disgusting. Suyi understood that this core was indeed much more valuable than he had imagined. But to him, it was just something he got from a 10-pull gotcha by the system. Since cores were already in the system's prize pool, would he ever lack them again? This was even just the guaranteed item from a 10-pull. Seeing that the three of them looked like they wanted it, but were too embarrassed to accept it, he suddenly had an idea. If none of you three want it, then forget it. He picked up the core and stuffed it directly into Lu Yao's arms. Yao Yao, this is for you. You gave me an airplane core before, so this is called reciprocity. Lu Yao held the core, stunned. She never expected Su Yi to give her something so precious. She knew Su Yi said it was a matter of reciprocity, but he was afraid she wouldn't accept it. Brother Su Yi, this isn't appropriate. My aircraft core isn't worth much. Yours is far too precious. Lu Yao snapped out of her daze and hurriedly tried to return the core. But Su Yi couldn't take back what he had given away. He immediately declared that if Lu Yao insisted on returning it, they could no longer be friends, and he would also return the aircraft core he had received. Lu Yao couldn't refuse him, and finally reluctantly accepted it. Seeing her agree, Su Yi smiled and patted her head. It felt really good. The other three women breathed a sigh of relief when the core finally ended up in Lu Yao's hands, but couldn't help feeling a little jealous. Muchinga said, Yao Yao, now that Xiaoya has given it to you, hurry up and equip it to try out the effect. It will be troublesome if you lost such a priceless core. Okay, I'll use it now then. Lu Yao even looked at Su Yi, and only after seeing him nod did she close her eyes and press the core tightly against her chest. Seconds later, the mechanical fire control computer core in Lu Yao's hand had disappeared. After absorbing the core, Lu Yao opened her eyes, her face flushed with excitement. This core is amazing. It can automatically calculate the muzzle firing angle and direction based on the movement trajectories of both sides. Muchinga was stunned, and Song Iran blurted out, Holy crap, that's amazing. Ji Luoshi regretted it so much that she smiled and leaned in. If I had known it was this amazing, I wouldn't have been so polite just now. See, next time you have something this good, remember to save one for your sister. Your sister can repay you with her body. Sui coughed twice. Luoshi, don't tease me, or I'll take it seriously next time. What? You think I'm joking? Ji Luo, she said, then suddenly hugged Su Ye's neck and gently kissed his cheek. Pay a deposit first. Muchinga was completely stunned. Ji Luoshi was usually bold in her words, but she had never actually had a boyfriend. Lots of men pursued her at school, but she didn't like any of them. Yet today, she had actually kissed Suyi. Muchinga then looked at her other two friends. Song Iran looked resentful, her fists clenched tightly. Lu Yao blinked her big eyes, seemingly eager to try as well. Muchinga sighed inwardly. She had already discerned quite a bit. In this perilous era, Su Yi possessed astonishing potential and could casually give away a valuable core. It wasn't surprising that her sisters harbored ulterior motives towards him. Thinking of this, even the usually aloof Muchinga felt her cheeks flush slightly. The group tacitly skipped the topic of the core and instead discussed their plans for the next day's outing. The following morning, the five of them, carrying large bags and small packages, arrived at the Baiheidong fishing port parking lot by car. The car belonged to Liu Yao, a top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz G-Class. It was hard to imagine that the petite Liu Yao would like such a muscular car. This was probably what they called a contrast. After getting off the bus, Song Iran skipped ahead, opening her arms wide and taking a deep breath of the sea breeze. The air by the sea is so fresh. Suyi raised an eyebrow and teased. If you stayed at sea for a month, you wouldn't find it fresh anymore. You stinky Suyi, are you deliberately trying to mess with me? Suyi shrugged, indicating that he was simply stating the facts. This time, they planned to summon their ship to Inmin Island themselves, so they first went to the port registration office to fill out a departure application. After reviewing the itinerary information, the staff reminded them to be careful. Fishermen had previously spotted traces of the disaster ship at Xinyu Reef, the closest island to Inmin Island. After Mu Qingge expressed her gratitude, the 5 of them arrived at the dock. Liu Yao was the first to activate the ship's soul, and the calm sea surface immediately rippled with golden light, revealing a Galleon-class medium-sized 3-masted sailing ship of about 50 meters in length. The ship had 12 heavy cannons, 8 secondary cannons, and several light cannons on each side. The group followed Liu Yao and entered the cabin through the porthole in the middle of the ship. It was Su Ye's first time riding in an awakened ship, and he looked around curiously. The ship seems different from mass-produced ships, but I can't quite put my finger on the difference. As he spoke, his hands began to wander and rub against everything. Liu Yao blushed immediately. Brother Su Yi, don't touch me like that. The ship's hull is a product manifested by the awakened through the ship's soul. Although it does not have ordinary touch, the awakened can still sense if the interior of the cabin is touched, similar to an external avatar. Furthermore, the interior of the ship is usually undefended. Unless they particularly trust someone close to them, awakened beings will never allow outsiders into their cabins. Suyi already knew this, and seeing Liu Yao's shyness, he smiled and withdrew his hand. Mu Qingge also teased him. Little Yi, you have to take responsibility for touching a girl's body so casually, you know. She even blinked, and even Suyi, with his thick skin, felt a little embarrassed, inwardly cursing himself for being so impulsive. Once on deck, Liu Yao stowed the anchor and set sail. But since it was her first time piloting a ship, she accidentally scraped off a layer of paint from the stern as they left port, making her so distressed she almost cried. Ji Luoshi whispered words of comfort to her, which helped her barely hold back her tears. In fact, as long as the ship hadn't sunk, even if it was severely damaged, a short stay in the medical pods at the Awakened Medical Center would allow it to be fully repaired. Suyi took out a folding recliner from his backpack, found a spot to lie down, and slowly flipped through the self-cultivation of an awakened, looking just like a retired old cadre. Mu Qingge pulled Ji Luoshi and Song Iran aside to whisper to each other, and the group occasionally glanced back at Suyi. The atmosphere on the deck was peaceful and harmonious. Liu Yao was the only one piloting the ship and wasn't yet proficient, so she had to concentrate entirely on her work alone. Normally awakened individuals, once familiar with the ship, didn't need to be constantly distracted during non-combat cruising. An hour later, Song Iran quietly approached Suyi. The book, The Self-Cultivation of an Awakened One, was now covering his face. He was clearly fast asleep. Song Iran poked his cheek and, finding him sound asleep, immediately grew bolder. She removed the book, pinched Suyi's nose, and shouted, "Suyi, you're going to be late for class." Suyi was having a sweet dream when he was suddenly jolted awake, almost falling off his recliner. Discovering it was Song Iran's prank again, he was instantly furious. Looking at Song Iran so close to him, Suyi pinched her cheeks and pulled them apart. "Song Iran, you've got some nerve, haven't you? I'm going to teach you a lesson today." Song Iran had never been bullied like this before and immediately retaliated, grabbing Suyi by the neck and shaking him violently. The two quickly became entangled in a fight. The folding chair couldn't support their weight and collapsed. Suyi and Song Iran were caught off guard and fell together, their positions becoming extremely awkward. Ji Luoshi drawled out, "Even if you two are in such a hurry to consummate your marriage, you should at least choose a place. Doing it in public is so indecent." Song Iran quickly jumped up to explain, refusing to take the blame. It was clearly the poor quality of the chair Suyi bought. Suyi got up from the ground, not forgetting to add insult to injury. "Song Iran, I think you should lose weight. You even crushed my chair." Song Iran instantly bristled and was about to continue attacking when Mu Qingge's voice came from not far away. All right, stop for now. There's an island reef a kilometer away. It'll be a good opportunity for Yao Yao to test the effects of the new equipment. Su Yi and Song Iran exchange a glance. This was a draw. They'd fight again next time. The sea breeze was light, perfect weather for shooting. The group raised their binoculars and gazed at the distant reefs. With the help of the mechanical fire control computer, Liu Yao quickly calculated the optimal firing angle and attack direction, and then adjusted the gun barrel. Fire! With her delicate shout, a main gun on the lower port side roared, and a solid shell shot through the air, heading straight for the distant reef. A moment later, the shell hit its target precisely, sending debris flying. Liu Yao was so excited she almost jumped up. Yay! Brother Su Yi, I hit it! A direct hit! In her excitement, she pounced on Su Yi, clinging to him like a koala. Afraid she would fall, Su Yi quickly caught her, but his hand unconsciously lingered for a second longer. Su Yi's heart skipped a beat. This little girl, who looked so petite, was actually quite formidable. But the next second, he felt 3 cold gazes around him, and he knew without even guessing who they were. Before the 3 women could erupt in anger, Su Yi quickly pulled Liu Yao off him and forced a dry laugh. Would you believe me if I said it was an accident? He was met with 3 unforgiving eye rolls. Those looks, as if he were being treated like scum, made Su Yi extremely uncomfortable. Please, although Liu Yao looks like a little girl, she's actually 2 months older than him. How can this be unclear? Song Iran quickly changed the subject. Su Yi, why don't you release your ship and test the plane Liu Yao gave you? Su Yi nodded and activated the ship's spirit. A white light flashed across the calm sea, and a colossal ship, 360 meters long, appeared out of thin air. The giant ship lay horizontally on the sea, its hull as tall as a 6-story building, its metallic shell gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The 4 women were instantly stunned. You, this is your ship? Song Iran looked up, her voice stammering. This isn't a ship. I'd believe it if you told me it was an island. Mu Chinga exclaimed, I saw it once in a dream, but standing in front of it in person feels completely different. Ji Luoshi didn't speak, but the slight trembling of her pupils revealed the shock she felt. Liu Yao's mouth gaped open. Her ship, placed next to Su Yi, looked like a small sampan. With a thought, Su Yi lowered the elevator on the right front of the ship. This is an automatic elevator that can take you directly to the deck. Yao Yao, put the ship away first, and we'll go up together. Okay, Brother Su Yi. Liu Yao retracted the ship, and the group stepped onto the elevator. As the platform rose, a huge, flat aircraft carrier deck gradually appeared before them. As soon as Song Iran stepped onto the deck, her mouth didn't stop. Xiao Yezi, this deck is bigger than the school playground. Is that building the control room? Won't such a big warship be slow? She was as excited as if she had entered a grand garden, and she threw out a bunch of questions one after another, leaving Su Yi not knowing where to begin answering. He pretended not to hear and led the group toward the bridge. Let's go inside and take a look. It's the same building I mentioned earlier, the bridge. Although Su Yi had never personally visited an aircraft carrier in his previous life, this carrier was formed from the soul of the ship, and every part of its structure seemed to be imprinted in his mind. Meanwhile, in the nearby waters, a cargo ship and 4 frigates were returning from the open sea. On board, a crew member said with a smile, Old Liu, you made quite a bit of money on this trip to the Far East. Remember to treat me to a good meal when we get back to the White Sea. Just as Old Liu was about to retort, Zhang, the bearded man next to him, was suddenly drawn to something and abruptly looked ahead. After the fleet rounded the reefs, the massive aircraft carrier came into their view, and everyone was stunned. This is a ship's hull. It feels so imposing even from this distance. Just how big is this ship? After examining it closely for a while, someone asked in confusion, it doesn't seem to have any cannons on it. Could it be a cargo ship? Zhang Dehuzi stared at the aircraft carrier, deep in thought. He had traveled all over the country and seen many ships, but he had never seen such a huge and strange shape. I've never seen such a big ship, but I feel like I've seen this shape somewhere before. He thought for a long time, but couldn't find the answer in his memory. He could only confirm one thing. The other party was definitely not an ordinary cargo ship. The metallic hull indicated that it was at least an ironclad cargo ship. Zhang Dehuzi took out his phone, snapped a picture, and prepared to ask his old friend about it later. He then put away his phone and said to everyone, stop looking at it. Our mission is to return and rest. We've been on this voyage for half a year, and we're all bored. What other ships they have is none of our business. As the fleet commander, His words were enough to keep the fleet from stopping, and it continued heading towards the White Sea. On the aircraft carrier deck, Muchinga was the first to spot the fleet. A fleet is passing by in the southeast. Suyi glanced in that direction and said calmly, "This is a military control zone. They're probably not pirates. We don't need to worry about them." Liu Yao asked, "Should we wait until they're far away before launching the planes?" Suyi thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Don't be too conspicuous yet. Our flight path is opposite to theirs. Let's create some distance before trying." He then looked at the four women and smiled. "All right, beauties, let's go." With a thought from Suyi, the nuclear reactor inside the ship began to supply power continuously, and the four propellers hidden underwater spun simultaneously. The massive aircraft carrier slowly cut through the waves, then its speed increased, heading towards Silvergate Island. 10 minutes later, Song Aran stared at the sea cleaved open by the aircraft carrier, silently calculating the speed, and his expression immediately changed. Such a large hull, yet its speed was ridiculously fast. Holy crap, Suyi, is this ship over 30 knots? Ironclad warships only reach a top speed of around 20 knots. Ji Luoshi also asked, maintaining such a large hull at over 30 knots would consume an enormous amount of energy. Suyi, how long can you sail continuously? Mu Qingge and Liu Yao looked at him with equal curiosity. The four of them had become incredibly inquisitive. Suyi waved his hand, looking smug. The maximum speed is 36 knots, and the current cruising speed is 30 knots, which is just a drop in the ocean for me. As for the energy issue, he paused deliberately, his gaze falling on Ji Luoshi's stunning face. As I mentioned during registration, my ship is called a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. The key is the nuclear power. Nuclear power is a clean energy source with virtually unlimited energy. In other words, I don't need to replenish energy and can sail indefinitely. Yeluoxis pupils gilatet suddenly impossible. How could there be infinite energy? Muchinga and the other two were also full of doubt. The idea of infinite energy sounded like a complete fantasy. Suyi knew they wouldn't believe him, and slowly explained, nuclear energy is a rather complicated topic. Strictly speaking, the term unlimited energy isn't accurate. Liu Yao immediately puffed out her cheeks. "Brother Suyi, you're lying? Lying is wrong." The other three girls also gave him a keep making this up look, clearly considering him a con man. Suyi immediately became displeased. "Hey, you little girls, aren't you a bit lacking in education? I only said that the term infinite energy wasn't accurate enough. I didn't say it didn't exist." Everyone remained silent. Suyi knew that if he couldn't explain himself clearly today, he would be branded a big liar of unlimited energy. He asked, "You all know how to boil water, right? The principle behind unlimited energy is actually similar." Song Iran immediately objected. "Who doesn't know how to boil water? But what does that have to do with unlimited energy?" Suyi deliberately raised an eyebrow. "So impatient? Then let's make a bet. If I can't give a reason, you can do whatever you want with me. If I can give a clear reason, you'll clean my room for a month and do my laundry." Song Iran agreed without hesitation, even declaring that she would wait for Suyi to do her housework. Suyi was secretly delighted. A free housekeeper offered to him. Why not take it? He then pointed to the two nuclear reactors on the bridge screen and explained that nuclear power comes from nuclear fusion, where deuterium and tritium constantly collide, continuously releasing enormous amounts of heat. This heat is the ship's power source, and a reactor can sustain itself for a full 50 years. After 50 years, he only needs to go to the medical bay to reset the reactor. A mission lasts at most a few months. Why would he need to sail for 50 years? So his claim of unlimited energy isn't an exaggeration. Although the girls didn't understand all the principles, they grasped the most crucial point. Suyi's ship had a single charge endurance of 50 years. Suyi immediately cast a provocative glance at Song Iran, the meaning of which couldn't be clearer. She wouldn't be able to escape a month's worth of housework. Song Iran turned her head away angrily, not wanting to see his smug face. But Suyi's joy was short-lived, as a small hand pressed down on the back of his head. Mu Qingge said with a smile, "In that case, I'll trouble you to be my driver from now on." Just as Suyi was about to object, the others immediately sided with Mu Qingge. Song Iran said that his ship was fast and had unlimited energy, so this job should naturally be his. The other two also explained that they were both ship spirits, and although their power wouldn't run out, their speed depended on the wind direction, and they were still less than 10 knots. Liu Yao even cheered him on. saying that they would rely on Su Yi from now on. Even the ironclad ship's soul added that her energy was insufficient, and as a good friend, Su Yi should share some of the burden. Faced with 4 school beauties, what could Su Yi say? He could only reluctantly accept the position of permanent driver. But he felt he couldn't just stand by and watch. So he quickly walked up to Mu Chinga and extended his hand to her. Mu, since we're good friends, shaking hands shouldn't be a problem, right? Looking at his malicious smile, Mu Chinga hesitated for a moment before gently shaking his hand. Then I'll have to trouble you from now on, my good friend. So he felt much better immediately. At least the usually aloof Mu Chinga wasn't averse to contacting him, which meant he had one around. Mu Chinga is the aloof school beauty of Baihai number 3 middle school and the apple of the Mu family's eye. Su Yi is well aware that at most, she's not resistant to him, but far from liking him. Her previous initiative to approach him was only because of that nightmare. Su Yi doesn't intend to foolishly wait for her to take the initiative. If he wants to get closer, he'll have to make the effort himself. He held Mu Chinga's soft little hand, grinning so wide his teeth were showing, and said shamelessly, "Good friend, your hand is so soft." Mu Chinga's smile froze instantly, and she decisively pulled her hand back. "Su Yi, I'm only now realizing how thick-skinned you are. I'm starting to regret letting you move into my house." Su Yi looked completely innocent, inwardly denouncing the slander, but then he realized he might actually be that kind of person. He still argued earnestly. This is called being genuine. Unlike some people who appear virtuous on the outside, but are actually hypocrites. Mu Chinga looked at him calmly. "Thank you for your explanation. I understand the meaning of shameless even more now." Su Yi still smiled. "Stop praising me, or my face will turn green." Mu Chinga rolled her eyes at him, then stopped joking. "That fleet has already gone far away. Hurry up and try out the aircraft corps Liu Yao gave you." Su Yi then became serious, took out the Sopvis Camel biplane fighter corps from his pocket, weighed it in his hand, and felt that it was no different from the one he had given to Liu Yao. He pressed the core close to his chest, and with a thought, the core instantly transformed into colorful particles, merging into the ship's soul. The next second, a biplane fighter appeared out of thin air on the deck. System information also appeared. Sopwith Camel biplane fighter. One is generated every 30 minutes, with a maximum of 15. Liu Yao's eyes lit up instantly. "Sister Chinga, look, it's an airplane. So cool." This airplane was directly controlled by Su Ye's ship spirit, requiring no pilot. He concentrated, and the fighter jet immediately taxied slowly to the back of the runway. This was its first test flight, and Su Yi wasn't sure if it would take off smoothly, so he parked the aircraft at the very back of the deck. The engines started, the propeller spun rapidly, and the fighter jet began to accelerate along the runway. In just a few seconds, its speed had reached 74 kilometers per hour. This speed was enough for takeoff, but Su Yi, being a first-time pilot, was 2 seconds too late in pulling the stick. The fighter jet crashed off the deck and headed straight for the sea. "Damn it, we're going to die." Su Yi immediately locked the stick and desperately pulled the nose up. Just as the plane was about to hit the sea, the fuselage finally jerked up. The biplane fighter jet drew a graceful arc as it soared into the sky. "It's flying. It's really flying," Liu Yao exclaimed excitedly, waving her arms and legs as if it were her own plane taking off. Mu Chinga stared blankly at the departing fighter jets. She knew in her heart that the terrible nightmare from a few days ago could finally be completely dispelled at this moment. Su Yi discovered that his vision could actually extend along with the fighter jets, allowing him to observe the sea from a great distance. Wouldn't this be equivalent to having an extra early warning aircraft? Although it can only be detected visually, the aerial view is far superior to that of naval vessels. He immediately changed course, preparing to test the fighter jet's maximum controllability. The fighter jet cruised at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Half an hour later, Su Yi spotted 5 ships on the sea, Zhang Dehozi's fleet. He checked the energy. It was already nearly 1/5 depleted. Naturally, he had no interest in going over to say hello and simply ordered the aircraft to turn and leave. After this test flight, Su Yi roughly figured out the fighter jet's performance. Its maximum range was between 460 and 480 kilometers, and its endurance was about 2.5 hours. Its weapon system was not considered advanced. It only had 2 7.7mm machine guns in the nose and 4 20-pound bombs under the fuselage. However, at sea today, such firepower is still considered a devastating blow. Most enemies are still sailing wooden ships, armed entirely with anti-ship weapons, and have virtually no anti-air capabilities. Having gained air superiority, so you wouldn't find it difficult to deal with these sailing ships. Even if he encountered an ironclad warship like Mangas, he wouldn't be afraid. Although ironclad warships have quasi-anti-aircraft weapons, their rate of fire and accuracy are limited, making it difficult to hit high-speed fighter jets. On the contrary, fighter jets, after penetrating the defenses, could drop bombs directly onto the ship's hull. On the aircraft carrier's bridge, the roar of plane engines could already be faintly heard, and several girls looked up at the sky with anticipation. But Suyi soon discovered a major problem. Takeoff wasn't difficult, but landing was a completely different story. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Takeoff was like normal difficulty, but landing was like hell. Damn it, I'll risk it. Suyi found the right angle, pulled the fuselage straight, and steered the fighter jet toward the deck. The next second, a loud bang rang out, and the fighter jet crashed into the deck as expected. Ship durability -1. Song Iran's eyes widened, her face full of heartache. Suyi, your plane crashed? A core's gone just like that. Suyi was amused by her. Fighter cores are not one-time use items. They can continuously replenish up to 15 aircraft, but it takes half an hour to generate each one. But Song Iran didn't know this and still thought that one core corresponded to only one aircraft, so she was naturally heartbroken. Suyi deliberately teased her. Iran, what's with that expression? Did some relatives come to visit? Song Iran looked completely bewildered, not understanding a word he was saying. Ji Luoshi, unable to bear it any longer, leaned close and whispered a few words in her ear. Song Iran instantly realized what he meant, her face flushing red, and she angrily retorted, Suyi, you bastard, you're the one who's visiting relatives. You're visited by relatives 365 days a year. Suyi quickly conceded defeat, saying that if that statement actually came true, everyone would suffer from blood loss. Song Iran was then satisfied, proudly declaring that he was still a little lacking when it came to arguing. But she quickly realized the main point. The plane was destroyed. How come you don't feel any heartache at all? Suyi pointed to the deck outside, letting her see for herself. There, a brand new fighter jet was slowly emerging from the elevator. Song Iran was completely stunned. Another new one? Ji Luoshi, however, immediately grasped the key point, her eyes lighting up. Can the planes be generated automatically? Is there a limit to the number? Suyi took a bite of his apple and said that one aircraft is generated every 30 minutes, with a maximum reserve of 15. As for how long it would take to resupply after a successful recovery, he wasn't sure yet, but it shouldn't take more than half an hour. Moreover, he could observe the surrounding sea area through fighter jets. Aircraft could be used as a long-range reconnaissance tool. Finally, Suyi scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. It's easy to launch them, but a bit difficult to recover them. Song Iran immediately put on a clever expression. Anyway, we're still several hours away from Silvergate Island, and we don't have to fight. The plane isn't disposable. After a few crashes, you'll get used to it, right? Suyi was speechless. What did he mean by getting used to it after a few falls? He decided to ignore the idiot for now and directly take off in the second fighter jet. More than 4 hours later, the five of them transferred to Lu Yao sailboat and arrived at Pier 1 of Silvergate Island. After numerous remote control training sessions, Suyi finally stopped crashing the plane. Although the last two emergency landings were awkward, the aircraft was still intact and only required about 10 minutes of repairs to take off again. At the dock management office, Muchinga scanned the code to register, and everyone passed through smoothly. This registration process is required at every dock, supposedly to prevent smuggling and other illegal activities. After leaving the dock, Suyi skillfully took out his phone and found the location of BH-016 Mirage Secret Realm. The secret realm was only 10 kilometers away, a 10-minute taxi ride, so he immediately hailed a 6-seater MPV. After disembarking, Lu Yao kept a tense expression and quietly asked Suyi if there were any dangers in the Mirage Secret Realm. Suyi patted her head and comforted her with a smile, saying that there were only ordinary strange beasts inside, mainly to let everyone practice their courage and combat skills. However, even if it's safe, they shouldn't run around alone, and they definitely shouldn't get separated from others. After listening, Lu Yao nodded with relief. The journey was smooth, and 15 minutes later, the group arrived at their destination. This place served as both the entrance to the secret realm and a military outpost. They bought tickets at the ticket office and pass through the gate to enter the base. Entry to the secret realm required an entrance fee, and it wasn't cheap, 5,000 star coins per person. Locals seem to be able to enter for free, while outsiders pay a flat fee. This fee includes a rest tent per person, but food and drinks are extra. The camp is densely packed with military tents on a massive scale. This time of year is peak season, with 90% of the senior students from Baihai High School gathering here for training. After all, in the White Sea, this is the only secret realm that offers both high safety and the opportunity to gain practical experience. The official organization also holds an annual event where high school seniors compete within this realm, with generous rewards given to top-ranking participants. Of course, participation in the event requires a registration fee. On the outskirts of the camp, towards the city, the 2 rows of shops were already packed with customers, and various stalls were set up on both sides of the main road. Food, drinks, equipment, and even fleets were recruiting trainees on the spot. As for whether these fleets were reliable or not, no one could say for sure. Suyi led Mu Chinga and the other 3 girls past the stalls and headed straight for the camp's reception area. After their tickets were checked, the administrator distributed tent cards to them. Suyi received D09, indicating that his tent was located in Zone D. Mu Chinga and the others were also nearby, making it convenient to keep an eye on them. Luckily, they arrived early enough that their tents could be arranged together. If they had arrived a day or 2 later, they would have been lucky to even have a place to stay. Suyi had just reached the vicinity of the tents when he ran into his best friend, Lu Wei. Lu Wei initially wanted to greet him, but after seeing Mu Chinga and the others, she was completely stunned. I asked you to team up with me, but you wouldn't agree. So that's why? Mu, the school beauty, and several other school beauties from number 3 middle school. What's going on with you guys? Seeing that he was Su Ye's friend, Mu Chinga greeted him calmly. Hello, I'm Mu Chinga, Su Ye's captain. Lu Wei paused for a while before hooking his arm around Su Ye's neck, pulling him aside and lowering his voice. How exactly did you manage to infiltrate Mu Chinga's team? Su Ye flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of white teeth, and said, If you want to know, treat me to a big meal in a few days. Lu Wei didn't believe him and casually guessed that he might have gotten in by virtue of his looks. Brother, you're really good at judging people today, Su Yi chimed in, making Lu Wei roll his eyes in exasperation and curse him for never telling the truth. Su Yi then noticed that Lu Wei was accompanied by a girl and immediately realized something was amiss. Lu Wei scratched his head and introduced her as his desk mate, Lu Yaxin. He had already agreed to join the team formed by Lu Yaxin and her brother, and he had run into Su Yi today to confirm whether his friend had found team. If Su Yi were alone, Lu Wei was prepared to pull him in, since their team only had 4 people and 1 spot was empty. Now it seemed there was no need to worry. Before leaving with Lu Yaxin, Lu Wei winked at Su Yi. Su Yi shook his head helplessly, and just as he was about to enter his tent, the camp's loudspeaker suddenly blared. Good afternoon, fellow awakened ones. At the request of the governor of White Sea City, all senior high school students are eligible to participate in the annual Sea Mirage Secret Realm hunting event. For the next 7 days, entering the BH-016 Secret Realm to hunt alien beasts will earn you corresponding points. Rewards will be distributed according to your ranking after 7 days. Registration for the activity is voluntary. Students who wish to participate, please go to the activity window in the southwest direction to register. The once noisy campsite instantly quieted down. On the temporary platform, a middle-aged man with gray hair but vigorous spirit stood straight with sharp eyes. He was Zhang Jiwei, the person in charge of Silvergate Island. Zhang Jiwei picked up the microphone and first congratulated everyone on awakening their ship's souls and embarking on the path to becoming powerful. He also acknowledged that the ship's soul levels of the participants varied. Many D-level awakeners in the audience looked dejected, while C-level awakeners gritted their teeth inwardly. As for E-rank awakeners, their ship equipment attribute bonuses are too low, and their win rate is not high compared to high-level ship souls. Most of them don't even plan to participate in this hunt. Zhang Jiwei raised his voice. Ship soul level is not the only factor that determines everything. Great, Yin has both S-rank geniuses and D-rank talents who have grown into general step by step on their own. Hardworking individuals are also geniuses. As soon as the words were spoken, someone in the audience muttered that this motivational speech was completely unfounded. Someone else revealed that a certain so-called D-level hardworking general had actually climbed the ranks through family resources and connections, causing a burst of laughter from those around. Zhang Jiwei seemed oblivious to the discussions, waving his hand and raising his voice. The Secret Realm event has begun, and you will face real enemies. You have only one goal: to hunt down alien beasts and earn points. Rankings will be published daily during the event. The crowd erupted in excitement, many students eager to rush into the Secret Realm, sweep away the strange beasts, and claim all the rewards. Zhang Jiwei then reminded everyone that life is precious, and if they encountered any danger they couldn't handle, they should immediately press the distress signal. The Secret Realm security would arrive within 2 minutes at most. Su Yi threw his luggage into the tent, and before he could even rest, Song Iran conscripted him. Xiao Yezi, come with me to buy some things. Su Yi was full of questions. Why did he have to be dragged along when buying things? Song Iran didn't give him a chance to refuse, only telling him to stop talking nonsense and hurry up and follow. Su Yi couldn't persuade her otherwise, so he could only accompany her to the shopping street. The two walked side by side in the camp. When the students nearby saw them, they immediately started whispering. Some people suspected that Su Yi and Song, the school beauty, were dating. Some people say that Su Yi has long been involved with Mu Chinga, and some have even seen him move into Mu Chinga's house, and now he is with Song Iran. Envy, jealousy, and anger almost overwhelmed Su Yi. Some girls even accused him of being a gigolo and blatantly cheating on his girlfriend. Not far away, Song Lin and Lu Ziquan had just entered the camp when they saw Su Yi and Song Iran walking towards them, chatting and laughing. Their expressions immediately changed. In Song Lin's view, Su Ye's relationship with Mu Chinga was ambiguous, and now he's hooked up with Song Iran. How come the people she didn't want her being treated like treasures by these others? A surge of anger overwhelmed her reason, and Song Lin rushed straight to Su Yi, staring at Song Iran and shouting, "Classmate Song, I don't know what sweet talk Su Yi used to trick you into teaming up with him, but he has terrible character. How can someone as privileged as you team up with someone like that?" Song Lin turned and glared at Su Yi. "Tell me the truth. Did you use some underhanded methods to threaten Mu into teaming up with you?" Before Song Lin could finish speaking, Lu Ziquan, who was standing next to her, stared intently at Song Iran. Compared to Song Iran, Song Lin's looks were utterly insignificant. He immediately put on a righteous act, coughed twice, and said, "Student Song, if you've been coerced by Su Yi, just say so. I'll definitely back you up." Song Iran's face immediately turned cold as she listened to the two blatantly slandering Su Yi. She glanced at them and said calmly, "Su Yi is my friend. What happens between him and me is none of your business." She then looked at Song Lin, her tone utterly blunt. "Especially you. You're truly blind." Su Yi felt incredibly unlucky. Why did he always run into those two conspicuous bags wherever he went? Without even stopping, he headed straight for Lu Ziquan, who was blocking his way. With Su Ye's current physique, how could an ordinary student withstand it? The moment his shoulder collided with Lu Ziquan's chest, Lu Ziquan felt a tremendous force strike him, and he was sent flying uncontrollably, landing on his back on the ground. As Su Yi walked past him, he lowered his voice, making sure only Lu Ziquan could hear. "Idiot." Song Lin was stunned for a moment before remembering that her ATM was still lying on the ground. She hurriedly ran over to help Lu Ziquan up, fussing over him while angrily berating Su Yi for being a scoundrel and saying that Song Iran was ungrateful. But their performance was witnessed by all the students nearby. The way they looked at the two of them was like looking at clowns in a circus. Su Yi was too lazy to pay attention to the two guys. One was a scheming green tea, and the other was a self-righteous, brainless, rich second generation. They were actually a good match. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but mutter, "A bitch and a dog, a match made in heaven." "Huh? What did you say?" Song Iran didn't understand. She blinked her peach blossom eyes and stared at him without moving. "Just listen and forget it. It's not a good thing to say." But Song Iran persisted, insisting on getting to the bottom of it. Unable to resist her persistent questioning, Su Yi could only offer a brief explanation. Song Iran was taken aback at first, then burst out laughing so hard she was shaking. "Su Yi, where did you learn these witty remarks?" But they're actually quite fitting to describe them. Seeing her laughing nonstop, Su Yi couldn't help but smile too. The two chatted and laughed, and soon walked into a nearby supermarket. When they came out after shopping, Su Ye's expression turned extremely strange. He never dreamed that Songaran would drag him to the supermarket to buy 8 TV. Does this clueless girl even know what private items are? In contrast, Songaran's face clearly wore a smug smile. Just now on the ship, Suyi had not only lied to her, but also made her clean his room for a month. Now, dragging Suyi to buy women's personal items was obviously a premeditated act of revenge. The two returned to the vicinity of the tent and saw the other 3 women waiting for them in the distance. Muchinga was a little anxious. Registration has already started over there. Where did you all go? There's so many people in the camp, but only a few windows. If we're late, we'll have to wait in line for ages. How are we going to get into the Mirage secret realm today? Song Iran carried the bags, looking a little awkward. We didn't go anywhere. We just went to the supermarket with Su Yi to buy some things. We'll leave once everyone's here. Let's register first. Muchinga didn't ask any further questions. The registration process went smoothly, but the rules for this year's Mirage Wonderland have changed quite a bit compared to previous years. First, each team can only have a maximum of 3 members. Second, the team's total score must be divided by the number of team members. Third, for the next 7 days, starting today, the BH016 secret realm will be cleared. Only participating high school seniors are allowed to enter. The reduction of the team size from 5 to 3 surprised Su Yi and his companions. After discussing it, Su Yi and Mu Chinga formed one team, while Song Aran, Ji Luashi, and Lu Yao formed a 3-person team. As for the new rule prohibiting others from entering the secret realm, it is obviously to prevent those idle people from causing trouble in previous years and to make the competition fairer. After registering, Su Yi and the 4 women returned to their tents to rest. There was still some time before the secret realm opened, and everyone had traveled since early morning, so it was a good time to conserve their energy. After all, hunting in secret realms was never an easy task. At 3 p.m., the 5 fully equipped and ready-to-go group followed the crowd to the secret realm's main hall. At the far end of the hall, a massive blue portal stood silently, with a dozen soldiers guarding the vicinity to maintain order. In front of the portal, a middle-aged man who looked like a military officer was checking the participants' information. His entourage picked up a megaphone and loudly reminded everyone. Attention all participants. You must wear a bracelet before entering the secret realm. Hunting beasts without wearing a bracelet will result in your score being disqualified. The bracelet has a team location function. After entering the secret realm, the same team will be teleported together. If you encounter danger in the secret territory, you can send a distress signal through the bracelet, and rescuers will arrive within 2 minutes. Finally, I wish you all the best. The BH016 Mirage Secret Realm Hunting event is now beginning. As soon as the words were spoken, the previously quiet crowd erupted in a frenzy. The security barriers were pulled open, and a large number of students surged forward, jostling to rush towards the blue portal. As soon as the figures stepped inside, they were completely engulfed by the azure light. Su Yi and Muchinga also set off. Su Yi put his hands in his pockets, his expression as calm as if he were about to return to his own backyard. His black combat boots made a crisp sound as they stepped on the stone path. A flash of blue light, and the 2 figures vanished. The moment Su Yi stepped out of the portal, a vast expanse of grassland opened up before him. There were no roads beneath his feet, only undulating earthen slopes, with dense weeds reaching up to his knees like a green ocean. In the distance, massive mountain ranges and canyons merged into one, the sky shrouded in white mist, their peaks appearing and disappearing in the mist. If Su Yi hadn't already known that this was a secret realm, he might have even thought he had entered some 5-8 level scenic spot. Wow, this place is so beautiful. Muchinga exclaimed in amazement, immediately grabbing Su Ye's arm. Su Yi, quickly take a picture for me. Su Yi. Clearly, he wasn't the only one stunned by the scenery. At this moment, Muchinga had no time to think about the competition. Taking a 9-grid photo was the priority. Su Yi shook his head with a wry smile, but still took out his phone and led her to an open area to take a few pictures. Unfortunately, there was no internet in the secret realm, so the photos could only be sent after they left. Just as the 2 put away their phones and were about to choose a direction to leave, a dog's head slowly peeked out from behind a tree not far away, baring its teeth at them. Chinga, watch out, it's a carrion hound. Sui immediately recalled the information. These strange beasts usually live in groups, with a group typically consisting of 4 or 5 individuals, and they are most skilled at hunting and ambushing. They possess a degree of intelligence and an astonishing bite force, but their weaknesses lie in their legs and waist. Because of their high speed, getting close to them can be very troublesome. However, carrion hounds lack range attack capabilities, so the safest approach is to create distance and use your special abilities to deal with them directly. Activate shipboard equipment. At Su Ye's command, the two simultaneously activated their ship souls. White light surged around them, and heavy armor quickly covered most of their bodies, resembling an exoskeleton suit. Muchinga's arms each have a miniature version of a main gun, while Su Ye's right arm is transformed into a miniature aircraft carrier flight deck. Su Ye, there are 3 more behind you, plus the one behind the tree, making a total of 4. Muchinga possessed an exceptionally keen sense of danger, immediately detecting the enemy's ambush. Su Ye scanned the surroundings and quickly made his assessment. That one behind the tree is too close. It could pounce at any moment. I'll handle it. You take out the one closest. Good. Ready, fire. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 palm-sized fighter jets took off from Su Ye's right-hand deck and pounced on the carrion hounds behind the tree. In ship-mounted mode, the fighter jet's size and power will be reduced, but it will be sufficient to deal with this kind of alien beast. 2 fighter jets opened fire 3 meters away from the hound, all 4 cannons roaring simultaneously, and a barrage of bullets instantly tore its body apart. The carrion hound let out a pitiful howl. The power of a single machine gun was not exaggerated, but the 4 machine guns unleashed more than 60 bullets in 2 seconds, giving it no chance to breathe. It was knocked so hard it could barely stand, but its ferocity still drove it to stagger towards Su Ye. Su Ye showed no mercy to the alien beast and immediately maneuvered his fighter jet to turn around and unleash another round of firepower. With a mournful cry, the carrion hound finally collapsed to the ground. On the other side, Muchinga cleared the area even faster. Her 2 main cannons continuously locked onto the approaching hounds in the distance, and the muzzles lit up one after another. The carrion hounds seemed to sense the danger and suddenly accelerated, attempting to reach the 2 men before the artillery fire could reach them. But no matter how fast they're no match for the armored hull of an ironclad warship. Muchinga raised her hand and waved, and the 4 main cannons fired almost simultaneously. In the first round of shelling, a hunting dog was hit head-on and blown to bits, leaving not even a trace. The other was hit in the chest by the aftershock of the explosion, fell heavily to the ground, and couldn't get up for a long time. The mud and rubble blasted by the shells slowed down the last hunting dog. When it was close enough to launch a fatal attack, Muchinga fired 2 more shots, completely blocking its path. The hunting dog didn't even have a chance to dodge. It was instantly blasted to pieces. Just as Muchinga breathed a sigh of relief, a dark figure suddenly darted out from the side. It turned out there were 5 carrion hounds, not 4. The last one had been lurking nearby, waiting for the moment they let their guard down. It leaped to the optimal attack range, bared its fangs, and bit straight at Muchinga's unarmored neck. At the critical moment, Su Ye suddenly swung his right fist. The ship's rigging, as heavy as an aircraft carrier deck, slammed into the hound, sending it flying through the air. The moment the hound hit the ground, the fighter jet, which had already locked onto its target, swooped down, its machine guns firing directly at its head. After being hit by multiple bullets, the carrion hound didn't even have time to yell before it went completely silent. Su Ye looked at the corpse riddled with bullets, but there was little joy on his face. Scavenging hounds are of almost no value to awakened ones. Their meat may have some nutritional value, but it tastes extremely unpalatable. Su Ye once saw a live stream of someone trying them, and the scene ended in a rather disastrous mess. Therefore, the 5 so-called spoils in front of him were not considered a gain at all in his eyes. Chinga, are you all right? Su Ye patted Muchinga on the back. The girl was indeed startled by the sudden attack. She hadn't expected the beast to use a feint attack, and she had almost been ambushed. It's okay, it was just too sudden. I'll be more careful next time. She quickly regained her composure and did not panic because she was almost injured. Instead, she frankly admitted her oversight. It must be said that the combat power of an S-rank awakened is truly astonishing. Muchinga alone killed 3 carrion hounds in the blink of an eye. No wonder so many people want to awaken the soul of an ironclad warship. With such firepower, it's practically 1 shot per enemy against ordinary alien beasts. The 2 killed a total of 5 carrion hounds, but only earned 5 points, which was their only gain in this battle. However, after this battle, Sui understood why the school always encouraged newly awakened students to form teams to enter the secret realm. Only by truly facing monsters can you learn to cooperate with teammates and discover your own shortcomings. Encountering one or two monsters alone is manageable. But once you are surrounded and entangled by a group of monsters, the situation becomes dangerous. Especially for these newly awakened novices, who have almost no close combat skills. Hordes of strange beasts are the most troublesome threat in the secret realm. By this time, most of the students in the secret realm had already faced their first battle. Some easily killed lone monsters, while others cooperated with their companions to hold them off. Only a very small number of weaker students initiated distress signals and were immediately eliminated. Some unlucky individuals were bitten by alien beasts in areas not covered by the ship's equipment. They must adjust their strategy based on their injuries and weigh the risks of continuing to fight. Those who are seriously injured will return to the entrance of the secret realm immediately. Since the secret realm can be entered and exited at any time, going to the hospital for emergency treatment is obviously the best option. Otherwise, if the injury worsens, the consequences will only be more serious. Therefore, most students will travel back and forth between the secret realm and the camp multiple times a day. Su Yi and Mu Qingge continued deeper into the jungle, and the contestants they occasionally encountered along the way were all in teams. There are already few lone wolves. Everyone enters the secret realm to train themselves and strive for a good ranking, not to throw their lives away. Furthermore, participants will not easily resort to violence. Those who intentionally cause injury will be disqualified immediately or even taken away by the law enforcement team. The secret realm is filled with detection equipment, and everyone's every move is actually under the monitoring of the organizers. Inside the monitoring center of the camp building, Zhang Jiwei and a group of officials were staring at hundreds of screens, occasionally commenting on the performance of each team of students. Someone pointed to a group of girls in the picture and excitedly said, "The shortest girl's aim is ridiculously accurate." After a simple calculation, the opponent's hit rate within 100 meters exceeded 70%, which was significantly higher than that of others. The group immediately found out the girl's name was Lu Yao, a student at number 3 middle school, and her ship spirit was an A-class medium-sized 3-masted ship. Some people suspected that Lu Yao might have awakened a special talent that could increase her hit rate, so they secretly passed the message in a small group. The person in the group, named Peerless Beauty, quickly replied, telling him to keep an eye on Lu Yao and that she would be a key candidate during the college entrance examination. If Lu Yao is truly that outstanding, she will try to get this promising student into the school, even if it means going through a special admission process. In fact, similar secret realm events are being held not only in Baihai City, but also in other cities. These activities, ostensibly designed to give students experience, are essentially a way for universities to observe talented students in advance and gain an advantage during the college entrance examination. On the other side, Su Yi and Mu Qingge dealt with the strange beasts along the way and finally arrived at the foot of a small mountain. The grass here is sparse, no more than a foot tall, and it's sheltered from the wind, making it a good resting spot as it's less likely to be attacked by wild beasts. The two were still full of energy, and after drinking some water to replenish their fluids, they prepared to continue their hunt. But just then, an unusual noise suddenly came from afar. Su Yi put away the thermos and led Mu Qingge toward the direction from which the sound came. They soon discovered a 3-person team surrounded by a herd of wild boars. There were quite a few wild boars, at least a dozen at a glance, and the 3 of them were trapped on a relatively high slope. The wild boar couldn't charge directly up the slope, but only 2 of the 3-person team were still able to fight, so their attacks couldn't inflict any fatal wounds on the boar. The other person was even more seriously injured, with a large area of his thigh stained red with blood. After observing for a moment, Su Yi said to Mu Qingge, "Those 3 people clearly want to stall the wild boar herd, but are unwilling to call for help. There's no need to be a nice guy, but those wild boars down the slope are all real points." He pointed to the platform beside the cliff diagonally opposite, preparing to let Mu Qingge go up first to provide long-range fire support from above. As for himself, he went down to look for an opportunity to deal with a few wild boars. Looking down at the dense swarms of fanged wild boars, Mu Qingge frowned, feeling that the plan was still too dangerous. There were too many wild boars. Even if she could provide support from a distance, the The consequences would be just as troublesome if Su Yi were surrounded. But Su Yi was worried about not having enough prey, so he was unwilling to give up the points that were delivered right to his doorstep. He smiled faintly, indicating that he had already observed Mu Chinga's strength before deciding to take this risk. With the bonuses from the ship's equipment, his current physique has reached 51 points. These fang boars couldn't break through his defenses at all. Mu Chinga only needed to provide him with fire support from a distance. Seeing Su Ye's resolute attitude, Mu Chinga pursed her lips and finally nodded in agreement. The two men crouched low and quietly approached the small platform at the edge of the cliff, moving as quietly as possible to avoid disturbing the wild boar herd not far away. Although Mu Chinga's main gun is powerful, her constitution is only 27 points even after the ship's soul bonus. If they attract wild boars before securing a safe position, they will have no choice but to turn around and run for their lives. After all, Su Ye's goal was to gain points, not to rescue people, and the three trapped people were naturally under the protection of the Secret Realm security. It took the two of them a full 10 minutes to reach the bottom of the platform. The platform is more than 2 meters above the ground, so wild boars definitely can't jump up there. It's indeed the most suitable position for Mu Chinga to deal damage. Just as Su Yi was about to let Mu Chinga step on his shoulders to go up, Mu Chinga simply looked up, jumped on the spot, and landed directly on the high platform. Su Yi was speechless for a moment, almost forgetting that awakened ones could no longer be measured by the standards of ordinary people. With Mu Chinga's 27-point physique, jumping onto a 2-meter-high platform was a piece of cake. Just as Mu Chinga was about to remind Su Yi to prepare for action, Su Yi subconsciously raised his head, his gaze falling on a place he shouldn't have been looking at. The pink bear pattern caught Su Ye's eye. His pupils contracted, and he froze instantly. Just then, Mu Chinga looked down, and the two of them made eye contact. Mu Chinga was filled with shame and anger. She lowered her voice and cursed. Su Yi, you filthy scoundrel. If you look at me again, I'll gouge your eyes out. Knowing he was in the wrong, Su Yi quickly lowered his head and explained that he really didn't mean it. Mu Chinga's face flushed, and she told him to shut up, but she also knew in her heart that this matter could not be entirely blamed on Su Yi. After all, it was because she was standing on higher ground, and she happened to shout that Su Yi looked up and saw a scene he shouldn't have seen. After the initial embarrassment, Mu Chinga quickly regained her composure and reminded Su Yi to be careful and not to get hit by the wild boar's fangs. Su Yi nodded and smiled. Don't worry, he's still young and doesn't want to die young. After saying that, he turned and crept towards the wild boar herd. Mu Chinga watched his back and muttered shameless under her breath. Down the hillside, several wild boars surrounded the 3-person team, making provocative grunts. They paw at the soil with their forelegs from time to time, clearly ready to charge at any moment. Su Yi had found a suitable position and confirmed upon closer inspection that there were a total of 18 wild boars in the group. 2 of them are the largest, while the remaining 16 are slightly smaller, but each weighs at least 200 pounds, so we must not be careless. Su Ye's current physique is indeed not afraid of them, but if he is really hit by their fangs, it will still hurt. His goal was clear, to take care of the 2 largest wild boars on the outermost edge, since they were closest to him. Su Yi made a hand gesture towards Mu Chinga on the high platform, and Mu Chinga immediately understood, raising her hand to aim at the swarm of wild boars. She waited intently, ready to launch a volley as soon as Su Yi gave the signal. Soon, Su Yi held up 3 fingers to her. As the 3-second countdown ended, Mu Chinga opened fire without hesitation. The shelling aimed directly at the wild boar herd gathered in the distance. At the same time, Su Yi no longer hesitated and released the 8 fighter jets he had accumulated over this period. Mu Chinga's main gun roared into action, and the wild boar in the distance was instantly blown to pieces. Su Yi immediately controlled the 8 fighter jets to split into 2 groups, with 4 of them locking onto a fanged wild boar. Before the boar could react, the fighter jets were already overhead. Unable to penetrate the wild boar's defenses with machine guns, Su Yi decisively ordered the bombs to be dropped. With a series of explosions, 2 bombs landed precisely, their destructive power comparable to 200 grams of TNT. The 2 boar leaders didn't even have a chance to struggle before being blown to pieces. The remaining boars squealed furiously, but Mu Chinga's main gun had already completed its second reload. The 3 trapped students were completely dumbfounded. They originally thought that there wouldn't be many reinforcements, but they didn't expect that the ship's firepower was ridiculously fierce. Compared to Su Yi and Mu Chinga, their cannons were practically like water guns. The two were still able to move, quickly open fire, engaging several wild boars nearby. The teammate on the ground had lost a lot of blood and was close to losing consciousness. If Su Yi and his companion hadn't arrived suddenly, their captain would have already sent out a distress signal. Even with 3 wild boars holding him back, Su Yi was still under considerable pressure, as several fanged wild boars charged at him together. Mu Chinga had just finished her second round of shelling, and the main gun was still automatically reloading. Su Yi, disregarding the need to continue piloting the fighter, leaped into the air and unleashed a sweeping attack from the right deck. The wild boar at the front had one of its tusks broken off, lost its balance, and plunged headfirst into the mud, plowing a long track in the soft ground. But then a second and a third wild boar came charging at him. Su Yi dodged to the side, constantly shifting his footwork as he weaved and moved among the boars. His movements were as graceful as a matador's, leaving the 2 trapped members of the team dumbfounded. His reaction speed and body control were simply outrageous. But the most outrageous thing was yet to come. Su Yi seized an opening, clenched his right fist, and slammed it into the head of the charging wild boar. He actually knocked the 200-pound wild boar flying several meters away, and it crashed straight to the ground. Mu Chinga and the others were stunned. Just how strong was this guy's physique that he could send a wild boar flying with a single punch? Just as everyone was distracted, the last wild boar suddenly accelerated and rammed into Su Ye's lower back. Ship equipment durability -1. Fortunately, the waist was protected by ship armor, so this damage was almost like a tickle to Su Yi. Don't stand there, attack. I actually got gored by a wild boar today. Su Yi roared, and Mu Chinga immediately snapped back to reality. The wild boars had scattered, and she stopped firing volleys, instead re-aiming at her target and firing precisely, shot by shot. The girl was still a little embarrassed. She had been distracted just now because Su Ye's physical strength was too abnormal. Meanwhile, the 2 students also began frequently firing cannons to harass the wild boars. Before long, the remaining wild boars could no longer withstand the attack and scattered in all directions. After the battle, Su Yi successfully leveled up to L2. Name, Suye. Level 2. Current level experience 3.5%. Physical condition 14 plus 42. Spirit 30. Ship durability 42,900. Despite his extraordinary physique, Su Ye's close quarters combat against several wild boars took a tremendous toll. He sat on the ground, catching his breath, before getting up and walking towards Mu Chinga. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue using fighter jets for airstrikes, but rather that wild boars had high defense, high health, and high speed, making it impossible to concentrate on controlling the fighter jets once they got close. Seeing that he was covered in sweat, but came to pick her up without resting, Mu Chinga felt a warmth in her heart and quickly waved goodbye. I was so nervous when so many wild boars were surrounding you. What's there to be afraid of? They're just a few beasts, nothing to worry about. Su Yi then asked her about her ship soul level, and Mu Chinga said that she was still a little short, and that she should be able to reach level 2 after hunting a few more monsters. The 2 reached the bottom of the slope, and Su Yi began to sort through their spoils. The tusks of the fanged wild boar were quite valuable. They could fetch a good price at the shop outside the camp. Just then, the 2 members of the trap team carried their unconscious teammate over. The captain thanked them and said that the wild boar was their responsibility, as his companion's injuries were too severe and they needed to leave the secret realm immediately for treatment. Suya nodded in agreement. He had originally come for the wild boar, and rescuing these 3 was just a side benefit. The 3 were sensible enough to leave, which would save them from further disputes over the spoils. But one of the boys suddenly recognized him. You're Su Yi? The Su Yi who awakened the cargo ship's soul? Su Yi raised an eyebrow and said calmly, Yes, I do. Is there something you need? The boy quickly explained that he was just checking and didn't mean anything by it. He marveled at Su Ye's amazing strength, managing to handle being surrounded by several wild boars with ease. Before leaving, he also said that after the trial was over, he wanted to treat Su Yi and Mu Chinga to a meal to thank them for saving his life. Su Yi was relieved and waved for them to go first, as he still had to remove a few pairs of fangs. Watching the group leave, he breathed a sigh of relief. Avoiding conflict was certainly best, and although he still had the strength, it wasn't worth turning against someone over a few fangs. However, Suyi wasn't some saint. There were far too many cases in this world where people were bitten after saving others. If these people really wanted to steal his monster, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. The three who left also breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that they hadn't coveted the wild boar's tusks, but they couldn't bring themselves to repay kindness with enmity. More importantly, they had no confidence in dealing with Su Yi and Muchinga. One was an S-class ironclad warship genius, and the other, although awakened to cargo ship soul, was inhumanly strong in close combat. The image of Su Yi sending the wild boar flying with a single punch filled the three of them with only one thought. Their heads probably couldn't withstand as much damage as the wild boar's. So he spent half an hour stuffing all the wild boar tusks into his backpack. He simply held the few that couldn't fit in his backpack, determined not to throw them away. Muchinga glanced at the location on her bracelet. The exit of the secret realm was still 3 kilometers away. After resting for a while, the two headed back, intending to return to the camp to deal with their spoils. Carrying a bunch of fangs was really in the way. Suyi couldn't help but complain. This world already has superhuman powers, yet they don't even have spatial rings. He had just asked Muchinga if she had any spatial equipment when the little girl laughed at him, saying he was being delusional and that such a thing didn't exist. After confirming that the space equipment did not exist, Suyi had no choice but to abandon the idea and obediently continue on his way with the fangs in his arms. The closer the two got to the exit, the quieter the path became, and they didn't encounter any more strange beasts. It was clear that the students participating in the trial had already cleared out most of the strange beasts on the outskirts. The remaining timid ones fled into the depths of the dense forest early on, not daring to show their faces again. When they returned to the camp through the portal, the camp was deserted, with almost no students in sight, except for the teachers on duty. They didn't linger and headed straight to the eastern part of the city to find a shop to process the beast materials they had just acquired. After comparing several recycling shops, the two chose Jubiozai, and the wild boar tusk was eventually sold for more than 35,000 yuan. This money was a godsend for Su Yi, who was penniless. He insisted on giving half to Muchinga, and although the girl initially refused, she eventually gave in to his persuasion. Seeing that it was only a little past 4 in the afternoon, the two felt it was still early and decided to enter the secret realm again to earn more points before dark. As dusk approached, the orange-red sunset bathed the border camp in its glow, and students who had completed their trials began to emerge from the entrance to the secret realm. As they walked back to their tents, the group discussed their day's work, with complaints rising and falling. Some were so tired they couldn't straighten their backs, while others worked all day with their teammates to kill only 4 monsters, and one even got bitten on the leg. Even more alarming, it was reported that 2 students were surrounded by carrion dogs and did not survive until the rescue team arrived. Upon hearing this news, those around fell silent for a moment. Only after truly entering the secret realm did they realize that actual combat was far more brutal than they had imagined. Soon, the topic shifted to the daily rankings. Once the trial ends, anyone ranking in the top 50 overall will receive a reward. Some people have mentioned Muchinga, who awakened an S-class ship spirit this year, and think she should at least be in the top 3. But immediately some people scoffed, saying that Muchinga had chosen Su Yi, the soul of the cargo ship, as her teammate, and it was hard to say whether she could even make it into the top 50, let alone the top 3. The group then started talking about Song Lin. She had originally teamed up with Su Yi, but they apparently had a falling out and disbanded, which is why Muchinga took the initiative to approach Su Yi. Just then, Song Lin and Lu Ziquan also walked out of the portal. Song Lin smiled and greeted the people around her, enjoying the attention they were receiving. She awakened the soul of a B-class large 3-masted sailboat, so she naturally deserved to be favored by others. Everyone thought she could at least rank in the top 10 this time. As for Lu Ziquan, although he is only a C-class assault ship soul, he has plenty of money and is not lacking in equipment and resources. However, some people brought up old stories, saying that Lu Ziquan initially wanted to team up with Muchinga, but was ignored and then approached Song Lin instead. Lu Ziquan's smile froze instantly. He turned around and saw that Song Lin's face was dark, so he quickly tried to explain in a conciliatory manner. He promised to go home and get the equipment core for Song Lin after the trial, which calmed Song Lin down. Song Lin quietly explained that she didn't agree to join the team for the sake of equipment, but rather because she felt that Lu Ziquan was a sincere person. As for how sincere those words were, Lu Ziquan didn't bother to think about it. He was only focused on fawning over Song Lin. Meanwhile, Su Yi and Mu Qingge also finished their second round of hunting and returned to their camp. Su Yi went to check on Song Aran and the others' tent and found no one inside. He said that they didn't seem to have returned yet, and he didn't know how their harvest was today. Seeing the bloodstains on the two of them, Mu Qingge told Su Yi to take a shower and change his clothes first, and they would talk when Song Aran and the others returned. After saying that, she darted into her tent. Su Yi smiled helplessly. He had been mostly engaged in close combat today, while Mu Qingge had been providing suppressive fire from distance. Therefore, he was covered in the blood of strange beasts, while Mu Qingge remained clean, creating a striking contrast. Their return immediately attracted the attention of nearby students. Some, seeing Su Ye's disheveled appearance, assumed he had simply been chased by a strange beast in the secret realm. Some people think that Mu Qingge's S-class ironclad warship soul could easily clear the field, and Su Yi would at most be responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. Su Yi didn't bother to refute the whispers. He'd heard them so many times he was numb to them. All he wanted now was to wash away the smell of blood. Half an hour later, Su Yi had just stepped out of the bathhouse after taking a shower when he heard someone call his name. Su Yi. Upon seeing him, Lu Wei excitedly ran over with Lu Yaxin. Seeing that Su Yi was unharmed, Lu Wei was filled with surprise. Your sisters protected you so well? You're not hurt at all. Amazing. Su Ye's face darkened, and he quickly told him to stop talking nonsense. Lu Wei chuckled and said that Su Ye's glorious deeds had already spread throughout the third middle school. Then, he proudly said that he and Lu Yaxin worked together perfectly in the secret realm and killed 18 strange beasts in one day. Lu Wei praised Lu Yaxin for her excellent teamwork, and Lu Yaxin immediately smiled and said that she was just playing a supporting role and that Lu Wei was the one who actually contributed the most. Su Yi, watching from the side, felt increasingly uneasy. Lu Yaxin's gaze towards Lu Wei was clearly unusual. It seemed that his brother's spring had finally arrived. He jokingly remarked, "You two are quite taciturn with each other. What's that saying again? You're a perfect match." Lu Yaxin was easily embarrassed, and when her thoughts were exposed by a single sentence, she became extremely ashamed and kicked Lu Wei in the shin. Lu Wei looked completely bewildered. "Exine, why did you kick me for no reason?" This question almost made Lu Yaxin laugh in exasperation. Su Yi had already figured it out, but this blockhead still didn't react at all, only earning her a glare in return. In fact, she was in danger several times in the secret realm, and Lu Wei rushed out without hesitation to pull her back from the brink of death. After spending time together, Lu Yaxin had already developed feelings for Lu Wei. She felt that although this kind of guy wasn't good with words, he made her feel reliable and gave her a strong sense of security. She had hinted at it several times, but Lu Wei just wouldn't understand each time. He was practically a block of wood. Lu Yaxin sighed inwardly, yet felt a little fortunate. Straight men have their advantages. At least they don't go around flirting with girls. If she just put in a little more effort, she'd win him over sooner or later. Seeing his friend's clueless expression, Su Yi could only shake his head helplessly. He and Lu Yaxin exchanged a glance and nodded to each other, everything understood without words. At this moment, Mu Qingge, having finished tidying up, walked over and greeted everyone. Su Yi smelled the faint scent of gardenias on her and couldn't help but twitch his nose. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Jiwei climbed onto the high platform in the camp, picked up the microphone, and announced, "The rankings are being announced. It's about to begin." The crowd instantly became lively. Some said they would definitely soar to great heights today, while others immediately contradicted them, saying they would probably have to make an emergency landing. Zhang Jiwei looked at the students below the stage with a smile on his face. The overall strength of this year's graduates was significantly better than in previous years. There were many ship's soul awakeners of C rank or above. Only 5 of them had E rank ship souls, and there was even an S rank genius. In previous years, there were at least 20 or 30 E-class ship spirits, and usually no more than 10 A-class. This year's average score is naturally much higher than in the past. Students, the ranking for the first day are now being announced. Starting from 50th place, names were read out one by one. When it came to 30th place, Zhang Jiwei announced Lu Wei and Lu Yaxin, whose average score was 24 points. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei excitedly slapped Su Yi on the shoulder. We got it. We got it. Yes, and I made the list. Lu Yaxin, her face beaming with joy, leaned closer to Lu Wei and said, Lu Wei, we succeeded. All our efforts paid off. It's unclear whether Lu Wei suddenly had a change of heart, but he turned around, grabbed Lu Yaxin, lifted her up, and spun her around several times. Su Yi immediately winked at Mu Qingge, and Mu Qingge immediately understood what he meant, standing to the side with a meaningful smile. Su Yi then teased, Hey, you two are getting closer and closer. Congratulations. Lu Wei finally snapped out his daze and quickly put Lu Yaxin down. His face was burning red, but he forced a smile and said, What's wrong? You're allowed to be with the 4 most beautiful girls in school, but I can't have a girl I like. After saying that, he glanced at Lu Yaxin again, afraid that it was just wishful thinking on his part. In fact, he had long liked Lu Yaxin, but he was clumsy with words and didn't know how to express it. He only mustered up the courage today because of the ranking announcement. Lu Yaxin naturally understood his feelings and felt both happy and shy. It was the first time a boy had expressed his affection for her so directly, and her heart was naturally stirred. Lu Wei wasn't particularly handsome, and his skin was somewhat dark, but the determination in his brows was more attractive to her than his appearance. She walked up to Lu Wei, gently hugged him, and whispered in his ear, Silly girl. Even the slow-witted Lu Wei understood the meaning of those words and immediately reached out to hug Lu Yaxin tightly without hesitation. After a long while, the two simply walked to the side and spoke in hushed tones, completely ignoring Su Yi beside them. Su Yi could only shrug and turn to look at Mu Qingge. On the high platform, Zhang Jiwei's voice continued. The 12th place went to Song Lin and Lu Ziquan, with an average score of 35 points. This ranking immediately sparked a lot of discussion. Song Lin had awakened the soul of a large warship, and many people originally guessed that she could at least make it into the top 10. Upon hearing that she was only ranked 12th, Song Lin's face instantly turned ashen. How is this possible? I killed so many strange beasts. How come I'm only 12th? Is there some mistake? She originally thought that even if they couldn't break into the top 5, they should at least rank 7th or 8th. Her teamwork with Lu Ziquan wasn't outstanding, but shouldn't be this bad either. Lu Ziquan quickly comforted her. Lin, don't worry. Today is only the first day, and the scores are not far apart. There's still 6 days left. We'll be in the top 10 sooner or later. These words sounded quite reasonable, and Song Lin actually believed them. She then comforted Lu Ziquan, saying that they must widen the gap tomorrow and break into the top 10 under everyone's watchful eyes. On the other side, Han Zi, who had a grudge against Su Yi, was staring intently at Zhang Jiwei on the high platform with Gao Er and Zhao Wenming. Soon, the rankings were announced up to 8th place. Han Zi, Gao Er, and Zhao Wenming, with an average score of 44 points. Han Zi was completely stunned. He never expected that he would only be ranked 8th, with 7 teams ahead of him. How is this possible? His face instantly darkened. For this trial, his family had specially prepared high-quality cannons for him. Very few people in the entire secret realm could afford such equipment. Despite having such equipment, he only managed to get 8th place. Han Zi felt increasingly frustrated and was almost bursting with anger. The gazes of many around him became meaningful. Some whispered mockingly, saying that young Master Han had been so confident of making it into the top 3 before the trial, but now he had completely failed. Some people say that it's not that Han Zi is bad, but that there are many people who are more low-key and better at hiding their talents than him. Some people were even more blunt in their sarcasm, saying that even with advanced equipment, they couldn't come up with anything special, yet they always boasted about how powerful they were. Han, the most well-known young master at Baihai No. 3 Middle School, suffered his first major setback. The whispers around him were not friendly. It was clear that Han Zi was usually arrogant and domineering and not very popular. 8th place is actually quite impressive, but for Han Zi, who had vowed to be in the top 3, this result was a public embarrassment. More importantly, only the top 3 rewards are truly useful to him. The reward for 8th place is almost negligible to him. The final rankings 7 days later determined the rewards at different levels, with a huge gap in resources between the rankings. The 6th to 10th place is one tier. The 4th and 5th place is another tier, and the rewards for the top 3 increase dramatically with each tier. This is practically the only competition this year that high school seniors can compete for top-tier resources, so no one dares to relax easily. As Zhang Jiwei continued reading, the first day's rankings finally came to an end. Third place, Song Iran, Ji Luoxi, and Lu Yao, with an average score of 52. Second place, Han Yuwei, Lin Jiayu, Lin Ming, with an average score of 53. Lu Yao and her two teammates successfully made it into the top three, but they were just 1 point short of winning against Han Yuwei's team from number 1 middle school. The camp erupted in cheers, with some celebrating Ji Luoxi and Lu Yao and others marveling at Lin Jiayu's strength. After all, Lin Jiayu awakened the soul of an A-class battleship and was already regarded as one of the top combat power in this competition. As for Lin Ming, whom she brought along, although he was only a C level, he was her younger brother, and others could only envy him. Soon, the topic turned to Su Yi again. Everyone was still puzzled as to why the school beauties of number 3 middle school were getting so close to him. Now, everyone is more curious about which team can surpass Lu Yao and Lin Jiayu and take first place on the first day. Finally, Zhang Jiwei read out the last name. First place, Mu Qingge and Su Yi, with an average score of 78 points. At that moment, the entire camp fell into dead silence. Not only the students, but even the teachers in the monitoring center were stunned. This ranking is extremely valuable. It is practically a list of the most promising geniuses from all the high schools in Beihai. But no one expected that the first place would be Mu Qingge and Su Yi. Mu Qingge is an S-class, ironclad warship soul, so her strength is no surprise. However, Su Yi is merely a cargo ship soul, belonging to the non-combat category. Logically speaking, his ship equipment form hardly receives any physical bonus. So how could he possibly help the team get such a terrifying number of points? Could it be that Mu Qingge achieved the results of 2 people all by herself? The crowd was abuzz with discussion, unable to fathom how many strange beasts the two had actually killed. Although this is only the first day of the event, based on past experience, the rankings on the first day are often not much different from the final rankings. Upon hearing that she had won first place, Mu Qingge excitedly rushed into Suye's arms. Suye, we're number 1. That's amazing. Suye was so shocked by her collision that he couldn't breathe and didn't react for a long time. Mu Qingge then realized that she was still holding him and quickly let go, her ears turning slightly red. I was just momentarily excited. Don't overthink it. Suye certainly wouldn't let this opportunity pass and deliberately said, "Good friend, you hugged me just now, and I was at a disadvantage. Now I have to hug you back." As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out to hug Mu Qingge. Mu Qingge was both embarrassed and annoyed, and nimbly dodged his movements. "You think you can take advantage of me? I already let you get a huge benefit. Don't push your luck." So he could only give an awkward smile and give up on teasing her. Just then, a charming voice came from not far away. "Where did you two go? We've been looking for you for ages." So he turned around and saw that it was Ji Luoxi, Lu Yao, and Song Iran who had come. Congratulations to the 3 beauties for winning third place. Ji Luoxi rolled her eyes at him. "Our mere third place is nothing compared to the prestige of your first place." "Beautiful Ji, just speak your mind. Stop being sarcastic." Ji Luoxi ignored him and directly took Mu Qingge's arm, pulling her aside to whisper to her. On the other side, Lu Wei stared at Su Yi with wide eyes. "Holy crap, you guys are actually number 1. He simply couldn't believe it. No matter how strong Mu Qingge was, Su Yi was just a non-combat ship spirit. It would be good enough if he didn't drag her down. How could he suddenly become number 1? He had originally planned to find an opportunity to comfort his brother, but now it seems there's no need for that at all. Su Yi said helplessly, "Just because others say I'm a good-for-nothing, does that mean I have to be a good-for-nothing? Am I not allowed to defy fate?" Seeing that Lu Wei still didn't believe him, Su Yi casually found a solid steel bar that was more than half a meter long. Under Lu Wei's shocked gaze, he gently bent the steel bar into a U shape. Then, Su Yi handed over the steel bar. Lu Wei took it and tried to pry it a few times, but the steel bar wouldn't budge, leaving him completely stunned. This is solid steel. Su Yi can bend it with ease. If they were to get into close combat, one punch would probably knock him unconscious. Only then did Lu Wei finally realize that his brother was truly hiding his abilities. The first day of hunting activities came to an end, and everyone returned to their tents to rest. After all, the Secret Realm activity would continue for a full 6 days. The quiet campsite gradually became noisy at 8 o'clock the next morning. The students packed their bags, ready to enter the secret realm for another hunt. After the first day's rankings were announced, everyone began to quietly pay attention to the top-ranked teams. A number of people have gathered in the monitoring room of the high-rise building next to the camp. Zhang Jiwei took the evaluation report and distributed it to everyone present. This is a list of outstanding students compiled based on yesterday's hunting results. Everyone, please take a look. As soon as an admissions officer opened the report, he set his sights on Muchinga, an S-class ship Spirit, and an ironclad warship at that. Kyoto University wants this student. Someone immediately retorted, "Bullshit. Only Ocean University can teach such promising students well. Wuhan University should also give it a shot." Clearly, today's attendees included not only officials from Beihai, but also admissions officers from various universities who arrived early. Seeing that the argument was getting more and more heated, Zhang Jiwei had no choice but to interrupt. "Don't fight yet. It's not the college entrance exam. There are 56 people on the list. Don't just focus on the first place. Leave some opportunities for other students too." The monitoring room finally quieted down. Some praised Liu Yao's amazing accuracy in artillery fire, while others were optimistic about Lin Jiayu's potential. When they came across Su Ye's information, everyone's expressions changed completely. "Cargo ship souls? Old Zhang, why did you put non-combat ship souls on the list? Did you make a mistake?" Zhang Jiwei looked at everyone and calmly said, "I deliberately put Su Yi in here. You all know he's teamed up with Muchinga, right?" Seeing everyone nod, he continued, "They got first place yesterday, but the technical department has repeatedly confirmed that Su Yi killed significantly more alien beasts than Muchinga. And he killed them all by himself, not by finishing them off." After speaking, Zhang Jiwei placed a USB drive on the conference table. Inside the secret realm, Su Yi led Muchinga deeper and deeper. The further they went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. He instructed Muchinga beforehand that if they encountered any strange beasts, he would be in charge of the attack, while she would be responsible for suppressing them from a distance. If any strange beasts approached, she must call him immediately. The beasts deep within the secret realm are far more formidable than those on the outskirts. Muchinga's firepower is considerable, but her defense is ultimately weak, and Su Yi doesn't want her to take any risks. Muchinga rarely showed a serious expression, but she still smiled and told Su Yi not to worry. If a strange beast really got close, she would definitely call for this tough skin protector. Su Yi smiled upon hearing this. The fact that she could joke meant that she wasn't too stressed by the dangers deep within the secret realm, which was a good thing. The two walked and talked, but remained vigilant, constantly watching the dense forest and their surroundings. Suddenly, Su Yi stopped in his tracks. The fighter jets that had been sent out to scout ahead had discovered traces of the alien beast. The sound of the fighter jet's engine seemed to have alerted the target, and a dark figure suddenly darted out from the dense forest not far away. "Chinga, step back." Su Yi instantly stood in front of Muchinga, simultaneously releasing 15 fighter jets whose machine gun fire directly covered the dark figure, a massive and plentiful barrage. The beast reacted with lightning speed, its wings suddenly unfurling as it swiftly dodged the hail of bullets. It avoided most of them, with only a few striking its body. Su Yi then saw clearly that it was shaped like a cow, with wings on its back and an extremely long tail trailing behind it, almost longer than its body itself. The machine gun left numerous wounds on its body, but it didn't affect its movement. Su Yi immediately realized that this thing was definitely not an ordinary beast. It was likely a being of rank 1 or higher. "Chinga, be careful. This thing is not easy to deal with." The bull-like beast, which had been about to pounce, seemed to sense the danger posed by the fighter jet and abruptly changed its attack to defense. It had already developed rudimentary intelligence. Su Yi instructed Muchinga to prioritize protecting herself and to wait until he had engaged the beast before looking for an opportunity to attack. Since the beast had wings, its flight speed was undoubtedly fast. They absolutely could not allow it to bypass them and attack Muchinga. The next moment, 3 fighter jets formed a formation and took turns harassing the alien beast. Taking advantage of the lull in the firepower, Su Yi leaped into the air and slammed his right arm, equipped with a ship's rig, into the bull-shaped alien beast. The alien beast clearly hadn't anticipated that humans would use fighter jets to suppress it head-on, then launch a surprise attack from the air. It was too late to dodge. One of its wings was instantly broken by the ship's equipment, but it was not one to be trifled with. The moment it was injured, its long tail lashed out at Su Yi like a steel whip. Caught off guard, Su Yi was sent flying by the tail. The ship's equipment durability only dropped by 12 points, which is negligible compared to its over 40,000 durability. But just because the ship's equipment could withstand the blows didn't mean Su Ye's stomach wasn't hurting. He was grimacing from slaps. Seeing that he had already started fighting, Mu Chinga immediately created distance to prepare to suppress him. But before she had gone far, she saw Su Yi being sent flying and hurriedly called out, "Su Yi, are you all right?" "It's all right. Find an opportunity to attack." Mu Chinga immediately focused her mind and fired a 4-round salvo at the beast. The bull-shaped beast had already been hit by a series of blows, and its speed had slowed down considerably. The main cannon was coming fast and fiercely, and it had no way to dodge it. Moreover, one of its wings has been destroyed, making it unable to even take flight briefly to create distance. With a deafening roar, the main cannons hit their targets completely. A lower-level alien beast on the periphery would have been blasted to pieces long ago, but this high-ranking beast was still struggling. It let out a deafening roar, making Su Ye's head buzz as he stood nearby. The beast seized the opportunity, its sharp horn slamming into him. Fortunately, Su Ye had anticipated its tail and horns and dodged the attack in time. The horns were this creature's most ferocious weapon. A direct hit would have been fatal, if not dead. In this battle, Su Yi once again became the tank at the forefront. While maneuvering, he silently calculated the reload time of Mu Chinga's main gun. The time has come. Su Yi used his right arm rigging to block the alien beast's tail as it launched another sneak attack, then retreated. Almost simultaneously, Mu Chinga's main gun, now fully loaded, fired again. The subsequent artillery fire hit its mark precisely, further aggravating the already severely wounded alien beast. Su Yi, of course, wouldn't let this opportunity pass, immediately controlling the fighter jets circling nearby to drop dozens of bombs. Explosions rang out one after another. The beast was covered in blood, but its eyes were still red as it tried to charge at Su Yi. Before its death, it opened its massive maw, gathering its last elemental power, and unleashed a wind blade toward Su Yi. The moment the wind blade left its mouth, the beast exhausted its remaining life force and collapsed with a thud. Su Yi never expected that this beast would still try to kill him even as he was dying. Mu Chinga, who was in the distance, could see it clearly and shouted anxiously, "Su Yi, be careful." However, the distance was too close, and Su Yi had no time to dodge. He could only cross his hands to protect his head and take the hit of the wind blade. The wind blades sliced across his arms, leaving 2 long wounds. Although their power was far less than when the beasts were at their peak, they were still enough to seriously injure or even kill an ordinary person. However, Su Ye's physique had already reached 56 points, so this level of attack could not harm his core, only leaving some superficial wounds. He glanced down at his arm and couldn't help but mutter, "This beast can actually use magic?" Mu Chinga rushed over, grabbed his hand, and examined it carefully. She finally discovered that there were only 2 bloodstains on the outside of his arms. She was completely taken aback, staring at Su Yi as if he were a monster. "You took such a huge wind blade head-on, and you only have this little injury? That's just too unreasonable." Seeing her shocked expression, Su Yi felt a little smug. What young man doesn't like to show off in front of a beautiful woman? He waved his hand casually. "Relax, it's just a little wind blade, no big deal." Mu Chinga shook her head helplessly, increasingly doubting whether Su Yi was even a normal human being. His defensive capabilities were probably even more outrageous than the strange beast on the ground. After defeating the rank-based beast, Su Yi and Mu Chinga both leveled up to L3. Su Ye's ship equipment durability was also directly increased to 46,000. Name, Su Ye. Level 3, current level experience 1.7%. Physical constitution 16 plus 46. Spirit 34. Ship durability 46,000. The beast was already dead, so the two ignored the corpse. Mu Chinga rummaged through Su Ye's backpack and took out disinfectant and medical bandages, preparing to treat his wounds first. Although the wound wasn't deep, even with Su Ye's strong constitution, there was no guarantee that it wouldn't get infected, so it was always better to be careful. 10 minutes later, Su Ye's arms were wrapped with 2 bandages, but they were a little too tight, which showed that Muchinga's bandaging skills still had room for improvement. However, since it was handmade by the beautiful Mu, Suyi naturally wouldn't complain. The two then looked at the strange beast on the ground. This winged monstrous bull was clearly no ordinary creature. It was definitely powerful in the secret realm, and the materials on its body must be valuable. They had only just managed to get this far this morning, and if they were to bring the whole corpse back and start their journey again, it would definitely delay their ability to earn points. After some discussion, the two decided to only take the valuable and portable parts, since the reward for ranking first was far greater than that of a single beast. Suyi pulled out a machete from the side of his backpack and began to dismantle the corpse. The bull horns looked good and should be worth some money, but the wings were too big to carry, so he had to give up on them. Just then, he suddenly dug a crystal out of the beast's head, wiped away the bloodstains, and froze. "Chinga, take a look. Isn't this a magic core?" Muchinga took it and examined it carefully. Her face immediately lit up with joy. "That's right, this is a magic core. It's one of the main materials for making energy crystals, and it's very valuable." So he was also surprised. The production of magic cores is extremely random, and he didn't expect that they would actually encounter one in a low-level secret realm. This was a completely unexpected gain. He carefully put away the magic core and the bullhorn. The other materials were too bulky and had to be discarded. Just as he was about to leave, Muchinga suddenly asked, "Suyi, can we eat this bull?" This question stumped Suyi. It looked like a winged cow, but it was, after all, a strange beast, and he really didn't know if it was fit for the dinner table. "Take some back with you, and you can look it up later or ask someone who knows about it." Upon hearing Muchinga's suggestion, Suyi was also somewhat intrigued. Pure, natural beast meat. If edible, it might taste quite delicious. With a swift stroke, he sliced off 2 pieces of tenderloin, packed them into a bag, and stuffed them into his backpack. Muchinga was already thinking about dinner. "If I can eat, I'd like some pan-fried steak." "No problem. I'll get a grill when we get back to camp." When steak is mentioned, Muchinga's hidden foodie nature slowly comes to the fore. Time passed quietly, and by 4 p.m., Suye's backpack was already full of various exotic beast materials, and the two of them had leveled up to level 4. The number of strange beasts in the depths of the secret realm is several times greater than that in the outer areas. They can hardly walk for long before encountering their target. At most, they even encountered 3 different kinds of strange beasts at the same time. Of course, they all eventually turned into points and materials in the backpack. As the sun was about to set, Suyi knew that the secret realm would be even more dangerous at night. Humans' night vision was far inferior to that of nocturnal beasts, and he didn't want to wander aimlessly through the dark jungle. "Chinga, it's getting late. We need to go back immediately." Muchinga glanced at the time. It was indeed past the expected evacuation time. Moreover, they had ventured too deep into the area today, and even if there were no strange beasts blocking their way, it would still take a considerable amount of time to get back. "Let's hurry up and go. Today went even better than yesterday. We got so caught up in the killing that we lost track of time." Without further delay, the two set off immediately after confirming the direction of the exit, leaving behind only the corpses of 5 giant bony salamanders. After walking for about half an hour, the exit of the secret realm was not far away. "Ouch!" Muchinga suddenly cried out in pain. "Chinga, what's wrong?" Suyi immediately turned around, while warily scanning his surroundings, but found no strange beasts nearby. Muchinga clutched the back of her head, tears welling in her eyes from the pain. "Something hit my head just now." As soon as they finished speaking, a series of dense squeaks came from the treetops above. The two looked up and saw a group of monkeys perched on the branches. As darkness fell, visibility in the jungle worsened, and Suyi could no longer make out the exact number of monkeys, but there were quite a few dark shadows leaping between the trees. There are at least several dozen monkeys in this group. Suye's pupils contracted slightly, and he lowered his voice, saying, "It's a troop of monkeys. Retreat quickly. It's getting dark, and there are too many of them. We can't fight them." Individual monkey-like beasts are not particularly strong, not much different from ordinary monkeys, but a troop of monkeys consists of at least 30 or more individuals. They are extremely agile in the jungle and will pick up stones and branches to attack enemies. During the day, they could deal with the attack remotely, but at night, stones flying from the shadows were impossible to detect in advance. Suyi himself wasn't afraid, but Muchinga clearly couldn't withstand such an attack. The bump on the back of her head from being hit was still throbbing, and she didn't dare touch it. Muchinga jogged ahead, with Suyi close behind, swinging his right arm to deflect stones and sticks flying from all directions. The ship's rigging acted like a large deck, shielding them from most of the attacks. Muchinga would occasionally turn around and fire a main cannon shot, while Suyi focused on parrying, the two fighting and retreating simultaneously. For a moment, the monkeys in the tree couldn't do anything about them. But a few impatient monkeys climbed down the tree and chased after the two of them on all fours. Seeing that they dared to come down to the ground, Suyi naturally didn't hold back and released the few remaining fighter jets to launch a saturation attack on the monkeys on the ground. The monkeys at the front never expected that this man, besides being able to send stones flying, would also have such ferocious attack methods. Before it could even react, it was riddled with bullets by the oncoming fighter jets. Point plus one. Seeing that things were not going well, the remaining monkeys that were chasing on the ground scattered and fled, and climbed to the top of any tree they could find. These monkeys weren't individually strong, but they loved to bully others by virtue of their numbers. Seeing that the two people in front of them were clearly not to be trifled with, they gradually lost interest in pursuing them. A loud monkey call came from afar, followed by several more roars. The monkeys in the trees all stopped, and some even turned and ran without waiting for their companion's signal. Panting heavily, Muchinga complained to Suyi as she ran, saying she simply couldn't run anymore. Those monkeys threw stones and branches, and what's worse, they even threw their own excrement out. They had absolutely no sense of martial ethics. If they kept running like this, they would soon reach the exit of the secret realm, and their legs would be exhausted. Suyi then realized that the stench he had been smelling all along was not mud at all, but a biological weapon thrown by the monkeys. He glanced down at the ship's equipment, and his face darkened immediately. No wonder it stank so badly. These monkeys are disgusting. Seeing that Muchinga was so tired that she could hardly walk anymore, Suyi said that the road ahead should be safe, so he simply carried her back. He deactivated his exoskeleton-like ship styling, moved his backpack to his chest, and squatted down in front of Muchinga. Muchinga didn't stand on ceremony. After deactivating her ship styling, she simply leaned on his back and wrapped her arms around his neck. Suyi felt a chill run down his spine, and his thoughts drifted for a moment as he secretly marveled at how this seemingly unremarkable girl was actually quite something. Kumyuking twitched her nose slightly, frowned, and asked, "Suyi, why do you smell so bad too?" Suyi could only manage an awkward laugh. He had been holding up the deck to shield Muchinga from attacks, but who knew that the monkey's throws contained that kind of stuff, so getting splashed was inevitable. "We'll be heading out soon. Go back to camp and take a good shower." Muchinga immediately realized that she was completely clean because Suyi had covered her up. She no longer felt disgusted. Instead, she gently leaned against his neck. "Oh no, it's good that you're here with me." As the sun was about to set, the last rays of its rays fell upon the two of them, casting two shadows on the ground as they walked side by side. Upon returning to the camp, the first thing the two did was grab their change of clothes and head straight to the bathroom. Half an hour later, Suyi finished tidying up and pushed open the door to Muchinga's tent next door. Muchinga was sitting at the table, carefully putting on makeup in front of a small mirror. Seeing him come in, she immediately covered her face, embarrassed and annoyed, and said, "Why did you come so quickly? I haven't finished my makeup yet." Suyi was taken aback for a moment. "Then I'll leave?" Since he was already inside, Muchinga couldn't very well kick him out, so she could only ask him to sit down next to her, and that she would be done shortly. Suyi, bored, teased her on purpose. "Do you want me to help? I'm really good at plastering. I can smooth out walls and faces for you." Muchinga almost drew a crooked eyebrow pencil in her hand, gritted her teeth, and glared at him. "Get lost. If you can't speak properly, then shut up." Half an hour later, Muchinga finally put down the mirror and turned to let Suyi see her. She had changed out of her combat uniform and was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and a black pleated skirt, paired with a pair of black leather shoes, just like the style she wore on the day of her awakening. Her light makeup accentuated her already delicate features, making her even more captivating. Muchinga blushed slightly and asked him what he was looking at. Suye's answer was quite direct. "You're good looking, so I look at you. If someone else wanted me to look at them, I wouldn't be interested." Muchinga was a little overwhelmed by his words, so she could only roll her eyes at him and turn around to urge him to go find Luo, Shi, and the others. As soon as the two stepped out of the tent, they saw Song Aran and Lu Yao squatting on the ground, assembling a barbecue grill. Parts were scattered all over the ground, and the grill was still only half finished. Luoshi somehow acquired a wooden rocking chair, and, fanning herself, lay comfortably down beside it, showing no intention of helping at all. Song Iran was so angry that she asked Luoshi to lend a hand, but Luoshi said confidently that if she could pretend, why would she need the two of them? Song Iran went on strike completely, threw down her tools, and dragged Lu Yao to wash her hands. Suyi knew at a glance that he would have to rely on himself to have a good meal tonight. He stepped forward and set up the barbecue grill in less than 3 minutes. Mu Chinga and Luoshi were stunned, and Song Iran, who had just returned after washing her hands, circled the grill several times. Onoko, how did you do that? I was just washing my hands, and you'd already finished pretending? Suyi smiled smugly. How hard can it be to set up a grill? It's easy, Song Iran muttered under her breath. A petty person who has achieved success. But she also had to admit that her intelligence seemed to have been completely outmatched. Suyi ignored her and began processing the beef tenderloin he had brought back today. Luoshi had already told him that this kind of beef was a high-end ingredient, rich in nutrients, and with an exceptional taste. Before long, the rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the camp, enticing nearby students to linger. People followed the aroma and discovered that it was Mu Chinga and her friends who were grilling, and the boy standing in front of the grill, skillfully flipping the meat, was Suyi. Some were surprised that Suyi could cook, while others watched them leisurely eating meat and marveled at how confident these people were in their rankings. After all, the 5 of them split into 2 teams and won first and third place respectively, which is indeed a remarkable achievement. Of course, there were also plenty of sarcastic remarks. Some people felt that Suyi was nothing special, that Mu Chinga had probably carried him to first place, and even that he was just a burden. However, some people countered that since everyone had only recently awakened, the difference in strength under ship equipment mode wasn't that exaggerated, and Suyi's ability to take first place meant he must have his own skills. Suyi and his group of 5 were already used to the gossip around them and didn't take it to heart at all. Compared to those idle chatter, the top-quality grilled steak in front of them was the real treat. The rankings were announced that evening, and as expected, Suyi and Mu Chinga once again took first place. To everyone's surprise, Song Iran and her 2 teammates, thanks to Lu Yao's incredibly accurate shooting, overtook Han Yue's team to claim second place. The meal lasted for more than 2 hours. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, the task of cleaning up the grill and taking out the trash naturally fell to Suyi, the only male member of the team. Actually, there wasn't much to do. After quickly tidying up, Suyi crawled into the tent, ending this tiring yet lively day. The next morning, Mu Chinga got up early and busied herself for more than half an hour. When Suyi woke up, she was already carrying a bowl into the tent. Go wash your face and brush your teeth. I made breakfast. Let cool down a bit before you eat it. Suyi was full of surprise. The young lady who never lifted a finger would actually cook for him. 5 minutes later, he sat down at the table. In his bowl was a bowl of congee with preserved egg and lean pork. It was clearly undercooked, the rice grains were still hard, but at least it filled his stomach. He had only eaten a few pieces of steak yesterday and was starving. Under Mu Chinga's expectant gaze, Suyi managed to finish the entire bowl of porridge. Chinga, thank you for your hard work. You prepared such a delicious and loving breakfast for me, so early in the morning. Mu Chinga blushed, but refused to admit it. I didn't make it especially for you. I got up early and was hungry, so I made an extra portion. Suyi nodded seriously. This porridge tastes excellent. The cooking time and the ratio of ingredients are top-notch. Real. Just as Mu Chinga's face lit up with joy, she saw Suyi's suppressed laughter and immediately realized that she had been tricked. You bastard. I worked so hard to cook this, and you're laughing at me? I'm not cooking for you next time. Suyi quickly waved his hand. No, the taste is indeed very good. It's just that the rice grains are a little hard to chew. Suyi, if you keep being picky, you're going to throw up your breakfast. Seeing that she was truly annoyed, Suyi immediately shut up. It was rare for a young lady like her to cook, and he still had the nerve to offer his sarcastic comments. He really didn't know what was good for him. After a bit of playful fighting, the 2 packed up their gear and entered the secret realm again. This was the last day of the secret realm event. As the 2 were walking through the dense forest, they suddenly stopped at the same time. Mu Chinga raised her hand and fired a shot. A crisp sound came from the treetops in the distance, and a snake-like beast was blown to pieces by the main cannon. That's a blood-eyed winged snake. When hunting, it coils its body and spreads its neck folds, the patterns on which resemble the eyes of a demon, dangerous and sinister. Suyi looked on with envy. Your main gun is so much more convenient. It can kill instantly with a simple wave of the hand. Muchinga casually said, you can buy a close-in weapon system core when you go back to buy high. It's a little less powerful, but it's about the same in ship mode. Suyi was immediately tempted. After 6 days of hunting, his savings had increased again, totaling 130,000 star coins, enough for a 10 pull with plenty left over. Muchinga frowned. Yesterday, the sun was strong in that area, and we didn't see a single snake. We encountered a venomous snake not far from here, so we have to be careful from now on. Suyi looked at the decaying leaves and moss-covered branches at his feet, and his expression became serious. It's damp and shady here. There must be a lot of poisonous snakes and insects. Let's change direction and head northeast along the canyon. Neither of them wanted to get entangled with reptilian beasts. These beasts were small, mostly poisonous, troublesome to deal with, and the rewards were not necessarily high. After walking for more than half an hour, they finally emerged from the misty forest and arrived at a vast grassland, the environment of which was very similar to that of the first day in the secret realm. Although they killed many alien beasts along the way, they were mostly small, zero-tier alien beasts like golden mantises and swordclaw badgers, and the points they earned were pitifully few. What they were really looking for were large, tier 0 beasts. They offered high points, and the danger was within a manageable range. As for tiered beasts, while they offered more points, fighting them was far too difficult, and one could easily get injured if they weren't careful. The two headed toward the huge stone mountain in the distance, but before they knew it, they were surrounded by 5 strange beasts. Suyi, something has surrounded us. Suyi slapped his forehead, looking annoyed. I was so focused on piloting the plane and finding my way that I forgot to scout out the surroundings. When he saw his surroundings clearly, his face immediately darkened. Damn it, it's a pack of flame lions. He immediately moved behind Muchinga, and the two stood back to back, not giving the lion pride a chance to attack from behind. When facing these 4-legged hunters, running away is pointless. 2 legs simply can't outrun them. The only solution is to confront them head-on. Suyi quickly assigned targets. There are 5 in total. I'll take the male lion and the 2 lionesses next to him. Can you handle the 2 over there? Muchinga nodded. No problem. Count down to 3. Try to kill one of each first. 3, 2, 1, kill. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyi released the remaining fighter jets, and Muchinga's main cannon also fired directly in front of him at the same time. 2 mournful howls rang out. The pride had already lost 2 lions in the first clash. The male lion roared in fury, and the remaining 3 fiery lions pounced in an instant. The lion was much faster than the wild boar. It was upon him in the blink of an eye. While Muchinga was still loading the main gun, a lioness leaped up to meet him. Suyi stepped forward to block and force back the charging lioness. He then grabbed Muchinga's waist and pulled her 3 meters away to avoid the first wave of attacks from the pride. As soon as they landed, Muchinga opened fire again, and Suyi also controlled the fighter jet to fire in a crossfire. But the flame lions were already on guard, and neither of their attacks hit any vital points. They were incredibly agile, unlike wild boars that would blindly charge forward. The remaining 3 flame lions dispersed again, clearly still intending to form an encirclement. Suyi and Muchinga retreated while fighting, their fighter jets constantly diving and dropping bombs, and their main guns never stopped firing, forcing the lion pride to keep their distance. After a few minutes of stalemate, Muchinga suddenly hid behind Suyi, avoiding the sight of one of the lions. Suyi, strike down the last lion. Without hesitation, Suyi immediately steered the 3 fighter jets to dive towards the lion. The male lion easily dodged the falling bomb with a side jump, but the loud explosion also attracted the attention of the other 2 lionesses. Now, seizing the fleeting opportunity, Muchinga fired all 4 main cannons simultaneously, aiming a direct hit at the lioness on the left. The explosion rang out, and the lioness screamed as she fell to the ground. Yes, I hit it. Suyi immediately finished off the lioness, sending 2 bombs flying from the sky and eliminating her completely. Seeing his companions die one after another, the male lion let out a mournful cry and called to the last lioness to turn and run away. Watching the 2 fiery lions flee, Suyi couldn't help but laugh. Have these beasts become sentient? They even know how to make a strategic retreat. Muchinga rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a bottle of water, took a sip, and reminded him, these kinds of strange beasts are very clever and hold grudges. Should we chase after those two and kill them after they escaped? Suye's gaze turned cold. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go kill them. The lion was indeed very fast. It disappeared completely in less than half a minute. Fortunately, Suye's fighter jet was conducting reconnaissance from high altitude, and he could see every move of the two lion-like beasts. The 3 lionesses they had killed earlier were of little value except for their meat, so the 2 of them didn't bother to butcher them. If we had wasted time on those materials, the other 2 lions would have long since escaped somewhere. After chasing for 20 minutes, Suyi saw a huge stone mountain standing in front of him. The 2 lions disappeared after approaching the stone mountain. They've most likely hidden in the rocky hills. Let's go take a look. Okay, be careful. In order not to alert their target, the 2 deliberately slowed down their pace. And after more than 10 minutes, they finally found a cave at the foot of the rocky mountain. Suyi led Muchinga to the cave entrance quietly. Peeking inside, they saw that the 2 strange beasts, one male and one female, were indeed resting inside. The lion seemed to sense something, looked up at the cave entrance, but saw no one, so it could only lower its head and continue licking the wounds left from the battle. Suyi turned around and made a few hand gestures to Muchinga, who immediately understood and nodded gently. The 2 had agreed before they approached the rocky mountain to communicate only with hand gestures, since they were too close and any word could alert the strange beasts inside the cave. Just as the 2 lions thought they were safe and completely let their guard down, 2 figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave. The next second, intense firepower enveloped the entire cave. Due to limited space in the cave, Suyi only released 3 aircraft, and all attacks were targeted at the lioness. At the same time, Muchinga's 4 main cannons also opened fire, their target aimed directly at the lion. This initial move almost immediately secured the victory. Just as the lioness tried to get up, the bomb exploded right above her head. The lion reacted a little faster and barely dodged the first shell, but the next 3 main cannon shots hit it in succession, leaving it no chance to struggle. With a muffled thud, the lion collapsed to the ground, not even having time to utter its last words. Okay, all done and we're done. Suyi, this cave stinks. Let's get out of here quickly. After the battle, Suyi finally relaxed, but the strong stench from inside the cave immediately filled his nostrils. The beast was dead, and the points were already in her hands, so Muchinga naturally didn't want to stay in this place any longer. Okay, let's get out of here quickly. This smell is really too strong. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Suyi and Muchinga returned to the camp. 7 consecutive days of hunting had left them both exhausted. Inside the bathhouse, Suyi lay half reclined by the pool, gazing at the overhead light, lost in thought for a moment. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary office worker with no lofty ideals. Who would have thought that he would be transported to such a magical world after death? The technology here may not be as advanced as in the previous life, but the infrastructure is not bad, and there's also the ship soul that can greatly increase the combat power of awakened ones. So he couldn't help but sigh, wondering when he would be able to assemble a full set of 6 powerful items. The old saying was right. When poor, use tactical flanking maneuvers. When rich, use overwhelming firepower. However, he currently only has 1 fighter jet core, and if the enemy gets close, he will have to fight hand-to-hand. He is clearly still far from achieving true firepower coverage. The core of top-tier equipment still depends on the system's lottery system. I wonder when I'll be able to draw close-in weapon systems and radars. After washing up, Suyi went outside the tent to wait for the final rankings to be announced. Before long, Muchinga and the other 3 women arrived one after another, while Zhang Jiwei took the microphone and walked up to the temporary platform set up in the camp. He started announcing from the 50th person onwards, and the atmosphere among the crowd grew increasingly tense. 3rd place, Liu Yao, Ji Luoxi, and Song Iran, with an average score of 706 points. 2nd place, Han Yuwei, Lin Jiayu, and Lin Ming, with an average score of 712 points. 1st place, Muchinga and Suyi, with an average score of 788 points. This result did not cause the same sensation as when the event started. After all, Su Yi and Mu Qingge had been firmly in first place for 6 consecutive days. Liu Yao's team was overtaken by Han Yuwei and others 3 days ago, and they were unable to regain second place until the end of the event. Various discussions quickly arose in the crowd. Some people marveled that Mu Qingge had actually led Su Yi to first place, while others were jealous that Su Yi was just lucky. Some even say that although he lacks talent, his face is top-notch, more than enough to be a pretty boy. After everyone had finished discussing, Zhang Jiwei smiled and said, "I know the top 50 students can't wait to receive their awards. The awards ceremony will begin now. Teams ranked 31st to 50th will receive a reward of 5,000 star coins. Teams ranked 11th to 30th will receive a reward of 10,000 star coins. The 4th to 10th place winners will each receive 20,000 star coins. The 3rd place winners, Liu Yao and her 2 companions, each received an excellent grade equipment core and 30,000 star coins. The 2nd place winners, Han Yuwei and 2 others, each received an excellent grade equipment core and 50,000 star coins. As for the champions Mu Qingge and Su Yi, each will receive a high-quality equipment core and an additional 100,000 star coins. This reward immediately made many people envious. Su Yi and Mu Qingge had worked themselves to the bone hunting countless strange beasts over 7 days, but they only earned a little over 100,000. Winning the championship now brings a prize of 100,000 yuan, plus a high-quality equipment core, which is definitely a generous reward. I don't know what type of this excellent core is, or whether I can use it. Su Yi muttered to himself as he followed the 4 women toward the podium. Zhang Jiwei presented awards to Liu Yao's team and Han Yuwei's team before finally coming to Mu Qingge and Su Yi. "Musu, we old folks have all seen how you perform in the secret realm, but..." Zhang Jue scrutinized Su Yi, and after a moment of silence, slowly spoke. "Su Yi, your ship spirit seems a bit different. You can actually equip aircraft equipment cores that other Awaken can't use. Could you explain this to this old man?" Su Yi knew very well that as long as he used carrier-based aircraft in combat, the secrets of the aircraft's core would be discovered sooner or later. The earliest aircraft carriers in his previous life were converted from cargo ships. The information he found during this period also showed that there had been cases of cargo ships' soul modification abroad, but the practicality was not high, and the relevant content was only mentioned casually by third-rate entertainment tabloids. Thinking of this, Su Yi stopped hiding his thoughts and said calmly, "As long as the cargo ship is large enough and equipped with a through deck, it can use the aircraft core." This wasn't nonsense. The foreign cargo ship that was converted into an aircraft carrier followed this very path. However, he didn't reveal all the crucial conditions. For the conversion to be successful, the cargo ship must have an ironclad hull. Even a large wooden, 3-masted cargo ship cannot support such a conversion. Secondly, the ship's length must be at least 100 meters. Otherwise, the flight deck will not be long enough, and the carrier-based aircraft will rush to the end of the deck and plunge into the sea before they can accelerate to takeoff requirements. After listening to the explanation, Zhang Jiwei stroked his beard and nodded thoughtfully. "Kid, you're pretty good. To be able to use the cargo ship spirit as a combat ship spirit is quite an achievement. Keep up the good work. The future belongs to you young people." After saying that, he handed 2 high-quality cores and 2 bank cards containing 100,000 star coins to Su Yi and Song Iran respectively. After the awards ceremony, everyone boarded the ship summoned by Mu Qingge and returned to Baihai City. On the way, Su Yi toyed with the high-quality equipment core, looking utterly disgusted. The organizers are so stingy, giving out 2 armor cores as the first prize. Song Iran said helplessly, "It's already a great favor that they managed to get a superior level core this year. Last year's champion only got an excellent level 1. If you don't want it, give it to me. Take it." Su Yi casually tossed the core to her. Song Iran was taken aback. "You really gave it to me? I was just saying it casually. Take it if I give it to you, I don't need it. You said it yourself. You can't go back on your word." Song Iran immediately beamed and carefully put the core into her pocket. The journey was uneventful, and the group returned to Baihai City. As soon as they stepped out of the hall, Su Yi said goodbye to the others, explaining that his mother had just called and asked him to come home today. Liu Yao offered to drive him, but Su Yi waved his hand, saying that since they were going in different directions, it would be a detour and taking a taxi would be more convenient. After saying goodbye to the girls, he called a taxi on his phone and returned home alone. When he got home, his father, Su Wuan, was sitting in the living room browsing the news, while his mother, Shun Shui, was cleaning a fish in the semi-open kitchen in the yard. In this life, Suyi comes from a well-off family, living in a 3-story house with a detached courtyard. Shun Shui awakens the soul of a medical ship and works as an attending physician at the city's central hospital. Su Wuen's ship soul is that of a supply ship, and he runs his own supermarket, earning a considerable income. Suyi was unaware that his parents had been so worried these past 2 days because of his awakening of the cargo ship soul. Both of them were non-combat ship souls, so naturally they hoped their son could awaken a true combat ship soul. In this world, only advanced combat ship soul awakeners receive key national training and access to resources that ordinary people can only dream of. Every 10 levels a ship's soul advances, it will encounter a new challenge. To continue advancing, it must use an advancement chip. Chips are divided into 9 levels, and a single level 1 advancement chip can cost as much as 2 million star coins on the market. Without money to buy chips, one cannot upgrade their level, thus preventing them from engaging in high-level disaster ships and obtaining valuable loot. Countless people are trapped in this cycle. However, if a ship awakens a combat soul of a grade or higher, the nation will provide 1 to 3 levels of advancement chips for free. Before level 40, there will be no need to worry about resources. This is only part of the support. Seeing his busy mother and his father's concerned eyes, Suyi felt a warmth in his heart and called out loudly, "Dad, Mom, I'm home. What delicious food are you making today? It smells so good." In his past life, he knew he was an orphan from a young age. Now, it seems that fate has made up for that regret, giving him a pair of parents who truly love him. Holding up a spatula, Shun Shui said with a smile, "These are all your favorite home-style dishes. Sweet and sour pork, garlic vermicelli, and wild beef that your dad specially asked a friend to hunt outside the city. This is meat from a strange beast. It's very nourishing, and eating it can greatly improve your physical condition." Looking at the large plate full of strange beast flesh and blood, Suyi was deeply moved. "Dad is awesome. He even went out of the city to hunt strange beasts so that I could have some meat." Although he had killed many strange beasts in the secret realm, most of them were inedible. In addition, the secret realm was fraught with danger, and he had only eaten a simple roasted beef once, so he naturally knew how rare the meat of strange beasts was. Although his father wasn't a combat-type ship spirit, he clearly owed his friends a lot of favors in order to help him improve his physique by bringing back the most essential part of the wild bull. Su Wuen picked up his teacup and took a sip. "Stop flattering me. But dinner will be a little later tonight. Your Uncle Tang and the others are coming over for dinner." Uncle Tang's real name is Tang Jinan. He's Su Wuen's childhood friend, and their families are still neighbors. Tang Jinan must have been a great help on this trip out of the city to hunt the strange beasts. Shun Shui continued, "Tang Li will be coming too. She's planning to apply to Haizhou University." "Son, which university are you planning to apply to?" Tang Li is a top student at Baihai No. 1 High School, and her awakened ship is an S-class ironclad cruiser. Whether in theoretical knowledge or ship soul level, she is among the best in Baihai. No more than 30 people from Baihai City can get into Haizhou University each year. With her talent, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she will at least become a powerful figure who can govern a region in the future. Haizhou University? Suyi rubbed his hands together and smiled. "I think I should give it a try. I'll check the application scores later." "Son, you." Su Wuen hesitated, then finally said, "All right, whatever makes you happy." He knew that although Su Ye's ship soul level was S-class, the ship itself was ultimately just a non-combat cargo ship, so there was almost no hope of getting into Haizhou University. But those words that might hurt his son were ultimately swallowed back by Su Wuen. Su Wuen took a sip of tea and smiled as he mentioned that Tang Li had a withdrawn personality, and Tang Jinan had always worried that she wouldn't be good at getting along with classmates and teachers after entering university. He told Suyi to take Tang Li out more often and not to always stay cooped up at home. Suyi was a little surprised and asked her if she didn't have any close friends or besties. Although the two families were neighbors, Tang Li had always kept to herself and rarely went out. The last time Suyi really saw her was probably when he graduated from junior high school. He only remembered that Tang Li was not short back then, but she was thin and weak, with pigtails, and looked completely different from how she is now. Shun Shui sighed and said that Tang Li really didn't have any friends, and her mother, Xiao Jieli, was almost driven crazy by this. Suyi nodded in agreement, but he also made it clear that he was willing to take her out, but if Tang Li was unwilling, he couldn't force her to go. Shin Shui told him to keep this in mind, then turned and went back to the kitchen to continue working. The Tang family was coming to visit that evening, so naturally they needed to prepare a few more dishes. It was still early, so Suyi said goodbye to his parents and went back to his bedroom on the far west side of the second floor. He then turned on his computer to look up admission information for Martial Arts University. He clicked into Haijo University's admission brochure and discovered that the school's entry requirements were incredibly high. Not only did applicants for the combat department need a ship spirit level of B, but they also needed a base score of over 450. The requirement for non-combat roles are slightly lower, but a score of 420 is still required. The college entrance examination consists of 5 parts: shelling accuracy, ship speed, target acquisition distance, ship durability and protection capabilities, and finally, tactical application. The first 4 sections are assessed separately, while the tactical application involves randomly paired teams of 4 competing against each other, with the examiner scoring on-site. The total score is 500 points. To get into Haijo University, you need to average 90 points in each section. No wonder no more than 30 students from Chengdu can get into Haijo Martial Arts University every year. They recruit only the most talented of the most talented, the elite of the elite. Suyi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he wasn't a real cargo ship. Otherwise, even if he were equipped with close-in weapon systems, he might not have been able to hit the target beyond its range. However, with his current abilities, getting into Haijo Martial Arts University shouldn't be a problem. Thinking about the hundreds of thousands of yuan he still had in his bank account, he closed the web page and sat on the bed. System, give me a 10 pull. System, give me a boost this time and pull out a top-tier item. The system notification immediately sounded. 100,000 star coins were deducted, and Su Yi gained 10 points. Would you like to use the 10 points for a 10 pull? Sure. The wheels spun rapidly, and the prizes quickly appeared. 2 bottles of white, regular-grade refreshing soda, and a blue, elite-grade SG search radar core. Su Yi's eyes lit up instantly. Radar. Although it was only elite level, there were no early warning aircraft in this world, so radar was definitely a qualitative leap for him. He suppressed his elation and immediately absorbed the radar core into the ship's hull. The SG radar search radius was about 30 to 40 kilometers, which was more than enough for him, even with some margin. About an hour later, Tang Jinan and his family of 3 rang the doorbell. Shin Shui called Su Yi from the living room to come downstairs for dinner. He responded and quickly walked out of the room. 8 dishes were already laid out on the table, and Su Wuan had even brought out a bottle of fine wine. Su Yi greeted Tang Jinan and Xiao Jelly with a smile, his gaze then falling on Tang Li. Tang Li, it's been a long time. Tang Jinan has a well-proportioned figure and a resolute face, possessing the charm of a handsome middle-aged man. Xiao Jelly, on the other hand, is a classic beauty from the Jiangnan region, still retaining her charm even in her 40s. But when Su Yi saw Tang Li clearly, he was completely stunned. She was wearing a beige, open-work knit sweater with a tank top underneath and a pleated skirt. The girl's cheeks had a healthy, rosy glow. Her features were delicate. She had cherry-like lips, and her figure was graceful and captivating. Who would have thought that the slender little girl from back then would have changed so much in just a few years? Tang Jinan called out Tang Tang in a low voice, and Tang Li came back to her senses. She then greeted Uncle Su, Aunt Shun, and Brother Su Yi in a soft voice. It was her first time dining at Su Ye's house in many years, and she was visibly reserved. Being naturally introverted and shy, it was already quite an achievement for her to muster the courage to sit here. Su Yi said with a smile that when his father heard that Uncle Tang was coming, the first thing he did when he got home was to go to the supermarket to buy wine, so that he could have a good drink with him. Tang Jinan immediately burst into laughter, clinked glasses with Su Wuan, and the 2 men quickly began drinking one sip after another. Su Yi then asked Tang Li if she wanted orange juice or cola. Tang Li quietly said she wanted orange juice and didn't forget to thank him. When she took the bottle, she realized that Su Yi had already loosened the cap beforehand. She took a sip of orange juice, but her gaze kept falling on Su Yi. Half an hour later, apart from the 2 fathers who were still drinking, everyone else was basically full. Shin Shui smiled and told Tang Li not to be shy and to make herself at home. Su Yi greeted his father and Uncle Tang, then walked over to Tang Li. The little girl was looking down at the textbooks she had brought. He glanced at the book cover and saw it was about ballistics. Tang Li nodded and said that the college entrance exam was coming up soon and she wanted to get into Haijo University. She couldn't afford to lose too many points in the artillery accuracy section. However, her accuracy was never consistent, especially in this part of the book. She always felt that even when she practiced according to the method, she was always just a little short. Suyi said that artillery accuracy and tactical application were indeed the subjects that most easily created a gap in skill levels. He then took the textbook and sat down next to Tang Li. He looked her over from top to bottom and quickly understood her question. It wasn't just about calculating the positions of both sides. It also involved taking into account the rise and fall of the sea surface. With Suye's patient explanation, Tang Li's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. She sat cross-legged on the sofa and mentally went through the steps he had described, and the parts she hadn't understood before suddenly became clear. "Brother Suyi, you're amazing." Suyi leaned back and said with a smile, "Of course, when it comes to theory, I'm no worse than anyone else." Tang Li responded softly, then lowered her head to flip through the remaining pages. When she encountered anything she didn't understand, she continued to quietly ask Suyi for help. Not long after, she noticed Suye's gaze on her, and her cheeks flushed instantly. She couldn't help but wonder, was he looking at my chest just now? She glanced down, feeling increasingly embarrassed, even wishing it were smaller. Fortunately, Suyi only glanced at it a few times before quickly looking away as if nothing had happened. He could admire her, but even a rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow. He and Tang Li had been neighbors since childhood. If he really crossed the line, how awkward would it be if they met again in the future? But then I thought about it again, and it seems that Suyi wasn't born in the year of the rabbit either. On the other side, several parents were enjoying their drinks. Tang Jinan took a sip of his wine and suddenly said, "I plan to enroll Tang Dang in an extracurricular tutoring class before the college entrance examination, so that she can reach the admission standards of Haizhou University as much as possible." "Old Su, does your Xiaoyi have any plans for this?" Xin Shui immediately replied with a smile. "That's good. Our kid's aptitude for ship hulls isn't great, but if he's willing to work hard, he might be able to get into a regular university." Suyi looked up, his face full of helplessness. "Mom, I haven't even agreed yet. How come you've already arranged it for me?" Although Tang Li didn't look up, her ears were slightly perked up, clearly having taken in everything the adults said. Xin Shui put on a stern face. "Just go when I tell you to. Why all the nonsense? It's not like I'm asking you to use your New Year's money to sign up." Okay, I'll go, all right? I didn't say I wouldn't go." Suyi deliberately dragged out his words, making the parents laugh. Xiao Jieli smiled and looked at him. Then it settled. "Xiaoyi, you'll go with Tang Tang to register." Her gaze held a hint of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. And just like that, the decision to enroll Suyi and Tang Li in tutoring classes together was immediately approved by several parents. Nowadays, theoretical classes in schools have long ended, and high schools no longer have holographic simulation pods for students to practice in real combat. Whether or not students go to school for the rest of the time is entirely up to them. Students from families with some means generally won't go to school at this point. Those who are particularly wealthy will simply buy a holographic simulator and project their ship's spirit into a virtual environment for combat training at home. Most families can't afford simulators, so they go to after-school training classes. These classes also offer simulators, but the usage time is limited and practice needs to be scheduled. Of course, some people are bold enough to venture out of the city to the sea to engage the disaster ships in actual combat. However, this method is extremely risky. At best, they might get injured and have their college entrance exams affected, and at worst, they might die at the hands of the disaster ships. Unless they are so poor that they have nowhere else to go, or they're extremely confident in their abilities, very few high school seniors would gamble their future and their lives. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. In addition to giving her the 20,000 yuan registration fee, Shen Shui also gave Suyi an extra 1,000 yuan, telling him to take Tang Li out for some fun. Suyi sat in the small garden in front of his house, leaning against the parasol while waiting for someone. Soon after, Tang Li slowly walked over from the small villa next door. Today she was wearing a white dress and white sneakers. She was 1.75 meters tall, which is considered tall for a girl. Standing next to Suyi, she was only 10 centimeters shorter. Coupled with her outstanding figure, it was indeed hard to look away. Suye's gaze was rather direct, and Tang Li immediately felt embarrassed, asking softly, "Brother Suyi, shall we go register now?" "Okay, let's go." Suyi withdrew his gaze, got up and led her to the SU outside the door and opened the passenger door. Get in. Is it okay for you to sit in the passenger seat? Tang Li nodded gently and obediently sat down inside. Sui got in the driver's seat, started the engine, shifted gears, and stepped on the gas, all in one smooth motion. The journey to the training institution took about 20 minutes, during which Tang Li watched him the entire time, her eyes filled with surprise. Brother Suyi, you drive so skillfully. I've had my driver's license for almost a year, and I still don't dare to drive alone. Suyi turned to look at her, and their eyes met. Only when Tang Li's cheeks turned red did he speak. Driving isn't difficult. The fact that you got your driver's license means you're good at it. I'll teach you how to drive when I have time. Really? Tang Li's eyes lit up, and she felt a little happy. 20 minutes later, SU pulled up in front of the training institution in Changchun. A large number of students and parents had already gathered there, clearly there to register. Suyi and Tang Li walked side by side toward the registration window when a familiar voice suddenly came from behind them. Suyi, are you here to register too? The two stopped and turned around at the same time. The person who had just arrived was Lu Wei, Suye's classmate and his closest friend. But when Lu Wei saw Tang Li following Suyi like a little shadow, he was completely stunned. Holy crap, Suyi, who is this beautiful woman? Suyi smiled and said, her name is Tang Li, and she's my neighbor sister. Tang, let me introduce you. This is my classmate and also my good brother. You could just call him Go Dan. Tang Li frowned slightly, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then tugged at Suye's sleeve. Brother Suyi, is it not appropriate to call someone by their nickname on our first meeting? She's just introverted and timid, not impolite. Go Dan immediately recognized it as a nickname. How could he call her that to her face? Lu Wei immediately feigned a hurt expression. Suyi, is it really appropriate for you to call me that in front of your sister? After saying that, he looked at Tang Li seriously and said, hello, Tang Li. My name is Lu Wei. I am your brother's classmate. Hello. Tang Li's voice was clear and gentle, and Lu Wei was at a loss for what to do, so he could only nod quickly. Then, he leaned close to Suye's ear and whispered, is this beautiful woman really your sister? Or is she your lover? Suyi glared at him. Gooden, I think you're asking for trouble. If you want me to loosen up your muscles, just say so. This is my real sister. Tang Li lowered her head and pondered to herself. Does my sister have different types, the proper one and the improper one? Tang Li quietly followed Suyi toward the registration window. Seeing him and Lu Wei whispering to each other, she quickened her pace, wanting to hear what they were talking about. Lu Wei suddenly lowered his voice. Suyi, I heard that Song Lin has been looking for you recently. Seeing his friend's expression, Suyi immediately guessed that he had ill intentions, and simply replied, let her look for me. We broke up peacefully. What's she going to do to me? Lu Wei, however, said with an exaggerated expression, are you really unaware or just pretending? Your story has spread throughout the group chat. You said it was a peaceful breakup, but after that slap you gave her that day, Song Lin probably won't let it go so easily. As he spoke, he gave Suyi a thumbs up with admiration. Song Lin broke up with you, but you didn't tolerate it at all. You even got a breakup reward for yourself. You're truly my idol. But then Lu Wei reminded him that Song Lin was, after all, a B-level combat ship spirit. If she really held a grudge against him, she might just slap him away in the future. Unbeknownst to the two, Tang Li had overheard their conversation clearly from behind. She felt conflicted. It turned out that Suyi had a girlfriend before, and they had already broken up. It sounds like the girl did something to offend Suyi first, which is why she got slapped. But Lu Wei also said that Suyi never spoils girls, so what if she wants Suyi to take her out? Will he refuse her to? Tang Li was lost in thought when Suyi suddenly stopped. She wasn't paying attention and bumped into his back, freezing in shock. Suyi subconsciously leaned back, feeling something soft and springy against his back. When he turned around, he saw Tang Li standing there with her face flushed. Meeting those clear, bright eyes, Suyi immediately snapped out of his reverie and gently patted her shoulder. Tang, I'm sorry, I was just lost in thought. Did I hurt you? Tang Li obediently shook her head. It's okay. I was thinking about something just now and didn't see you stop. Soon, the three of them filled out the registration forms and paid the fees. Lu Wei still had to go back to school for makeup classes. He had failed 2 theory courses and would have to retake them in a week. After saying goodbye to Lu Wei, Suyi led Tang Li back to the car. After fastening her seatbelt, he turned to her and asked, Registration's done. Are we going home now? To everyone's surprise, Tang Li's face immediately fell, and she asked softly, Brother Suyi, are we considered good friends now? Suyi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled helplessly. We've been neighbors since we were little, known each other for over 10 years, practically childhood sweethearts. Our relationship is much stronger than that of ordinary friends. Tang Li's eyes lit up immediately, and she smiled especially happily. Yes, then Brother Suyi is my one and only best friend. Hearing the word only, Suye's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this girl has never had any friends? He couldn't help but tenderly pat her head. Of course, we've always been best friends. If you ever need anything, come to me anytime. No one can separate us. Tang Li immediately replied, I have something to do right now. Is that all right? What is it? Just say it. I want to go to Huangyao Street. Huangyao Street is an old street lined with small shops and food stalls. While the hygiene is SOSO, it's very lively. This was Tang Li's first request to him, and such a simple wish at that. So Suyi naturally wouldn't refuse. Huangyao Street was nearly a 40-minute drive from the training institution, and Suyi drove her there in his SUV. Not long after, he noticed goosebumps on Tang Li's arms. The air conditioning had been set too low. Suyi immediately adjusted the temperature to 26 degrees Celsius, afraid that the little girl would catch a cold. Tang Li didn't say anything, but the corners of her eyes curved slightly, clearly indicating that she was in a good mood. In less than an hour, the two arrived at Huangyao Street. It was a bit hot outside, but the street was bustling with people, and the stalls on both sides were filled with snacks and various weapon cores. As they passed a candied hawthorn stall, Suyi asked her, Want some candied hawthorn? Tang Li's eyes lit up, and she nodded without hesitation. Yes, it looks delicious. Suyi bought 2 skewers for 6 yuan and handed one to Tang Li. Tang Li licked it, her eyes narrowing into slits. So delicious, especially sweet. Looking at her contented little face, Suyi couldn't help but sigh inwardly, wondering how he had never noticed before that there was such a treasure girl hidden beside him. He was so focused on pursuing Song Lin that he never even got to taste her lips from the time they got together until they broke up. Looking back now, he feels like he really missed out. The two ate and strolled around, and after half an hour they had reached the end of the old street. Beyond that was the residential area, and there was nothing left to see. Tang Li was clearly still not satisfied. Suddenly, she saw a fried chicken and fries shop not far away, and her eyes lit up again. Let's go eat fried chicken, it's on me. So he was a little stunned. He hadn't seen her have such a big appetite yesterday, and she had been talking nonstop all day today. But looking at her expectant face, he simply couldn't bring himself to refuse. After entering the store, Tang Li ate with great relish. Suyi, resting his chin on his hand, pulled the last fries from the box and was about to put them in his mouth. Tang Li seemed to notice and immediately pouted, looking at him expectantly. Her aggrieved little face made Suyi instantly feel guilty, like he was taking a child's snacks. He handed him the fries. Here, open your mouth. Tang Li turned her head away. No. Listen to me, open your mouth. You're being mean to me. Tang Li couldn't refuse him, so she could only open her mouth with a pitiful expression. Suyi took the opportunity to feed her the fries, but his fingers inadvertently touched her soft pink lips. The texture was so tender and moist that it made his heart skip a beat. If he could have another bite, the feeling would definitely be even more amazing. But the next second, Suyi quickly suppressed the thought. The two were neighbors, and his father was a close friend. This kind of thing just didn't seem right. He had to restrain himself. He absolutely couldn't touch Tang Li. Unless, of course, he truly couldn't resist. After eating and drinking their fill and resting for a while, the two returned the way they came. Huangyao Street was full of mud houses with moss growing on the corners of the walls. As Suyi walked ahead, Tang Li suddenly cried out in pain behind him. The little girl was so focused on looking at the roadside stalls that she didn't notice where she was stepping. She stepped into a hole, twisted her ankle, and fell to the ground. What's wrong, Tang Tang? Suyi immediately squatted down to check on her and saw that Tang Li was sweating profusely from the pain, and her face had turned pale. He first helped Tang Li to sit down on a roadside bench, then picked up her injured foot and gently pressed it. Does it hurt here? Tang Li pursed her lips and nodded with teary eyes. Yes, it hurts as soon as I touch it. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Suyi became a little anxious. He looked up and saw a pharmacy nearby, so he quickly told Tang Li to wait and ran inside. He asked the shop assistant if they had any medicine for sprains, and the middle-aged clerk recommended Yunnan Baiyao spray. After hearing this, Suyi bought a bottle immediately, scanned the code to pay, and then hurriedly returned to Tang Li's side. He took off Tang Li's white shoes. Tang Li was wearing white socks, and her feet were small. After checking the injury, Suyi said, "It's all right, not serious." After spraying the medicine and rubbing it, it should be much better. Upon hearing this, Tang Li's body tensed up immediately, her pretty face turning bright red, but she still quietly agreed and let Suyi treat her injuries. 20 minutes later, Suyi put her socks on and asked with a smile, Tang, how are you feeling?" "It's much better. It doesn't hurt as much as before." Tang Li kept her head down, not daring to look at him, clearly still shy. Suyi helped her try to get up, but as soon as her injured foot touched the ground, the soreness immediately struck. Tang Li sat back down in the chair, frowning as she said, "No, it still hurts too much. I can't stand up." Suyi sighed helplessly, walked up to her, and squatted down. "Forget it. I'll carry you. You're badly injured. Walking will only make it worse." Tang Li hesitated for a moment, then reached out and wrapped her arms around Suyi's neck, slowly pressing her body against his. Suyi supported her knees and easily lifted her onto his back. It would take more than 20 minutes to walk back, but carrying Tang Li, who weighed about 100 pounds, was nothing to Suyi. If it weren't for her foot injury, he could have run all the way back. Tang Li buried her face in Suyi's neck, her heart pounding faster and faster. She felt that Suyi had indeed been very gentle just now, but a strange thought couldn't help but pop into her mind. Why does Suyi like touching his own feet so much? When they arrived at the parking spot, Suyi opened the back door and carefully placed Tang Li inside. As he closed the door, he was still savoring the memory. Tang Li's figure was truly too much, and he had almost lost control just now. After getting into the driver's seat, Tang Li, sitting in the back, rubbed her feet and asked in a low voice, "Am I very heavy?" "Not bad. Quite well proportioned, slim where she should be, and plump where she should be," Suyi said, then suddenly realized something was wrong and coughed twice to shut his mouth. Tang Li fell silent, her eyes darting around, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. After dropping Tang Li off at her doorstep, Suyi instructed her, "Stay home and rest these next few days. I won't take you out for a stroll." Tang Li immediately pouted, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going home." After watching Tang Li enter the house, Suyi turned around and went back to his own home. The following morning, Suyi brought Tang Li to the training institution again. With the help of the staff, the two lay down in the simulation pods. The moment the warehouse door closed, Suyi's vision went black. Less than 5 seconds later, the surroundings suddenly lit up, and he found himself in a futuristic-looking hall that was completely empty. "Hello. Welcome to the simulation space." After the notification sounded, a blue virtual panel appeared. His personal information was displayed in the upper left corner, and there was only a red training ground button in the middle. Suyi had already familiarized himself with the operation of the simulator before he arrived. He selected the largest nautical chart, set the difficulty to normal, and also configured the weather and wind direction. He came here today to see just how much combat power his ship can currently provide. The scene gradually blurred, and the next moment, Suyi appeared on a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier in the selected sea area. The 350-meter-long carrier was anchored around an archipelago. Although this can only simulate 80% of the data, it's enough. With a thought, Suyi activated the SG radar instantly, beginning to scan the surrounding sea area. The SG radar core, selected by the system, is a standard surface search radar, capable of locking onto surface targets. Depending on the size of the ship, its detection range is approximately 30 to 40 kilometers. Most of the awakened ships in this world are still 3-masted sailing ships from the age of exploration, which are small to medium-sized targets, and radar can detect them at a shorter distance. However, most sailing ships were made of wood, with only a sheet metal outer layer. Although the cannons of the Suno's carrier-based aircraft were not large in caliber, they were still able to inflict effective damage on them. But if they encounter an ironclad warship like Muchinga's, their carrier-based aircraft can only harass at best. Even if an aerial bomb hits head-on, it will only blew off a thin layer of skin. The radar continued to scan the sea surface and finally detected 3 enemy ships patrolling 29 kilometers to the northeast. Radar is indeed a great tool. While others still need binoculars to find them, I've already located them first. Suyi immediately became excited and ordered the carrier-based aircraft to take off in groups of 3, with their target being the 3 enemy ships. His current carrier-based aircraft is still a biplane propeller plane, but it is not slow. It arrived over the enemy ship in about 10 minutes. Although the 3 sailboats were controlled in virtual space, their reactions were remarkably realistic. As soon as the aircraft approached, they immediately went into combat mode. The sailing ship had no dedicated anti-aircraft weapons, only a few small caliber cannons that could be adjusted to fire into the air with difficulty. But how could such makeshift anti-aircraft artillery possibly hit a carrier-based aircraft flying at high speed? After a round of shelling, not even a shadow of a carrier-based aircraft was touched. So he did not attack the enemy ships immediately. He wanted to first see how good the air defense was in this world. After some testing, the results were quite satisfactory. At least this kind of sailboat was like a potato in a field when facing carrier-based aircraft. It could be dug up however one wanted. Next, Suyi piloted a squadron of carrier-based aircraft and launched a dive attack on one of the sailboats. The machine guns unleashed a barrage of fire, and a single volley reduced the enemy ship's durability by nearly 1/10. The machine gun caliber is still too small. The rate of fire is fast enough, but if you want to deal massive damage in a short time, you still have to attack repeatedly. Suyi had assumed that it would be easy for carrier-based aircraft to deal with these unarmored sailboats. However, this modified world obviously has its own rules. As long as the ship's durability does not drop to the critical value, no matter how badly the exterior is damaged, there will be no fatal damage. Several shells clearly hit the mast just now. In the normal world, the mast should have broken in too long ago. The sailboat in the virtual space, however, only has a few holes in its mast, yet it still sails as usual. This prompted Suyi to exclaim, "This is just so illogical." Since the machine guns were not very effective, he immediately switched to another group of fighters, preparing to use aerial bombs. However, during the dive bombing, one of the fighter planes was hit by the anti-aircraft guns of the sailboat and crashed into the sea, trailing black smoke before it reached the bombing position. Of the remaining 2 fighter jets, only one successfully hit its target. However, this aerial bomb weighed as much as 40 kilograms, and after the explosion, the durability of the sailboat instantly dropped to less than 50%. So you could see clearly that after the durability dropped below half, the hull finally showed obvious battle damage. The deck cracked, and the hull was damaged. But the mast still stood straight, showing no signs of breaking. It's been bombed like this, yet the mast hasn't broken? That's outrageous. Suyi originally wanted to blow up the mast to disable the sailboat's power. But now it seems that the rules governing ship hulls in this world are quite strange. As long as the ship's durability isn't completely depleted, the opponent's main equipment and weapons won't be damaged beyond repair. Although the 3 sailboats are controlled by virtual space, the logic is not complicated. Once an enemy is detected, they lock onto it and attack. At most, some basic tactics are added. After testing the offensive capabilities to a sufficient extent, Suyi wasted no more time and directly commanded the carrier-based aircraft to launch an airstrike. The 2 sailboats were quickly sunk, while the 5 carrier-based aircraft returned to the aircraft carrier. As for the last sailboat, Suyi deliberately left it behind, because next he will test the aircraft carrier's own defensive capabilities. Anyway, this is a virtual space, so even if the ship is sunk, it won't affect me in reality. Such a great free testing tool shouldn't be wasted. 30 kilometers is not a long distance. Suyi sailed for more than half an hour before finally getting close to the last sailboat. A few minutes earlier, the other side had actually spotted the aircraft carrier, turned around, and charged towards Suyi. When the 2 sides were about 2 kilometers apart, the sailboat began to turn and more than a dozen broadside cannons opened fire. Shells flew toward the aircraft carrier, but Suyi remained completely calm. Because the enemy fired 2 rounds of shelling, but not a single one hit them. I can't even hit my ship, which is so big. These NPCs are too weak. Suyi Sikhit. The aircraft carrier not only did not slow down, but continued to approach the sailboat head-on. The sailboat's hit rate only improved significantly when the distance between the 2 sides was reduced to about 1 kilometer. Shells kept hitting the aircraft carrier, and Suyi immediately checked the changes in the ship's durability. Durability 1.5. Durability 1.6. Not penetrated. Durability 1. The continuous prompts quickly made Su Yi realize that although the aircraft carrier was equipped with a composite armor core, the protection capabilities of different parts were not the same. The weakest point of defense is the deck. Being hit by a cannonball once will cause it to lose approximately 15 points of durability. Next is the bridge, while the strongest defense is on the sides. The cannonballs that hit the side of the sailboat almost universally showed no penetration. The enemy used an 18-pound medium naval gun, which was the most common main gun used by medium and large sailing ships. Su Yi silently noted down the defense data for each part. Seeing that the test was sufficient, he controlled the fighter jets on the deck to take off. Not long after, the last sailboat was also sent to the bottom of the sea by aerial bombs. However, this defense test also revealed a fatal flaw in the aircraft carrier to Su Yi. The ship itself is very well protected, but if enemy shells hit the carrier-based aircraft on the deck directly, the aircraft will be destroyed on the spot. In this era without frigates, we still have to stay in the rear and provide support. Subsequently, Su Yi launched all carrier-based aircraft and tested their range and combat endurance. The result was only SOSO, since he was only using a low-spec carrier-based aircraft core. The simulation cabin was used for a total of 2 hours, during which Su Yi gained a deeper understanding of his ship's hull. This test trip was definitely worthwhile. Burotu Su Yi. As soon as Su Yi stepped out of the simulation chamber, he saw Tang Li already waiting at the door. How long have you been out? I just came out too. Brother Su Yi, did you know? My ship gun hit rate was 7% today. Tang Li looked smug, her eyes clearly saying, "Praise me." Su Yi patted her head and said softly, Tang is great. If you can maintain this accuracy rate in the college entrance examination, you can get at least 85 points. He meant it sincerely. In this era, the average hit rate was only 5%, and Tang Li's ability to consistently achieve 7% was already considered quite talented. Tang Li nodded happily. I'm one of the top students in my class. I'm determined to get into Haijiu University this year. It's my dream university. But as she said this, her expression suddenly dimmed. However, I heard from my mother that you awakened a non-combat hull. Haijiu University probably has very few openings for non-combat hull hulls. Haijiu University's admission score for non-combat ship hulls is as high as 420, almost comparable to the score for combat departments at second-tier universities. Under normal circumstances, Su Yi's chances of getting in are indeed extremely slim. But what Su Yi awakened was the soul of a modern nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. In this world where almost all the ship spirits are ancient relics, if someone possesses such a ship spirit and still can't get into the Ocean University, he might as well find a block of tofu and smash his head against it. With only 20-odd days left until the college entrance examination, a group of people in military uniforms were sitting in a conference room in the capital city of Kyoto. Anyone who stands out here is a big shot whose stomp could cause an uproar. The middle-aged man, sitting at the head of the table, was a general whose chest was adorned with numerous medals. He spoke in a deep voice. Gentlemen, according to intelligence, a type of ship capable of carrying aircraft cores has appeared in the northern Russian country. That ship was originally just an ironclad cargo ship, but after being modified, it became a seaborne combat unit capable of launching and landing aircraft. They call this successfully modified hull an aircraft carrier. This type of aircraft carrier itself does not have cannons, but it can conduct ultra-long-range combat through the fighter jets on board. The first combat record of the Russian aircraft carrier is right on your desks. Take a look. As the middle-aged general finished speaking, the previously quiet conference room was suddenly filled with the sound of reports being flipped through. In the conference room, everyone was shocked after reading the intelligence, and finally someone couldn't help but ask a question. General Liu, the intelligence reports that this kind of ship called an aircraft carrier, when equipped with an aircraft core, can operate over distances of hundreds of kilometers. Does our country have one? As soon as this question was raised, others followed suit, and the room erupted in a cacophony of conversation. General Liu raised his hand to lower his voice and said in a deep voice, "It can be confirmed that aircraft carriers have broken the traditional situation of mutual gunfire between ships and created a new way of ultra-long-range strikes. Although the attack power of carrier-based aircraft is not high at present and cannot quickly decide the battle, the versatility of aircraft carriers is extremely high. The threat of a single aircraft is limited, but once the number reaches a certain scale, it becomes an absolute deterrent. Most of our ships lack air defense capabilities, so when faced with air attacks, they can only passively take hits. He then shifted his focus, pointing out the aircraft carrier's weaknesses. The Russian carrier had a very short range, requiring significantly longer resupply times than ordinary ships, and its own defenses were also quite weak. Once the enemy gets close, it's almost certainly a dead end. Even so, the emergence of aircraft carriers still signifies a complete transformation of future warfare. From today onward, everyone must be on the lookout for ship hulls that can be converted into aircraft carriers and report any targets immediately. As General Liu finished speaking, the proposal for the new type of aircraft carrier was also sent to the desks of leaders from all sides. On the other side, after leaving the training institution, Su Yi first took Tang Li back to her residential area and then went to Mu Chinga's villa alone. He had just finished showering and stepped out of the bathroom when he noticed someone lying on the living room sofa. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Mu Chinga. This girl just sleeps on the sofa like that. Isn't she afraid of catching a cold? Su Yi went back to his room to get a blanket and gently covered her with it. But the movement was a little too rough, and Mu Chinga quickly woke up. Su Yi smelled the alcohol on her and couldn't help but ask, "Miss Mu, are you drinking in broad daylight?" Mu Chinga was stunned for a moment, then said in a daze, "I drank a little bit, not much. I didn't expect you to like drinking. You didn't even invite me to drink. You don't consider me a friend." Mu Chinga didn't reply. Instead, she stared at him, her voice slightly slurred with drunkenness. "Su Yi, there's something I want to tell you." Su Yi looked puzzled, but Mu Chinga spoke directly. "My roommate said they like you." "Which one?" "Suya Askit, Somahat Surprisit." He did have a good relationship with the girls in the villa, and Song Yaran and Ji Luoshi's relationship was quite obvious. However, Mu Chinga remained silent for a moment before uttering 2 words softly. 3. Su Yi was speechless for a moment, then deliberately teased her. "Then why don't you be the eldest and let them be the youngest?" "Okowo." Mu Chinga agreed without hesitation, leaving Su Yi speechless. "Miss Mu, it seems you've really had too much to drink today." "I didn't drink much, just half a glass." Su Yi then asked, "By the way, why did you guys take a liking to me? I don't think I'm anything special." Mu Chinga looked at him and said seriously, "He is indeed very outstanding, which is why he is so popular with girls." "Are you jealous?" "I'm the first wife. What's there to be jealous of?" The topic was getting increasingly dangerous, and Su Yi knew he couldn't continue talking to a drunk girl, so he urged her to go back to her room to rest. Mu Chinga was indeed a little dizzy. She stretched, glanced at Su Yi with a fleeting look, and got up to go upstairs. She sighed inwardly as she pushed open the door. "Su Yi, you really are a scumbag." Before we knew it, the end of the month had arrived, and the college entrance examination officially began. Su Yi, Mu Chinga, and the others drove together to the examination site. The college entrance examination was not held at a school, but on an island south of Baihai. Besides the proctors, there were also admissions officers from various universities on the island. Awaken University highly values outstanding students. Those who perform exceptionally well in the college entrance examination have the opportunity to be admitted early. After signing in, the 4 went to different examination rooms. Mu Chinga and the others were all combat-type ship hulls, so they naturally went to the combat-type examination room. Su Yi's aircraft carrier hull is still classified as a non-combat cargo ship in the school system, so it can only enter the non-combat examination room. On the way, he happened to run into Liu Wei. "Hey, Su Yi, what a coincidence. I thought you had already entered the examination center." Su Yi sized up his best friend, Liu Wei, who was sporting a slick-back hairstyle, a white shirt, and dress pants. He looked as smug as if he were on a blind date, clearly very confident about the college entrance exam. "Judging from your expression, you seem very confident, don't you?" Liu Wei chuckled and asked, "Su Yi, what level is your ship soul?" "Level 4. I got it from grinding in the Silvergate Island dungeon last time." "What about you?" "You'll be shocked when I tell you. I'm already level 5. Every weekend for the past month, I've been grinding levels in the Silvergate Island dungeon, and my stats are terrifyingly high now." Su Yi patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Have you ever thought about it? The college entrance examination doesn't really consider the ship soul level. Unless you reach level 10 in a month and successfully fuse with the advanced chip, you're not qualified to be recommended to university." Liu Wei's smug expression froze instantly because Su Yi was right. Before level 10, the attribute increase from each level up is not significant, and the difference of 1 or 2 levels has a limited impact. However, once the advanced chip is fused, the ship's soul attributes will experience a surge. There are very few people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who have reached level 10 within just 1 month of awakening. They are basically the core members carefully cultivated by major powers. After exchanging a few playful words, the two went to their respective exam venues. 5 minutes later, Suyi arrived at the non-combat assessment point. It was packed with people, several times more bustling than the Silvergate Island secret realm. The huge screen above displayed the assessment batches, with nearly 50 people in each batch. According to the admission ticket number, it would be Su Ye's turn next. Results will not be released on the same day. Candidates can only check their final college entrance examination scores by logging into the score inquiry website 3 days later. Su Ye looked around and found that most of the students waiting for the assessment were unfamiliar faces, while a few familiar people were discussing in hushed tones. The so-called college entrance examination is essentially entering a mirrored secret realm provided by the authorities. This secret realm replicates natural secret realms through special means and can be programmed with rules according to needs. The rules for this year's college entrance examination are simple. The ship will not be actually destroyed after entering the secret realm. Once the ship is sunk, the examinees will be teleported out of the secret realm, and the official will then score them based on their performance in the secret realm. The non-combat ship hull test site opened more than 20 mirrored secret realms at once. Only after the people in each secret realm completed the test could the next batch of 50 candidates enter. Suyi waited in the waiting area for nearly an hour before it was finally his turn to step through the portal. He had entered the secret realm once before, so he remained calm and showed no surprise. A notification sounded from the sky. The theme of this year's college entrance examination challenge was raging seas and waves, and the difficulty was extremely high, so everyone had to take it seriously. Immediately afterwards, a huge virtual overhead map appeared before the test takers. At the center of the map was Ingzhou Island, a region composed of several large islands, with a total area of 378,000 square kilometers. Several red markers stood out starkly on the island and in the surrounding waters. The assessment mission was also announced: attack Ingzhou Island and annihilate as many enemy troops as possible. The enemy is the Ingzhou Combined Fleet, which has 150 naval units, and a large number of shore-based large-caliber artillery are deployed along the island's coastline. The news left many test takers stunned. In previous years, the college entrance exams mostly involved robbing caravans and escorting merchant ships. This time, they were being asked to attack an island and confront a regular fleet head-on. A group of students who have only recently awakened their ship spirit are about to face a well-trained national fleet and coastal defense artillery fire. This is not a college entrance examination. It's more like sending them to their deaths. The communication channels exploded instantly. Some people suspected that the Education Bureau had sent the wrong secret realm, while others complained that this year's students were too unlucky, as the middle school entrance exam coincided with the city lockdown and the college entrance exam was subject to reforms. However, some analysts quickly pointed out that the mission only required annihilating as many enemies as possible, not completely destroying them. As long as they did not approach the coastline and avoided shore-based artillery, their 250 warships and 50 non-combat ships might have a chance to deal with 150 enemy ships. These words rekindled the confidence of many, and the channel was filled with echoes of their sentiments, as if having a numerical advantage guaranteed victory. Outside the secret realm, in the plaza, admissions officers from various universities were also observing the assessments. Some discussed the students' performance with amusement, while others stared intently at the new warships in the Ingzhou Joint Fleet. Carrier-based aircraft and aircraft carriers made their first official appearance in the Gaokao National College Entrance Examination secret realm. Most of the first batches of candidates had already been sunk by the Ingzhou fleet, and only a very few were able to survive until the end of the exam. Even more terrifying was that nearly 10% of the students sunk were sunk by aircraft bombs. The Ingzhou fleet had only 2 aircraft carriers in total, yet it achieved astonishing results. It wasn't that no one noticed the threat from the aircraft carriers. It's just that the enemy had protected both carriers extremely well, making it impossible for test takers to break through the fleet's defenses. Conversely, the enemy's carrier-based aircraft had a strike range that covered almost the entire map. Just as everyone was discussing the new secret realm, the sky announced again that this round of assessment would last 3 hours, and the secret realm would score candidates based on their performance. After the countdown ended, All candidates were divided into 6 areas, surrounding Ingzhou Island from different directions. A new selection box popped up in front of Suyi. Since he was classified as a non-combatant ship, he could choose one of 3 tactical missions: resupply, combat, or balancing. Supply focuses on rescue and material support, combat focuses on battle results, and balance adjusts the weights based on actual performance. Suyi was somewhat surprised to see this option. His ship was clearly a genuine aircraft carrier, but his school teacher had classified it as a non-combat ship. Since he could choose the combat rating, he naturally didn't hesitate and directly chose the second option. After the mission was confirmed, Suyi opened the communication channel and discovered that the second assessment fleet had established a separate channel. Many people there were already forming cliques and temporary groups. The most active person is called Shun Tiansheng, who claims to be a student of Baihai No. 1 Middle School. He has awakened the soul of an A-class battleship and is now at level 7. He stated that this year's college entrance examination was far more difficult than in previous years, and that he was skilled in tactics and willing to lead the team to ensure everyone achieved better scores. Shun Tiansheng was clearly quite famous, and people immediately recognized him, saying that his theoretical score ranked 3rd in Baihai, and that he must have prepared a detailed plan, so they all asked to join. But just as everyone was scrambling to band together, another voice emerged in the channel. Some called him Shun the Big Mouth, warning everyone not to be fooled, while others revealed that he had recently tricked and killed 2 classmates on Inmen Island. The entire Second Fleet channel quickly turned into a battlefield of insults between 2 groups. Suyi watched for a while, then simply shut down the channel. There was no useful information inside, and the noise was giving him a headache. Although there are no formal team rules for the college entrance examination, it doesn't prohibit students from cooperating. Shun Tiansheng's eagerness to recruit people is simply because he wants to use the command team to rack up tactical points. In regular high schools, tactical scores are mainly based on individual performance. Only schools specializing in naval tactical command will focus on assessing teamwork and coordination. So he had already studied the scoring logic of the college entrance examination and saw no need to join a group of strangers. If he encountered an unreliable leader and was used as cannon fodder, he would only suffer in the end. Such incidents are not uncommon in previous years. The college entrance examination is, after all, an individual assessment. Even if it turns out later that someone deliberately sabotaged you, it won't change your final score, and you'll just have to swallow the bitter pill yourself. The Second Fleet is located southeast of Ingzhou Island. Suyi has already turned on the radar, and only 50 green targets were detected on the sea surface. They were obviously all students taking the exam together. Suddenly the communication was connected, and Ji Luoshi's voice came through. Suyi, I see you. Lu Yao and I are 2 kilometers southeast of you. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Suyi immediately recalled that familiar figure and exclaimed in surprise. Ji Luoshi, you and Yao Yao are actually in the same exam room as me. Meeting familiar teammates on the same field means they no longer need to play passively. They can take the initiative, sink more enemy ships, and get higher scores. Ji Luoshi told him that she had checked the list of candidates for this batch, and that only the 3 of them knew each other in the entire examination room. Chinga and Iran were not there. The assessment lasted only 3 hours, and the 3 of them wasted no time. Suyi led the way, with Ji Luoshi and Lu Yao following behind. The 3 warships formed a triangular shape and advanced towards Ingzhou Island. Half an hour later, Han Zi, along with his 5 newly recruited henchmen, ran into a combined fleet from Ingzhou. They had 6 warships on their side, while the other side only had 4, but one of the ironclad warships gleamed with a cold, hard metallic luster in the sunlight. Han Zi's heart sank. Ironclad warships and wooden sailing ships were not even in the same league. If they went head-to-head, their ship cannons probably wouldn't even be able to break through the defenses. He was just boasting in the channel that he would definitely win first place in this match. Now that he has turned around and run away, his newly recruited followers will probably scatter immediately. Someone asked nervously, "Boss, there's an ironclad warship on the other side. Should we take cover first?" The others echoed this sentiment, believing that a direct confrontation offered no chance of victory, and that naval cannons would be even less likely to damage the ironclad warship. Han Zi was unwilling to lose face, so he could only pretend to be calm and said that the ironclad warship was within his expectations and that they could win this battle. He then began to deploy tactics. Outside the secret location, the admissions offices of various universities also switched their live broadcasts to Hanzi. Ling Lao, the admissions director of Yingtian Academy, looked at Han Yu and asked if this was her nephew. He also commented that Hanzi dared to face the ironclad warship head-on, which showed he had some courage. Han Yu immediately admitted, her tone somewhat ingratiating, that Hanzi had already expressed his desire to apply to Yingtian Academy. She came here specifically to make a good impression on old Master Ling. Elder Ling nodded slightly, but frowned as he stared at the screen. Hanzi's formation appeared orderly, but he hadn't accurately assessed the difference in combat strength between the two sides. In Ling Lao's view, sticking to the same offensive formation when facing an ironclad warship was a typical failed decision. However, Hanzi is, after all, a senior high school student and possesses an A-class battleship hull, so this encounter is still worth observing. The two sides did not remain locked in a standoff for long before the first round of artillery fire was unleashed. Typically, these test shots are merely for calibrating the impact point and are rarely successful. Unfortunately, Hanzi was extremely lucky. The test shell he fired casually hit an enemy sailboat directly. The younger men's confidence soared, and, after being swayed by Hanzi's pre-battle rhetoric, they had long forgotten their fear of the ironclad warships and were only thinking about defeating the enemy and grabbing points. As the distance closed, Hanzi quickly realized that something was wrong. The firepower of the Yingzhou fleet was far more ferocious than expected, especially that ironclad warship. Its loading speed is indeed slow. They fire 3 rounds before the enemy can fire 1 round. But once it hits, its power is frighteningly fierce. Whenever Hanzi's underlings were hit by a cannonball, screams and curses would erupt in the communication channel. Having witnessed the terror of the ironclad warship, Hanzi no longer cared about the original tactics and took the initiative to leave his position and move away from the enemy's firing range. As the battle continued, his side had already lost 2 warships, while the opposing side only had 1 sailboat severely damaged. The scales of victory had tipped completely in favor of the Yingzhou fleet, and Hanzi knew that the situation was untenable. Instead of informing his 2 remaining teammates, he quietly slowed down, turned the ship around, and prepared to escape alone. As for the 2 underlings who were still fighting, he clearly regarded them as expendable pawns to hold back the Yingzhou fleet. Within minutes, Hanzi's attempt to escape was discovered. The remaining 2 cursed each other in the channel while searching for a chance to escape. The teachers outside the secret realm saw everything clearly. Elder Ling slowly took a sip of tea, looked at Han Yu's ashen face, and his tone turned serious. Han Yu, your nephew is a student that Yingtian Academy cannot afford to teach. Teachers and assistants from various schools around her were whispering amongst themselves, but Han Yu couldn't utter a single word. Top universities prioritize ability and potential for development when recruiting, followed by character and integrity. Hanzi's abandonment of his teammates at the last minute has severely damaged his reputation. Meanwhile, Su Yi, Ji Luoxi, and Lu Yao also discovered a joint fleet from Yingzhou. This fleet consisted of 7 warships, including 2 ironclads, making it significantly stronger than the one Hanzi had encountered. The 2 sides were 28 kilometers apart, a distance from which the Yingzhou fleet could not detect them unless they came within about 10 kilometers. Su Yi sat in the captain's chair, stared at the 7 red dots on the radar for a moment, and then opened the 3-person squad communication. Luo Shi, Yao Yao, there are 7 Yingzhou warships to the northwest. Let's slow down, change course, and hover in place. I'll start the carrier-based aircraft to probe their strength. Ji Luoxi asked with some concern. With so many warships on the other side, can we take them down? Lu Yao immediately declared, don't worry, Brother Su Yi. No matter how many warships the enemy has, I will definitely protect you. Su Yi analyzed that the enemy's 5 sailing ships had almost no air defense capability, and the only real threat was the 2 ironclad ships. The key was to first confirm their air defense strength. Ji Luoxi pressed for details on how to fight, but Su Ye's answer was simple and blunt. He controlled the carrier-based aircraft to fly over and bombard the 2 ironclad ships first, while slowly whittling down the remaining sailing ships with machine guns. After the enemy ships were reduced to low health, Ji Luoxi and Lu Yao went over to finish them off and claim spoils. Ji Luoxi was speechless for a moment after hearing this, but she had to admit that this tactic was indeed feasible. She just hoped that the enemy's ironclad warships wouldn't have too high an anti-air defense. Soo-yi also had a backup plan. If the enemy's air defense capabilities were too strong, they would simply bypass them and look for other targets. After the three finished their discussion, the carrier-based aircraft on the Soo-yi aircraft carrier began to be transported one by one from the lower hangar to the elevator. As the elevators continued to rise, one carrier-based aircraft after another was delivered to the aircraft carrier deck. The real-life battle scenes of the National College entrance examination are not only visible to the admissions office staff at the examination sites, but are also simultaneously transmitted to all universities. The admissions officers stationed at the test centers are usually from second or third-tier universities. If they find a promising candidate, they can offer him a condition on the spot and try to recruit him into the school. As for top-tier universities, they don't need to actively recruit students. They simply wait for applicants to fill out their applications and then select the best candidates. Ultimately, prestigious universities are never short of geniuses. Sun Wudao, the president of Haizhou University, inadvertently saw Soo-yi operating the aircraft carrier, sending one carrier-based aircraft after another from the hangar onto the deck. He was instantly jolted awake and stood up abruptly. He stared intently at the screen, unwilling to miss a single detail of the ship's hull. The capital city had already distributed relevant documents about aircraft carriers to major educational institutions, and he had even seen people converting ironclad cargo ships into aircraft carriers. But Soo-yi's aircraft carrier is completely different. Its hull seems to have been born for carrier-based aircraft. In terms of both layout and function, it far surpasses those temporarily converted cargo ships. When the first carrier-based aircraft took off from the deck, Sun Wudao could no longer sit still and immediately rushed to Baihai City with his assistant and the admissions director. At this moment, in the secret sea area, Soo-yi launched his carrier-based aircraft while keeping an eye on the movements of the Ingzhou fleet 30 kilometers away. This time he dispatched 3 formations, totaling 9 carrier-based aircraft, with 6 more reserved in the hangar to deal with any unforeseen circumstances. Modern aircraft carriers have 3 runways, allowing all 9 fighter jets to take off quickly. If it were a single runway aircraft carrier converted from an old cargo ship, it would take at least 3 times longer just to get those same aircraft up and running. 3 formations swept across the sea, rapidly approaching the Ingzhou fleet locked on by radar. In such a vast naval battle map, a fleet without air-to-air radar simply cannot detect fighter jets flying thousands of meters in the air. A few minutes later, Soo-yi locked onto the target using the shared vision. There were 7 Ingzhou warships on the sea, sailing from north to south, arranged in a V formation. The 2 ironclad ships at the very front, without masts or sails, were particularly eye-catching. They were larger and had a black metallic hull, which contrasted sharply with the sailboats behind them. After confirming the target, Soo-yi did not rush to bomb it with all his might, but instead sent a 3-plane formation to dive and test the enemy's air defense capabilities. The 3 fighter jets opened fire when they descended to a height of over 500 meters. This altitude was still remote, and the machine gun fire missed its target, but it successfully provoked a reaction from the Ingzhou fleet. 5 sailboats fired their cannons into the air in a scattered manner, but the shells from those small caliber cannons couldn't even reach 500 meters in the air, let alone hit the carrier-based aircraft traveling at more than 200 kilometers per hour. The performance of the 2 ironclad warships completely reassured Soo-yi. One of them had no anti-aircraft weapons at all and remained completely silent throughout the entire operation. The other ship was equipped with anti-aircraft machine guns, which posed a slight threat to fighter jets, but only a small one. After 2 rounds of probing, Soo-yi had figured out the enemy's limits. As long as he sank this anti-aircraft armored ship first, the remaining warships would be easy prey. 9 carrier-based aircraft immediately launched a general attack from 3 directions. The first formation was responsible for luring the enemy to a distance of 150 meters to draw all the anti-aircraft fire of the ironclad ships. At the same time, the remaining 6 fighter jets on the aircraft carrier also took off. Since they could eliminate the enemy, Soo-yi had no intention of holding back. The sooner the battle ended, the better. After the first formation absorbed the firepower, the 6 fighter jets behind it took the opportunity to descend to 100 meters and skim over the target, close to the sea surface. Each fighter jet carried 2 25-kilogram high-explosive bombs, and 6 jets carried 12 bombs, all of which were dropped on the air defense armored ship. As expected, The anti-aircraft armored ship unleashed all its firepower on the decoy formation, and the remaining 6 fighter jets successfully completed their low-altitude penetration. All 12 high-explosive shells hit their mark, creating a continuous series of explosions. Although 2 ships in the first formation were shot down, the ironclad warship was rendered incapable of further resistance. The bombers that had finished dropping their bombs quickly returned to base to resupply, and a second wave of 6 aircraft was already en route. Suyi planned to use 2 waves of continuous bombing until the Ingzhou fleet was completely paralyzed. An hour later, the so-called fierce battle had turned into a one-sided beating. 2 ironclad warships were sunk, and the remaining 5 sailing ships were also rendered immobile. But Suyi did not continue to sink the 5 sailboats because he wanted to leave those achievements to Ji Luoxi and Liu Yao. In the college entrance examination, as long as you have a score for sinking an enemy ship, your score will never be low. He recalled most of his carrier-based aircraft, leaving only 3 fully loaded fighters circling over the enemy ship. After all, the 5 sailboats were only disabled, not sunk, and the ship's guns could still retaliate, so he had to be prepared for a last resort. As Su Yi and his 2 companions headed toward the battlefield, he opened the squad communication system and warned, "Of the 7 warships, 2 ironclads have sunk, and the remaining 5 sailing ships are immobile. Just be careful to sink them, and don't get too close." Ji Luoxi laughed and joked, "Your service is so thorough. You've turned the other side into a fixed target, allowing us to easily score points." Liu Yao exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Su Yi, you're amazing. You're my idol." Su Yi urged the 2 of them, "Hurry up and get started. The radar shows that other examinees are already heading this way. Don't let them get away with it." "Received," they both replied simultaneously. Ji Luoxi and Liu Yao each maneuvered their sailboats closer to the target, continuously bombarding the paralyzed Ingzhou fleet with their broadside guns. Not long after, all 5 sailboats sank to the bottom of the sea, and the 3 members of the team also leveled up to level 5 at the same time. Ji Luoxi couldn't help but sigh. Their naval combat experience was indeed impressive. They had spent several days killing strange beasts in the Silver Gate Island's secret realm before reaching level 4. But now they had reached level 5 in less than an hour. Liu Yao excitedly said that she had sunk 3 enemy ships, 1 more than her sister Luoxi. Ji Luoxi immediately objected, stating that Liu Yao's victory was entirely due to the mechanical fire control calculator Suyi had given her. If she had that core, she definitely would have one even more. As she spoke, her eyes darted around, and she suddenly spoke in a high-pitched voice over the communication channel. "Little Su, look how much better Yao Yao is than me now. When are you going to send me a fire control calculator core? If you give me one, I can grant you one request. Anything is fine with me." Suyi felt a chill run down his spine and quickly coughed twice. "Luoxi, can't you speak normally? I'm getting goosebumps." Ji Luoxi immediately seized the opportunity. "Then I'll take that as a yes." Suyi sighed helplessly. "Fine, I'll give it to you next time I have some." Ji Luoxi smiled with satisfaction. "Then it's settled. I'll give you a surprise after the college entrance exam." A victory that easily crushed the Ingzhou fleet delighted Su Yi and his companions. Su Yi, who had already reached level 5, looked down at his panel and saw that his strength had changed once again. Name, Suye. Level 5, 7,500 experience points needed to reach the next level. Physical condition, 20 plus, 55. Mental state, 42. Ship soul, S rank. Ship hull, nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Ship durability, 55,000/55,000. Speed, 35 knots. Weapon, none. Carrier-based aircraft, Sopwith Camel Biplane Fighter 1515. 1 aircraft is automatically produced every 30 minutes. Maximum quantity 15. Equipment, high-energy nuclear reactor 2, SG search radar, ultra-high-strength composite armor. Ship's sole trait, an unsinkable floating island at sea. Unique passive ability. The news that Su Ye's 3-person team had easily wiped out Ingzhou's 7 warships quickly spread. In addition to Sun Wudao, who had already rushed to Baihai City, top universities such as Imperial University and Deep Blue University could not sit still and sent people to Baihai. After this overwhelming victory, everyone could see Su Ye's amazing potential. If they don't recruit him now, they might not even have a chance once the college entrance exam results are out. Inside the secret realm, Many examinees have already clashed with the Yingzhou fleet. The largest force among the examinees is currently led by Lin Yu from Evergreen Noble Middle School. Lin Yu comes from a top-tier family and has awakened the soul of an S-class ironclad warship. He's a man of his word at school. The Lin family has no shortage of money, and he quickly built a fleet of more than 30 warships with the help of his resources, aiming to make a name for himself in the college entrance examination. At this moment, Lin Yu is using radar to observe the sea. His adjutant, Zhao Hai, frowned and asked, "Brother Lin, we've sailed 40 kilometers already. How come we haven't seen a single Yingzhou warship?" Lin Yu was also somewhat bewildered. They had finally managed to gather so many people, but they couldn't even find the monster. At this rate, forget about making a name for themselves in the college entrance exam. Even getting a good score would be a problem. His radar belongs to the Air-to-Air Radar Corps. Although it can also scan sea surface targets, its effective range against enemy warships is only 10 kilometers, making its role quite limited. An hour had passed since the college entrance examination. After a moment's thought, Lin Yu gritted his teeth and ordered, "We can't keep searching the outer seas like this. Pass on my order to cease the search for the Yingzhou fleet. The entire army is to turn around and head straight for Yingzhou Island." Zhao Hai quickly reminded him, "Boss, there are shore-based artillery pieces on Yingzhou Island. Getting close would be very dangerous." Lin Yu snorted coldly. "I won't go if it's not dangerous. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish." Besides Lin Yu's fleet, the other examinees also formed temporary teams, though their numbers were far smaller than Lin Yu's. However, once they actually clashed, they discovered that the Yingzhou fleet was not so easy to deal with. The Yingzhou warship's gun accuracy was significantly higher than that of the test takers. Whenever the number of enemy ships exceeded 5, there was often one ironclad among them. When a number of warships on both sides was equal, the examinee was almost completely overwhelmed. Only when their own number exceeded twice that of the enemy could they barely contend with the Yingzhou fleet. Lin Yu's fleet sailed another 10 kilometers before finally encountering the first wave of enemies, 7 Yingzhou warships. Upon spotting them, the enemy immediately adjusted their formation, preparing for battle. Lin Yu immediately gave the order, "All troops, listen up, open fire, sink those 7 warships." In an instant, more than 30 warships opened fire simultaneously. The deafening roar of cannons echoed across the sea, and streaks of fire, like angry fire dragons, blasted towards the Yingzhou fleet. Waves surged around the enemy ships, fire and smoke mingled. Faced with fire from 5 times their number, the Yingzhou fleet barely had time to retaliate before being torn to shreds. The communication channel erupted in cheers. Some exclaimed that the college entrance exam was nothing compared to this. Some boasted that they had hit 3 bullets, and others thought that if a few more hits came, they would be guaranteed a place in a top university. Some people warned that forming large teams would lower the assessment score. But the group didn't care at all. As long as they sank enough enemy ships, the score would still be considerable. Students who were initially anxious about the college entrance examination reform breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone seemed to feel that this secret realm assessment was not as difficult as they had imagined. After a dozen minutes of bombardment, only large areas of wreckage remained in the waters where the Yingzhou fleet was located. Just then, a warning popped up in the sky. Skyward warning. Over 80% of the 7th Fleet's manpower has been eliminated. The secret realm has entered its second phase. All the candidates saw the notification, and Zhao Hai burst out laughing. "Ha, I thought the college entrance exam would be so difficult, but it's nothing special. We only destroyed a small fleet, and the first stage is over." Others echoed this sentiment, believing that the college entrance examination was not as terrible as rumored. But Lin Yu sat upright in the driver's seat, picked up his coffee, and took a sip, but his expression did not relax. The first stage is indeed not difficult, but since the sky screen specifically mentioned the second stage, everyone should be more vigilant. If the difficulty hadn't changed, there would be no need for it to issue this announcement. After speaking, Lin Yu divided the 30-odd warships into 3 squadrons and assigned Zhao Hai to command one of them. The fleet maintained its course and continued to advance southwest towards Yingzhou Island. Immediately afterwards, a second celestial prompt appeared. "Due to the loss of the 7th Fleet on Yingzhou Island, your acts of aggression have angered the Kingdom of Yingzhou. The Kingdom of Yingzhou will dispatch its 1st and 2nd Air Fleets to participate in the battle." All candidates are advised to prepare accordingly. What? An air fleet. Lin Yu's heart sank, and an ominous premonition surged up instantly. The communication channels were completely disrupted. Some people entered the second phase without even seeing a single enemy ship. Others fought so hard that their squads were almost wiped out before they managed to take down an entire Ingzhou fleet, only to discover that it was just the first phase. Some people didn't understand what an air fleet actually was, thinking it was just a different name. But many more realized that the Celestial Dome had specifically warned them that things were far more complex than that. Some squads have decided to hold their ground for now and refrain from rash actions. Meanwhile, news of Lin Yu's fleet's surprise attack on the Ingzhou mainland is spreading rapidly through communication channels. On the other side of the secret realm, after Su Yi, along with Ji Luoxi and Lu Yao, sank 7 Ingzhou warships, they did not continue to approach Ingzhou Island. His ship's soul is the aircraft carrier. Its real advantage lies in long-range strikes beyond visual range, not in close-quarters combat with the enemy. The three of them also saw the notification in the sky. Su Yi stroked his chin and said, "No wonder this dungeon is so easy. It turns out there's a second stage. Luo Shi, Yao Yao, we need to keep a low profile from now on. Ingzhou also has an aircraft carrier." Ji Luoxi looked incredulous. How could there be an aircraft carrier just like yours in the assessment secret realm? Su Yi explained that awakened aircraft carriers are not uncommon. 2 years ago, a batch of them appeared in Russia, but most of those ship souls were converted from cargo ships, with limited range and a number of carrier-based aircraft, so they could not be considered mainstream combat hulls. The air fleet in this secret realm is most likely a modified aircraft carrier like this. Ji Luoxi immediately understood that Su Yi was preparing to break away from the main force and leave Ingzhou Island. But what about the assessment scores if they don't fight? Su Yi reassured her that he wasn't giving up on attacking the island. He was just waiting for the most opportune moment. Lu Yao was worried that there were still 120 warships near Ingzhou Island. If the three of them separated from the group, they would have no way to retreat once they were surrounded. Su Yi laughed instead. It's dangerous to follow the main force. Although Ingzhou is a secret realm, its defense logic is no different from that of a real battlefield. Since they have a carrier battle group, they will definitely send fighter jets to search for our fleet's assembly area. We will follow the main force at a distance, and after the two sides start fighting, we will send carrier-based aircraft to bypass the battlefield and search for the enemy's aircraft carrier. As long as we blow up their aircraft carrier first, the remaining warships will be easy targets. Ji Luoxi caught the key point. Are you afraid that we will be exposed prematurely and become the first target of the Ingzhou fleet? So he only said that it was just in case. In reality, aircraft carriers are the fulcrum of a fleet. In its previous life, the United States controlled vast sea areas with 11 carrier strike groups. Everyone knows that if an aircraft carrier is sunk or disabled, the entire strike group is rendered largely useless. In that era, the escort ships were heavily fortified, and almost no one could break through the defenses to attack the aircraft carrier. Now, Su Yi only has 2 sailboats, Ji Luoxi and Lu Yao, as escorts, which are simply no match for the enemy's concentrated fire. Since Ingzhou has built its fleet around an aircraft carrier, it naturally understands the importance of aircraft carriers. If it discovers that Su Yi is also an aircraft carrier and only has 2 sailing ships for escort, it will definitely concentrate its forces to destroy it first. The 3 had already sunk 7 warships and were guaranteed admission to at least a decent university. There was no need to risk being the first to act. After discussing their plan, they changed direction and leisurely sailed towards the rear of the main force. On the other side, the main force of examinees was organized by Lin Yu. He brought together several large teams to form a united front, as it was impossible for them to face the Ingzhou fleet alone. His previous indomitable attitude was partly for the benefit of the other examinees. Only by establishing prestige could he unite everyone in the secret realm. A burly young man with a buzz cut reported, "Young Master Lin, the 3 largest teams and more than a dozen smaller teams have assembled, totaling more than 180 candidates. But Ingzhou still has quite a few ironclad ships. Although we have a large number of people, our advantage is not significant." Lin Yu said in a deep voice, "What's the panic? They have at most 20 ironclad warships, while we have 18, and our number of sailing warships is absolutely dominant. As long as they don't enter the range of shore-based artillery, It's only a matter of time before they wipe out the remaining fleet of Ingzhou. Although Lin Yu remained somewhat uneasy, the main force had already assembled, and he couldn't abandon the final assault at this point. With Ingzhou Island drawing ever closer, he decided to use his newly awakened ship spirit's characteristics to boost morale. Once activated, the Prophet's awareness skill can scan for enemy and friendly targets within a radius of 100 kilometers for 20 minutes, with a cooldown of 120 minutes. An invisible pulse of radio waves spread out from Lin Yu as the center. Hundreds of red and green dots quickly appeared in his mind. The larger the dot, the larger the size of the warship. However, dozens of tiny red dots, no bigger than sesame seeds, appeared in the direction of the Ingzhou fleet. These dots were moving extremely fast and were rapidly approaching their location. Could it be a small kayak? But a kayak shouldn't be going this fast. Lin Yu immediately became alert and reminded everyone on the communication channel. We will make contact with the enemy in 10 minutes. They may be a high-speed, small target. Everyone, please be careful. Many candidates disagreed, with some feeling that Lin Yu was being too cautious. He wasn't even afraid of ironclad warships, so why should he care about a few small boats? However, some people know that Lin Yu just used the ship soul's special ability, which means that no target within 100 kilometers can escape his scan. This ability is simply heaven-defying. Some people lamented that the radar core they bought for hundreds of thousands of star coins only had a detection range of 8 kilometers, which was nothing compared to Lin Yu's characteristics. Lin Yu kept staring at the 30 rapidly approaching red dots, his unease growing stronger. But he didn't show his unease on his face, and still maintained a confident demeanor. The red dot of the Ingzhou fleet approached to within 10 kilometers, but Lin Yu still couldn't spot a single enemy ship on the sea. His characteristics clearly indicated that the opponent was only 8 kilometers away, but apart from the waves, there was no target at all in his field of vision. Lin Yu's expression changed drastically. He grabbed the communicator and shouted urgently, "Attention all units. The enemy is only 8 kilometers away from us, but we haven't spotted any ships on the sea. All units on alert." Many test takers immediately frowned, some skeptical. Can't see a warship at 8 kilometers? Young Master Lin, how accurate is your skill? There's not a hair on the sea, so where would the enemy come from? Cold sweat beaded on Lin Yu's forehead. His intuition was never wrong. Since there were no enemy ships on the sea, only one possibility remained. He suddenly looked up at the cloud-covered sky and immediately heard a deep, dense roar of engines in the distance. Enemy attack. The enemy is in the sky. The next second, a dense swarm of Ingzhou fighter jets pierced through the clouds and swooped down toward the examinee fleet. The machine guns unleashed a barrage of fiery red bullets, followed by aerial bombs that plummeted down, instantly covering the sea with explosions and flames. The candidates had very few warships with anti-air capabilities, and they had almost no chance to fight back when faced with attacks from the sky. That plane could drop bombs. My ship took a hit, and its durability dropped by more than half. They're in the sky. We can't hit them at all. Dodge the bombs. One can take away half of the durability. The channel quickly descended into chaos, filled with cries, curses, and pleas for help. Some ships were wrecked by dive bombers before they could even fire a single shot, while others were hit head-on by bombs, and their ships sank on the spot. Where are the supply ships and repair ships? Help! Oh no, I haven't even encountered the Ingzhou warship yet. Am I going to get a 0 on this test? No one expected that fighter jets would appear in the second phase of the secret realm. Facing a real air attack for the first time, the examinees were completely stunned by this new form of naval warfare. Lin Yu was positioned a little far from the enemy's main bombing zone. After the warship rocked violently, he barely managed to stand and shouted into the communicator, "Hold on, spread out, and prepare to engage the enemy." On the other side, Su Yi and his 2 companions also heard the screams coming from the global channel. Lu Yao asked nervously, "Brother Su Yi, what do we do now? Should we go help them?" Su Yi, however, did not rush to make a move. The 2 major forces had just begun their conflict, and this was the opportunity he least wanted to miss. His radar had already detected the Ingzhou fleet 40 kilometers away. The other side clearly had no intention of letting this group of assembled examinees go. "Don't rush," Su Yi said. "You 2 stay by my side and don't charge forward. If the enemy's carrier-based aircraft discover our position, things will get complicated." Lin Yu's 180-strong force suffered more than 10 lost ships in just one air raid. The tactics of dive bombing and bombing completely disrupted the rhythm of the examinee fleet and made everyone realize that this test was far more brutal than they had imagined. At the same time, the top leadership of the Dragon Kingdom is also closely monitoring the reformed National College entrance examination. While recording the tactics displayed by the Ingzhou aircraft carrier group, they also selected ironclad cargo ships suitable for conversion into aircraft carriers. It wasn't until someone played footage of Su Yi fighting 7 people alone that the composed leaders in the conference hall couldn't sit still any longer. Old Lin, is that kid's ship in the video a complete aircraft carrier? It doesn't look like a cargo ship that has been converted. There are no signs of modification at all. What's his name? Our 5th Fleet wants him. Why should this be given to the 5th Fleet? The 3rd Fleet desperately needs this kind of talent. Come on. You've already snatched 2 promising talents for converting aircraft carriers, and the 7th Fleet doesn't have a single one. This guy must be ours. The fleet governors argued heatedly, some even shouting that they were going to apply for retirement. Chief Lin, who was at the head of the group, was so annoyed by the noise that he could only raise his hand to quiet everyone down. Quiet down. He exhaled a puff of smoke and calmly said, "This kid is called Su Yi, a senior high school student at Baihai No. 3 Middle School." When he awakened, the Tianshu system classified his ship soul as an S-class ironclad cargo ship. Recently, Mr. Fan entered the aircraft carrier parameters into the Tianshu system. I've already had the video imported into the system and obtained some information about the Su Yi ship's hull. You can see for yourselves. The documents were distributed to the governors. According to available information, the Su Yi's hull is most likely an unmodified aircraft carrier, with a length of 352 meters, a maximum width of 84 meters, and a displacement of over 80,000 tons. The propulsion system is unknown. There are no conventional exhaust pipes. The speed is 10 knots. The known carrier-based aircraft are 15, and the maximum number of aircraft and weapon systems are also unknown. This information is incomplete and may even contain errors. Su Yi maintained a speed of 10 knots only because the speed of Lu Yao and her companion ships was also only 10 knots. Even so, the governors continued to fight over it. They were all seasoned experts. Just by looking at the Su Yi's hull length of over 300 meters, they could deduce a great deal. At this point, Su Yi had already deployed all 15 of his carrier-based aircraft. The fighter jet formation bypassed the area of combat between Lin Yu and his group, heading straight for the waters surrounding Ingzhou Island. Ingzhou's 2 air fleets were most likely hiding there. To avoid the battlefield, Su Yi's carrier-based aircraft flew for more than 20 minutes longer before finally arriving over Ingzhou Island. With the help of the fighter jets, Su Yi clearly located the positions of the 2 aircraft carriers of the Ingzhou fleet. These 2 aircraft carriers are not easy to defeat. Su Yi stared at the screen and noticed that there were 4 ironclad frigates around the aircraft carriers. It looks like it's an ironclad warship with air defense capabilities. Ingzhou's aircraft carriers are not very large, with a full load displacement of about 12,000 tons, and each can carry about 15 carrier-based aircraft. At this moment, there were no fighter jets on the enemy aircraft carrier deck. They had obviously all been sent out to bomb Lin Yu's main force. Su Yi currently holds absolute air superiority. But if he wanted to bomb those 2 aircraft carriers, the first thing he needed to guard against was the 4 escort ships around them that had air defense capabilities. Su Yi silently calculated the time it took for Lin Yu to engage the Ingzhou fleet. The enemy fighters should be preparing to return at this moment. He had little time left and had to complete the airstrike before the enemy planes returned to reinforce. Otherwise, not only would he fail to destroy the aircraft carrier, but his own carrier-based air force might also be wiped out. Both sides were using biplanes, starting from the same point, but Ingzhou Island had twice the number of aircraft. Su Yi had no way out but to bite the bullet and take a gamble, sinking the enemy's aircraft carrier first. As the fighter jet formation approached, the Ingzhou fleet immediately sounded the alarm, and the roar of engines filled the sky above the island. The 4 escort ships raised their anti-aircraft machine guns and aimed them at the sky. 15 biplanes, divided into 5 formations, swooped down from different directions. Cannon fire swept across the fleet like a storm, and several lead aircraft rushed to the best bombing positions, passing 100 meters above the aircraft carrier and dropping high-explosive bombs one after another. The roar of explosions echoed across the aircraft carrier deck, and each accurately hit bomb took away nearly 15% of its durability. To ensure accuracy, Su Yi lowered the bombing altitude to 100 meters. This altitude resulted in extremely accurate bombing, but also fell within the effective range of the frigate's anti-aircraft fire. The air raids were incredibly successful, leaving the Ingzhou aircraft carrier in ruins and on the verge of sinking. However, Su Yi also paid a price. Of the 15 aircraft that returned, only 9 remained, losing 6 in just one raid. The hit rate of the automatically generated warships in the secret realm is ridiculously high. If 4 high school seniors were to control an anti-aircraft ship, they would be extremely lucky to shoot down even 1 or 2. Just after Su Yi withdrew, 15 of the 30 Ingzhou fighter planes that were originally returning suddenly turned around and searched south in a fan shape. With the aircraft carrier about to sink, there's no point in sending the carrier-based aircraft back. The Ingzhou fleet clearly intends to find Su Yi's aircraft carrier and annihilate this attacker. Su Yi had anticipated that the other side would search desperately, and immediately said to the 2 women, Luo Shi, take Yao Yao to meet up with Lin Yu's main force. Ingzhou fighter jets have already started looking for me. Lu Yao immediately panicked. Brother Su Yi, I won't leave. Let's face the enemy together. Ji Luoshi frowned as well. What? Do you look down on me and Yao Yao and want to exclude us? Su Yi rubbed his temples and patiently explained, don't overthink it. The other side sent planes, and none of the 3 of us have anti-aircraft weapons, so we can only take hits. My plane can still hold its own against them. But if you follow me, you'll just become 2 more targets. I'm fast enough on my own, they might not find me. It's safest for you to go with the main force. The 2 women fell silent. If the opponent were a warship, they could fight back desperately, but against an aircraft, they were truly powerless to intervene. A few minutes later, the 3 discussed their next steps. Ji Luoshi led Lu Yao towards Lin Yu's main force, while Su Yi turned around and headed east alone. Not long after they separated, the roar of engines could be heard in the distance. The Ingzhou fighter jets had spotted him. However, all the bomb hardpoints on these planes were empty. They had already dropped all their bombs during the previous air raids. 2 biplane fighters swooped down and, after approaching within 100 meters, began saturating fire on Su Yi's deck. Armor not penetrated. Armor not penetrated. Armor not penetrated. The prompts kept ringing in his mind, and Su Yi's eyes lit up. This composite armor is tough enough. Even when the machine gun hits the deck head-on, it doesn't lose any durability. Once he was certain the enemy couldn't harm him, he was completely relieved. The 9 fighter jets he had previously recovered had already been moved to the hangar below the deck to maintain their combat capability. His tactics were clear. If he wasn't detected, he would continue to look for opportunities to ambush. Once he was found, he would act like an iron turtle and withstand enemy aircraft attacks. If he can weather this wave and wait for the enemy planes to return for resupply, he can launch another counterattack. With over an hour left before the assessment ended, and including the 9 aircraft he had just recovered, he would be able to launch 12 fighter jets at once. Once they reached the airspace above the Ingzhou aircraft carrier, he was confident he could completely eliminate the enemy. Ingzhou fighters strafed the carrier several times, but still couldn't penetrate its armor. Just when Su Yi thought he was safe, the enemy plane, having run out of ammunition, suddenly accelerated and crashed straight into the deck. Holy crap! As expected of a Japanese simulation, they're even playing the kamikaze pilots? They have no sportsmanship at all. Boom, boom, boom. 3 fighter jets crashed into the ship one after another. Ship durability minus 1,500. Ship durability minus 1,500. Ship durability minus 1,500. Su Yi's aircraft carrier was finally damaged. When the remaining planes were about to ram it, they suddenly lost control and plunged into the sea like headless flies. Hint: sinking the modified aircraft carrier Ingzhou 002 grants plus 15,000 experience points and upgrades the ship soul level to L7. Su Yi paused for a moment, then laughed and said, that aircraft carrier is quite resilient. It took so long to sink. But it has a lot of experience with aircraft carriers. One is almost equivalent to 3 ordinary warships. With his ship soul reaching level 7, he's only 3 levels away from fusing with the advanced chip. At that point, his strength will experience another significant boost. Su Yi checked the panel and saw that the ship's durability had reached 68,000. In comparison, a similarly tiered ironclad battleship had only around 20,000 durability, and the Ingzhou modified aircraft carrier had only around 18,000. The aircraft carrier was hit by 7 high-explosive bombs, instantly depleting its durability. It would have taken at least 27 bomb hits to completely destroy the Sunan aircraft carrier's durability. This doesn't even take into account the damage reduction effect of the ultra-high-strength composite armor. If you really include the armor, the number of bombs required would increase several times over. Moreover, the opponent can only deplete the durability at most. It's impossible for them to sink Suyi. With the ship's unique passive ability, an unsinkable floating island, it will never sink even if hit head-on by a nuclear bomb. Lin Yu and the others breathed a sigh of relief as the Ingzhou fighter jets withdrew, but the communication channel was filled with gloom. No wonder the system specifically alerted that 2 air squadrons from Ingzhou were participating in the battle. It turns out they really are Air Force. Didn't they say we couldn't even use the aircraft core? Why is the Ingzhou fleet, which is simulated in the Secret Realm assessment, allowed to have aircraft? The more they talked, the more frustrated they became. Fortunately, the enemy didn't have many planes. If there had been a few more squadrons, their entire fleet would probably have had to surrender. Some sources revealed that the ships capable of dispatching aircraft in Ingzhou are called aircraft carriers, each capable of carrying more than a dozen carrier-based aircraft, and are said to have been converted from ironclad cargo ships. This news immediately caused an uproar. How could a non-combat ship soul be transformed into a combat ship soul through modification? Some people even started to wonder if their ironclad cruisers would have a chance to be converted into aircraft carriers in the future. But those in the know said that it seemed that only certain cargo ships could do so. Lin Yu had no interest in studying aircraft carriers. He originally wanted to get a high score in the college entrance examination, but he led more than 30 warships to besiege 7 Ingzhou ships. Just as he won, he was bombarded by fighter jets. If the score is divided equally among everyone, it won't be very high. Now, with only a little over an hour left in the assessment, if he doesn't hurry up and give it his all, forget about getting a high score. Even passing will be difficult. As if the heavens had heard his heart's desire, just as Lin Yu decided to rush towards Ingzhou Island at all costs, the Ingzhou fleet suddenly appeared on the northern sea. However, his special skill was still on cooldown, and his radar search radius was only 10 kilometers. A large portion of the enemy ships were still outside the search range, so he couldn't determine how many of them had arrived. But since the enemy has come to them of their own accord, it saves them the time of searching for them. Lin Yu immediately ordered, "Attention everyone! A large number of Ingzhou fleets have appeared in the north. Maintain the current formation and encircle them. Our squad will launch an attack from the left flank." The students at the elite school might have been stunned by the air raid, but their tactical skills were not lacking. After the order was issued, the various fleets quickly turned around and launched an attack on the Ingzhou fleet. A fierce battle erupted instantly, with artillery fire covering the entire sea. Warships from both sides were constantly hit by shells, caught fire, and capsized, with thick smoke and explosions everywhere on the sea surface. Meanwhile, in another sea area, Suyi faced the greatest threat of this test. The roar of fighter jets grew closer in the distance. The remaining aircraft carrier from Ingzhou clearly considered him its primary target. 15 fighter jets were deployed in full force, preparing for an airstrike that would send Suyi directly to the bottom of the sea. The only warship sailing in the nearby waters was Suyi. Ingzhou fighters didn't even bother to probe him, and instead swooped down from behind him in a line. Machine guns swept across the deck first, bullets clanging against the hull, followed by a barrage of aerial bombs. Suyi tried his best to maneuver the aircraft carrier to evade, but the carrier was too large and could not dodge the agile attacks of the fighter jets. The ship's dashboard kept displaying warnings. Machine gun attacks almost always failed to penetrate the armor. Only high explosive shells caused the durability to gradually decrease. Suyi stared at the panel and quickly judged that the biplane fighter's machine guns could not cause effective damage to the aircraft carrier. The real threat was indeed the high-yield explosion. With the damage reduction provided by composite armor, each high explosive shell can only cause approximately 800 points of durability loss. 15 fighter jets, each carrying 2 bombs, for a total of 30. Even if all of them hit, the damage would only be 24,000 points. Suyi's aircraft carrier has a full 68,000 durability points, which is still a long way from triggering the invincible passive. More importantly, his passive skill can restore 1% of his maximum durability every minute, which is 680 points. In about half an hour, the lost durability can be basically fully restored. After completing a bombing run, enemy aircraft would have to return to resupply, a process that would also take nearly half an hour. In other words, it was simply impossible for the single Ingzhou aircraft carrier to truly sink the Sui. After calculating the enemy's maximum firepower, Suyi finally felt relieved. He secretly rejoiced that he had concentrated his firepower earlier and destroyed an aircraft carrier. If the two aircraft carriers take turns sending their aircraft to bomb, he probably won't even have a chance to launch his carrier-based aircraft to retaliate. Fighter jets of that era had limited range and payload. After several tens of minutes of relentless bombing by the Ingzhou aircraft, their ammunition reserves finally ran out, and they had no choice but to return to base unwillingly. Suyi glanced at the ship's durability. It still had 45,200 points remaining. Although the aircraft carrier's evasive capabilities were weak, he still managed to dodge some of the bombs thanks to its speed of 35 knots. The lost durability will recover in about 27 minutes, but there is still an hour left in the assessment, enough time for him to launch several airstrikes. Suyi immediately confirmed Ji Luoshi and Lu Yao's location via communicator, then changed course and headed towards the two women. At the same time, he released his remaining 12 fighter planes, sending them to follow the retreating Ingzhou aircraft group. It's only polite to reciprocate. He was just relentlessly bombarded by the enemy for over 10 minutes. How could he possibly let that aircraft carrier off the hook now? Moreover, the experience gained from sinking an aircraft carrier is far more valuable than that gained from sinking a regular ironclad warship. It's a worthwhile trade-off no matter how you look at it. A dozen minutes later, Suyi met up with Ji Luoshi and Lu Yao at the agreed location on the outskirts of the battlefield. The two women were now Su Ye's escort ships. Although they lacked anti-air capabilities and could not stop Su Ye's aircraft, their firepower against naval vessels was still quite formidable. Ji Luoshi's three-masted battleship was the largest, equipped with more than 70 cannons on one side, totaling more than 140 cannons on both sides. However, due to the limited accuracy of artillery in this era, the terrifying firepower on paper could not be fully utilized in actual combat. This is also why Suyi promised her that if he obtained core components, such as mechanical fire control computers in the future, he would give them to her first. Ji Luoshi has no shortage of firepower. What she lacks is the ability to make her artillery hit its mark accurately. Once equipped with fire control radar, she could easily take on at least 7 ships of the same class in the future. As the three reunited, the carrier-based aircraft that Suyi had launched earlier arrived over the last aircraft carrier in Ingzhou. He discovered that of the 4 escort ships that were originally guarding the aircraft carrier, only 2 remained. The whereabouts of the other 2 were unknown. The Ingzhou fleet in the secret realm wasn't real. It seemed to operate according to a fixed combat logic. The loss of 2 anti-aircraft escort ships was actually great news for Suyi. This means that his already limited number of fighter jets can be reduced as much as possible in this round of airstrikes. An aircraft carrier's true firepower comes from its carrier-based aircraft. Without carrier-based aircraft, an aircraft carrier is almost no different from a stick floating on the sea. At this moment, the Ingzhou aircraft carrier had just recovered all its carrier-based aircraft and replenished its ammunition, making it its weakest point. Without hesitation, Suyi immediately controlled 12 fighter jets, dividing them into 4 formations to launch a surprise attack. This converted aircraft carrier has a hull durability of approximately 15,000, but its armor protection is extremely poor. A single aerial bomb hitting the deck can cause a maximum damage of 2,500 points. 12 fighter jets, armed with the anti-aircraft machine guns of 2 escort ships, swooped down in unison. 4 squadrons precisely dropped bombs over the carrier. Before all the bombs had even hit the ground, the enemy ship's durability was completely depleted. Reaching 0 durability doesn't mean immediate sinking. The warship will still have a period of time to sink. Even if an awakened ship is sunk, they can use this time to await rescue. But this Ingzhou aircraft carrier was clearly beyond saving. Sinking was only a matter of time. So you didn't bother with finishing blows. This offensive only resulted in the loss of 2 fighter jets. Having achieved his objective of sinking the aircraft carrier, he immediately maneuvered the remaining 9 fighter jets back to base without pausing for a moment. To date, Suyi has sunk 2 ironclad warships and 2 converted aircraft carriers, and has also assisted in severely damaging 5 sailing warships. This achievement is far ahead in this year's college entrance examination challenge, and the overall score across the 5 categories is certainly not low. Subsequently, Su Yi and his two companions gradually approached the center of the battlefield from the outer perimeter. The decisive battle between the examinees and the Ingzhou fleet had entered a fierce stage, and the Ingzhou fleet, having lost its air strike capability, was seeing its initial advantage steadily diminish. While the individual strength of the candidates was average, their numbers were simply too great. In small-scale battles, a 1-to-2 numerical advantage might not be significant, but in a melee involving hundreds of warships, numbers became an overwhelming force. There were still over 130 candidates remaining, while the Ingzhou fleet had only about 70 warships left. However, by now, the candidates' losses were significantly greater, and most had given up hope of annihilating the enemy completely. They were only thinking about hitting as many enemy ships as possible to get more points on the college entrance exam. But just then, the terrifying roar of engines came from the distant sky again. Holy crap, those fighter jets are here again. We were already outmatched, and now they're sending planes to bomb us? Are they trying to wipe us out? The college entrance exam was never this difficult in previous years. The secret realm with 300 people is now less than half of that. Everyone was full of complaints and could only pray that this round of bombing would not fall on their heads. Lin Yu stared at the green dots on the radar and froze. Green markers meant friendly forces. Could these fighter jets be on their side? The next second, 9 fighter jets roared over the battlefield without adopting an attack posture, as if they were really just passing by. The candidates, who were quite frightened, were all dumbfounded. Some were even hit directly by the cannons of the Ingzhou warship because they were distracted. Immediately afterwards, a deafening roar suddenly resounded across the vast sea. Everyone hurriedly looked back and saw an enormous shadow emerging from the thick fog, like a giant beast suddenly emerging from the sea mist. What is that? Lin Yu and his deputy, Zhao Hai, stared at the shadow, their breathing becoming difficult. The fog wasn't thick, and soon the true form of the giant object was fully revealed. The remaining 100-odd examinees' hearts raced, and their minds almost stopped working. That enormous thing was actually a warship, but it was completely different from all other ships. No gun barrels could be seen on the exterior of the hull. The most striking features were the more than 350-meter long straight deck and the three-dimensional, tall, and majestic bridge. The giant ship was flanked by 2 warships, like bodyguards protecting the emperor, instantly creating a sense of oppression. It's less like a warship and more like a moving island on the sea. It cuts through the waves and sails forward, while the fighter jets that just flew over everyone's heads are landing orderly on its deck. Holy crap! Are those 3 warships also test takers? Nonsense! Can't you see the friendly forces markings above their heads? So those fighter jets were also friendly forces, they were just flying too high to be seen clearly before. This is the legendary aircraft carrier? It's so big. Does that mean we'll have air support too? The communication channels exploded instantly. Someone recalled that the Ingzhou fleet's fighter groups seemed to have only bombed them once, and then never appeared again. And this bigwig's fighter jet was clearly flying back from the direction of Ingzhou Island. Could it be that both Ingzhou air fleets were really wiped out by one person? The crowd was buzzing with discussion, but Su Yi, the focus of attention, was completely unaware that he had become the subject of everyone's conversation. He led Ji Luoxi and Lu Yao to the designated location. The 3 of them had already discussed their strategy for scoring points on the way, with their target being the sailing warship of Ingzhou. This type of warship has thin armor and high value. 2 bombs carried by a fighter jet are just enough to cripple it. Then Ji Luoxi and Lu Yao finish off the enemy with their ship cannons, and the points will be easily secured. As long as they avoid the ironclad warships in the core area of the Ingzhou fleet, maintain proper navigation and positioning, and are not surrounded by the enemy, they can reap the rewards on this battlefield. Sui did not attempt a direct confrontation with Ingzhou's ironclad warships. Those ships had extremely high hull durability and were equipped with anti-aircraft machine guns. A direct assault would not only be time-consuming, but also not worthwhile. In contrast, sailing ships, though less experienced, were extremely efficient at sinking ships. The time it took to sink one ironclad warship was enough for them to destroy more than 5 sailing ships. After resupplying the 9 carrier-based aircraft, Sui immediately ordered them to take off one by one. The combat zone was within 10 kilometers, almost point-blank range. He had no intention of holding back in this college entrance exam. To get a high score, He had to show his full potential. National resources are limited. The treatment a student receives depends solely on their ability and performance. Suyi kept reporting the positions in the squad channel. Yao Yao, 3130N, 1120 E, 2 sailboats, carrier-based aircraft will drop bombs soon. Liu Yao immediately replied, received, already eyeballed. Immediately afterwards, Suyi handed the target to Ji Luoshi, 2980N, 10180 E, a sailboat prepared a bomb. Ji Luoshi replied decisively, don't worry, leave it to me. As Suyi continued to command, carrier-based aircraft swooped down one after another, and Ingzhou warships sank one after another. The examinees, who had been struggling to breathe under the pressure, had their confidence instantly ignited upon seeing the air support. They discovered that the Ingzhou fleet was not invincible. On the battlefield, morale is paramount. Once courage is raised, no one cares how strong the enemy is, and they fight to the bitter end. Another half-hour passed, and the sea, which had been crowded with warships, was now littered with wreckage. The last ironclad warship of the Ingzhou fleet had been sunk, and the examinees had finally won this fierce naval battle. Only about 20 people remained, but the survivors still erupted in thunderous cheers. Some shouted excitedly that they had actually made it to the end, while others yelled to the sky that they hadn't let their families down. Some were engulfed in flames and desperately needed help to put them out, while others joked that he was grilling on the deck. Some had sunk 3 enemy ships and felt hopeful for the future, while others had survived this long and were worried that they might have to retake the exam since they hadn't fired a single shot. Soon, everyone came to terms with reality. The enemy had half the number of warships as they did, yet in the end, they were left with only 24 men. If it weren't for Su Ye's aircraft carrier holding the line, they would have all sunk to the bottom of the sea long ago. So everyone turned their gaze to the giant ship, unable to help but marvel at how aircraft carriers, no matter how many times they've seen them, remain awe-inspiring. Just then, the countdown to the exam reached 0. A blue panel appeared before Su Ye's eyes, displaying his detailed college entrance exam results. His total kills included 2 converted aircraft carriers, 3 ironclad warships, and 4 sailing warships, and he also helped sink 1 ironclad and 12 sailing ships. The total damage output was 255,800 points, with a hit rate as high as 77.5%. Facing 2,684 attacks, the carrier's armor withstood 2,612 of them, ultimately absorbing only 35,700 points of damage. This record, in terms of both damage and accuracy, was enough to leave any examinee speechless. 30 seconds later, the secret realm space began to distort, and all examinees were teleported away. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom's highest command, silence fell once again as the large screen displayed a notification that the college entrance examination secret realm had ended. Lin Yuchuan and the 7 fleet governors never expected that a candidate would actually be able to annihilate the Ingzhou fleet in the secret realm. Although the victory was hard-won, they were ultimately victorious. More importantly, at the same time, all the candidates in the other secret realm examination venues were wiped out. The examination venue, where Su Yi was located, was the only one where victory was achieved. Lin Yuchuan immediately instructed his assistant, play the video of that battle again, focusing on Su Yi from the main perspective. The video was quickly replayed. The governors around the conference table all stared intently at the screen, afraid of missing a single detail. In the video, Su Yi immediately led Ji Luoshi and Liu Yao away from the main force to clear out the 7 Ingzhou warships patrolling the perimeter. Fighter jets took off from more than 10 kilometers away and carried out precision bombing upon approaching the target. He then circled around to the south of Ingzhou Island and dispatched all 15 fighter jets to launch a surprise attack on the enemy aircraft carrier near the coastline. What followed was the most breathtaking scene. Su Yi and his teammates split into 2 groups. He piloted the aircraft carrier alone, maneuvering at a speed of 35 knots, enduring a continuous bombing raid from 15 enemy fighters for more than 20 minutes. Once the enemy ran out of ammunition, Su Yi launched a counterattack without hesitation, sinking Ingzhou's last aircraft carrier. With that, the greatest threat in the secret realm was completely eliminated. With the aerial threat gone, Su Yi displayed terrifying battlefield dominance, beginning to reap the rewards from the Ingzhou warships in the decisive battle zone. Throughout the battle, He single-handedly sank 9 enemy ships and indirectly assisted in sinking 13 others. As the video ended, everyone in the conference room gasped. The combat power displayed by the aircraft carrier had far exceeded their expectations. No wonder the top leader personally ordered the introduction of a brand new naval warfare system during this year's college entrance examination. Nowadays, conflict between countries over resources and territory are constant, and military confrontations and invasions are commonplace. Aircraft carriers will inevitably become an important fulcrum in future naval warfare, and building an air fleet around aircraft carriers has become the most urgent task for China. Lin Yuchuan looked at everyone and said, "I don't need to explain the importance of aircraft carriers anymore. Now, tell me what your thoughts are." 7th Fleet Governor Mu Qingfeng was the first to raise his hand, his tone urgent. "Sir, Su Yi must be incorporated into the 7th Fleet. We have been stationed in the East China Sea for many years, and we have heard that Japan is preparing to expand its military. They're searching the country for native aircraft carrier hulls, as well as ironclad cargo ships that can be converted into aircraft carriers. It probably won't be long before they build their air fleet." The 3rd Fleet commander immediately retorted, "Why should we give it to you? The 3rd Fleet is facing a huge personnel shortage. The South China Sea is so vast that it needs native aircraft carriers like the Sui to guard it." The 4th Fleet commander retorted, "You're not the only ones in the South China Sea. We've been in a standoff with the Philippines lately, and we need aircraft carriers like the Sunanica for strategic deterrence." The other fleet commanders also joined the competition. Regardless of whether they were truly lacking aircraft carriers, no one was willing to let go of a strategic talent like Su Yi. The once orderly conference room grew increasingly noisy. Initially, the parties argued their points, but eventually, the 7 fleet governors were hurling insults at each other. After the college entrance examination, all candidates will be transported to the examination room exit. Compared to the fierce battles raging inside the secret realm, the atmosphere outside was terrifyingly oppressive. The entrance was crowded with waiting parents, who were whispering about the sharp increase in the difficulty of this year's college entrance examination and their worries that their children would not be able to adapt to the new assessment model. Some people also learned about the new rules in the simulated secret realm from the test takers who had already come out, and the more they heard, the more they felt that this test was not simple. Shin Shui stood in the crowd, listening intently, her worry growing deeper. Seeing his wife's anxiety, Su Wuan could only comfort her. "Don't listen to their nonsense. Ono is a non-combat ship spirit. As long as he completes the task according to the requirements, his score will not be low." Shin Shui was even more worried, but many people say that everyone was wiped out this time, and the enemy will continue to launch air raids. Why is it that the difficulty has suddenly increased so much for Ono's class? Su Wuan straightened his back and said with certainty, "The higher the difficulty, the less likely the focus of the assessment will be on defeating the enemy. As long as you make enough contributions before being sunk, you can still get a high score." He awakened a non-combat ship spirit back then, which was only a supply ship, but he still earned a 3rd-class merit for his performance. After retiring from military, he opened a supermarket, and his family lived a fairly comfortable life. Now, facing his son's college entrance examination, he can only trust that Su Yi can handle it. Time ticked by, and students began to emerge from the exit. Parents rushed up to them, offering words of comfort and concern, always ending with the question, "How did the exam go, kid?" Students who did well on the test looked relaxed, while those who underperformed had dark faces and complained that this secret realm was simply insane. As the broadcast sounded again, Su Yi and his batch of examinees were finally teleported out, and the parents outside immediately rushed towards the exit. As soon as Su Yi stepped out of the examination room, he saw a huge crowd of people outside. Behind him were 2 inseparable followers, Ji Luoshi and Lu Yao. The 2 women now admire Su Yi so much that they almost want to kowtow to him on the spot. With Su Ye's assistance, Ji Luoshi sank 7 enemy ships, while Lu Yao sank a total of 9. Such a record would be considered outstanding in this year's college entrance examination. The 3 hadn't gone far when they were surrounded by 2 middle-aged couples. Ji Luoshi and Lu Yao's parents grabbed their daughters and hurriedly asked if they were injured and how their exams went. Su Yi spotted his parents at a glance, greeted the 2 women, and walked straight towards them. Upon seeing her son, Shin Shui's first words were the most simple and honest. "Son, how did the exam go?" Su Yi said helplessly, "Mom, didn't you give me any preamble?" Other families would start by asking how I am and what I'm doing. Hey, you brat, are you going to talk or not? I know what kind of person you are. Su paused for a moment, then smiled and said, overall, it's all right. Shen Shui and Su Wuan exchanged a glance and immediately felt reassured. Their son's assessment of their son as not bad meant he was almost certain to get into university. Su Yi brought Tang Li here, and Tang Li was picked up by her parents on the way back, so Su Yi didn't have to go to number 1 middle school again. Su Wuan was driving, and the mother and son sat in the back seat chatting about what to have for lunch. There were too many cars in front of the 3rd middle school, and it took a long time to finally get out of the traffic jam. Back home, Chun Shui immediately went into the kitchen to prepare lunch, while Su Wuan drove the car to the 4S shop for maintenance. Su Yi lay on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. The first message he received was from Tang Li. Brother Su Yi, I'm home. This exam was so hard. I only lasted for a little over an hour before the enemy destroyed my ship. Crying. This was indeed difficult. The assessment results shouldn't just be based on survival time. Did you sink the enemy ship? Tang Li quickly replied. My squad was incredibly stupid. The captain actually led us to the coastline of Ingzhou Island, where we were all sunk by shore-based artillery. Su Yi was silent for a moment, then asked, not a single one was sunk. Oh no, I think I'm going to fail. Su Yi took a breath. This is a bit troublesome, but this year is the year of education reform, so there might still be an opportunity. Tang Li sighed. I hope so, but I don't dare to have too high expectations. She was originally a top student with a solid foundation in theoretical knowledge, but she was unfortunately let down by her temporary teammates. She had originally hoped to get into Haizhou University with Su Yi, but now that hope is very slim. Su Yi felt that there were definitely many candidates like Tang Li who were eliminated right from the start. Afterwards, he replied to Mu Qingge and the others' messages. Mu Qingge performed well, single-handedly sinking 3 Ingzhou warships. Song Iran was very lucky, managing to survive until the very end. Now, all we can do is wait for the results to be released in 3 days. Whether we'll soar to the top and get into a prestigious university or fail miserably, it all depends on this one exam. On the 3rd day, early in the morning, there was a sudden knock on the Su family's door. So he was a little puzzled. His parents hadn't mentioned that any relatives were coming to visit today, but he still got up to open the door. When the door opened, there were several people standing in the doorway, but he didn't recognize any of them. Su Yi asked, who are you looking for? The middle-aged man with gray hair, who was in the lead, asked with a smile, is this Su Ye's home? Ome Su Ye. So, you wanted to see me about something? The middle-aged man introduced himself. Hello, I am Sun Wudao from Haizhou University. These are Professor Chun from Beijing University and Professor Qi from Tsinghua University. Upon hearing this, Su Yi immediately understood. Clearly, his performance in the college entrance examination was so outstanding that several top universities had already approached him to recruit him. Please come in, everyone. Su Yi stepped aside and welcomed the 3 into the house. Su Yi invited 3 university admissions officers into his home, made them each a cup of tea, and the atmosphere seemed calm, but the 3 top universities had already begun vying for this suddenly rising candidate. As soon as Teacher Qi sat down, he got straight to the point, saying that the leaders of Tsinghua University had all watched Su Ye's college entrance examination video and had a very high opinion of him, hoping that he would apply to Tsinghua. However, he only expressed the invitation without mentioning what resources Tsinghua University could provide. Su Yi didn't rush to respond, instead turning his gaze to Sun Wudao and Professor Chun from Imperial University. Teacher Chun was very straightforward, directly revealing the conditions discussed internally at Imperial University. If Su Yi chose Imperial University, he would receive a scholarship of 300,000 star coins. In addition, if Su Yi can reach level 40 within 2 years, the school will also reward him with a level 4 advancement chip, which is quite a generous reward. Sun Wudao took a leisurely sip of tea and then stated the conditions for Haizhou University. Regarding scholarships, Haizhou University could only offer 200,000 star coins, but he had something else in his possession. As he spoke, Sun Wudao took out a deep purple core from his pocket and handed it to Su Yi. Teacher Chin's expression immediately changed upon seeing it. Principal Zhang, your Ocean University has really gone all out this time. Mr. Qi's expression was also somewhat unpleasant. He represented Tsinghua University, and he had originally thought that if he personally came to visit, Su Yi, a senior high school student, would naturally accept the invitation without hesitation. Before setting off, he even assured the director of the admissions office that he would definitely be able to get Su Yi into Tsinghua University. Who knew that when he arrived at Su Ye's doorstep early in the morning, he would run into people from Beijing University and Haizhou University. The fact that Sun Wudao, the president of Haizhou University, personally attended made him realize that things were not going well. Sure enough, the other party not only came, but also brought substantial resources. When Professor Qi left Huaqing, he didn't apply for any extra resources, nor did he dare to make any promises on his own, since those conditions all had to be written into the formal contract. Right now, he no longer has the confidence to continue competing. Su, I have conveyed Huaqing's invitation. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Teacher Qi smiled awkwardly, stood up, and took his leave. Although Huaqing University was one of the two most prestigious universities in China, Su didn't really care for it, and simply nodded to see him off. He then turned his attention back to the purple core that Sun Wudao had handed him. The information on the core quickly surfaced. F4F Wildcat Carrier-Based Aircraft Core, Purple Epic. This is a single-engine folding-wing carrier-based aircraft with a top speed of 512 km per hour, equipped with 6 12.7mm Browning M2 heavy machine guns. Each wing can also carry a 45-kilogram aerial bomb. For the Japanese Navy, which possesses an aircraft carrier hull, the value of this carrier-based aircraft core is self-evident. Principal Sun, this gift seems too expensive. Although Su Yi has a pay-to-win lottery system, the rewards given by the system are completely random. It's unclear how much resources and luck it would take to obtain an aircraft core through the lottery. Now, the president of Haizhou University has personally come to invite him and even presented him with a purple epic level carrier-based aircraft core, with the only condition being that he chooses Haizhou University. Su Yi had already been inclined towards Haizhou University, and now that he could obtain this top-quality core, he naturally had no reason to hesitate any longer. Then I thank President Sun for his kindness. I choose Haizhou University. Good. Sun Wudao immediately stood up, grasped Su Ye's hand tightly, and was clearly very satisfied with the result. He told Su Yi that the college entrance examination results would be released at noon, and he could then directly select a school in the system. Su Yi then looked at Teacher Chun and sincerely apologized. Professor Chun, I'm sorry. I've already decided to go to Ocean University of China. I'm sorry to have troubled you to make this trip for nothing. Seeing that he had made up his mind, Teacher Chun didn't say anything more. She simply shook hands with Su Yi and then got up to leave. 4 top-tier universities like Tsinghua and Beijing. A rising star like Su Yi who suddenly emerges is not uncommon. They simply felt that Su Ye's awakening of the aircraft carrier hull coincided with a shift in national policy, thus giving him some opportunities. Every year, there are countless outstanding students across the country. Whether there's one more Su Yi or one less Su Yi, they don't think it will have a big impact. But when Su Yi finally reaches the top years later, will they regret not paying more attention to this high school senior, who seems to be just benefiting from the policy? Sun Wudao then took out a letter of intent from his briefcase. The contract stipulated that Su Yi must choose Haizhou University, and Haizhou University would provide corresponding resources. If Su Yi backs out halfway, he must return the resources already acquired. This is a necessary procedure for recruiting top talents and is also to protect the interests of both parties. After carefully reviewing the contract and confirming that there were no problems, Su Yi signed his name. Sun Wudao put the contract away and then took his leave. As the president of Haizhou University, he is usually very busy with official duties. In order to sign Su Yi, he specially put aside many things and came in person, which shows that he attaches great importance to Su Yi. Although Haizhou University is not as famous as Tsinghua University and Beijing University, it is still a top university ranked 4th in the country, and its resources are not much different from those of the 2 famous universities. Moreover, Haizhou University is located on an island in the southeast, which is extremely rich in marine resources. For someone like Su Yi, who owns an aircraft carrier, it is a naturally suitable place for development. At exactly noon, Su Yi opened the college entrance examination results inquiry website and entered his admission ticket number. Soon, his results appeared on the screen. The total score for the college entrance examination is 500 points, and Su Yi scored 490 points. He got full marks in the first 4 basic ability assessments, but lost 10 points in the final tactical application assessment. Why would tactical application be penalized with a deduction of 10 points? That doesn't seem reasonable. So he couldn't quite figure it out, but the score was already out, and 490 was a top score, so he didn't bother to dwell on it anymore. Since he had already been recruited by Haijo University, his score wouldn't affect the resources he already had. With that in mind, he filled out his university application. The university he applied to was Haijo University. All he had to do now was wait for the admission notice. Just then, Suye's phone rang. Upon seeing the incoming call message, Suye quickly answered the phone. Tang Tang, how did your exam go? He had barely finished speaking when a voice on the other end of the phone, trembling with tears, came through. Wah, I only got 220 points on a college entrance exam this time. Brother Suye, I can't go to university with you. Suye fadsident. Although he was somewhat prepared, hearing that Tang Li's score was so low still made him feel a little upset. Tang Li's practical skills are actually quite good. Suye had personally witnessed her skill level when the two of them went to the training school before, so her poor performance this time was clearly due to being misled. So what are you planning to do? Repeat a year or what? Upon hearing Suye's question, Tang Li was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Tang Li spoke nervously on the phone, explaining that she wanted to change her application to liberal arts, as her score of 680 already exceeded the admission line for liberal arts at Haijo University. Suye thought about it and realized that liberal arts was also a good major. As long as he could find a reliable captain after graduation, he would have a promising future. Liberal arts students are mainly responsible for coordinating shipboard operations and compiling battlefield information. They can also serve as gunners, drivers, observers, and other positions. Although the ship can operate independently, the real battlefield is ever-changing, and it is difficult for the captain alone to take care of all situations. The difference between a skilled crew member and a single operator is enormous. A ship fully staffed with crew often has far greater combat power than one operating alone. Take Suye, for example. When he was operating the aircraft carrier alone, he had to control the course and command the carrier-based aircraft, so he could only issue simple attack orders. However, if someone is specifically in charge of operating carrier-based aircraft, multiple formations can be launched simultaneously to attack different targets. He can barely manage with only 15 carrier-based aircraft of the same type now. If there are more types of aircraft in the future, such as early warning aircraft, bombers, and torpedo bombers, he simply won't be able to keep up. Tang Li was naturally good at humanities, so choosing this path was indeed suitable for her. More importantly, after graduating with a degree in humanities, she would eventually have to join the command of a certain captain. Since that's the case, Suye was naturally unwilling to let talent fall into the hands of others. So he smiled and asked her if she wanted to come to his ship after she went to university. Tang Li on the other end of the phone immediately cheered. She had chosen liberal arts in order to get into the same university as Suye, and now that she had received his invitation, she naturally wouldn't refuse. She immediately agreed and told Suye not to forget her when recruiting crew members. Suye laughed and said, I can forget anyone, but I can't forget my lovely and sensible princess Tang Tang. Tang Li felt embarrassed by his words and, finding them too cheesy, quickly hung up the phone, saying she had to go fill out her college application. Suye snorted, picked up his coat from the back of the chair, and went straight out the door. 6 o'clock in the evening, at a villa in Taoyuan community. Ji Luoshi was cleaning the living room alone when the door was suddenly pushed open and Suye walked in. Suye teased her, then took a broom from the kitchen and helped her clean up. When Ji Luoshi asked about his college entrance exam scores, Suye said he scored 490 points and had already applied to Haijo University. Ji Luoshi scored 420 points. She originally wanted to apply to the same university as him, but she was worried that the cutoff score for Haijo University last year was 460 points, which was not high enough for her. Suye put the broom back in the kitchen, lay down on the sofa, and told her that the difficulty of this year's exam had increased dramatically, and the passing score could not be 460. He had checked before he came and found that Haijo University's admission score this year was only 400. Ji Luoshi's eyes lit up instantly. Excitedly, she grabbed Suye, took his arm, and ran upstairs. She said the exam was incredibly difficult. Even the Ingzhou fleet in the secret realm could send planes to bomb it. Fortunately, she was experienced and ran away as soon as she heard the plane engine in the distance, thus avoiding being hit by the bomb. Suye was silent for a moment, then asked her exactly how far she meant. Ji Luoshi gave a vague answer, only saying that the enemies in the secret realm were not controlled by anyone, and the planes would bomb anyone they saw. As long as he ran fast enough, he would rather die than let his friends die. Suyi sighed and told her not to say such things again, while reminding her to buy some anti-aircraft machine guns or anti-aircraft cannons when she had time, as the price would definitely rise in the future. Luoshi told him, however, that the price of anti-aircraft weapons had already gone crazy. The core of a regular anti-aircraft machine gun, which originally cost 40,000 star coins, is now selling for 250,000, more than 5 times the original price. Upon hearing this, Suyi immediately abandoned the idea of buying it. The scholarship left by his son Wu Dao was only 200,000 star coins, not even enough to buy the most basic anti-air core. He then asked Chinga and the others where they had gone, and Luoshi said that since the college entrance examination was over, everyone had naturally gone home. When Suyi suddenly asked about the group, Luoshi deliberately asked him if he was missing someone. Suyi shook his head vigorously, denying it, only to be met with a meaningful scumbag from Luoshi. It was getting late, and both of them were hungry and too lazy to cook, so they simply ordered seafood delivery online. Luoshi also poured Suyi a glass of red wine. Suyi didn't recognize the brand, but he could tell at a glance that the wine was expensive. He took a sip and immediately found the taste quite good, so he clinked glasses with Luoshi. The two ate seafood, drank, and chatted, and the meal went on for quite a while. Late at night, both of them were very drunk and staggered as they helped each other into Luoshi's room. Despite his dizziness, Suyi put Luoshi on the bed, only to have her suddenly vomit all over his face. Looking at the mess on the ground and smelling the pungent odor on himself, Suyi could no longer bear it. He ran to the bathroom, filled the bathtub with water, and after preparing everything for Luoshi, he let her tidy up herself. Anyway, she's just drunk, not incapacitated, so taking a shower shouldn't cause any problems. After dealing with Luoshi, Suyi staggered back to his room on the first floor. After taking a shower, he was so tired that he didn't even want to move his fingers, so he lay down on the bed and prepared to sleep. Just as he was drifting off to sleep, he suddenly felt a soft, damp body slip into the covers. Just as Suyi was about to speak, Luoshi moved closer to him and whispered to him not to shout. She said that she was fulfilling her promise to Suyi as a reward. Faced with this reward offered to him without asking, Suyi obviously had no reason to refuse. The cicadas chirped incessantly outside the window. This night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Chapter 51, 1130, Close-In Weapon System. The next day, when Suyi woke up, Luoshi was nowhere to be found, with only a small note left on the bedside table. I have some urgent business at home this morning, so I'll go home first. I'll come find you when I'm done. Damn. Thank goodness they left me a note. Otherwise, I would have almost thought Luoshi was going to back out after pulling up her pants. Despite the complaints, Suyi was secretly delighted that this young woman had given herself to him. Lying in bed, Suyi couldn't help but smack his lips as he thought about the wonderful night he had spent the previous night. The two of them drank quite a bit last night and ended up sleeping with Luoshi without really understanding what was going on. In his previous life, Suyi was a single office worker. In this life, he not only has a system, but is also surrounded by many girls. It's no exaggeration to call him a winner in life. Lying in bed, Suyi opened the system panel and checked the balance in his card. He had a total of 260,000 star coins, which was enough for 2 10 pulls. System, I want to draw a prize. Give me a 10 pull first. Ding! 100,000 star coins have been deducted from the host account to be exchanged for 1 10 pull. Do you want to draw now? My luck has been off the charts lately. Hurry up and draw some for me. After Suyi confirmed, the large spinning wheel on the system interface began to spin, with the 10 pointers landing on one gray area and one hair-thin colored area respectively. Suddenly, the entire lottery interface changed dramatically, with virtual cannons exploding across the screen. Congratulations, host! You have obtained Windproof Goggles Gray Low Quality 1. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host! You have won the only limited grand prize in this prize pool. 11.3 million close-in weapon equipment cores, Colorful King. 1. Holy crap! A huge shipment. It's a Type 1130 close-in weapon system. Incredible! When Suyi saw that he had actually drawn the close-in weapon 1130 close-in defense cannon, he jumped out of bed excitedly. Invincible! If we had this close-in weapon system during the college entrance exam, would we have been bombarded by the Ingzhou fighter jets for more than 20 minutes? The close-in weapon system could have blown up all those old-fashioned fighter jets in no time. Just as Su Yi was immersed in joy, the system issued a new notification that poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Ding! The final grand prize in the beginner's card pool has been drawn. The system card pool will be updated soon. Ding! The system's gacha pool has been updated to a limited-time gacha pool. The rules for the limited-time card pool are as follows. 1. The prize amount for each draw will vary depending on the limited-time card pool. 2. After obtaining a limited edition item of color quality, a new limited edition gacha pool will appear. The original gacha pool will remain and will not disappear. 3. If you do not draw a limited edition colored item in the first 199 draws, you are guaranteed to draw a limited edition colored item in the 200th draw. Ding! The first limited time gacha pool, J-35 stealth carrier-based aircraft, is now open. Each draw from this pool costs 1 million star coins. Su Yi carefully read the system update notification and saw that the card pool had been changed to produce limited items, and the grand prize of the first card pool was still the J-35 fighter jet. The smile on his face was even harder to suppress than an AK. But when he saw the last sentence, his heart sank. Holy crap. Each draw has been increased from 10,000 star coins to 1 million star coins. That's a whopping 100 times. If you're unlucky and only get the guaranteed drop, you'll need a whopping 200 million star coins to win the J-35 fighter jet. He's just a poor college student. Where would he get so much money? Even if you sell his house, it's only enough for 2 single pulls in this gacha pool. To be fair, the rewards in this updated gacha pool are really tempting. Hey, it seems that my most important thing right now is how to make money. Given the nature of this system, since it's been updated, it won't let me get the J-35 carrier-based fighter jet so easily. The system specifically mentions a pity system after 200 pulls, so the drop rate is definitely much lower than in the beginner's gacha pool. After getting up and washing up, Su Yi didn't eat breakfast. He tidied up the room and then left Muchinga's villa. Villas are nice, but if you're alone, they feel too spacious and uncomfortable. Besides, the admission notice should arrive at home in the next couple of days, and I should be able to register at Haijo University before the weekend. Universities in this world don't have winter or summer breaks. To put it bluntly, universities are like the reserve force of the military. All universities implement quasi-military management. As a university student, you're not just allowed to study at the school, but are required to be stationed on the surrounding islands within the university's influence. A university's jurisdiction may include at least several hundred islands that need to be guarded. However, the areas that the university needs to guard are all low-risk areas, where advanced disaster ships or advanced sea monsters are unlikely to appear. However, occasionally a few low-level disaster ships will appear, and the task of the station students is to eliminate these few low-level disaster ships. The university's arrangement is actually intentional. Students who have just graduated from high school usually have very low ship spirit levels. If they go to medium or high-risk areas at this time, they would be as good as lambs to the slaughter. Therefore, students need to kill low-level disaster ships near the university to increase their ship soul level. At the same time, there's a certain probability that sinking a disaster ship will yield useful resource cores from its wreckage, which is somewhat similar to getting equipment by defeating monsters. The entire university life lasts 3 years. As long as you reach level 40 within 3 years, you can be selected by the major fleets. The 7 major fleets of the Dragon Kingdom are the holy land that all awakened beings yearn for the most. Su Yi has already taken the first step into Haijo University, which is the direct route to the 7 fleets. Over the years, the 5th and 7th fleets of the Dragon Kingdom have basically selected outstanding talents from Haijo University, and many teachers at Haijo University have even retired from the fleet. If you want to acquire real skills and build a wide network of connections, then a good university is the best choice. When Su Yi got home, he opened the door and heard Shun Shui raise her voice. She rushed in front of Su Yi and grabbed his ear. "You little brat, you weren't here when I got home from get off work yesterday. You wouldn't answer my calls, and you only just came back now. Tell me, where have you been these past 2 days?" Su Yi rarely saw Shun Shui get so angry, and after thinking about it carefully, he understood why. "Mom, be gentle. Be gentle. Your ears are going to fall off. Let me explain." Shun Shui wasn't really angry. She knew that yesterday was the day the college entrance exam results were released. When she got back, she found that her son wasn't home. She called him, but no one answered. She guessed that her son probably didn't do well on the exam and went out to relax. At work, she heard many colleagues talking about this year's college entrance exams. Many students who originally had excellent grades failed, just like the girl from the Tang family next door. To her surprise, the brat didn't come back all night, which terrified the old couple. If Suyi didn't come back today, they were going to report him to the police. Chapter 52F 4F Wildcat Carrier-Based Aircraft. Shin Shui plopped down on the stool, pretending to be angry as she glared at Suyi and said, "Then I want to hear what you've been up to these past 2 days." Suyi scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "Mom, actually I scored 490 points this time and have already been admitted to Haijo University in advance. Yesterday, the president of Haijo University even came to my house to personally invite me to enter Haijo University." "Really? You're not lying to me?" Shenkui asked incredulously. "Hey, why would I lie to you? You can't fake the college entrance exam or the admission notice." As he spoke, Suyi took out his phone, opened the score-checking website, and quickly entered his admission ticket number. "Look here." Suyi handed the phone to Shin Shui. "This, the exam was out of 500 points, and you only got 490. How about that? Isn't your son awesome?" Shin Shui's hand holding the phone was trembling slightly. Perhaps feeling that all of this was not real, Shin Shui reached out and pinched Suye's thigh hard. "Ouch. Mom, why are you pinching me? It really hurts. Am I dreaming?" Upon hearing this, Suyi said helplessly, "You're in good spirits right now. You didn't dream. You didn't have any hallucinations or auditory hallucinations. Your son really did score 490 points and got into Haijo University." Hearing Suyi say that, Shin Shui's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was finally put at ease. Her son was not only unharmed, but also scored so high on the test, so how could she not share this joy with acquaintances? At this moment, she was too lazy to investigate Suye's absence all night, and simply took out her phone to make a call. "Hey Xiaomei, how did your son do on the college entrance exam?" "Suye." Mothers all over the world are the same. When they find out their sons are successful, they want to tell the whole world. 2 days later. Ding dong, a package is here. They're here. Suyi got up and opened the door. "Suyi, right?" the deliverman asked before handing the package to Suyi. "I am Suyi. Thank you for your help." I received a thick package from the deliverman. The sender's name on the package was listed as the admissions office of Haijo University. Wow, the acceptance letter came so quickly. Upon opening the package, I found a gift box inside containing a red hardcover college acceptance letter and a warship model with a crystal base. Haijo University is quite thoughtful. They even gave us an admission souvenir. That's really nice. Suyi opened the admission notice and looked at its contents. There were only a few simple lines of text, which basically meant congratulations on Suye's successful enrollment, and that he needed to report to Haijo University in Xiaoqing, Haijo, in 5 days. After reading the brief contents of the admission notice, Suyi put his things away in the closet in his bedroom. Just then, Suye's phone rang. Suyi looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Tang Li. "Hey, Suyi, have you received your acceptance letter from Haijo University yet?" "Yes, I received it. How about you?" "I received it too. It's for liberal arts at Haijo University. I originally wanted to apply to the Fire Control Management Department, but I was transferred to the Information Management Department because my practical test score was too low. Information management seems like a good idea. My aircraft carrier needs an information management crew member to help me coordinate various types of information. There's just too much information that an aircraft carrier needs to manage at the same time. It just so happens that you can study this and assist me in the future." "Really? I thought information management was useless. Many people online say that information management is a sewer major with no future." "Shaw, those people online know nothing. Don't worry. You'll learn well later. I can't do without you in the future." Tang Li breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Suye's confident assurance. Actually, she had just received her admission notice. However, the fire control management major that she originally applied for online was so popular that the number of applicants far exceeded the number of students who could be enrolled. Therefore, students like Tang Li, whose practical assessment results were not ideal, were directly transferred to other majors by the school. She had initially thought her future was bleak, since most awakened ships didn't need information management professionals as crew members. Even if they do manage to recruit someone with this major, they'll likely be assigned to other jobs once they're on board. These local natives looked down on information management, But Su Yi, a transmigrator from the modern world, naturally knew the importance of cyber information warfare. As long as Tang Li could learn 70 to 80% of it, she would definitely become the deputy captain of an aircraft carrier in the future. During aircraft carrier operations, it is necessary to handle various complex information such as carrier-based aircraft, target acquisition, and defense at the same time. Su Yi alone could never handle so many things by himself. After chatting on the phone for a while, Su Yi opened the small group chat with Manga and the others. Su Yi, are you all here? I just received my admission letter from Haijiu University. How about you guys? Ji Luoshi, I applied to Haijiu University just like you, but the admission notice hasn't arrived at my home yet. Song Iran, I didn't do well on the exam this time, barely passing and getting into Nanjiang University, a third-tier university. Ji Luoshi, that's a real pity. It would have been great if you were in the same exam room as us. Xiao Yu would have taken you all to the top, right then and there. Song Iran, Luo Shi, stop kicking me when I'm down. I'm so upset about not doing well on the test. I almost cried. Muchinga, I also applied to Haijiu University, and I received my admission notice yesterday. I sent messages in the group, but no one responded to me. Muchinga, luckily, Su Yi gave me a bottle of something called refreshing soda before the exam. After drinking it, it actually restored my energy. If it weren't for this drink, I probably wouldn't have gotten such a high score. Muchinga, Su Yi, do you still have any of these energy-restoring drinks? Su Yi, no, this is the only bottle I have. Luo Shi and Yao Yao don't need it. It's the only one among us that's useful to you. If I don't give it to you, who else can I give it to? Su Yi, since we've both applied to Ocean University, let's go to Xia City together in a few days. Ji Luoshi, okay, let's do it together. Muchinga, I'm in Shanghai now. I'll be leaving from Shanghai in a few days, so I won't be with you guys. Lu Yao, 555-5555. Yeluoxi. Suye. Muchinge. Lu Yao, I originally wanted to apply to Haijiu University, but my dad insisted that I go to Beijing University. Lu Yao, old Deng forced me to fill in Beijing University as my college application. Lu Yao, Su Yi, pat your head, it's okay. Beijing University is great, keep it up. Ji Luoshi, poor child. Muchinga, head pat +1. Song Iran, just popping in say hi. Pat on the head +2. Lu Yao, can I choose a university again? Ji Luoshi, obviously not. You can just go to the capital in peace. I'm taking your Sui brother with me. Ha. Lu Ya, de. Suye. After chatting in the group for a while, Sui put away his phone and took out the F-4F Wildcat carrier-based aircraft core that Sun Wudao had given him. The core is purple and semi-transparent, with an image of a single-wing propeller fighter jet in the center. This was a main carrier-based aircraft of the United States during World War II, and its performance in all aspects completely surpassed that of its current Camel biplane carrier-based aircraft. Sui placed the core on his chest and activated the ship's soul to begin absorbing it. If he didn't want the absorbed equipment core, he could discard it as trash and remove it from the ship's soul. However, doing so would not allow it to be recondensed into a core. Instead, it would simply dissipate into the air. Sui's aircraft carrier soul can be equipped with a maximum of 6 carrier-based aircraft cores at the same time, and a maximum number of carrier-based aircraft is 110. At present, the number of carrier-based aircraft that 2 carrier-based aircraft cores can provide is far from the limit, so there is no need to abandon the Camel biplane fighter for the time being. Perhaps the cores of these old fighter jets will be discarded once more and more powerful carrier-based aircraft are acquired in the future. Chapter 53, Preparing to Head to Xia City. After absorbing the F-4F Wildcat core, Su Yi checked his current attributes. Name, Suye. Level 9, 22,100 experience points needed to reach the next level. Physical condition, 28 plus, 82. Spirit, 58. Ship soul, S rank. Ship hull, nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Ship durability, 82,000/82,000. Speed, 35 knots. Weapons, 4 Type 1130 close-in weapon systems, 10,000 rounds per minute, 5-minute reload time. Carrier-based aircraft. Sopwith's Camel biplane fighter 1515. One aircraft is automatically produced every 30 minutes. Maximum quantity 15. F-4F Wildcat carrier-based aircraft 2424. One aircraft is automatically produced every 45 minutes. Maximum quantity 24. Equipment. High-energy nuclear reactor 2. SG search radar. Maximum sea search radius 40 kilometers plus 5% mental strength bonus. Ultra-high strength composite armor. Ship's sole trait. An unsinkable floating island at sea. Unique passive. After absorbing the Wildcat carrier-based aircraft core, Suyi discovered that the automatic production time of the purple-grade Wildcat was actually 45 minutes. It seems that the higher the grade, the longer the automatic production time. The automatic production time of the J-35 in the system-limited card pool is estimated to be calculated in hours. Suyi's ship soul level has now reached level 9. It's not that he doesn't want to level up to level 10 before going to Xia City, but the only safe place to level up nearby high is the secret realm of Inmin Island. However, at his current level, the beasts on Silvergate Island, whose highest level is only 5, cannot give him even a tiny bit of experience points. The only way to upgrade the ship soul is to go to Haijo University. There are quite a few level 10-20 disaster ships and sea monsters near the archipelago where Haijo University is located. These enemies are simply the best experience packs for Suyi. As long as he is diligent, his level will rise rapidly. 4 days later, Suyi took Tang Li by bus to Dongyu Port. After getting off the bus, Suyi unconsciously took Tang Li's soft little hand in his. After spending some time together, the two of them had become accustomed to this habit. Suyi seemed to have forgotten that Ji Luoshi and Muchinga were also among those who set off today. When the four met in the reception hall, Suyi's heart skipped a beat when he saw Ji Luoshi's piercing gaze. Oh no, he had actually held his beloved's soft little hand right in front of Ji Luoshi. Oh my, our young master Su is so dashing. He's always surrounded by young ladies wherever he goes. Upon hearing this, Tang Li was startled and quickly shook off Suyi's hand. Since he had already been seen, Suyi could only bite the bullet and say, this lady next to me is Tang Li. We've been neighbors since we were little. Tang, these two are my friends. This is Ji Luoshi, and the one next to her is Muchinga. After all, they will be classmates at the same school in the future, so the three girls naturally wouldn't start throwing a tantrum over such a small matter. Tang, Zai. Hello, we'll be alumni from now on. You can call me Luoshi. Hello, Tang. You can also call me Chinga. Hello, Sister Luoshi. Hello, Sister Chinga. Ji Luoshi didn't cause any trouble, which is a great thing. After all, he had already taken advantage of the girl, so if Ji Luoshi didn't give him face at this point, he really couldn't do anything about it. The situation is indeed much better than expected. Thinking of this, Suyi joked with a grin. Tang, why do you call everyone sister? Maybe you're older than them. Upon hearing this, Ji Luoshi rolled her eyes at Suyi, took a few steps closer, pinched Suyi's soft flesh, and twisted it halfway. Peace, Luonse. No. Be gentle. Suyi gasped in shock as his vital point was gripped, wincing in pain and completely losing control of his facial expressions. Suyi, your expression is hilarious. Seeing Suyi being tormented by Ji Luoshi, Tang Li burst out laughing without a care in the world. Looking at the three of them making a ruckus, Muchinga suddenly felt uneasy for some reason. How do we get to Xia City? By ship or by cruise ship? Hearing Muchinga ask a question from the side, Ji Luoshi reluctantly let go of her hand. She didn't speak, but instead looked at Suyi. Looking at the three people waiting for an answer, Suyi pondered for a moment and decided to spend money to take a cruise. Let's take a cruise ship. It will take several days to get from here to Xia City, and we'll be passing through areas where high-level disaster ships are active. Although the cruise ship is more expensive, it offers the safety of 2 level 50-plus awakened guardians escorting you throughout the journey. Indeed, we are all below level 10. If we go by ourselves, we'll be doomed if we encounter a high-level disaster ship. I also agree to take a cruise ship where there are Simmons beds to sleep on. We are all souls of the warship, and the steel bunk beds in the crew quarters are really uncomfortable to sleep on. After a brief discussion, the four of them unanimously decided to enjoy themselves on the cruise ship and gave up the idea of forcing themselves to endure hardship. The four of them chose an economy-class cabin with exactly 4 beds, and the tickets cost a total of 32,000 star coins. It's normal for cruise ships to be expensive because this medium-sized cruise ship is the hull of a level 40 non-combat awakened. When faced with attacks from disaster ships, the Awaken's hull has a level of damage resistance and escape speed that no man-made cruise ship can match. Artificial cruise ships did exist in the past, but they were basically destroyed in one hit when attacked by disaster ships and were nothing but paper. Therefore, for safety reasons, man-made cruise ships are no longer allowed to carry passengers. Oh no, this economy class seems a bit basic. As soon as Ji Luoshi entered the room, she frowned and said something upon seeing a bedroom that was less than 10 square meters. Economy class is indeed a bit basic. In the bedroom, besides 2 fixed beds on each side, there's only a dining table and 4 stools stacked together in the middle. The only ventilation window is less than 30 centimeters in size, so it doesn't provide much light or even ventilation. Fortunately, each bed has a storage box at the head of the bed, so luggage isn't just left in the aisle. Hey, I should have bought a luxury class ticket. Young lady Mu Chinga, who is used to living in a luxurious villa, felt a toothache when she saw this simple environment. She had thought the cruise ship looked quite luxurious on the outside, but she did not expect the living facilities inside to be so perfunctory. Even though they booked economy class, it still cost 8,000 star coins per person. I'm planning to go for a walk. Do you want to come? After putting down his luggage, Suyi turned around and asked the 3 women. Tangli, I still need to make the bed, so I won't go yet. Mu Chinga, me too. Ji Luoshi rolled her eyes and said, since none of you are going, then Su Yi and I will go together. After saying that, Ji Luoshi casually stuffed her luggage into the storage box and pulled Su Yi out of the bedroom. After the two walked side by side to the first floor, Ji Luoshi immediately pulled Su Ye's arm and hugged him, looking at Su Yi with a mischievous expression and asking, tell me honestly, what's the deal with you, neighbor Tang Tang? Chapter 54 Conflict on the Cruise Ship. What's meant to happen will happen. Faced with Ji Luoshi's questioning, Su Yi couldn't hide anything and could only offer selective explanations. Tang Li's father and my father used to be good friends. When we were young, our 2 families always visited each other frequently. Tang Li has always been timid and not good at communicating with others. Her father was worried that she would be bullied and not fit in with her classmates after entering university, so he asked me to take good care of her. Ji Luoshi, really? It's that simple. Sui, of course, it's more real than real gold. Ji Luoshi, his dad told you to keep an eye on him, and all you do is hold someone else's daughter's hand? Suye, him? Ji Luoshi, all right, I can't be bothered with you anymore, but I'm telling you, I've already given myself to you. If you ever dare to abandon me after using me, I will definitely. As Ji Luoshi spoke, she made a scissor gesture with her fair little hand in front of Su Yi. Don't worry, I swear. You are my first wife, and if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. To make his argument more convincing, Su Yi even held up 3 fingers. First wife. Oh, you're really planning to build a harem? Suye, you'd better die. As soon as Ji Luoshi finished speaking, she took a small step back and raised her long, beautiful leg to kick Su Ye's butt hard. Oh my god, why did you just start hitting me like that? What's wrong with that? This kick was actually light. You're already thinking about building a harem. So what if I kicked you? Ji Luoshi appeared somewhat exasperated at this moment and stared fiercely into Su Ye's eyes. Su Ye. Just as the two were flirting, a discordant voice suddenly came from not far away. Hey, isn't this our Baihai number 3 middle school's top student, Su? You've already found a new love, right, after breaking up with my Lingling? The person who came was Lu Ziquan, who had deliberately made fun of Su Yi in front of Song Lin on the day of his awakening. Who else could have come with Lu Ziquan but Song Lin? Who do we have here? It's just the guy who took over the bad deal. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziquan was instantly enraged, and a string in his mind almost snapped. If this weren't a public area, he would definitely have given Su Yi a good lesson. Lu Ziquan. Su Yi, what are you so smug about? You piece of trash ship spirit. I got into the combat department of Lan Hui Noble Academy this time. You piece of trash probably can't even get close to the threshold of the combat department. Song Lin chimed in. What's Su Yi, a non-combat type good-for-nothing, doing in Xia City? Is he going to work in a big city because he can't get into university? A good-for-nothing is a good-for-nothing. Hearing the 2 men insulting Su Yi, Ji Luoshi became somewhat annoyed. I'm telling you, are you 2 out of your minds? If you're sick, go to the hospital. What's so great about getting into a lousy school like Lan Hui that you can just pay your way into? I really don't know what's wrong with you here. Lu Ziquan also noticed Ji Luoshi, who was holding Su Yi. Seeing the 2 of them so intimately, he felt a little uncomfortable. Why were all the school beauties revolving around Su Yi? Lu Ziquan. Ji, Lin, and I didn't say anything about you. Why are you getting involved? Song Lin. That's right, What business is it of yours if we talk to Suyi? Suyi is such a scumbag. He was still entangled with mooching of the day they broke up, and now the two of you are getting involved together again. What a pair of adulterers. It's one thing for these two to talk about themselves, but on the day of their awakening, Suyi also slapped Songlin because of a system task. But these two actually turned their anger on Ji Luoshi and said such nasty things. How could Suyi possibly tolerate it? Smack! Suyi slapped Songlin across the face with lightning speed. Fuck you, watch your mouth. With half her face swollen, Songlin never expected that Suyi would hit her again, and this time he hit her beautiful, delicate face. Suye, you bustat, d. When Lu Ziquan saw his girlfriend being publicly humiliated, the already fragile string in his mind snapped immediately. At this moment, he no longer cared whether they were on a cruise ship or not. Lu Ziquan's eyes turned bloodshot, and a halo of light flashed around him as he donned his ship's armor. He then rushed towards Suyi in 2 steps at a time. Suyi, watch out. Ji Luoshi panicked immediately. She didn't care about anything else. A halo of light flashed around her, and she instantly put on the ship's equipment. Although Lu Ziquan was blinded by his emotions, he knew the covenant of the Human Alliance and did not use the weapons on his ship's equipment against Suyi. He simply threw a punch at Suyi. If he were to use naval guns to attack Suyi in full view of everyone, regardless of whether Suyi would be harmed, he would definitely lose his job. Ji Luoshi, dressed in white and purple ship rigging, exchanged a punch with Lu Ziquan in midair. Lu Ziquan's ship was only a small assault ship, while Ji Luoshi was a large battleship. In terms of physical enhancement alone, he was no match for Ji Luoshi. The moment their fists clashed, Lu Ziquan was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the deck railing. In contrast, Ji Luoshi calmly withdrew her fist, clearly demonstrating the difference in their skill levels. Lu Ziquan, who was sent flying by Ji Luoshi's punch, felt as if all the bones in his body were about to shatter, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, Suyi, you gigolo. All you could do is hide behind women? If you've got the guts, fight me for real. Suyi had no time to pay attention to him. He walked up to Ji Luoshi with a fawning expression and started rubbing her. Honey, how are you? Are you hurt anywhere? If these bastards hurt you, I'll beat them so badly they'll vomit their own shit from last night. Tisich, his short, weakling, can't hurt me? You're kidding. Ji Luoshi waved her hand dismissively. After seeing that Ji Luoshi was really alright, Suyi also activated his ship equipment and slowly walked towards Lu Ziquan. You little weakling, you want to fight me one-on-one? Okay, let's have a go. At this moment, Lu Ziquan had already stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared at Suyi with a ferocious expression, saying, We agreed on a one-on-one fight, so Ji Luoshi is not allowed to make a move again. Lu Ziquan's stern demeanor almost made Suyi and Ji Luoshi laugh. Did he really think Suyi was a pushover? Come on, I'll let you make the first move, but don't say I'm bullying a disabled person, Suyi said to Lu Ziquan with a wicked grin. Songlin was worried when she saw that they were really getting heated, but her burning right cheek was a constant reminder that Suyi had just given her a solid slap. Suyi, don't be so smug. If Ji Luoshi hadn't been blind enough to fall for a pretty boy like you, you'd still be a useless piece of trash. Lu Ziquan had already suffered 2 setbacks at Suye's hands, and now that Suyi had provoked him again, he couldn't hold back any longer and punched Suyi in the chest without saying a word. Bang! A gust of air swept by, like a spring breeze. Lu Ziquan stared wide-eyed at his right fist that had hit Suyi in disbelief. This time, he hadn't held back at all. His physique, enhanced by the ship's equipment, already possessed superhuman strength. Yet even so, after he struck Suyi, Suyi remained standing motionless. It's like a 3-year-old child throwing a punch at Tyson with all their might. That's it. Xiao Quanzi, do you know how weak you are? Before he could finish speaking, Suyi slapped the stunned Lu Ziquan across the face, in the same spot but with different force. Once again, Lu Ziquan was soaring through the air, and with several teeth flying through the air, he crashed into the railing again. This time, however, because he was wearing ship armor and with Su Ye's physique boost of over 100 points, Lu Ziquan broke through the railing and fell into the distant ocean. Quan, seeing her new boyfriend fall into the sea, Song Lin didn't care about causing trouble for Suyi anymore and quickly ran to the shore to find someone to rescue him. Chapter 55, A Free Dinner Always Tastes Good. The farce came to an end. The passersby who had run far away when they saw the fight slowly walked to the railing to watch someone floundering in the sea. As the cruise ship staff pulled Lu Ziquan out of the sea, Su Yi, as one of the parties involved in the fight, was naturally invited to the security department. Your fighting has caused damage to the cruise ship. Now you have two options to choose from. First, the two of you should sign a settlement agreement, with each of you compensating Captain Li for his loss of 5,000 star coins. Secondly, we are now calling the police and asking the security team to mediate your matter. Of course, Captain Li's losses will also need to be compensated. The speaker was the head of the cruise company, a middle-aged, overweight man with a receding hairline. The first solution is actually a typical case of splitting the blame equally and downplaying the issue. The second option would mean that Su Yi and Lu Ziquan would have to be detained in the police station for a few days, which would not be good for the two of them who were about to go to university. Although this incident started when Su Yi slapped Song Lin, it was actually Song Lin and her friends who provoked her first with their foul mouths. Song Lin and Lu Ziquan were not really in the right. After that, Lu Ziquan put on a ship's armor and attacked Su Yi first. Even if Song Lin and Lu Ziquan went to the police station, they would definitely not get away with it. Soaked to the bone, Lu Ziquan and Song Lin exchanged glances. Then, Song Lin spoke to Su Yi. Su Yi, I'd like everyone to sign a letter of understanding, and each person should compensate the captain with 5,000 star coins. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Su Yi revealed a disdainful expression and said indifferently, signing a letter of understanding is fine, but you need to pay Captain Li's compensation in full, and also compensate us 10,000 yuan for mental distress. You fucking want to eat shit. You want us to fully compensate for our losses and give us emotional distress compensation. You're dreaming. Lu Ziquan immediately jumped up when he heard the conditions Su Yi proposed. He had been punched into the sea by Su Yi and given a cold shower, and now Su Yi wanted him to pay compensation. Seeing this, Ji Luoshi's tone immediately became somewhat unfriendly. First of all, you provoked us first, and secondly, Lu Ziquan attacked us with ship equipment first. At worst, we'll go to the police station and see who's unlucky then. You. Lu Ziquan was speechless after Ji Luoshi's words. The whole thing was indeed, as Ji Luoshi said. If he went to the police station, Lu Ziquan would at least be charged with disorderly conduct, and might even be detained for a few days. Fine. You guys win. I'll pay the money. Let's sign the settlement agreement first. Lu Ziquan was practically grinding his teeth to powder. Not only had he been beaten up, but he was also being asked to pay compensation. This whole situation was a complete disaster. Pay the money first, then sign the agreement. So Yi wasn't going to tolerate the other party at all. If he signed a settlement agreement first, and this bastard didn't pay compensation, was he going to keep chasing him for the debt? Su Yi, how did you become so materialistic? How could I have been so blind to agree to date you? Songlin angrili beratet suye. Sign or not. If you don't sign, we'll call the police. Stop with all this nonsense. Su Yi wasn't going to put up with her at all. The one who dated Song Lin was her predecessor. What did it have to do with him, Su Yi? In the end, Lu Ziquan and Song Lin discussed it quietly in a corner for a while, then decisively scanned the code to compensate Captain Li for his losses. They then transferred 10,000 star coins to Su Yi, signed the settlement agreement, and left without looking back. Luoshi, let's go. We just got 10,000 yuan for free. Let's have a big meal together today. Su Yi patted his phone, which he had put in his pocket, and said to Ji Luoshi with a smug look on his face. No wonder those two can be a couple. They don't seem to be very bright, huh? Ji Luoshi said with a broad smile. Nothing relieves stress better than beating up an idiot, let alone demanding compensation for emotional distress afterward. It's absolutely hilarious. After this little incident, Su Yi and Ji Luoshi lost interest in continuing their stroll and went straight back to their residence. Once in the bedroom, Ji Luoshi excitedly pulled Mu Qingge and Tang Li aside and vividly recounted the conflict she had just had with Song Lin and the others. Tang Li, Brother Su Yi, won't you get retaliated against for doing this to them? Mu Qingge, serves them right. Those two were just asking for trouble. If I were there, I would have thrown Song Lin overboard too and made her taste the saltiness of the sea. Tang Li, I just got into a fight with Lu Ziquan and the others. Are you all right? Ji Luoshi, what could possibly happen to us? That weakling's surname Blue, I could beat him to a pulp with one hand. Sui, by the way, let's have a big meal together tonight. Lu Ziquan paid 10,000 yuan in compensation for emotional distress. It's so satisfying to spend money that's been handed to us for free. As the group chatted, the cruise ship set sail for Xia City, and that night, Su Yi ordered a large table full of exquisite ingredients. And you know what? You really do get what you pay for. The ingredients for these a la carte items are definitely much more refined than those for set meals. The set meal at the restaurant costs 128 star coins and looks like frozen and heated food. The ingredients for a la carte dishes are freshly killed and prepared in the kitchen, and their freshness is on a completely different level from that of set meals. Of course, the price is also much more expensive in comparison. The dishes Su Yi ordered cost nearly 3,000 star coins. Just as the four of them were enjoying their meal, Su Yi inadvertently looked up at a couple at the next table. What a small world. How come I keep running into these two? Su Yi muttered to himself. All right, let's stop talking. As long as they don't cause any more trouble, let's just ignore them. Tang Li was afraid that Su Yi would be angry and want to cause trouble for them again, so she quickly advised him. Don't worry, the ship is already sailing now, and I know what's important. Just when Su Yi thought things would be peaceful between the two sides, Lu Ziquan deliberately walked past Su Yi and his group's table after finishing his meal, coldly tossing out, Kid, let you be smug for a few days, you'll see what happens in Xia City. Upon hearing this, Su Yi raised an eyebrow and retorted, I don't know if it looks good or not, but this dinner was indeed delicious. I still want to thank young Master Lu for the 10,000 star coins. Lu Ziquan didn't say anything more, but quickened his pace to leave with a livid face. Puff! Xiao Yi, that's a really mean thing to say. He's probably going to be so angry he won't be able to sleep tonight, Ji Luoshi said with a light laugh, covering her mouth. Lu Ziquan is fine, but he's Han Zi's underling. We have some grudges against Han Zi, so we're afraid he might use this as an excuse to cause trouble. We should be careful when we get to Xia City. Mu Qingge, who had been eating with her head down and taking small bites, suddenly interjected. As a young lady from a prominent family, she naturally had some understanding of the intricate relationships between the various families in Baihai. Lu Ziquan's family, the Lu family, were actually nouveau riche who made their fortune through land expropriation. He was the son of a nouveau riche family. Such people had no real foundation in Baihai and were utterly useless except for having a little money. So this kid became Han Zi's lackey, which laid the foundation for the Lu family to build connections. The Han family has been entrenched in Baihai for decades and can be considered a truly powerful family, no less so than the Mu family to which Mu Qingge belongs. Although Han Zi's family business is not based in Xia City, they have some connections there, so if they really want to target Su Yi, it will be a big problem. Mu Qingge brought this up specifically to prepare Su Yi, since Lu Ziquan dared to say that he must have something to rely on. Okay, I'll keep an eye on Lu Ziquan and Han Zi. Su Yi stopped smiling and nodded solemnly. Chapter 56 Ocean University Freshman Registration Day. On the afternoon of the second day, people could vaguely see the disaster ship through the sea. Commercial cruise ships typically spend a lot of money to equip themselves with high-quality radar that can scan the sea with a range of 20 kilometers. After the radar detected the disaster ship, Captain Lee immediately sounded the alarm and changed course. Because the weather was quite good that day and visibility was high, passengers who were startled by the alarm sounded when the cruise ship was circling around came to the deck to observe the situation. Su Yi and his three companions were no exception. They were all awakened, and if things became unmanageable, they could immediately summon the ship for help or escape from the deck. The disaster ships seen from afar this time were some of the relatively high-level ones. This was also the first time Su Yi had personally witnessed the culprits that had brought various calamities to this world. The disaster ship is described as a warship composed of flesh and blood and ships, but Su Yi believes that this description is not accurate. Through long-distance observation, Su Yi discovered that the main body of the disaster ship did indeed have a part of the ship's outline, but they all had eyes and mouths like sea monsters, and strange tentacles were waving around the hull. Overall, it feels more like the twisted and evil person possessed by a strange entity that I saw in a past life. The same seems to be true for the disaster ships. Each disaster ship seems to have a different design. The alien beast features on the wooden sailboat-class disaster ships are particularly obvious, giving people a rotten and dark feeling. The wooden sailboats do not have cannons. They rely entirely on their octopus-like tentacles to attack. According to information found online, Suyi knows that the holes on these tentacles can spray a solution. Although the attack power is not high, the unique corrosive ability is quite vicious. As long as the ship's hull is contaminated by this corrosive liquid, it will cause continuous damage to the ship's durability. The ironclad disaster ship basically only retains a strange beast head at the bridge position, and its hull is covered with black metal barbs. The main gun is a tubular mouthpiece that extends from the beast's mouth. This mouthpart can shoot out an explosive spike. The spike has a very strong armor-piercing ability. Even ironclad warships cannot completely defend against the penetrating damage of the spike, let alone wooden sailing ships. It is absolutely impossible for them to be pierced through with one thrust. What Suyi was particularly concerned about was that the areas covered by the flesh and blood of the disaster ships seemed to be different. Some had a layer of black and red flesh and blood covering the bow, while others had it covering the sides or decks of the disaster ships. Suyi didn't know why this was happening. Perhaps it was just that the disaster ship grew by chance, and its hull was covered with flesh and blood. Under Captain Lee's skillful maneuvering, the cruise ship narrowly avoided the disaster ships, whose silhouettes gradually disappeared over the horizon. Only after the disaster ships had completely disappeared did Suyi realize that his palms were soaked with sweat. Those disaster ships were no low-level stuff. If a real fight had broken out, everyone would have been running for their lives. After visiting the disaster-stricken ship group, the cruise ship's alarms were lifted and passengers on deck gradually returned to their cabins. In the evening, Suyi and his 3 companions ordered a table full of delicious food, as usual. They hadn't run into that annoying guy all day, which was a good thing. The following morning, the entrance to Haijo University. With the arrival of the new student registration day, the streets in front of Haijo University are already filled with various stalls. The vendors at the stalls were calling out their own goods. Suyi also looked around at the various stalls. Most of the vendors here were residents living nearby, and there were even many senior students from Haijo University selling things at the stalls. This would have dazzled freshmen in the previous life, but here it seems somewhat reasonable. Hey bro, want to take a look at the equipment course? These are some really good stuff that I just got my hands on recently. When Suyi passed by one of the senior student stalls, she was stopped by the senior student who had been waiting for her. Looking up, I saw that this senior had golden wavy hair and her ample, fair breasts were on full display. The stunningly beautiful senior saw Suyi stop and quickly winked at him, revealing a perfectly timed smile. What core components do you have here? Suyi curiously stepped forward to ask, while also politely watching the game. The senior student seemed oblivious to Suyi's gaze and continued her introduction. Senior. Junior, look at this. It's a high-quality 75mm rapid-fire cannon. When you were taking the college entrance exam, those Japanese fighter jets couldn't fight back, right? Buy this cannon, and every plane will run away when it sees you. Suyi, how much does this core cost? Senior, since you're a freshman, I'll give you a 30% discount. I'll sell you this core item for 700,000 star coins. Upon hearing the price, Suyi immediately lost most of his interest. Was this senior student trying to take advantage of him? Suyi had indeed heard about the price increase of anti-aircraft weapons, but how could this old antique from World War I, with its green quality, dare to sell for 700,000? Sorry, senior, I don't have that much money. Sorry to bother you. After saying that, Suyi left without looking back. Seeing Suyi leave without a word, the senior student became anxious and quickly stood up, rushing forward to grab Suyi's sleeve, saying, Hey junior, this is the price for core anti-aircraft equipment these days. I'm really not trying to raise the price. You should save those words for someone else. Junior, I can tell you're a genuine person. How about this? I'll splurge a lot and give you 600,000. What do you say? Anti-aircraft weapons are in high demand and very rare right now. You won't regret buying them. In fact, the prices of core air defense equipment on the market are indeed quite high. The price of such equipment is currently around 40.6 million. This senior student was indeed lucky. After defeating the disaster ship last week, she got an anti-air weapon core. She initially planned to raise the price to capitalize on its scarcity, but no one bought it. In her eyes, Suyi was a rich but foolish fat sheep, because her cousin had come on the same cruise ship as Suyi. Her cousin secretly took a picture of Suyi on the boat and said that Suyi was on the boat with 3 stunning beauties, eating meals worth thousands of dollars every day, so he must be a rich second generation. Senior, should we? Suyi, we've been waiting for you for ages. What are you doing? Just as Suyi was about to refuse again, Ji Luoshi walked over from a short distance away, grabbed Su Ye's arm without saying a word, and pulled him away. Ji Luoshi's actions almost infuriated the senior student. She had finally managed to fool Su Yi, this big fat sheep, but she was dragged away just like that. I heard that you can't stand the sight of a beautiful woman. Su Yi, who had already left the senior's booth, was now sweating profusely from a question posed by Ji Luoshi. No, Luoshi, let me explain. Wait, let me explain. The senior student was selling anti-aircraft equipment cores. I think these cores are still useful to you right now, so I wanted to ask about the price. You asked for me? Of course, this 75mm rapid-fire gun is perfect for a large battleship like yours. It's a pity that the price she asked for was outrageous, so I thought I'd try to negotiate a lower price with her. After hearing Su Ye's explanation, Ji Luoshi, who had been looking cold, finally calmed down. Then she learned from Su Yi that the person was actually selling a core for 600,000 star coins, so she gave up the idea of going back to buy it. That's a joke. While anti-aircraft weapons are in short supply, they are not unavailable. If you really have 600,000 star coins, as long as you spend more time browsing, you'll eventually be able to buy something better. Besides, the current high prices are actually the result of deliberate speculation by some people, and the price of air defense weapons may suddenly drop at any time. Su Yi and Ji Luoshi had been walking for less than 5 minutes when they saw Mu Qingge and Tang Li waiting for them at the school gate. Chapter 57. Eating double portions of meat, not even leaving a drop of soup for his brothers. After entering the school gate, a crowd of people gathered on the right-hand side of the roadside. In front of them were rows of tables, and behind each table was a senior student registering the information of the new students. Su Yi led Mu Qingge to their registration location, following the directions. Both of them were assigned to the Combat Department Class 1, while Ji Luoshi was assigned to the Combat Department Class 2. As for Tang Li, she had to report to the Arts Department. Hi, Junior, what's your name? The person in charge of registration in front of Su Yi was a senior student who wore glasses and looked quite refined. Hello, Senior. My name is Sui. Su Yi, right? Let me take a look. After asking for his name, the senior student clicked on the tablet in his hand to view Su Ye's information. Not long after, the senior student took a student card from the machine next to him and handed it to Su Yi. Su Yi, here is your student card. Please keep it safe. You need to meet in classroom 108 of Building A. Your advisor is already waiting in the classroom. Okay, thank you, Senior. Su Yi took the card that was handed to him. The blue and white printed card had Su Ye's portrait, name, and a student number printed on it, but nothing else. Mu Qingge and Su Yi were in the same class. After Mu Qingge received her student card, the two of them found Ji Luoshi, who had also completed the enrollment procedures. However, Ji Luoshi was being stopped by 2 boys at the moment. Only after getting closer did Su Yi hear their conversation. Sure enough, wherever a beautiful woman goes, she will always encounter all sorts of suitors and people try to please her. Student A, G, we're in the same class. Let us take you to the classroom. Student B, hey classmate, I've created a group chat for our class. I'll add you as a friend, so I can add you to the group too. Yiluv? These two were her classmates, and given the situation, she couldn't say anything too harsh. After a moment of silence, she suddenly saw Su Yi walking towards her and spoke in a cool tone. Excuse me, my boyfriend is here, so I won't trouble you two any further. No sooner had she finished speaking than Ji Luoshi quickly walked to Su Ye's side and took his arm. Su Yi raised an eyebrow and said to Ji Luoshi with a hint of amusement, Wow, my Luoshi is so popular? She just registered and classmates are already scrambling to add her as a WeChat friend. Upon hearing this, Ji Luoshi glared at Su Yi, then pinched his soft flesh and said, Of course, I'm naturally beautiful. If you ever dare to do anything to betray me in the future, I'll make sure you're forgiven in no time. Su Yi, you dare. If it weren't for the fact that the time and place aren't wrong, I would definitely teach you a lesson. Ji Luoshi, oh, you're all talk and no action. Let's find a place to have a proper match during the holidays and see who teaches who a lesson. Su Yi, damn, that's arrogant. If you can get out of bed by tomorrow, I'll change my name. Yaluoksi, Ypsilonesu. What? You don't want to be human anymore? You want to be a totem for Westerners. Mu Qingge. I'm telling you too. That's enough. I've been fed so much dog food by you two the whole way here. Can you just shut up? Mu Qingge couldn't stand it any longer. These two were getting more and more out of line, saying such inappropriate things. She's cold-hearted, but not sexually frigid. These two completely ignored her. That bastard Su-yi, he suddenly got together with Ji Luoshi out of nowhere. It really makes me so angry. She originally thought the biggest threat was that cute little sister named Tang Li, but she never expected that her best friend Ji Luoshi would steal her home. It's true what they say. You have to be careful of your best friend. After Su-yi and his two companions had gone far away, the two boys from class 2 who were standing there dumbfounded couldn't help but feel envious. Student A. Damn it, who is this kid? He's actually Ji Luoshi's boyfriend. Student B. Who knows? He's alright looking, but this guy looks like a playboy. And the girl who came with him is a super beautiful woman. Student A. I've been single for 18 years, and I just felt like I was about to fall in love, but it ended before it even started. Sob, sob, sob. Student B. The difference between people is bigger than that between dogs. This guy has 2 girls on his arms. It's just too enviable. Student B. Let's go, let's follow him and see which class that kid is in. I think he should be a freshman too. The two followed Su-yi and his 2 companions stealthily until Su-yi and Mu-chinga entered classroom 108, where class 1 was located. The two looked at each other and suddenly deflated like punctured balloons, becoming listless. Those who can get into Haijo University are all top talents, and those who can be assigned to the first class by the school are geniuses among geniuses, prodigies among prodigies. The two who had initially harbored thoughts of poaching or stealing talent immediately abandoned those ideas. Most graduates of the first-class program at the Ocean University would eventually join one of the 7 fleets, while very few students from their ordinary class would achieve the same. Their future achievements would certainly be on a completely different level. Upon entering the classroom, Mu-chinga, the number 1 beauty of number 3 middle school, naturally attracted the attention of the boys present. Wow, this girl is hot. Dude, I think I'm in love again. With that figure and that face, she's definitely the number 1 choice to become the class beauty. Why did the class beauty come in with this guy? Do they know each other? Did these two just happen to arrive together? I think you Fei from our class is prettier. Come on, you think every female is beautiful. Hey, you want to stir up trouble, huh? You want me to teach you a lesson? Afraid of you? With Mu-chinga's arrival, the already noisy classroom became even more lively. Su-yi ignored the crowd's discussion, looked around at the empty seats in the classroom, and chose a seat by the window. Mu-chinga then sat down next to Su-yi. Damn, she actually sat down next to that kid. There's definitely something going on between them. Why is this kid eating double portions of meat, not even leaving his brother a drop of soup? I'm guessing these two are siblings. I'll go meet the brother-in-law first. Are you dreaming? These two don't look like siblings at all. Just as everyone was whispering among themselves, Su-yi felt a tap on the shoulder from behind. Hey bro, let's get acquainted. My name is Lin-yu. Su-yi turned around and saw that the blonde-haired guy sitting behind him had a strange expression. He asked, Aren't you the one who gathered most of the candidates together in the secret realm during the college entrance examination? Lin-yu, huh? How did you know about this? Are you and I taking the college entrance exam in the same secret realm? Su-yi, what a coincidence. Let me introduce myself. My name is Su-yi. Chapter 58 Boss. I need to latch onto your coattails. Upon hearing Su-ye's self-introduction, Lin-yu was stunned for a moment, then looked at Su-yi with excitement. Su-yi? You're Su-yi. I'm Su-yi, and you are? Su-yi stared at Lin-yu with curiosity. What's wrong with this kid? Why is he so excited after just giving his name? Holy crap. Boss, I need to be his leg. Lin-yu excitedly reached out and shoved Su-ye's left shoulder. How could Lin-yu not be excited? As the eldest young master of the Lin family, he had always ranked first in his grade in every exam since childhood. He had also awakened the soul of an ironclad battleship. He was advancing triumphantly with the title of Genius Boy, and many big shots said that he was the future leader of their generation. Unexpectedly, the college entrance examination almost ruined his life. After returning home, he saw a video breakdown of the entire college entrance examination through his father's connections. He was puzzled at first, wondering why the Ingzhou Air Fleet fighters only attacked them once and then never came again. On his way home, he heard from his brother that these fighters would launch an air attack every 20 minutes. In the entire Beihai College entrance examination, only Lin-yu and his group emerged victorious. Everyone else was wiped out. It was simply a matter of dying sooner or later. It wasn't until Lin Yu watched all the college entrance exam videos that he realized that if Su Ye's aircraft carrier hadn't turned the tide and destroyed Yingzhou's 2 aircraft carriers, they would have been met with a barrage of bombing every 20 minutes. In a final decisive battle against the Yingzhou fleet, it was only through the long-range air support provided by Su Ye's aircraft carriers that the Yingzhou fleet was barely annihilated. Lin Yu's father only learned after making inquiries that Su Ye's ship was a native aircraft carrier, which was incomparable to those semi-finished aircraft carriers converted from cargo ships. Moreover, Su Ye applied to Haizhou University. Upon hearing this news, Lin Yu's father didn't say a word and forced Lin Yu to choose Haizhou University. Before leaving, he repeatedly told Lin Yu that if he had the chance, he must get along well with Su Ye and become friends. Lin Yu was originally thinking about how to find out Su Ye's whereabouts among so many freshmen, but he didn't expect that Su Ye would be sitting in front of him. Faced with such an overly familiar person, Su Ye was momentarily at a loss for words and could only give an awkward smile. Well, we're all classmates, so it's only right that we help each other out. Brother, let's add each other on WeChat. You can contact me if you run into any problems in the future. Lin Yu genuinely wanted to be friends with Su Ye. After all, there weren't many people he admired growing up, and Su Ye was now one of them. Brother Yi, is this your wife? Actually, he was deeply attracted by Mu Chinga's looks as soon as Su Ye and Mu Chinga entered the classroom. But when he saw Mu Chinga sit down next to Su Ye without hesitation, he knew that Mu Chinga was probably already taken. Now that Mu Chinga has become friends with Su Ye, regardless of whether she is Su Ye's girlfriend or what their relationship is, she still needs to be polite. Mu Chinga, hello, my name is Mu Chinga, and I am Su Ye's good friend. Since Lin Yu asked, Mu Chinga couldn't pretend she hadn't heard, so she turned her head and politely replied, Lin Igreku, hello, Mu classmate. Lin Yu, by the way, do you guys know that the counselor will be coming later to assign tasks regarding the island? Suye, guarding Anusland. What's going on? Suye was unfamiliar with this new term. He only knew that the military would indeed send troops to guard certain important island nodes, but what did this have to do with them as college students? Lin Yu said mysteriously, actually, I heard it from my dad. There are 2 universities in Haizhou where students don't attend classes in the usual way. Instead, they need to be stationed on an island like soldiers. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he waited for Su Ye to process the information he had just said before continuing. I'm sure you've already guessed what I just said. That's right, Haizhou University is one of the 2 universities that need students to be stationed on the island. Upon hearing this, Su Ye frowned. We've only just enrolled and we're already stationed here? What about our safety and studies? Lin Yu, I'm not entirely sure about that. I guess our advisor will explain the situation to us in detail when he arrives later. Mu Chinga, I have indeed heard some rumors about this. It seems that there are some injuries, deaths, and students dropping out of school every year. Lin Yu, actually it's not a big deal. Even if you graduate from an ordinary university and join a private fleet, there will still be a high casualty rate. In fact, Haizhou University only has a few casualties every year, which is already considered very good. Sui, indeed, the news also reported that the average casualty rate of private fleets this year has reached 18%, far higher than last year's 14%. At this point, all 3 fell silent. Just as Sui had said, this was not a safe world. Apart from the 7 major fleets, which never disclose their casualty figures, all private fleets are required by law to truthfully report their fleet casualty numbers. In fact, the biggest casualties every year are college students who join private fleets right after graduation. It's not that the fleet deliberately assigns dangerous missions to new recruits. On the contrary, the fleet is quite lenient with them. It's just that new recruits who haven't experienced the baptism of war will inevitably make mistakes unintentionally. On the battlefield, such unintentional mistakes are often fatal. The Dragon Kingdom has a total of 32 top-tier universities and 128 second-tier universities. Only 20 of the top-ranked universities are qualified to be stationed on these islands and implement a combination of stationing on the islands and remote teaching. This approach of gradually gaining practical experience by stationing personnel on islands has proven to be the correct educational method for continuously cultivating outstanding talent. However, there are only a few areas around the Dragon Kingdom where low-level disaster ships appear, so they were naturally assigned to these 20 universities. Of course, this allocation is not fixed. Every 4 years, a national university competition is held. in which the top 20 universities compete against each other to eliminate the bottom 2. Of the remaining universities, the champion and runner-up will inherit the island usage rights of the 2 eliminated universities. Just as the group was discussing the island's defense, Anchi knocked on the classroom door. "Everyone, please be quiet for a moment." After speaking, Anchi stepped onto the podium. "Wow, the quality of teachers at our school is actually this high? This school is amazing. TCH, do you think you have any weird ideas about the counselor? Every counselor who stays on as a counselor is a top student from previous years. Why would they look at you? You've never seen anything like it. Our school is full of beautiful girls, you know? I heard that the liberal arts department has already voted for the 4 freshman beauties this year." "Really? They've already chosen a school beauty queen at the very beginning of the semester? Why would I lie to you? Here's the URL for our school's online forum. Open it and take a look yourself." Hearing hushed whispers around him, Suyi couldn't help but look up at his class advisor out of curiosity. Just then, Anchi also happened to be looking in Suye's direction. Chapter 59, preparing to head to Wanghai Island. She had already carefully reviewed all the new students' information while she was in the office. When she saw that the Suyi Shipsole section said aircraft carrier, her eyes lit up immediately. This was a real treasure. After a period of development, the nation's leaders and researchers have compiled a formal naming system for aircraft carriers based on information from both domestic and international sources. Cargo ships that have been modified by equipping them with core components are called converted aircraft carriers. Although these converted aircraft carriers have limited capabilities, they are still an indispensable force at present. Noodle Nation recently released a video of an awakened native aircraft carrier and disclosed some of its data. This aircraft carrier is 180 meters long and about 33 meters wide, with a full load displacement of 14,000 tons. It can carry 16 carrier-based aircraft at a time. This kind of ship, which is an aircraft carrier from the moment it is awakened without any modification, is uniformly called a regular aircraft carrier by the people of the Noodle country, in order to distinguish it from an aircraft carrier that has been modified later. However, after comparing videos and related materials, the researchers from China discovered that China's aircraft carrier was significantly different from Suye's aircraft carrier in terms of both size and aircraft carrying capacity. Therefore, China did not simply and crudely classify all native aircraft carriers into one category. The Dragon Kingdom refers to the aircraft carrier of the Noodle Kingdom as a light aircraft carrier, while Suye's aircraft carrier sole category remains aircraft carrier. This updated information was distributed to all relevant institutions through the Tianshu system. After seeing Suye's ship sole information, Xuanchi immediately retrieved his college entrance examination video. The fact that he was able to single-handedly take down 2 aircraft carriers generated in the secret realm during the college entrance examination and assist other candidates in the same secret realm to annihilate the Ingzhou fleet already demonstrated that Suye's strength should not be underestimated. Therefore, she felt she needed to carefully observe Suye's performance in university. In addition, her superiors had specifically instructed her to take care of Suyi and not allow any mishaps. Thinking of this, Xuanchi stopped looking at Suyi on the podium and instead cleared her throat lightly. "Now that all the students have arrived, let me introduce myself first. I am your counselor, Xuanchi, and I will be in charge of you from now on. Next, please introduce yourselves. You can start." Xuanchi pointed to the boy in the first row to her left and said, "There are a total of 40 students in the class, and as time went by, everyone had finished introducing themselves." Just after the last person sat down, Xuanchi continued, "I'm sure some of you here have heard that our school's educational model is based on being stationed on an island plus distance learning. You will now be divided into 8 groups, with a fixed number of 5 people in each group. You can choose your teammates first, and the remaining people who haven't been assigned to a group will be arranged to fill the remaining spots after you have formed your teams. Oh, and remember to choose a team leader after you've formed your teams. Come register with me later." All the students had already mentioned their ship spirit information during their self-introductions, and Suyi discovered that all the students in Class 1 actually had the ship spirit of an ironclad warship. It seems that Haijo University does not divide students into classes based on their college entrance examination scores. The hard standard for entering Class 1 seems to be that one must awaken an ironclad warship. In addition to Suyi, there are actually 2 other classmates who are aircraft carrier ship spirits. Although both of them are modified aircraft carriers, but Does modifying an aircraft carrier mean it is no longer an aircraft carrier? As soon as Anshi finished speaking, Suyi raised his hand and asked, Teachers, can we only team up with people from our own class to defend the island? Upon hearing this, Anshi remained silent for a moment, wondering why Suyi would ask such a question. Did this kid have a friend in another class? In principle, there are no restrictions on whether you are a classmate or not. However, our class consists of students who were selected by multiple teachers from the school as the most promising students. Therefore, I still hope that everyone can find teammates within the class. Hearing Anshi say that the search was not limited to his own class, Suyi felt much more at ease. He asked Anshi this question because he wanted to bring Ji Luoshi into his team. Hey bro, how about I join your team? I'm an ironclad cruiser with decent anti-air capabilities, and my firepower will definitely satisfy you. Since they were going to form a team, Lin Yu certainly couldn't let go of Suyi, who was a great asset. His father had pulled a lot of strings and done a lot of favors to get him into Haijiao University, just so his son could have a powerful backer and a bright future. Suyi nodded and said, No problem. Lin Yu, you're in the team. Chingu, you should be fine with us, right? Mu Chinga, I'm all stuck with you now. Don't even think about leaving me, humph. Suyi, okay, the three of us plus Luo, she will make 4 people. We just need to find one more to make it 5. Mu Chinga, then I'll send a message to Luo, she. Suyi, okay. Just as the 3 were talking, several people walked towards Suyi and his group. Hello, Su. Is your team still short of members? My ship Soul is an A-class ironclad. Hello. Our team is 1 person short. Su, would you like to join us? I am. After some questioning, Suyi chose a boy named Ruan Xiaodo, whose ship was an ironclad cruiser, just like Lin Yu's. With the F-4F Hellcat and Camel as his 2 core carrier-based aircraft, Suyi is no longer lacking in offensive power. However, Muchinga is an ironclad warship, while Ji Luoshi is still a sailboat, so their anti-air capabilities are basically non-existent. While the air defense firepower of just him and Lin Yu is not afraid of small-scale fighter jet attacks, if the number of enemy fighter jets increases, there will definitely be a defensive vacuum. Therefore, adding Ruan Xiaodo, who also has air defense capabilities, can make up for the lack of air defense. Ji Luoshi also confirmed joining the team on WeChat. After the team was formed, Suyi went up to the podium and asked Anshi to fill in the member information. After everyone submitted their team information, Anshi continued. Now, everyone follow my instructions. Li Jiang and Zhao Qian, your 2 teams will head to Zissou Island. Fan Yi and Lin Xiaoqi, your 2 teams will go. Finally, Suyi and Nanjing, your 2 teams will go to Wanghai Island. The map has been sent to you. Make sure you know your island's location so you don't go to the wrong place. Also, everyone go to the logistics office to collect 3 days' worth of supplies before you go. Now dismissed. After giving her instructions, Anshi left the classroom without looking back, her high heels clicking on the floor. She was incredibly efficient and decisive. Hiss, are all the teachers at our school this unconventional? What do you know? This is called dashing and heroic. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and get to the logistics department, or you'll have to wait in line if you're late. Suyi and his 3 companions followed the flow of people out of the classroom. As soon as they came out, Suyi noticed that Ji Luoshi, who was already waiting for them at the classroom door, was idly scrolling through her phone. What are you looking at so intently? Suyi looked at Ji Luoshi, who was looking down at her phone with amusement. It's nothing, I just looked at the Shanghai forum. Let's go. Soon, the group followed the flow of people to the logistics department and received their supplies. The school didn't provide many supplies. There were just things like blankets, pillows, toothbrushes, military rations, and water. These items weigh over 100 pounds in total, but an awakened being enhanced by the ship's soul can easily lift them with one hand. Chapter 60, Is She Your Biological Sister? Haijiao University is built on the coastline, and there is a dedicated pier not far from the school, where several small cruise ships are already waiting. Each cruise ship had a sign next to it listing the names of several islands, clearly indicating that these ships were specifically there to pick them up and take them to the islands. Lin Yu, wow, there's even a private ship for transportation? That will save me the trouble of summoning my own ship. Ji Luoshi, each ship will go to 4 different islands, so let's not get off at the wrong stop. Everyone, please listen to the announcements later. Lin Yu, I heard from my sister that quite a few people got off at the wrong station last year. Suye, Muchinga. There really are people who got off at the wrong stop? How did someone like that get into Ocean University? Linyu. What else could it be? These good-for-nothings got in through sponsorships. Let me tell you a secret. All those guys in Class 8 got in through sponsorships. Sui. Xiaoyu, you got in through sponsorship too, right? Linyu. Linyu. Damn it, I still got 455 points on the college entrance exam, okay? My dad spent a lot of money, but I got into Class 1 on my own merit. Ruan Xiaodo. Can our school really sponsor this? Linyu. As long as there's money, the grades won't be so bad that it's unbearable to look at. With nothing to do while sitting on the boat, the group chatted idly. Half an hour later, the small boat docked at the pier overlooking the island, and all 10 members of Su Ye's team and Njing's team disembarked and came to the island. The island is quite large, stretching as far as the eye can see on either side. Not far from the pier stand several buildings, which will be their living area from now on. When everyone arrived downstairs, a blonde beauty wearing a blue and white school uniform came out of the dormitory. Cease. What are you doing here? The moment Linyu saw the blonde beauty, he couldn't hold back anymore. What was the big devil in his family doing here? Could it be? He suddenly didn't dare to think any further. Sister. Everyone stared in astonishment at Linyu and the blonde beauty standing in front of them. It seemed the two did indeed look quite alike. Hello. Let me introduce myself. My name is Linyu, and I am a third-year student. You can call me Senior Lin. From now on, I will be the team leader for this group of new students. Upon hearing this, Linyu felt that his future was bleak. Of course, he knew that his older sister was also a student at Haizhou University, but he never expected that the team leader would be Linyu. Haizhou University wouldn't just dump all the freshmen on the islands and let them mess around on their own, so each island would have third or fourth-year students to lead the freshmen. The team leader has two main responsibilities. One is to supervise the students' daily routines and help the new students select tasks assigned by the school, and the other is to be responsible for their safety. There are only 11 of them on the entire Haiwan Island. Linyu led the freshmen into the dormitory and let everyone choose a room as their bedroom. After everyone has put their things away, gather in the lobby on the first floor of the building across the street. I'll give you 10 minutes. If anyone is late, don't blame me for being rude. After Linyu finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving the 10 people looking at each other in bewilderment. Brother Yi, hurry up, don't be late. Upon seeing Linyu is like a mouse seeing a cat. Linyu, that woman, meant no politeness whatsoever. He hurriedly reminded Su Yi to hurry up. Seeing Linyu's anxious expression and not wanting to be the troublemaker, Su Ye's team quickly packed up and gathered in the lobby on the first floor of the teaching building. Linyu stood ramrod straight in the hall, occasionally glancing at her watch. She only spoke when the two of them slowly strolled into the hall. You two are 3 minutes late. Now go outside and run 30 laps around the teaching building. In addition, 10 credits will be deducted from each of you. What? This means I'll lose 10 points. Why are you deducting points? It's just that I was a little late. Exactly. What right do you have to deduct our credits at will? The two looked at Linyu with unconvinced expressions. As freshmen, they only have 100 credits. If they lose all their credits, they will be forcibly expelled from the school. Linyu didn't bother arguing with those two obviously troublesome guys. Instead, he pulled out a tablet from somewhere and started typing on the screen. Not long after, the phones of the two troublesome students from the quiet squad simultaneously beeped with message notifications. The two men, somewhat surprised and uncertain, took out their phones from their pockets. After reading the text message, their faces immediately turned from red to white, clearly indicating that they had indeed had 10 credits deducted. Now, I'm giving you two choices. First, go outside and run 30 laps. Second, you can rejoin the group without running laps to continue the content, but I will deduct 10 credits from each of you again. As soon as she finished speaking, Ruan Xiaodo whispered in Linyu's ear, "Is she really your older sister? She's so fierce." Linyu completely ignored Ruan Xiaodo beside him, staring straight ahead. Who just spoke? Step forward. Linyu was no pushover. She saw right through Ruan Xiaodo's little tricks. Startled by Linyu's icy gaze, Ruan Xiaodo quickly stepped forward and apologized. "I'm sorry, Senior Lin. Go outside and run 10 laps around the teaching building like them." Oh, Ruan Xiaodo wasn't as stubborn as the other two. This beautiful senior really knew how to deduct your credits. The two stubborn kids exchanged a glance, then sheepishly followed Ruan Xiaodo out for a run. They certainly didn't want to lose 20 credits on their very first day of school. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the remaining people had all lined up obediently. It was actually her first time being a team leader, and she was afraid of encountering those troublesome students. If she couldn't keep them in check at the beginning, they might cause her some big trouble in the future. Her hardcore approach was actually learned from the senior who mentored her back then, and it proved to be incredibly effective today. These freshmen just need to be taught a lesson. Lin Yu picked up the remote control from the coffee table next to him, pressed the button, and turned on the display screen on the wall. We are currently at this location on Wangdao Island. Target A is 120 kilometers away from us, and there's a group of low-level disaster ships lingering there. There's also a group of disaster ships at target location B, which is a bit further away, about 160 kilometers away. Your two squads need to eliminate one group of disaster ships each. There are quite a few disaster ships. I've already accepted the extermination mission issued by the school for you. You have 3 days. Use whatever method you have to take care of these disaster ships. You can ask me any questions you have now. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, unsure of what to ask. Was Haijo University really that hardcore? They had only been there for 1 day, and they were already being sent to fight a disaster ship. Seeing that no one spoke, Lin Yu continued. Each person will receive 5 credits upon completion of the mission. And Jing will lead the team to eliminate Target A, and Su Yi will lead the team to eliminate Target B. Once those 3 have run away, you can arrange your own elimination missions. Remember, you only have 3 days. If you fail to complete the mission within the time limit, everyone in the team will be downgraded by 1 level. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he walked towards his office, leaving the others looking at each other in bewilderment. Chapter 61, Unexplained Hostility. After Lin Yu left, she quietly stared at Su Ye's handsome face and came up to him. Su, I've heard a lot about you. Many people have praised your abilities to the skies. But what I want to say is that we are facing a real enemy on this mission. If you let your guard down, people could really die. I hope your reputation matches your skill level. Hopefully, there are only 2 teams on the island, so don't drag us down. Faced with Jing's sudden warning, Su Yi was somewhat confused about what the woman meant. The other party was very impolite, and Su Yi wouldn't tolerate it. I don't know about their reputation, and I don't need your approval as to their strength. You should take care of your own team. After saying that, Su Yi gave Mu Qingge and the others a look and then strode out of the hall. An hour later, after Ruan Xiaodo finished running 10 laps while humming and groaning, the group of 5 arrived at the dock not far from the teaching building. Brother Yi, you're planning to go straight to the disaster ship without preparing anything? In Lin Yu's mind, annihilating a disaster fleet would require some pre-battle planning, right? But Su Yi only said, we'll see what happens before leading everyone to the beach. Su Yi glanced at everyone. Apart from Ji Luoxi and Mu Qingge, who looked indifferent, Lin Yu and Ruan Xiaodo seemed somewhat uneasy. Although these 2 were also the pride of Ocean University, they were still somewhat apprehensive when facing a life-or-death battle. The disaster ship won't listen to reason. Once a battle breaks out, it's either you or me who dies. Don't worry, I won't joke around with everyone's lives. Today's main task is to conduct reconnaissance and probe. Since the school has set the mission time frame at 3 days, the number of enemy ships must be considerable. The school did not mention the exact number and location of the enemy in the mission description, only giving us a general range. Therefore, it's clear that we need to investigate the basic information about the disaster ship ourselves. Su Yi had actually considered holding a pre-battle meeting to make arrangements before setting off, but there was not much useful information in the mission briefing, and the deployment of combat plans had to be targeted. The school isn't giving them any information. It's obvious they want them to find out the true state of the disaster ship themselves. Ruan Xiaodo. All right, you're the boss. You call the shots. I'll leave these 100+ pounds to you. Ji Luoxi. Are you planning to first control the fighter jets to scout the situation and then make targeted deployments? Su Yi. Yes, that's exactly what I'm planning. We'll find out the movements and exact number of the disaster ships before considering how to eliminate them. Mu Qingge. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. But we haven't had any contact with Jing before, so why does she seem so hostile towards you? Su Yi. TC, who knows? Lin Yu. Brother Yi, perhaps I can guess some of it. Su Yi. Lin Yu. She is the second young lady of the family in Sanhai City. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been the #1 prodigy in the entire Haijo. She herself has said that among her peers, only the genius of the Qin family in the capital can rival her. As a result, in this college entrance exam, the Qin family's son scored 475 points, while she scored 480. What's the difference between this and her being publicly humiliated? Suyi, damn, no wonder that girl acted like she was on fire the moment she saw me. What kind of person is she? She made a promise and got slapped in the face, and now she can't blame me? As they spoke, the group didn't stop moving, summoning their ships in preparation for departure. Lin Yu and Ruan Xiaodo's ironclad warships looked very similar, both being 3,000-ton ironclad cruisers with 3 large smokestacks and a length of about 110 meters. Slightly different is that Lin Yu's ship is equipped with 2 102mm main guns to enhance individual anti-ship firepower, while reducing the number of all secondary guns. The original 10 76mm rapid-fire cannons were reduced to 6, and only 4 47mm small-caliber cannons were left. On the other hand, Nguyen T. Thursday retained the original 10 76mm rapid-fire cannons and 8 47mm small-caliber cannons. In terms of anti-aircraft capability alone, Nguyen T. Thursday completely overwhelmed Lin Yu. In fact, Lin Yu's operation of dismantling secondary guns and modifying them into main guns was a last resort. The ship size was limited, and if 2 huge main guns were to be installed, the secondary guns would have to be removed to make room. It's a good thing we invited Ruan Xiaodo to join us before. Otherwise, with Lin Yu's half-crippled air defense capabilities, encountering a large number of fighter jets in the future would be a nightmare. I originally thought my squad's air defense capabilities were up to par, but it turns out Lin Yu is only half-baked. For now, the air defense capabilities of my squad are basically sufficient, and I haven't heard of any aircraft carrier-type disaster ships appearing in that low-level disaster ship group. With that in mind, Suyi stopped worrying and directly activated the ship soul to summon his nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. The moment the aircraft carrier appeared, the once calm sea was cleaved open by the massive hull, and huge circular waves suddenly spread outwards. Lin Yu had actually seen Su Ye's ship from several kilometers away when he took the college entrance examination, but seeing Su Ye's ship at such close range now still gave him a strong shock. Needless to say, Ruan Xiaodo was standing on the deck of his own ship, his mouth agape, staring blankly at the supergiant ship that was over 350 meters long. Holy crap. Boss, how come your ship is so big? The size, the shape, and the texture of the metallic paint. It's absolutely stunning. Hearing Ruan Xiaodo's praise, Suyi thought to himself, Ruan, is all you care about? Looks or looks? Huh, how superficial. As for Ji Luoxi and Mu Qingge, they were already used to it, but every time they saw Su Ye's aircraft carrier up close, they couldn't help but exclaim, it's truly magnificent. I glanced at the time. It was 10 a.m. At the average speed of everyone, it would take about 2 hours to reach the destination. However, Ji Luoxi was sailing on a wooden sailboat, and her speed was only 10 knots. Naturally, Suyi could not leave her behind and take everyone ahead. Therefore, the group could only cruise towards the target location at a speed of 10 knots, and it would take them about 5 hours to reach the designated area. I'm sorry, it's my ship's hull that's slowing everyone down. In fact, during the college entrance examination, Ji Luoxi had already begun to realize the gap between herself and Suyi. Her man could easily sail a 100,000-ton giant ship at a speed of 35 knots, while she could only reach less than 12 knots when she lowered all the sails and sailed with the wind. Hey, what are you thinking? We're a team. There's no such thing as being a burden. That's right. Your ship has more guns than all of us combined. We can just take our time and get there. It won't take much longer. You're one of our main sources of damage, so you just need to fire the cannons. It doesn't matter if you fire them fast or slow. Seeing that Ji Luoxi was clearly in low spirits, everyone offered words of comfort, saying that small teams have their advantages, especially in terms of creating a harmonious atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Ji Luoxi's eyes reddened slightly. Yes, thank you everyone. I promise I won't hold you back in the upcoming battles. All right, let's go. Suyi waved to everyone on the deck and took the lead, heading towards Point B. The 4 people behind him kept a certain distance from him, sailing on the left and right sides. Chapter 62, the first showdown between Su Ye's squad and the disaster ship. Suyi glanced at the ship's information. Currently, there are a total of 39 carrier-based aircraft, including 15 Camel biplane fighters and 24 F-4F Wildcats. The number of these fighters has reached the upper limit of the core capacity. With a thought, he moved the fighter jets one by one onto the flight deck via the elevator platform, and the people behind him naturally saw the movements on the Suyi ship. Linyu. So that's why, brother, you didn't schedule a tactical meeting. He was planning to use fighter jets for high-altitude reconnaissance. Ruan Xiaodo. The aircraft carrier's fighter jets are actually hidden in the ship's cabins? I was just wondering why I didn't see any fighter jets on the deck. Linyu. Duzi, your brother Ye's ship is so big. How many fighter jets can it hold? Ruan Xiaodo. How would I know? Math isn't my strong suit. Just then, Mu Qingge, who had been mostly silent, suddenly interjected. Based on my rough understanding of Su Ye's hull data, as long as the number of carrier-based aircraft cores is sufficient, his hull should be able to store at least 70 or more fighter jets. Because everyone's understanding of fighter jets is based on the size of fixed-wing fighter jets, what they don't know is that Su Ye's pay-to-win system includes a modern version of a folding-wing carrier-based aircraft. For example, the J-35 in the latest prize pool is a carrier-based aircraft with foldable wings, which greatly reduces the space it occupies when not in combat. When fully loaded, the Sui's carrier-based aircraft capacity can reach a massive scale of approximately 105 aircraft. The idea that a modern nuclear-powered aircraft carrier can destroy a country with a single ship is not just a casual remark. It is a capability that can truly be achieved. As Su Ye's carrier-based aircraft continued to take off, Ji Luoshi soon noticed something was wrong. Ji Luoshi, Xiaoyi, why do you have more carrier-based aircraft? Do you have a new carrier-based aircraft corps? Sui, yes, Principal Sun came to my house on the day I checked my college entrance exam scores. After I chose to go to Ocean University, he gave me a purple quality F-4F Wildcat carrier-based aircraft corps. Linyu, damn, Brother Yi is awesome. Just getting into university resulted in the principal personally inviting you and even giving you a purple corps. I'm so envious. Sui, hey buddy, I'm the top scorer in the college entrance exam in Haijo, okay? A purple corps is nothing. Ji Luoshi, you get cocky just because people compliment you a few times? While chatting, Sui didn't forget to observe the sea area he passed through the view of the carrier-based aircraft. In less than half an hour, Sui had spotted the disaster ship group near the target location through the F-4F Wildcat that was leading the way. After circling around the target sea area, Sui had figured out the situation of the disaster ships there. Sui, everyone, I have scouted the disaster ships entrenched near the target location. There are many small islands and reefs in this area, which will obstruct our view of some of our warships when we pass through. Currently, 5 disaster ship groups have been observed from high altitude, totaling approximately 40 ships. Ruan Xiaodo, holy crap. So many? Are we even capable of wiping them out? Mu Qingge, don't worry, Dizzy. A direct confrontation is definitely not going to work. We'll hear what Sui has to say about it. Linyu, so many disaster ships sound a bit scary. Sui, the total number of disaster ships is indeed quite large. But these disaster ship groups are scattered far apart, so we can still defeat them one by one. Suyi, the opposing team consists entirely of small and medium-sized sailboats. Although there are quite a few of them, their strength is not very high. Their defense is relatively weak, so they're a good choice for us to practice on. Linyu, then how do we fight? After pondering for a moment, Suyi shared his tactical ideas with everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Linyu couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the top leadership of the Dragon Kingdom attaches so much importance to aircraft carriers. This brand new tactical system is completely different from the previous ship-to-ship gun battles. All carrier-based aircraft have arrived over the target area. At this point, the aircraft, fully loaded with munitions, cannot simply be conducting reconnaissance. Controlling the carrier-based aircraft group, Suyi selected the 9 disaster ships lingering at the forefront as his attack targets. As the roar of the aircraft drew closer, the disaster fleet raised the tentacles located on both sides of the warships, launching a preemptive attack before Su Ye's carrier-based aircraft even began to approach. The disaster ship has 8 holes of different sizes on its tentacles, making it look like an octopus's tentacle from a distance. At this moment, Suyi was also focused on controlling the carrier-based aircraft to begin the first wave of air attack by diving in batches. However, he changed the lead aircraft to the F-4F Wildcat. Since the Camel biplane fighter has a relatively slow flight speed, it is much more likely to be attacked by the disaster ship than the F-4F Wildcat. Naturally, Su Yi would not let the camel die in vain. These low-level disaster ships actually have considerable firepower. Their two tentacles can continuously spray green solution into the air. However, the solution sprayed by these low-level disaster ships is not fast, and they do not have advanced equipment such as fire control radar. Faced with Wildcat fighters diving at a speed of more than 200 kilometers per hour, the damage they can cause is really limited. The first batch of 6 Wildcats crossed from both sides, and when they came within 150 meters of the disaster ship, the 6 heavy machine guns on both sides of the wings spat out fire. Under the crossfire of the machine guns of the 3 F-4F Wildcats, the flesh and blood on the deck of the attacked disaster ship were instantly torn to pieces, and the wooden hull, which was not covered by flesh and blood, was also riddled with holes the size of bowls by the machine gun bullets. Through observation, Su Yi discovered that although the heavy machine gun bullets looked powerful, the actual damage they caused was not that much. This round of heavy machine gun test firing only reduced the disaster ship's durability by less than 110. Damn, this is just scratching the surface. The heavy machine gun is probably only good for bullying alien beasts in ship-equipped mode. It wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between the alien beast's teeth when it comes to destroying disaster ships. After seeing the results of the 6 Wildcats, Su Yi couldn't help but make a comment. Since there are no dedicated crew members to operate the carrier-based aircraft formation, the carrier-based aircraft do not perform any precise maneuvers during the dive attack. They simply dive straight down from a specific angle according to Su Ye's orders. This also led to carrier-based aircraft being hit by the disaster ship during the attack. For example, 2 of the 6 Camel aircraft that arrived later to drop aerial bombs were directly hit and crashed into the sea during the dive bombing. The remaining 4 aircraft completed their bombing missions, but one of them was grazed on the tail during a climb, causing it to wobble as if it were drunk. The 8 bombs dropped by the 4 Camels ultimately paid off. The ship's durability was instantly depleted by the concentrated fire, and its compartments were rapidly flooded with seawater. The remaining fighter jets were not left idle either. They launched simultaneous attacks on their locked targets. Boom! 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 Da-da-da. The bursts of fire from the heavy machine guns, the explosions of aerial bombs, and the hissing sound of liquid spurting from the retaliatory tentacles of the disaster ship created a death symphony in this sea area. As the carrier-based aircraft launched their all-out attack, the area quickly turned into a sea of fire. After the air raid, only 4 of the original 9 disaster ships remained on the sea, which was only because Su Yi deliberately left them behind. Su Yi left these 4 disaster ships for 2 reasons. One was to see what the disaster ship group, which had been mostly destroyed, would do afterward. The other was that he did have the ulterior motive of giving Mu Chinga and the others some practice. Otherwise, these low-level disaster ships really wouldn't be enough for him to fight alone. 2 white beads float above the locations of the sunken disaster ships, and these 2 white beads are the core of what awakened beings can absorb and use. Chapter 63, A Good News and a Bad News. After the air raid, Su Yi piloted most of the fighter jets back to base, leaving only a squadron of 3 F-4F Wildcats to circle high in the sky, continuing to monitor the movements of the disaster ship around the area. About an hour later, Su Yi frequently checked the situation of the other 4 fleets. Within that hour, the 2 closest disaster ship fleets had arrived near the battlefield, and both of these newly arrived fleets were clearly on alert. They all extended 2 octopus tentacles from the ship's hull, occasionally turning in a certain direction, as if they were ready to attack at any moment upon spotting an enemy. Although the disaster ship lacked fire control radar and search radar, these tentacles actually possessed certain search and lock-on capabilities. Otherwise, Su Yi wouldn't have had 4 of his ships destroyed in a single air raid. Through this practical experience, Su Yi also gained a general understanding of the information about these low-level disaster ships. First, the aerial attack range of these tentacles is about 180 meters. Beyond this distance, the liquid will lose kinetic energy and fall directly into the sea. Secondly, the hit rate of these tentacles attacking fighters at a distance of 150 meters is almost 0. In fact, Su Ye's fighters have never been hit at this altitude. However, when the fighter jet dives to within 100 meters, the hit rate of these tentacles increases significantly. Su Ye's fighter jet was hit when it was close to 100 meters away. Finally, these disaster ships seem to have some unknown connections. The most obvious one is that when an awakened person is 30 kilometers away from a disaster ship, the disaster ship will not detect the enemy. However, just as Suyi bombed one of the fleets, two other adjacent disaster ship groups were already rushing straight towards the battle area. After a brief analysis of the information they had gathered, Suyi informed everyone of the discovery via the team communication system. Suyi, everyone, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Ji Luashi, wow, you're quite good at keeping people in suspense, aren't you? Muchinga, speak. Linyu, let's hear the good news first. Ruan Xiaodo, let's hear the bad news first. Suyi, damn it, I'm just pretending for once. Can't you guys just cooperate? Ji Luashi, stop talking nonsense and speak. Suyi, the good news is that these disaster ships are not strong. I am confident that I can disable at least 6 disaster ships in one round of airstrikes. Even if we rely solely on my long-range bombing, we can complete the annihilation mission in 3 days. Linyu, then, what's the bad news? Suyi, the bad news is that these disaster ships have the ability to coordinate information. As long as one is attacked, other disaster ship groups nearby will rush to support it as quickly as possible. Ruan Xiaodo, holy crap, how are we supposed to fight this? If we rush in, won't we get surrounded and killed? Muchinga, Xiaoyi, what are your thoughts? Suyi, there are still ways. Just now, the 2 disaster ship groups that went to provide support have returned along the same route. After the alert was lifted, they seem to only patrol in fixed areas, while the disaster ship that I attacked is still in the same place. Linyu, so, in other words, we can fight, but we have to run away immediately after one round. Ruan Xiaodo, flying kites? I'm good at that. Just as the group was discussing their next battle plan, the 5 members of the Quiet Squad had all assembled at the dock. A flash of light appeared, and all 5 of them summoned their ship. As Missin's ship was summoned, her teammates were all stunned by its appearance. If Suyi were present at this moment, he would definitely shout, holy crap, heavy cruiser. The quiet hull is a full 200 meters long. Although it cannot compare to Su Ye's aircraft carrier, it is already considered to be a superior existence to most awakened beings in this era. The most terrifying feature of her ship was the 4 twin 203mm giant naval guns, which had a maximum range of a terrifying 33 kilometers. She was also equipped with 12 37mm machine guns. In terms of defense, apart from a small portion of the exposed deck armor, which is 80mm thick homogeneous armor, the armor thickness in other areas is over 100mm. Solid iron cannons like those on sailing ships simply cannot cause any effective damage to it. In terms of defensive capabilities alone, it is not much worse than the aircraft carriers of the Soviet Union. Whether it's warships or aircraft, the enemy would definitely feel helpless when facing such heavily armed steel behemoths. The genius who achieved a score in the college entrance examination that was no less than Su Ye's certainly had the right to be proud. To put it bluntly, she could now single-handedly crush the other 4 people besides Su Yi, and it would be a crushing victory without any pressure. The team members cheered when they saw the ship's hull, and their initial anxiety about facing actual combat dissipated considerably. Sisterin is awesome. Sisterin, from now on, if you say go east, I, little Lee, will never go west. Someone like Suyi only managed to beat Sister Anne by taking shortcuts during the college entrance exam. In a real battle, it's Sister Anne's perspective that truly represents justice. Exactly. What future can someone who only knows how to fly planes and tickle people have? Don't underestimate Su Ye's fighter jets. Although the machine guns on board the planes don't do much damage, these planes can drop aerial bombs over your head. Each aerial bomb can do around 2,000 damage. Hearing her teammates boasting, and Jing's initially annoyed mood immediately improved. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, Suyi, let's see who can wipe out the disaster ship first. At the same time, Linyu was also monitoring the mission progress of the 2 teams in real time through the Tianshu system. Leaving aside the fact that the Quiet Squad had only just set off, Su Yi and his group, who had departed 2 hours earlier, were now more than halfway through their journey. Linyu was able to access footage from the front lines via remote monitoring. The original full-strength disaster ship fleet now has only 4 ships left, and these 4 disaster ships are clearly not in good condition. Some ships had large sections missing from their bows, and the area around the gaps was blackened by the high temperatures, clearly indicating that they had been bombed by aerial bombs. Some of them originally had 2 tentacles used for reconnaissance and attack, but now only one is left. The carrier-based aircraft configuration is really outrageous. It can send fighter jets to carry out devastating strikes against the enemy from more than 100 kilometers away and at the same time monitor the enemy's movements. This kind of ship combat mode is really unfair. Lin Yu sighed as he looked at the dynamic information on the screen in front of him. Just then, Lin Yu discovered through land-based high-power radar that dozens of tiny signal sources had suddenly appeared at the location of Su Ye's fleet. Are Sui's carrier-based aircraft preparing to launch another air attack? Her guess was correct. About 10 minutes later, fighter jets could be faintly seen in the clouds in the surveillance footage. Chapter 64, The Fatal Weakness of Aircraft Carriers. Lin Yu subconsciously counted, and there were a total of 35 fighter jets. Adding the 3 carrier-based aircraft that were still lingering in the airspace above the battlefield, Su Ye's fighter jet force had reached a total of 38. As the fighter jets descended, Lin Yu could already see their clear silhouettes in the sky through the screen. Su Yi piloted the dozen or so fighter squadrons straight towards one of the fleets, which consisted of 8 full-strength disaster ships. The entire process of this air raid was clearly presented to Lin Yu from a third-person perspective. After diving, the fighter jets would first use fixed heavy machine guns to strafe the enemy at an altitude of about 150 meters. The lead fighter jets were not responsible for bombing, but only served to draw enemy fire. Next, 3 fighter jets, in a formation, dropped aerial bombs on the disaster ship on the sea. On average, a disaster ship only needs to be hit by 4 to 5 aerial bombs to deplete its hull durability. Once a warship is hit by an aerial bomb, it will suffer various negative effects such as flooding, fire, and armor damage. Some ships are even directly rendered inoperable by bombs hitting the engine room. No wonder this year's test takers were tormented to death by the Ingzhou fighter jets in the Gaokao secret realm. With my current strength, I would have no chance of survival if I faced so many fighter jets alone. Lin Yu's ship spirit is that the main responsibility of a destroyer is reconnaissance. But because of the sudden appearance of aircraft carriers, such unreasonable combat ships, after this year's college entrance examination, she had no choice but to spend a lot of money to buy an air defense weapon core. She silently calculated that with her current air defense capabilities, she could only destroy 2 or 3 fighter jets in a single air raid at most. Those fighter jets only need to drop a few aerial bombs to keep her busy, while Su Ye's aircraft carrier can deploy a full 38 fighter jets at a time, which can overwhelm her with sheer numbers. Even the most capable air defense officer, and Jing, could not possibly escape unscathed from an air raid by so many fighter jets. At the same time, in the conference room of the Chief Academy of Sciences of the Dragon Kingdom, the conference table was surrounded by people, mostly professors and researchers from the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Sciences. The only military representatives were Chief Lin and the 2 governors of the 6th and 7th fleets. As the screen showed one disaster ship after another being sunk, the entire conference room fell silent. Everyone, this battle is the real-time combat footage of Su Yi, the original carrier hull awakener I mentioned to you. I think you have all seen it. Please share your thoughts. I never expected that a small plane could change the course of the battle so drastically. It feels like Su Ye's fighter jets are almost invincible in the air. Unless the enemy they encounter is also an aircraft, this battle will almost be a one-sided beating. Can this tactic of using fighter jets to gain absolute air superiority be called air supremacy? Actually, besides Su Yi, I have also watched many battles of the modified aircraft carrier awakeners in the past few days, but I found that they all have an extremely fatal weakness. A fatal weakness? Could it be? That's right, just like you thought. What these aircraft carriers fear most is being brought within 1,020 nautical miles. As long as a warship with a large caliber and high speed approaches and continuously attacks the aircraft carrier, these aircraft carriers basically won't be able to withstand more than a few rounds before they have to shut down. Most converted aircraft carriers have a speed of only 15 to 20 knots, while ironclad warships generally have a speed of over 20 knots. As long as you get close enough, the aircraft carrier is like meat on a chopping board. But I watched Su Ye's college entrance exam video before, and his aircraft carrier hull seemed to have a speed of over 30 knots. Chief Lin, could you tell us about it? At this moment, Chief Lin was startled by the question raised by the old professor. Su Ye's speed exceeds 30 knots? He had watched Su Ye's college entrance exam video, but he had never noticed that Su Ye's speed was ridiculously fast. Really? Send me the link in which section. The old professor did as instructed, turned on his laptop, and selected the video recording of Su Ye's college entrance examination to play. Look, in this part, when he recovered all his carrier-based aircraft and was attacked by Ingzhou fighters, I calculated using the Tianshu model that his speed had reached 35 knots. Upon hearing this, Chief Lin's eyes were filled with shock. Good heavens, it's one thing for you, Su Yi, to use carrier-based aircraft with beyond visual range attacks. But how come your huge aircraft carrier can run faster than a light cruiser? Also, I don't know if you've noticed, but compared to when the college entrance exam was held, Su Ye's ship's appearance has changed a bit. Look here, there are 4 more naval guns on both sides of the bow and in the engine room area at the stern. We don't currently know the specifications of these guns, but upon closer inspection, I've discovered that these 4 guns are not among the weapons we have any prior knowledge of. This naval cannon has a rather nice design. What good is good looks? It has to be practical. Alright everyone, let's not change the subject. We've already learned about the disadvantages of aircraft carriers. The question now is how to avoid these disadvantages. Could we build an air fleet around the aircraft carrier awakeners? I think we can arrange a few battleships as escorts. Aircraft carriers are meant to be used against enemies getting close. Destroyers should be deployed instead. I think it should be... The discussion in the meeting room gradually intensified, with everyone brainstorming ideas and configurations, which seemed increasingly feasible. In fact, the active duty military has already begun to build air fleets with aircraft carriers as the core. The military has plenty of soldiers, to say the least. The awakened ones, originally assigned to logistical support, immediately absorbed the corresponding modification corps as soon as conditions allowed, to see if they could be successfully converted into aircraft carriers. Once the conversion is successful, it will transform from a logistic support ship into the core of the main fleet. 2 hours later, Su Yi has already launched 3 rounds of air attacks on the disaster ship fleet. Except for the disaster ship fleet that is furthest away, the other 4 fleets have been bombed by Su Yi. At this point, Su Ye's level was also stuck at level 10, and he could no longer gain experience to level up. He needed to return to the official institution in Xia City to receive an advancement chip to remove the level restriction before he could continue to level up. Name, Su Yi. Level, 10 pending breakthrough. Physical condition, 30 plus 88. Mental state, 62. Ship soul, S rank. Ship hull, nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Ship durability, 880-008-8000. Speed, 35 knots. Weapons, 4 Type 1130 close-in weapon systems, 10,000 rounds per minute, 5-minute reload time. Carrier-based aircraft, Sopwith Camel Biplane Fighter 1515, 1 automatically produced every 30 minutes, maximum quantity 15. F4F Wildcat carrier-based aircraft 2424, 1 automatically produced every 45 minutes, maximum quantity 24. Equipment, high-energy nuclear reactor 2, SG search radar, maximum sea search radius 40 kilometers plus 5% mental strength bonus, ultra-high strength composite armor. Ship's sole trait, an unsinkable floating island at sea, unique passive. Chapter 65, if you can't beat them, call in air support. Su Ye's squad had already arrived at the target area, and they were less than 20 kilometers away from the enemy's 4 disaster ships. The 4 disaster ships opposite had obviously noticed that Su Yi and his group had invaded their waters, and they all extended octopus tentacles from both sides of their ships. Brother Yi, these are the few half-crippled ships you left behind after bombing them. They're all missing arms and legs. Watch me repair them all, Lin Yu said before launching the first attack. Equipped with 2 large-caliber naval guns, Lin Yu's attack range has reached 18 kilometers, and his current position is within the effective firing range of his naval guns. Boom! 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 Lin Yu's 2 twin 102mm caliber naval guns spat out fire, erupting in a deafening roar of cannon fire. I'll take the one on the side. Mu Chinga was not to be outdone. She took the initiative to find a suitable target and began to get closer. Unlike Lin Yu, who fired 4 shots at once, she fired 1 shot first to predict the impact point of the bullet before firing the remaining ship guns at the target. The disaster ships, which had been divided by the firepower, began to maneuver and move around, while the octopus tentacles launched an attack on Lin Yu and the others at the same time. It must be said that within a distance of 10 kilometers, the accuracy of the liquid sprayed by the disaster ship's tentacles was significantly higher than that of the awakened ones. But fortunately, their attack frequency was not high. Lin Yu, the headstrong young man who took the lead, got his face smeared with several blobs of liquid, and the ship's durability dropped rapidly. Holy crap. Wow, bro, help me. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin Yu hurriedly turned the bow of the ship around and began to call for air support, which was quite like the style of the American Marine Corps. When they couldn't win, they called for air support and launched a carpet bombing. Received, support will arrive in 30 seconds. Suyez's warship was now far behind them, controlling 2 of its carrier-based aircraft to rush towards the disaster ship that was constantly spraying green liquid at Lin Yu. Boom! Boom! The carrier-based aircraft had already begun to climb, and the 2 bombs they dropped reduced the disaster ship to a mere sliver of health. Lin Yu adjusted the direction of the ship's cannon and fired a single shot at the weakened disaster ship, killing it instantly. Awesome, e.g. taking down this disaster ship has directly upgraded my ship soul level. At the same time, Ji Luoshi was also fighting back and forth with one of the disaster ships. With 35 cannons on one side, Ji Luoshi's output capability was actually not low. The only pity was that the wooden sailing ship's defense was basically paper thin. Facing the corrosive disaster ship, Ji Luoshi was at a disadvantage. During the exchange of fire, the surface of Ji Luoshi's ship was already riddled with dents, and the wooden armor corroded by the green liquid was gradually expanding. However, the strong-willed Ji Luoshi did not call for support like Lin Yu did. Instead, she risked losing more than 30% of her ship's durability and stubbornly withstood the firepower of the disaster ship to sink it. Suyi nervously observed Ji Luoshi's durability from the side. If Ji Luoshi's ship durability was less than 50%, he would do everything he could to control the fighter jet and smash the warship. Ruan Xiaodo and Mu Qingge methodically sank the enemies they were responsible for. Although they themselves suffered some damage, they were basically unharmed. With the 2 men sinking the last disaster ship, the half-hour-long battle came to a temporary end. Aside from the lingering smell of gunpowder, the sea had calmed down. After the group collected all the cores scattered on the surface, Ji Luoshi asked curiously, "All the disaster ships here have been destroyed. What should we do next?" This question was clearly directed at Suyi. The carrier-based aircraft have detected that 4 disaster ships, each from the southwest and southeast directions, were heading towards us half an hour ago. In order to train everyone's combat capabilities, I suggest that we coordinate to launch a joint attack. Alternatively, we could withdraw from this area first, and then choose a target to eliminate after those 2 groups of disaster ships have gone far away. These low-level disaster ships were really no match for Su Ye's aircraft carrier, but he also had to consider the thoughts of his squad members. Lin Yu, I think we can give it a try. Suyi, Luoshi, how are you? Your ship is the most damaged, so facing 8 disaster ships is still somewhat risky. Ji Luoshi, it's not a big problem. I just absorbed an energy crystal, which can restore a small amount of durability. By the time the battle starts, the durability should be restored to about 85%. Sui, okay, when we're fighting, I'll be your cover, and you can expose half your body to shoot. Ji Luoshi, hey, only care now? Where were you when I was being attacked by the disaster ship? Suye. Mu Qingge, alright, what time is it? If you 2 want to show off your love, wait until we get back to the base and find a room to do it slowly. Ruan Xiaodo, I dare not speak. Lin Yu, shut up +1. Suyi, now listen to my instructions. Lin Yu, you and Mu Qingge will attack the enemy in the southwest, and Luo, Shi, and Ruan Xiaodo will snipe the enemy in the southeast. My carrier-based aircraft are responsible for harassment and support. Received. With the attack tactics arranged, the 4 of them only needed to wait for the disaster ship to deliver the supplies. In less than half an hour, the silhouettes of 2 waves of disaster ships in the distance became clearly visible, with a maximum range of about 1,215 kilometers. In Suye's small team, only Lin Yu, who had modified large-caliber naval guns, could launch the attack first. However, this kid liked to fire wildly, and as long as the enemy was within his attack range, he would fire a 4-shot burst. However, without fire control radar, Lin Yu's hit rate was ridiculously low. I don't know how he got such a high score in the college entrance examination. It couldn't be that his father used his money, could it? This is why Su Yi preferred to pair Lin Yu, whose firepower was clearly superior, with Mu Qingge, while putting Ruan Xiaodo and Ji Luoshi in the same group. Although Ruan Xiaodo's firepower is far inferior to Lin Yu's, it must be said that this kid does have some shooting talent. Without the aid of fire control radar, his hit rate was already incredibly close to 30%. In Su Ye's words, that's incredibly reliable. Back when she was at Baihai number 3 middle school, Mu Qingge was the top scorer in accuracy. But even for a genius like Mu Qingge, her artillery accuracy was only around 18%. With Lin Yu launching the first attack, the second war in this sea area has begun. This time, however, Su Yi was not as relaxed as before. The instant Lin Yu fired, Su Yi controlled the carrier-based aircraft group to split into 2 waves and rush straight towards the enemy fleet. The F-4F Wildcats naturally took the lead, but this time the Camel was not far behind the Wildcats. Su Yi did not control them to drop aerial bombs on the disaster ship group, but instead commanded the carrier-based aircraft group to start using machine guns to attack the enemy at a distance of 200 meters. Each carrier-based aircraft only fires half a magazine, and after firing it, it immediately pulls up its nose and moves away from the disaster ship. From a distance, one could only see carrier-based aircraft flying around the disaster-stricken fleet, occasionally swooping down at a small angle to fire a burst of bullets before fleeing. Su Ye's purpose in doing this was naturally to draw fire, but the disaster ships, which were being harassed and engaged by Su Ye's fighter jets, had no time to care about Su Ye's team. The tentacles on both sides of the ship were already being spun around like tops by the fighter jets. The disaster ships seemed unsure of where to attack and could only randomly spray liquid in retaliation, hoping to eliminate these annoying flies. Chapter 66 successfully destroys a batch of disaster ships. At this moment, Su Ye's carrier-based aircraft had already turned the formations of the 2 waves of disaster ships into a complete mess. Seeing this, Su Yi felt the time was ripe and said, "Everyone, the time has come. Let's attack with all our might." As Su Yi spoke, Mu Qingge followed Lin Yu and launched an attack, while Ji Luoxi, following Su Ye's advice, used his aircraft carrier as cover to launch the attack. Since the only means of attack for low-level disaster ships is their tentacles, and their tentacles are currently busy swatting flies, they have no time to attend to attacks from afar. However, some of the disaster ships ignored the fighter jets and launched attacks on the people in the distance. 2 of Su Ye's ships, braving continuous attacks from their carrier-based aircraft, were unleashing a barrage of fire in Su Ye's direction. Ship durability -100. Continuous corrosion durability -10. Continuous corrosion durability -10. Ship durability -160. Continuous corrosion durability -10. Continuous corrosion durability -10. Su Yi glanced at the damage information of his ship. "It's alright, these attacks are basically harmless to me. My ship's soul trait can now naturally restore 880 durability points per minute." But given Su Ye's current attributes, 1 bar of health is enough to withstand continuous attacks from the opponent for several hours. The only troublesome thing is the corrosive properties of these liquids. The armor of the area attacked by this liquid becomes more vulnerable, and the damage will increase significantly if the same area is hit again. Although Ji Luoxi was under her own cover, her exposed half of the ship was still hit several times by the disaster ship. The first to finish the battle were Mu Qingge and Lin Yu, who took down the 4 enemy disaster ships in less than half an hour. "Lin Yu, we've taken care of Su Yi here." "Su Yi, wow, you guys are pretty efficient." "Mu Qingge, Luoxi, do you need our help?" Hearing Mu Qingge's words, Ji Luoxi pursed her lips and said firmly, "No need, Duzi and I can handle it." Ruan Xiaodo, "Don't worry, Sister Luoxi, we can definitely take down these little trash." Only 2 of the disaster ships remained in front of Ji Luoxi and the others. They had each sunk 1, which could be considered a success. Their weapons have a smaller caliber, so their efficiency in killing enemies will definitely be slower than Mu Qingge's. Although Ji Luoxi and Ruan Xiaodo refused a request for assistance, Mu Qingge and Lin Yu did not remain idle. Instead, they aimed their ship's cannons at the remaining 2 disaster ships. If they discover that Ji Luoxi and the others are in danger, they will not hesitate to help sink the 2 disaster ships. Ji Luoxi, who had only revealed half of her body, suddenly accelerated and broke away from Su Ye's cover. She intended to use all her firepower to blast her target to pieces. Hiding behind Su Yi was indeed relatively safe, but Su Ye's massive hull blocked at least half of Ji Luoxi's firepower. Seeing that Ruan Xiaodo was about to sink his target, Ji Luoxi, unwilling to be outdone, gritted his teeth and decided to fight with his back to the wall. Having exposed her full body, Luoshi naturally suffered more attacks. But at this moment, she only had one obsession in her heart to defeat her opponent, even if it meant risking her life to cut him down. More than 10 minutes later, the last disaster ship also fell to Luoshi's 35 cannons. At this time, Luoshi's hull durability was less than 35%, which is a very dangerous threshold in naval warfare. While Luoshi was fully focused on the battle, Suyi had already lowered the average combat altitude of his fighter jets to less than 150 meters, ready to drop aerial bombs and destroy the disaster ship at any time. Fortunately, Luoshi did indeed perform admirably, managing to sink the enemy with small-caliber artillery. During this short period of time, Suyi, whose nerves were constantly on edge, also quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The differences between ship hulls are magnified on the real battlefield, which explains why Haijo University's elite class only selects students with ironclad ship hulls. Putting aside the difference in attack capabilities, the huge difference in self-defense capabilities alone has already put the awakened ones of the sailboat hulls far behind. The main fleets of the 7 major fleets of the Dragon Kingdom, and some large private fleets, are almost all ironclad warships. Even the most outstanding sailing ship hull awakeners can only be relegated to the second line. However, the number of awakened individuals on the ironclad warships is far too small. Even for a top university like Ocean University, they can only muster one class each year. This year is actually quite good. In addition to the 30 ironclad warships in Suyi's class, Luoshi's second class also has 16 ironclad warship awakeners. At this time last year, Class 1 of the Ocean University had only 26 students, and the other classes didn't have a single ironclad awakener since the spectacular sight of a red moon in the sky one night at the end of last year. Many high-level awakened individuals whose spiritual power has exceeded 100 have vaguely sensed that something seems to have changed on Blue Star. This year's awakening ceremony saw a 50% increase in the number of people who awakened the soul of an ironclad warship compared to the same period last year. Ordinary people naturally wouldn't care about this change, but high-level officials in various countries have already begun to investigate. So far, no country has compiled this change into related information and published it explicitly. After cleaning up the battlefield, Suyi's team prepared to return to base. Apart from Suyi's aircraft carrier, the other ships had all suffered some damage. Luoshi's ship was the most severely damaged, and she was already standing on Suyi's deck, retrieving her ship. The ship's return to its body requires the activation of its soul for guidance. This guidance process takes a certain amount of time, and the lower the remaining durability of the ship, the longer the return will take. Luoshi's ship, with less than 40% durability remaining, took nearly 15 minutes to successfully retract into her body. Suyi's combat power was also weakened at this time. Just now, in order to attract the firepower of the disaster ship, he deliberately lowered the flight altitude of the carrier-based aircraft group, resulting in a large number of carrier-based aircraft being destroyed by the disaster ship. At this point, only 3 Camel biplane carrier-based aircraft remained on the aircraft carrier, and only half of the total number of F-4F Wildcat monoplane carrier-based aircraft remained, which was 12. It's not impossible to launch another airstrike with the remaining carrier-based aircraft, but after that, there will probably only be a handful left. Keep in mind that the F-4F Wildcat takes 45 minutes to automatically replenish its ranks. If all of them are lost, it will take a whole day to replenish the carrier-based aircraft. Inside the aircraft carrier's bridge, Suyi sat leisurely in the captain's chair, occasionally glancing at the radar's operation, while Luoshi reclined the chair without any regard for appearances, lying down and staring blankly at the metal ceiling. What's wrong? Still thinking about the battle just now? Upon hearing this, Luoshi did not speak immediately, but continued to stare blankly at the ceiling and sighed. Oh no, do you think this is what will happen to someone like me after awakening the ship's spirit? Chapter 67 Emergency Rescue Quiet Team. Luoshi did not answer Suyi's question directly, but instead asked a question that Suyi was not good at answering. Admittedly, in some cases, as Luoshi thought, sailboats are indeed less maneuverable than ironclad ships due to their hull characteristics. However, this world is not reality, but an existence with extraordinary abilities. Imagine what it would be like if Luoshi were equipped with an advanced armor core to enhance her defensive capabilities and then replaced all 70 cannons on both sides of her ship with laser weapons. Of course, for now, Su Ye's idea can only remain a fantasy. He himself has not even seen a trace of laser weapons yet. However, things like advanced armor cores might actually be drawn from the system's prize pool at some point. Sui, hey Luo Shi, let's just talk. Why are you being so sentimental? Jiluo Shi, I didn't want to either, but I was the only one who dragged everyone down in that battle just now. Sui, hey, it's no big deal. I'll show you something good. After you see it, you might feel much better. After speaking, Sui took out his phone from his pocket, searched for a post on the Ocean University of China's online forum, and then handed the phone to Jiluo Shi. Shocking. A 5-person team from Class 3, Year 2, successfully sank a disaster-stricken ship in just 6 hours. Jiluo Shi frowned upon seeing the post's title, then spent 2 minutes reading through the entire content. This article mainly talks about how the squad of Class 3 found and awakened with a range of 30 kilometers to lure out the disaster ships. Of course, they wouldn't be foolish enough to lure out the entire disaster ship fleet. Instead, they would occasionally fire a shot at one of the ships. Once the disaster ship broke away from the main force, the group of 5 would immediately turn around and begin their attack. While this method of warfare was safe, it also had several major drawbacks. First, this tactic required a lot of time to lure the disaster ships, and the encirclement and annihilation cannot be carried out as long as the disaster ships do not break away from the main force. Secondly, it is also because low-level disaster ships generally lack intelligence and act mainly on instinct, which is why they could be lured out individually. If there are high-level disaster ships in the disaster ship group, this method will not only fail to lure out individual disaster ships, but may also lead to them being surrounded and wiped out. After reading the article, Jiluo Shi said somewhat hesitantly, "Isn't this just like flying a kite? It took several hours to sink one ship, and only the person who sinks the disaster ship at the end gets the experience. Isn't this way too much of a hassle?" So he took the phone back from Jiluo Shi and said, "Actually, what I wanted to tell you is that it takes 5 senior students from our school to work together to sink one disaster ship, but you were able to defeat 2 disaster ships by yourself. Your strength is actually not weak at all." Upon hearing this, Jiluo Shi, who had been frowning all this time, finally managed a slight smile. "But my ship is slow and has poor defense. That's a fact. The slowest of them all has a speed of 22 knots. And you're already reaching 35 knots at full power. That's insane. Hey, Luo Shi, I was just trying to comfort you. How did that become weird? Explain yourself. You're a pervert. So what if I say that? Oh, looks like it's been a while since I've disciplined you. You're starting to get out of control, aren't you? Today, your husband is going to give you a good lesson in being a husband. Hey, wait a minute, this is..." Before Jiluo Shi could finish speaking, Su Yi silenced her with a kiss, and, as he pulled her close with one arm, he also turned off the communicator. At the same time, the quiet 5-person team had arrived at target area A. As the squad leader, and Jing was responsible for commanding and designating tactical plans. Her ship was also equipped with a 15-kilometer range surface search radar, which was much better than Lin Yu's. The number of disaster ships gathered in this area is actually less than that of Su Ye's group. There are only 23 ships in the entire area. Of course, these disaster ships were also divided into 3 fleets. The number of disaster ships facing in Jing and the others was 7, which was the smallest of the 3 disaster ship fleets. The other 2 disaster ship groups, located 20 kilometers away, each had 8 ships. At such a distance, and Jing naturally wouldn't know about the existence of the other 2 fleets, so when facing the outermost group of disaster ships at the beginning, and Jing ordered a general attack in the squad channel. In just over half an hour, their squad quickly destroyed 4 of the enemy's disaster ships, and the remaining 3 were also damaged. However, this overwhelming advantage quickly disappeared, and Jing, who had been focusing her attention on the disaster ship in front of her, glanced at the radar inadvertently. This glance made her hair stand on end and her pupils shrink. Radar showed that 2 groups of disaster ships had reached a distance of 10 kilometers from them, and this distance was continuing to shrink over time. "Everyone stop. Something's happened." And Jing disregarded everything else and shouted out loud, "Jing Jia, what's wrong? Sister Jing, why did you suddenly stop? Let's put in a little more effort on these 3 disaster ships. We can take care of them all in less than half an hour." "Wait, what's that?" "Anjing, stop arguing. We're about to be surrounded by disaster ships. There are more than a dozen disaster ships charging towards us from 10 kilometers to the southeast. Holy crap! How come there's so many disaster ships? Brothers, what do we do now? Engine, damn it. What else do we do? Turn around and run. There are a total of 19 disaster ships on the other side. How are we supposed to fight them? Just then, Lin Yu's voice came through the Quiet Squad's communicator. Quiet, take your squad of 4 and retreat to the west. I will have Su Yi come to support you. Uning, Su Ye, we make it in time? Hey, it's all my fault. I was so focused on attacking the disaster ship in front of me that I didn't notice the reinforcements from the disaster ship in the distance. Lin Yu, this is not the time to talk about this. You all need to run. Don't linger in battle, or you'll be dead if you get surrounded by the disaster ships. Enjing, I know. I've already notified everyone to evacuate, but the disaster ship is too close to us, and we probably won't be able to shake them off anytime soon. Lin Yu, stop talking nonsense. You guys run first. I'll ask Su Yi when the reinforcements will arrive. During the call, the members of the Quiet Squad disregarded everything else and turned their ships around to retreat to the west. However, how could the several disaster ships that have been fighting them so easily let them go? A chase between the awakened and the disaster ship has begun. On the other side, Su Yi, who had just finished being intimate with Ji Luoxi, buttoned up his shirt feeling refreshed. Just as he was about to find a place to close his eyes and rest like a sage, Lin Yu's voice suddenly came through the communicator. Su Yi, emergency. Activate all flyable carrier-based aircraft immediately. And Jing and the others are surrounded by a group of disaster ships and need your assistance to evacuate as soon as possible. Su Yi. Chapter 68. Do you want to try a flight simulator? What the heck? The Quiet Squad is surrounded by a fleet of disaster ships. Senior Lin, what you said is a bit scary. Being surrounded by a fleet of disaster ships is not a good thing. Everyone knows that these disaster ships are anomalies that will fight you to the death as long as you are within their perception range, let alone being surrounded. Su Yi, where are they? I have 15 fighter jets left, which can take off to provide support at any time, but only 12 can arrive quickly. Send me their coordinates right away. Lin Yu, coordinates 32280N, 12273E. You need to set off immediately. I'm already on my way to find them. Su Yi, okay. Then I won't delay any longer. Let's keep in touch like this for now. After ending the call, Su Yi didn't delay and immediately controlled the 12 F-4F Wildcats to take off first. As for the remaining 3 camels, their flight speed was too slow, so they could only linger far behind. Ji Luoxi, who was standing nearby, also heard what Lin Yu had just said. Xiao Yi, are Jing and the others in great danger right now. Su Yi, we don't know the situation yet. I guess their situation is similar to ours. The disaster ships in these 2 places have some kind of information linkage. As long as one of them is attacked, the nearby disaster ships will rush over. They most likely didn't notice the arrival of the subsequent swarm of disaster ships, which is why they were surrounded. Upon hearing this, Ji Luoxi patted her chest and said with some lingering fear, "It's fortunate that you were here. We knew in advance that these disaster ships would coordinate. If it weren't for you, we would probably be the first ones surrounded by the disaster ships. Su Yi, Latifs, you're my girlfriend, and we'll always be together. By the way, would you like to try a flight simulator?" Ji Luoxi, a flight simulator? Su Yi, come with me. After saying that, Su Yi pulled Ji Luoxi to a control panel and explained to her in detail how to use the carrier-based aircraft control panel. Wow. Oh no, this fighter jet is really fun. Not only can you control a group of fighter jets to fly and attack according to a plan, but you can also operate one of them individually, just like you're flying the plane yourself. Wow, the fighter jet's dive speed is so fast. Oh no, I'm going to fall into the sea. How can the plane turn so nimbly? This is awesome. Go, little plane. Su Yi watched from behind Ji Luoxi as the little girl excitedly manipulated one of the camel fighter jets, performing various flight maneuvers. Ji Luoxi was aware of her limitations, as it was her first time flying a plane. Although the F-4F had better performance and speed, they needed to support the Quiet Squad and couldn't be thrown into the sea by her mistake. So she chose a camel biplane carrier-based aircraft for practice. Anyway, Su Yi said that even if these camels flew over, it would take a long time. He didn't expect these 3 camels to play a big role. The main force still needed to be supported by the F4F. Jiluashi was like a child who had just received a toy, having a great time controlling the carrier-based aircraft. Sui originally wanted Jiluashi to try and help him with controlling the carrier-based aircraft formation, but he completely underestimated Jiluashi's passion for flight simulators. Left with no other choice, Sui could only let her go. He still had to take on the task of controlling the F4F Wildcats to provide support himself. The situation for the Quiet Squad is not optimistic. Squad member Li Jingyi's speed is only 16 knots, and he will not be able to shake off the large number of disaster ships chasing him at full speed for a short time. As a squad leader, Jing would never do something as foolish as abandoning her teammates. If you dare to abandon your teammates today, your reputation will be ruined. In the future, when you are in dire straits, others will also abandon you without hesitation and run away. Here we have to mention Han Zi. He abandoned his teammates who were fighting on the front lines during the college entrance exam, and now his reputation is so bad that it's even spread to his own university. Anjing and the others have all lost a section of their ship's durability. Although the team is able to fight back, it is clear that the damage they can inflict while running and fighting is very limited. Their squad only had one large-caliber naval gun behind the hull of Jing and Li Jingyi's ship, and with that firepower alone, they couldn't possibly have any impact on the disaster ship group. Sister Jing, this won't do. Those disaster ships behind us are sticking too tight. It will take at least half an hour to escape their detection range. Half an hour? Damn it, let alone half an hour. If they keep attacking for another 10 minutes or so, my ship will be grounded. The armor of the engine room is almost melted away. Then how about we run while dodging their attacks? Get lost, do you want to die? We're not fast to begin with, and if we try to dodge again, the disaster ship that's chasing us straight ahead will catch up with us and won't let us go. Sister Jing, it's because my speed is too slow that I'm holding you back. If it's really too much, just run at full speed and don't worry about me. What nonsense are you spouting, little Li? How could I possibly abandon you and run away? I don't want to be infamous for the rest of my life. Exactly. This way we can cover each other and draw some fire. If you were alone, you would definitely be the target of concentrated fire, and you would have to go swimming in the sea in just a few minutes. After listening quietly to the team's conversation, she knew that their situation was far from optimistic, but she still gritted her teeth and encouraged them. Everyone, we can't give up. Senior Lin Yu just said that she would send Su Yi to support me. Although I don't have a good impression of Su Yi, I have to say that his fighter jets can really help us. We just need to hold on until Su Ye's fighter jets arrive. As Jing said, the Su Ye's carrier-based aircraft rapid support capabilities are indeed impeccable, with the F4F Wildcat capable of a cruising speed of 264 kilometers per hour. The straight-line distance between Su Ye's Point B and the Quiet Squad's Point A is about 80 kilometers. It would only take Su Ye's F4F Wildcat a dozen minutes to get there. Su Yi launched its carrier-based aircraft immediately after receiving the news. 10 minutes later. Hello, can you hear me? This is Su Yi. How's the situation over there? Su Ye's voice suddenly came through the Quiet Squad's communicator. Su Ye. Holy crap. Bro, come save my life. How much longer until you get there? The situation is not good right now. The 5 disaster ships leading the charge are sticking too close, and we can't shake them off in a short time. The situation on Anjing's side was indeed not ideal. Su Yi could hear the constant shelling coming from the other end through the communicator. Su Yi, hold on a little longer. The reinforcements will arrive in your area in about 5 minutes. When the Quiet Squad heard that Su Ye's support would arrive in 5 minutes, cheers erupted through their communicators. Regardless of whether they could return to base safely this time, they would remember Su Ye's favor. Chapter 69 Air Support has arrived on the battlefield. 5 minutes later, as they heard the roar of carrier-based aircraft overhead, they knew that Su Ye's support had arrived above them. As the clouds parted, Su Yi first found the Quiet Squad, who were sailing westward in a diamond formation of 2 in front, 2 in back, and 1 in the middle. Thick black smoke was billowing from the stern of the middle warship, clearly indicating that its engine room had been damaged. If it weren't for 2 companion warships covering its rear, another hit would have rendered it immobile. Su Yi, the situation is not optimistic. If we wait for our team to arrive, it will take at least 50 minutes. By the time we get there, we could have started the meal immediately. Jiluashi, then what should we do? Didn't Senior Lin go over there too? Su Yi, It's no use. If Lin Yu wants to join them, the time will be about the same as ours. It seems at this time we can only rely on carrier-based aircraft. Luo Shi, stop controlling your 3 camels for now. Familiarize yourself with the dive and bomb sites. You'll arrive on the battlefield in 5 minutes. Then, find an opportunity to drop aerial bombs directly on the noses of the foremost disaster ships. Ji Luoshi, can't you handle those monoplane carrier-based aircraft? Sui, this is just in case. Although the disaster ship group is spread out and not concentrated together, there's still more than 20 of them. If a few are shot down, you'll need to replenish the damage. Ji Luoshi, all right, I'll familiarize myself with the dive bombing operation first. So you didn't keep Jing and the others waiting for long. After finding them, the F4F Wildcats charged towards the leading disaster ships in formation of 2 ships each. This squad division was also intentional on Su Ye's part. When he previously bombed the disaster ship at Point B, Su Yi had calculated the damage. Each disaster ship would require about 5 to 6 aerial bombs to sink it. However, only 4 bombs are needed to disable the disaster ships, and the 2 planes happen to carry 4 bombs. His goal is not to destroy these disaster ships, but to prevent the enemy from continuing to pursue Jing and the others. As Su Yi had predicted, the 12 F4F Wildcats split into 6 formations and swooped down on the 5 disaster ships that were leading the charge. The tactics for airstrikes on these low-level disaster ships remain the same. The 2 F4F Wildcats at the front are responsible for drawing fire, maintaining a dive altitude of 150 meters. This altitude is perfect. It can attract enough firepower while ensuring that the fighter jet is not easily hit. As fighter jets roared overhead, 20 aerial bombs were precisely dropped by F4F4 Wildcats. Subsequently, the 2 carrier-based aircraft responsible for drawing fire also changed direction in the air and dropped the last 4 aerial bombs. Since the main purpose of this mission was rescue, the number of carrier-based aircraft was not as large as before. Under Su Ye's precise control, the bombing results were quite impressive. 3 of the disaster ships were disabled in just 1 bombing raid, and the other 2 were also severely damaged, with their speed greatly reduced. Only one of Sui's carrier-based aircraft was destroyed by the disaster ships in this air raid. This result has far exceeded the losses that Sui originally expected. Sui, classmates, the carrier-based aircraft have completed their airstrikes, crippling the enemy's 5 forward warships. You can take a breather now. Anjing, received. Thank you very much for your help, Su. I will thank you in person with my teammates when I get back to the base. Sui, it's a small matter. It would be too much of a waste of time for the remaining carrier-based aircraft to return and provide support. You guys hurry up and get out of here. I'll control the fighter jets to draw fire. Anjing. Okay, then I'll trouble you to continue to help us keep them occupied. The 3 already disabled disaster ships were quickly overtaken by the rest of the disaster ship fleet. Without power, they could only remain in place, raging helplessly. The other 2 disaster ships, whose power was greatly reduced, were also getting further and further away from Anjing and the others. With the disaster ships no longer clinging to them, the quiet squad finally breathed a sigh of relief and stopped their counterattack, focusing solely on getting further and further away from the disaster ship group that was now getting further and further away from them. As the group gradually moved out of the disaster ship's detection range, the remaining disaster ships behind them ceased their pursuit. Phew, I'm lucky to be alive. Luckily, Sui helped deal with those recent disaster ships, otherwise I probably would have really perished there. Huh, you have the nerve to say that. A bunch of low-level disaster ships were beaten so badly they ran away with their tails between their legs. TCH, then why did you run away? Why didn't you go and fight them to the death? Why are you taking this so seriously? Can't I just say it casually? I need to have a good meal when I get back to base. Today was terrifying. By the way, Jingjia, how are you? I just saw that you were hit by several bullets from the disaster ship. Not bad. My armor is thick, and the ship's durability is still 86%. Having narrowly escaped disaster, the quiet squad began to speak, either complaining to each other or asking about their teammates' situation. However, this is only natural. When faced with a life-or-death crisis, everyone's adrenaline surges, and after escaping danger, they need to release and relieve that tense nerve in any way they can. After the rescue operation was completed, Suyi took control of the remaining 4 F4F Wildcats and returned to base. Su-yi was definitely the one who suffered the most severe losses this time. Of the original 39 carrier-based aircraft, only 4 F Wildcats and 3 Camels currently being piloted by Luoshi remain. Su-yi sighed helplessly on the aircraft carrier's bridge. Given his current condition, he definitely wouldn't be able to provide effective combat power tomorrow. Fortunately, 2 of the remaining 3 groups of disaster ships at Point B had already been crippled by Su-yi today. There are only 15 disaster ships left near Point B. As long as we play a sneaky game and use some tactics, wiping them out shouldn't be a big problem. Now that Anjing and her team's crisis was over, Su-yi informed his team that they could return directly to the Wanghai Island base to rest. Inside the canteen on Wanghai Island, Su-yi and Lin Yu were washing vegetables, while Muchinga and Ruan Xiaodo were helping with cooking. There was no dedicated chef at the island outpost, so they had to cook for themselves. If they're unlucky and none of the students stationed on the island know how to cook, then congratulations, they can live on instant noodles every day. Basic necessities such as food and fresh water are delivered by special supply ships after you arrive on the island, except for the first 3 days worth you need to bring yourself. Surprisingly, Muchinga and Ruan Xiaodo from Su Ye's team can both cook. Especially Ruan Xiaodo. Just by looking at his knife skills, you can tell that his cooking skills are definitely not bad. Because of the severe damage to the ship, Luoshi was immediately taken to the medical bay by Su-yi upon arriving at the base. The medical bay can not only repair internal and external injuries to the human body, but also restore the ship's durability for awakened individuals. When Su-yi first learned that this world had actually achieved medical freedom, he was utterly shocked. If any company had invented this thing in my past life, I'm afraid every single one of those medical giants would have gone bankrupt. Chapter 70. Nobody asked me about this either. Just as Ruan Xiaodo finished cooking the last dish, the glass door of the cafeteria was pulled open from the outside. Oh, you're all back? Lin Yu looked up and saw Lin Yu leading the quiet squad into the cafeteria. Anjing, yeah, we met Senior Lin who came to pick us up on the way, and then we came back together. Su-yi, since we're all here, let's have dinner together. Anjing, then I'll have to trouble you. And Jing, who had been baring her teeth at the first meeting, had lost the sharpness she had shown that morning. They were able to return unharmed thanks to Su Ye's help. And if they were to continue to be confrontational now, they would truly be ungrateful. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two sides had relaxed considerably, Lin Yu jokingly asked, "Is my name on the list of people invited to dinner? Sis, stop teasing us and come eat with us." Lin Yu knew his older sister's personality all too well. If he didn't speak up now, he was sure to get a beating from her after dinner. A helping hand and a dinner together gradually brought the two teams together. To be honest, they were originally classmates, but the teaching methods of top universities are completely different from those of high school students. Students from the same class were assigned to different islands after meeting for less than an hour. It would be a miracle if they got to know each other. Before eating, Su-yi specially saved a portion for Luoshi in a small lunchbox so that she could enjoy it after a treatment. Generally, you only need to lie in this kind of medical pod for half an hour to come out feeling refreshed and energetic. When Luoshi arrived at the cafeteria, almost everyone present had already eaten their fill, but no one left. For the next while, everyone except Luoshi, who was sitting next to Su-yi eating the food that had been prepared for her, chatted enthusiastically. The 4 boys from the quiet squad were toasting Su-yi one by one. Normally, the school does not allow students to bring alcohol into the school without permission, but a boy named Gu Hao from the quiet squad secretly brought a case of canned beer to the island. Lin Yu, who was in charge of supervising, not only didn't stop Gu Hao from bringing a case of alcohol from the dormitory, but also started drinking it himself. The school doesn't really forbid students from drinking. It's just worried that these kids might drink recklessly and affect their studies and tasks. Everyone knew their limits, so they each drank only 1 can, and that was it. There's a 2-hour tactics class at 8 p.m., and if I'm caught drunk in class, I'll definitely get a school-wide reprimand the next day. After eating and drinking their fill, Gu Hao and Li Zhengyi from the quiet squad volunteered to stay and clean up the dishes, while the others needed to go to the second-floor teaching room to turn on the remote teaching projector and prepare for their tactical lesson. 10 p.m. Everyone who walked out of the classroom looked pale, their foreheads covered in black lines, especially in Jing, who just wanted to curse. In addition to the necessary tactical learning, Today's lesson also included a discussion about how multiple disaster ship groups in the area would be attacked, and how nearby disaster ships would coordinate to encircle and suppress them. While everyone was still wondering why the school had sent them to destroy the disaster ship first, and only told them these things after they had all been ganged up on by the disaster ship, Linyu could only awkwardly explain to everyone that the extermination mission is indeed 3 days long, but the extermination period will begin tomorrow. None of you asked me anything. You all rushed off to do your quests. I couldn't stop you. Everyone. So, the reason they almost got killed today was because they didn't ask you one more question about the mission start time. Why didn't you stop us before we left and explain things to us? You guys go ahead with your work. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. Linyu noticed that the atmosphere in the classroom was a bit off. Moreover, as the supervisor stationed on the island, it was indeed her dereliction of duty not to explain things clearly to the younger students. That's why she was so anxious to contact Su Yi for help today. If her dereliction of duty really resulted in student injuries or deaths, she would at least receive a serious warning. If things escalate further, the school might just expel her. Linyu, has your sister always been this unreliable? How did someone with her personality get chosen as a supervisor? Did your family pay her to be a supervisor? But your sister came to help immediately. She was really fast, but my engine room was almost blown up by the disaster ship, and I was grounded on the spot. Linyu, tell us about your sister's situation. We need to prepare the brothers for the future. Is your sister single? What are her criteria for finding a partner? Brother-in-law, what do you think of me? Do I have any chance of winning over your sister? When they left the classroom, everyone was indeed initially criticizing Linyu. But on this island where there were more men than women, a group of men chatting together would inevitably go off topic. As the questions went on, Linyu went from being Linyu's brother to his brother-in-law. At this moment, Linyu felt like 1,000,000 alpacas were galloping through his mind. What kind of people were these animals around him? Am I familiar with them? He keeps referring to his brother-in-law. However, if one of these 6 brothers could actually tame his violent older sister, it might not be such a bad thing. Linyu thought to himself, you bunch of animals, go ahead and chase me, but don't get involved with me. If my older sister finds out I was involved, it won't just be a simple beating. I might even have to spend a few days in the ICU. What you're up to is none of my business. My relationship with my sister is just SOS, and I can't help you with anything. When pressed by the group for answers, Linyu could only leave them with the implication of, don't touch me, leaving them to figure it out for themselves. Suyi watched the 4 boys from the quiet squad with amusement, remaining silent, and shook his head as Linyu left. Ji Luoshi's little hands were already starting to itch. She pinched Suye's weak spot and said quietly, they've already gone far away. Why are you still looking? Do you want to chase after them and have a chat with Senior Lin? Muchinga seemed to be a little annoyed. She turned her head away from Su Yi, but her seemingly soft and boneless little hand was already pinching Su Ye's other side. She muttered under her breath, "Humph, scumbag." The sight of Su Yi being closely protected by the 2 women naturally caught the attention of the people nearby. Damn, did Su manage to win over 2 at once? No way. We only have 4 cabbages on our island, and he just arrived and took half of them. Fine, so blatantly so. Su Yi, you really don't consider us human beings? Boss, you're awesome. By the way, when do you have time to teach your little brother? Linyu. Hey, I was thinking of setting up Yiga and my older sister, but it seems like that's not going to happen now. With my sister's personality, would she share a husband with another woman? Don't make such a hellish joke. Chapter 71, I Need Your Help. Linyu originally thought highly of Su Yi. He was strong enough, and his awakened ship was a rising star in the current naval warfare system. This guy is definitely a good match for my older sister, but unfortunately he already has a girlfriend, and it looks like he might have more than one. Ji Luoshi didn't seem to come from a prominent family, and he couldn't find any wealthy families with the surname Ji. But Muchinga was different. As a member of a prominent family, he had known about Muchinga for a long time. Previously, it was rumored that Muchinga, the eldest daughter of the Mu family, was aloof and indifferent to any man. So what was going on with the scene in front of her? Could I be hallucinating? With a slight sigh, Linyu had no choice but to walk towards his dormitory. He was too lazy to get involved in these trivial matters between men and women anymore. They could do whatever they wanted. As the crowd dispersed, Ji Luoshi glanced at Su Ye's other hand at his waist and asked, Chinga, what's this? Upon hearing this, Muchinga quickly let go, her ears turning slightly red, and said, I was just trying to warn him because he practically had his eyes on that senior. Jiluashi. Oh, I see. You better keep a close eye on him. This bastard's skills in flirting with women have really improved. Upon hearing this, Suyi immediately objected. Suyi, Luoshi, what are you saying? I didn't say a word to Senior Lin at all during the whole meal, okay? How can you slander someone's reputation out of thin air? Jiluashi, I don't care. You're not allowed to flirt with that senior. Aren't our sisters enough for you? Don't you agree, Chinga? When Muchinga heard Jiluashi trying to provoke her, her voice became somewhat unnatural. Well, I have something to do, so I'll be going now. You guys continue. After saying that, Muchinga didn't dare to look back and ran away in a flash. Suyi looked at Jiluashi, who was smiling broadly, with a hint of speechlessness. He then put his arm around her slender waist and said, You were quite the smooth talker just now. You made Chinga run away like a rabbit in fright. Jiluashi rolled her eyes at this guy who was getting a good deal but still acting innocent. All right, I know what you're up to. I can ignore Chinga's matter, but you'll have to figure out how to get rid of her yourself. And if you dare to forget your old love for a new one. Seeing Jiluashi's little hand making a scissor gesture again, Suyi quickly said, How could that be? Meeting you is the greatest blessing I've ever had. I like you so much. Only two figures remained at the cafeteria entrance, slowly walking towards the dormitory building. The following morning, Suyi and Jiluashi were still sleeping when they were suddenly awakened by a knock on the door. Who is it disturbing my sleep so early in the morning? Suyi was slightly grumpy when he was woken up by the knocking. Jiluashi stretched, revealing a beautiful expanse, but only Suyi was fortunate enough to be able to appreciate this view. Oh no, go open the door and see who it is. I'll lie down for a little while before getting up. The two discussed tactics until midnight. Jiluashi felt weak all over and didn't want to get up at all. Suyi looked at Jiluashi, who had a lazy expression, and had no choice but to open the door himself. She grabbed a piece of clothing that was lying nearby and put it on, then scratched her hair that was sticking up from being pressed down by the pillow before opening the door. The door was only slightly ajar, just enough for someone outside to see Suye's head. It's Anjing. What brings you here? Is there something you need? Suyi was a little curious. What did Anjing want with him so early in the morning? Would it be convenient for us to come inside and chat? Suyi glanced back at Jiluashi, who was still lying on the bed with her bare shoulders exposed, and decisively refused. I'm afraid it's not convenient. I'm sorry. Let's just say it like this. And Jing frowned upon hearing this. Seeing that Suyi really didn't want her to come in, she composed herself and slowly revealed the purpose of her visit. Anjing, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Suyi, oh? Please explain in detail. Anjing, today I plan to lead the team to Point A again to wipe out the remaining disaster ships, but my radar detection range is only 15 kilometers, so I can't know in advance when the enemy support will arrive. Suyi, you mean you need me to send carrier-based aircraft to help you monitor the detailed movements of the disaster ship group at Point A? Anjing, that's right. Yesterday was too dangerous. I don't want my teammates to face such unpredictable dangers again. Suyi did not immediately agree, but instead asked, When do you plan to depart, and how long do you expect to take to reach Point A? After thinking quietly for a moment, she said, We plan to set off now and expect to arrive near Point A around 1 p.m. After a night of recovery, Suyi's camel fighters were fully replenished, reaching 1515, while the F-4F Wildcats had recovered to 2,224. With a number of carrier-based aircraft basically at its maximum, sending a few camels to assist in reconnaissance seemed like a viable option. However, if this is done, there is a difficult point for Suyi. Although he can control all carrier-based aircraft at the same time, previously they all attacked a single area at the same time. While he could fulfill Anjing's request, it would be difficult for him to multitask, coordinating with his teammates to launch an airstrike on the disaster ship, while simultaneously helping Anjing and her team monitor the disaster ship's movements in real time. Helping others is only possible if it doesn't affect the progress of your own team's mission. He had tried multitasking before, but unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to do so. Just like playing games, if you ask him to control two computers at the same time, he'll definitely mess up both. Just as Suyi was about to refuse, Jiluashi's voice rang out from behind him. Xiaoyi, why don't you just agree to An's request? After all, we're classmates, and we'll be seeing each other all the time for a long time to come. It wouldn't be good to refuse. Hearing a woman's voice coming from Su Ye's room, and Jing's face immediately stiffened. No wonder this guy wouldn't let her in. It turns out there was someone hiding in the room. Seeing that Ji Luoshi was already dressed, Su Yi stopped blocking the door and invited in Jing to sit down inside. Jing, I didn't expect you two to be a couple. I'm so sorry about that. She was referring to her earlier suggestion to go into Su Ye's room. The hostess was still inside, and it was indeed somewhat inappropriate for her to suggest going into chat so early in the morning. After the three were seated, Ji Luoshi spoke first. There are still more than 20 disaster ships at Point A. It would be inappropriate to let in and his team rush over and wipe them out directly. My idea is that when we wipe out the remaining disaster ships at Point B today, I won't summon my own ship. Instead, I'll directly help you control the carrier-based aircraft from your island superstructure. This way, I can not only provide information support to In and his team, but also practice more in the combat operation of carrier-based aircraft, so I could be of help in critical moments like yesterday. Upon hearing this, Su Yi gave Ji Luoshi a serious look, and he roughly understood why Ji Luoshi was acting this way. As a combat major, she didn't need to lower herself to do things that liberal arts students usually do. Seeing Ji Luoshi's serious yet somewhat stubborn expression, Su Yi had no choice but to agree. Hey, what else can I do but spoil my wife and go along with her wishes? When Jing saw that Su Yi finally agreed to help, she was overjoyed. She quickly stood up and bowed slightly to Su Yi and Ji Luoshi to express her gratitude. Chapter 72, the 1130 close-in weapon system shows its fangs for the first time. After seeing Jing off, Su Yi closed the door and asked with a heavy heart, Luoshi, can you tell me any specific ideas you have in the future? Ji Luoshi casually picked up a grape, popped it in her mouth, then lay down on the sofa and said with a smile, All right, don't overthink it. I didn't say we should give up on ship combat right now. I'm just thinking about preparing for the worst. Look, we're only fighting a low-level disaster ship, and I've already made things so messy for them, even though other ships win by sheer numbers. But you are different. Your aircraft carrier hull is destined to participate in higher-intensity combat in the future, while the sailboat hull would limit my future development too much. I don't want you to be fighting on the front lines while I'm stuck fighting on the second line with a bunch of people of similar rank. Just as I expected, upon hearing Ji Luoshi's words, Su Yi naturally understood Ji Luoshi's thoughts. She just didn't want to be separated from me. Su Yi stroked Ji Luoshi's head, a smile playing on his lips, and said, All right, it's good to be prepared. You can control carrier-based aircraft in the future, no problem, but your ship's level can't fall behind, understand? Ji Luoshi beamed with joy when she saw that Su Yi had agreed with her idea. She threw herself into Su Ye's arms and gave him a sweet kiss. Then it settled. No cheating allowed. After the two made their agreement and had breakfast, Su Yi gathered the rest of the team and explained the situation. Muchinga was naturally the first to agree. She would unconditionally support any decision Su Yi made. Lin Yu and Ruan Xiaodou naturally had no objections. With Su Yi present, they weren't afraid of being besieged by the disaster ships. Besides, there was only one complete disaster ship group left at Point B. After Su Yi launched a preemptive strike, they wouldn't be able to cause any more trouble. Except for Ji Luoshi, the rest of the Su Yi squad were medium to high-speed warships with a speed exceeding 20 knots. Therefore, although they set off half an hour later than the Jing squad, they arrived at their destination first. Meanwhile, halfway there, Ji Luoshi piloted 3 F-4F Wildcats to follow the quiet squad to Point A. After arriving at Point A, Ji Luoshi piloted 3 carrier-based aircraft to fly in several nearby directions to search for traces of the disaster ships. Once she found them, she informed Jing and the other 2 full squadrons of the disaster ships of their location and movements through the squad channel. Ji Luoshi and the other 2 disaster ship groups are only 25 kilometers away from the 5 disaster ships at the front. You must take care of these 5 disaster ships within half an hour, otherwise the other 2 fleets will surround you. Jing, I see, so they were that close. No wonder they arrived so quickly last time. Ji Luoshi, do you need my help? If we're lucky, I can blow one up for you. Ji Luoshi didn't dare to make any promises. Although she was familiar with controlling the camel, the F-4F was obviously faster, and the difficulty of controlling it would naturally increase. What if the aerial bombs she dropped didn't hit the disaster ship when she launched the air attack? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Jing, understood. There aren't many supporting fighter jets. We'll move first. You help monitor the other two disaster ship groups. If we can't eliminate the targets in half an hour, then you can help bomb them. Jiluashi. Okay, then let's do it your way. The self-recovery capabilities of the disaster ships are also quite impressive. The few disaster ships that were crippled by Su Ye's bombs yesterday have now basically recovered to full strength. Each of them has a recovery characteristic similar to Su Ye's, only not as powerful as Su Ye's. For ordinary awakeners, unless the awakened ship soul has the characteristic of restoring ship durability, they need to rely on the medical bay or absorb energy crystals to restore ship durability. The former only requires lying down for a period of time to recover, while the latter can also recover, but the recovery speed of absorbing energy crystals is slow, and the total recovery is only about 15%. Moreover, absorbing multiple energy crystals in a short period of time will not have an additive effect. Meanwhile, Su Ye's side was also ready for battle, and the 4-hour journey had just filled the F-4F Wildcat's capacity limit. Su Yi deployed the carrier-based aircraft ahead of schedule for this battle. Lin Yu and Wan Xiaodo were paired up, while he and Mu Qingge were paired up. He hasn't had a chance to test the power of the 1130 close-in weapon system since he equipped it. Although the lack of fire control radar means that he has to rely on his mental power to aim the 4-type 1130 close-in weapon systems, making it difficult for him to shoot down aircraft, it's no problem for him to use them to deal with disaster ships. The disaster ship is so big, but its speed is only about 14 knots. As long as he can get within 10 kilometers of the disaster ship, he can test fire a few rounds to anchor the coordinates, and then he can make sure to spray the other side in the face. Today's main missions are twofold. First, to eliminate all enemy targets at point B, and second, to take this opportunity to allow Jiluashi to practice commanding and controlling carrier-based aircraft. Therefore, Su Yi only needs to be responsible for operating the aircraft carrier and treating it like a cruiser to fire at the disaster ships within its attack range. Su Yi and his group's 4 warships quickly entered the disaster ship's warning zone, and the 4 disaster ships in the distance followed the scent and rushed towards them. Jiluashi directed all the carrier-based aircraft squadrons she controlled to attack the full-strength disaster ship group at the farthest point. So this battle was purely a warship gunfight. Lin Yu, who had the longest firing range from the ship's guns, was naturally the one to fire the first shot. Yesterday, that kid was too reckless, charging headlong into the disaster ship group without thinking and almost got surrounded. Having learned from yesterday's lesson, this thing has been much quieter today, and it even knows to fire a test shot with its naval gun beforehand to check the impact point of the shell. As the two sides closed in, the booming of naval guns mingled with the sounds of the disaster ship spraying solution, creating a fierce scene of naval gun duel. Lin Yu used his large-caliber naval guns to create a huge hole in his target, but the hit was not fatal. The disaster ship was still struggling to resist Lin Yu's pressure. Mu Qingge and Wan Xiaodo relied on the rate of fire advantage of their small-caliber naval guns to suppress their respective targets. The two sides fought fiercely and were evenly matched, but the 2 disaster ships were at a significant disadvantage. Although disaster ships rely on flesh and blood to repair their hulls, the repair speed is obviously too slow. Often, just as their flesh and blood tissue has covered a small part of the hull, Mu Qingge and her companion will punch several larger holes in it again. Su Yi wasn't idle either. His 1130 close-in weapon system didn't have as long a range as the other 3, so he could only rely on his high speed to quickly close the distance. Once the enemy enters within 10 kilometers, the Su Yi 1130 close-in weapon system can begin its attack. When Su Yi was 15 kilometers away from the disaster ship, he was attacked by the disaster ship in the first round. Fortunately, his aircraft carrier's durability value was already as high as 88,000 points. The attacks from these low-level disaster ships were no different from tickling him. Each time it is hit, it will lose about 100 durability points, and with a few seconds of damage from corrosion, it can only deal less than 200 damage in total. Su Ye's speed reached 35 knots, and he closed the distance between the two sides to 10 kilometers in less than 4 minutes. In those 4 minutes, he lost a total of 6,300 durability points, which was less than a fraction of his current durability. You've had the upper hand for so long. Now it's my turn to retaliate. Su Yi was also holding back his anger. There was nothing he could do about the fact that the aircraft carrier's close-in weapon system had a range of 15 kilometers, while his own range was only 10 kilometers. Anyone who had been hit for so long would have been furious. With a burst of the distinctive firing sound of a close-in weapon system, CWS, firing 10,000 rounds, Suye's 1130 finally revealed its fangs. Chapter 73 Metal Storm. The two Type 1130 close-in weapon systems on the port and starboard sides of the bow fired simultaneously. The first test firing lasted only 2 seconds under the control of Suyi. It's really inconvenient not having a fire control radar. The iron sights can go so far astray. Clearly, Suyi was not satisfied with the hit rate of the first test firing. Although he had given it a little lead, the 30mm DEC-115 fin-stabilized, discarding sabot armor-piercing round still accurately struck the sea. Muchinga, Xiaoyi, is this your new weapon? Linyu, holy crap, is this a naval cannon or a machine gun? The rate of fire seems insanely fast. Wan Xiaodo, boss, your accuracy needs improvement. You didn't even manage to hit a single hair on their head. Suye, shut up. This is my first time using a close-in weapon system. Okay? You're making it sound like you have a really high hit rate. Wan Xiaodo, boss, is it possible that my hit rate is actually much higher than others? Suye. Linyu, damn it, Wan Xiaodo. Who are you talking about in riddles? Believe me or not, I'll challenge you to a one-on-one fight when we get back to base. Muchinga, what's the rate of fire of your weapon? Linyu, I'm curious too. Brother Yi, can you tell me the rate of fire of your cannon? Suyi, theoretically speaking, the limit is 183 rounds per second, and the previous one was 167 rounds per second in standard mode. Linyu, so you've already fired several hundred rounds of ammunition in that short period of time? Muchinga, isn't this rate of fire ridiculously high? If that's the case, your close-in weapon system can fire more than 10,000 rounds per minute? Suyi, pretty much. Each magazine only has 2,560 rounds of ammunition. It takes about 15 seconds of continuous firing to empty the magazine. The only downside is that the reloading time is a bit long. It takes about 5 minutes to reload after emptying one magazine. Linyu awesome. Wan Xiaodo, 6. While chatting with the others, Suyi kept testing and adjusting the angle of attack. On his fourth attempt, he finally hit the target. All that could be seen was that the disaster ship looked as if it had been ravaged by a storm, with a large section of its port side torn off by the metal storm of the 1130 close-in weapon system. Because of its proximity to the waterline, the ship was already visibly beginning to tilt slightly. Now that the attack parameters had been set, Suyi had no reason to hesitate and immediately unleashed full firepower from the two 1130 close-in weapon systems on the bow. In just over 10 seconds, Suyi emptied the magazines of the two close-in weapon systems on the bow of the ship. Such a violent output naturally yielded quite impressive results. The damaged ship's durability had been completely depleted. The front half of the entire ship was blown off by a 30mm DEC-115 fin-stabilized, discarding sabot armor-piercing round. The beast head on the ship's bridge was also riddled with holes and looked like a lump of mud. This disaster ship didn't need any finishing blows at all. Its entire hull was already upside down and began to sink, disappearing from the sea surface in no time, leaving only a green core in its place. Wow, they actually shipped the goods. Upon seeing the green core floating on the sea, Suyi was overjoyed. It's important to know that most of the white cores on the sea surface are energy crystals. Although these things circulate in large quantities, they're not worth much money at all. The green core is most likely an equipment core. If you're lucky enough to find an equipment core, such as a radar or a large caliber main gun, you could definitely make a small fortune. He hadn't forgotten that the upgraded lottery system now cost 1.5 million star coins per draw. This system was practically a money-devouring monster. Just as Suyi violently dismantled the disaster ship, his companions were all dumbfounded. Even Ji Luoshi, who was focused on controlling the carrier-based aircraft, couldn't help but turn around and look at Suyi with eyes that seemed to be looking at a monster. Ji Luoshi, your close-in weapon system is too brutal. It sank a disaster ship in just a few seconds? Suye, hifi, iamosum, arente. I'll definitely carry you to new heights in the future. Ji Luoshi, I knew you were the best. Linyu, wow. Brother Yi, is your close-in weapon system really that brutal? Wan Xiaodo, wow boss. What kind of weapon core is this? Where did you buy it? Lin Yu. I want to know too. Brother Yi, tell me where you bought this weapon. I'll sell everything I own to get one. Su Yi, they came from black market blind boxes. You can try your luck on your own when you have the day off. Su Yi naturally couldn't tell them that it was drawn by the system, so he could only attribute its origin to the black market. Muchinga was also surprised. She only knew that Su Ye's most powerful offensive means was carrier-based aircraft, but how could his aircraft carrier itself be so strong? Looking at the 4 1130 close-in weapon systems on the Su Yi aircraft carrier, she felt a pang of resentment. It was one thing for the Su Yi to be able to launch a large-scale air raid, but how come its firepower was even more powerful than hers? An ironclad ship that relied on naval guns for firepower? If it weren't for the short range of Su Ye's close-in weapon system, she felt her Dao heart would have shattered. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look up at Su Ye's bridge. No wonder Luo, she chose to work part-time as Su Ye's carrier-based aircraft operator. The pressure of fighting alongside him was indeed quite high. But then I thought about it again, and it's a good thing that Su Yi is strong enough. They will not be facing these low-level disaster ships in the future. Many of the high-level disaster ships are already as intelligent as humans. If the extermination team is too weak, encountering such high-level disaster ships would be nothing short of suicide. With Sui by my side, at least I won't have to be so worried every time I face the disaster ship. To put it simply, just yesterday, if Su Ye's carrier-based aircraft hadn't arrived in time to support the Quiet Squad, they wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed, and they might have even lost a few people there. Led by Su Yi, the group quickly destroyed the remaining 3 disaster ships. Ji Luoshi wasn't idle either. Although she had only been operating carrier-based aircraft for a short time, she had gradually learned the tricks of dive bombing after destroying 4 F-4F Wildcats. Apart from needing to improve her timing for dropping bombs, she had already mastered the basics. Under her control, the furthest disaster ship group was attacked in turn by more than 30 carrier-based aircraft, and the original 8 disaster ships were reduced to only 6. Thanks to Ji Luoshi's air raid harassment, this batch of disaster ships did not run in the direction of Su Yi and his group at all, but instead fought back against the carrier-based aircraft group in place. Ji Luoshi also told everyone about the situation here. At present, only 4 disaster ships that came from the west to provide support are heading to Su Yi and the others. It was inevitable to beat a drowning dog. Su Ye's team was basically in good condition at the moment. After discussing it, they decided to take the initiative to attack and wipe out the enemy team that came to support them. Of course, besides the core that Su Yi sank and dropped, Muchinga also picked up a white core. The distribution of the spoils had actually been discussed by the group on their way here, including the cores they found yesterday. They would decide what to do with these cores after the mission was completed. The disaster ships that were providing support were not far from Su Yi and his group. In less than 10 minutes, Su Yi and the others could see the disaster ships rushing towards them from afar. Muchinga, there are 4 disaster ships over there just like before. Let's each lock onto a specific target and attack them. Lin Yu, I'm Fine. I think I'll be able to level up to level 9 after this round. Ruan Xiaodo. Me too. I'm only 1,500 experience points away from leveling up. After finishing this, I can reach level 9. Sui. Okay, then I'll rush over and take one down in a second, and the rest won't be a threat to you. Ruan Xiaodo. I have to say, boss, once you stop piloting the plane, you're practically turning an aircraft carrier into a battleship. Chapter 74, Don't Interrupt Me. Can't you see I'm busy? Having gained shooting experience once, Sui became much more familiar with the use of the 1130 close-in weapon system. After 3 test shots, he was able to accurately hit the target. In fact, several bullets had already hit the mast of the disaster ship during his second test shot. However, the mast seemed to have some kind of damage reduction effect, so the damage to the disaster ship was not reduced much when the bullets hit it. On the contrary, the waterline area on the side of the hull can cause greater damage to the hull. As soon as the armor at the waterline area on the side breaks, a large amount of seawater will immediately flood into the compartments of the disaster ship, and the disaster ship will lose balance, and its maneuverability will be greatly reduced. This is mainly because these disaster-stricken ships are primarily constructed with wooden sailboat hulls. These hulls have no watertight compartments at all, and if a large hole is punched in the waterline and is not repaired in time, the ship will inevitably sink. Although the disaster ship has certain instincts, it will use flesh and blood tissue to repair the most fatal injuries as soon as possible, But such flesh and blood tissue repair takes a lot of time. Sui's close-in weapon system wouldn't give it much time to slowly repair itself. Within a dozen seconds, it fired nearly 5,000 30mm armor-piercing shells. Under this rapid and high-intensity firepower, the disaster ship didn't even have time to sense which parts were fatally attacked before it was riddled with holes by the 1130 close-in weapon system. Perhaps because they were getting more and more comfortable with each battle, it took them much less time to sink all the disaster ships this time compared to the previous wave. Unfortunately, apart from the ship that Suyi sank and which exploded with a high-quality core, the other 3 disaster ships left nothing but wreckage. Just as everyone had destroyed the group of disaster ships and regrouped, the roar of Suye's carrier-based aircraft could be heard in the distant sky. Ji Luoshi's air raid sank a total of 3 disaster ships. The number of carrier-based aircraft lost in this air raid was also considerable. 6 Camel twin-wing carrier-based aircraft returned, and 13 F-4F Wildcats remained. Suyi watched as fewer than 20 carrier-based aircraft returned into the distance, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Suye, Luo Shi, is the number of carrier-based aircraft I brought back a little too few. Yelux. Ji Luoshi, quite a few. More than half of them have returned. Those carrier-based aircraft that were shot down were a necessary loss. Hearing this, Suyi was also puzzled and asked with some doubt, why would there be necessary losses? Seeing Su Ye's bewildered expression, Ji Luoshi smiled smugly. I was just learning your tactic of luring fire before bombing, but I flew a little too close the first time and accidentally shot down 2 of my planes at the beginning. Then, I had to practice bombing techniques, and 2 fighter jets misjudged the distance and crashed into each other. Besides, in short, I call this the necessary cost of learning new technologies, you get it? Suyi listened to Ji Luoshi's various elaborate plane crashes and didn't know what to say for a moment. Ji Luoshi's statement is not wrong. It is true that novices will encounter many unexpected situations when learning to control carrier-based aircraft. There are no Air Force schools or similar institutions in this world that provide a complete set of teaching. Ji Luoshi's ability to achieve such results in just 2 practice sessions truly makes her a genius. For some reason, as Suyi looked up at the approaching carrier-based aircraft, a sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. He then turned to Ji Luoshi beside him and said, Luo Shi, how about I take over piloting the carrier-based aircraft to land on the helipad? Ji Luoshi stared intently at the control panel without turning her head and said, Don't interrupt me. Can't you see I'm busy? Upon hearing this, Suyi had no choice but to shut his mouth and rub his temples. I hope this girl leaves me a few carrier-based aircraft today, so I don't lose them all. He first practiced controlling carrier-based aircraft takeoffs and landings in the ship equipment mode. Awakened individuals have a significant advantage in controlling their own ship equipment. With the support of their mental power, they can learn and master the operation of any equipment on the ship in a short period of time. However, it's quite different for crew members. As crew members, they need to spend a lot of time and practice constantly to gradually master the operation of the equipment on the ship. Ji Luoshi is in this situation now. After destroying several carrier-based aircraft, she gradually mastered the flight attitude of carrier-based aircraft and the tricks of dive bombing. What she needs to do now, or rather what she needs to learn, is to ensure that carrier-based aircraft land accurately on the aircraft carrier deck. The F-4F Wildcat is not lightweight, and to land safely without arresting cables, one must find the right landing spot and control the flight speed and attitude. If even one of these basic landing techniques goes wrong, the carrier-based aircraft will most likely be rendered useless. Kiduoji, Suye, come quick and help me check. I feel like this carrier-based aircraft is about to land on the deck, but why hasn't the landing gear given any landing feedback yet? Suyi, your plane is still more than a meter above the deck. Look at the altimeter. It's too late. You've already overshot it. Quickly accelerate and pull the nose up again. Ji Luoshi, stop making a fuss. Hey. Wait. I can't pull it up. It's going to fall. Bang. Zzz. With a loud bang, Suyi saw the first Camel fighter plane to land heavily on the aircraft carrier deck, halfway down the front section, with its 2 wheels touching the ground. Due to the tilted landing attitude, the carrier-based aircraft lost its balance the moment the landing gear touched the deck. The aircraft tilted to the left, and the left wing scraped against the deck during the tilt. As the carrier-based aircraft slid rapidly to the left, sparks flew across the deck, and the wing broke off in less than a second. Su Yi, on the bridge, could only watch helplessly as the carrier-based aircraft skidded at a 45-degree angle off the deck and plunged into the sea. Hey, I knew this would happen. Clearly, Su Ye's hunch was correct. It would be truly remarkable if a novice could successfully land a carrier-based aircraft on the aircraft carrier deck on their first attempt. This outcome was to be expected. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. Without the experience of failure, how can there be countless successes later? Since Ji Luoshi is interested in flying planes, let's just let her be. So he wasn't just sitting in the captain's chair doing nothing. He recalled his operation and specific parameters for landing carrier-based aircraft, wrote them down in a small notebook, and handed it to Ji Luoshi. Su Yi, here, take a look. This is some real-time data that I've figured out before. Take a look and try it out. Ji Luoshi, damn it. Su Yi, you bastard. Why didn't you give me this sooner? Now I've made sure that plane crashes into the sea. Ji Luoshi took the small notebook from Su Yi and hugged it to her chest. This was a good thing. With this, she could try again. Su Yi, however, you should also be aware that this is data that I manipulate through mental power, which is somewhat different from the data you use to control carrier-based aircraft at the control panel. This can only be used as a reference and cannot be copied verbatim. Upon hearing this, Ji Luoshi punched Su Ye's shoulder angrily and said, "Of course I know there's a difference. Do you think I'm stupid? All right, get out of my way and stop getting in my way. My second plane is about to land." Su Ye. This little vixen is really ungrateful. I kindly reminded her, and she actually complained that I was in the way. Chapter 75, I was just joking with Brother Yi. Is it really that serious? Reluctantly returning to his captain's seat, Su Yi was eager to see how Ji Luoshi's second carrier-based aircraft would be scrapped. Su Yi. At this moment, Mu Qingge, Lin Yu, and Ruan Xiaodo also witnessed the carrier-based aircraft losing control and falling into the sea. They were all surprised that Su Yi suddenly couldn't even control his own carrier-based aircraft, and they all asked him questions. Mu Qingge, Xiao Yi, how did your carrier-based aircraft fall? In the sea? Ruan Xiaodo, boss, we don't have many planes left. Be careful not to blow them up again. Lin Yu, Brother Yi, your plane landing was pretty interesting, huh? Can planes drift? Ji Luoshi, nakloni chirtavlivade. Ji Luoshi, hey you guys, that's enough. What do you mean by drifting a plane? Lin Yu, if you can't speak properly, just shut up. Lin Yu, oh, sister-in-law, are you being fiercely protective of your husband? Don't be like that. I was just joking with Brother Yi. Is it really necessary? Mu Qingge originally wanted to make a few teasing remarks, but she stopped herself after hearing Ji Luoshi's words. She thought for a moment and seemed to understand something and asked, Luoshi, are you controlling the landing of the carrier-based aircraft? Yelux, Vaimim, I'm the one in control. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and Ruan Xiaodo chose to remain silent. They had assumed that Ji Luoshi was only responsible for controlling the 3 carrier-based aircraft on Anjing's side today, and simply helping to scout out the enemy situation. Considering that the number of carrier-based aircraft that returned after the air raid on the distant disaster ship group was also unusual, significantly fewer than the number that returned after yesterday's air raid, it became clear that Ji Luoshi was controlling Su Ye's carrier-based aircraft throughout today's operation. Lin Yu, Sister Luoshi, is it fun to control carrier-based aircraft? Ruan Xiaodo, Brother Yi, when can I play too? Mu Qingge, you two line up, it's my turn to play next time. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and Ruan Xiaodo spoke up simultaneously. Why should you be next? Mu Qingge proudly raised her head, though no one saw it, just because Su Yi and I know each other first. According to the order, I'm next. Su Yi, by the way, did you even get my permission before making these arrangements? Mu Qingge, you have a problem with that? Su Yi knew, of course, that the 3 of them were just suddenly curious about new things. If he didn't let them try it a few times, they would keep nagging about it. After a moment of silence, he said helplessly, Fine, I give up. But we have to agree that you can only play with carrier-based aircraft after this annihilation mission is completed. Everyone cheered when Su Yi agreed. How could they not experience something so fun for themselves? While the group was still chatting enthusiastically, Ji Luoshi was intently staring at the various data of the carrier-based aircraft on the bridge, occasionally glancing at the notebook Su Yi had given her to check the parameters. The second carrier-based aircraft has begun to slowly decelerate and is approaching the stern landing point of the aircraft carrier. Just when Ji Luoshi thought she would be able to land safely this time, a gust of wind suddenly blew across the sea. The carrier-based aircraft, which had already adjusted its landing attitude, was instantly blown wildly from side to side by the crosswind. Ji Luoshi frantically tried to recalibrate the attitude of the carrier-based aircraft, but in her haste, she accidentally pressed the throttle reduction lever. The carrier-based aircraft, which was originally aimed at the landing point of the rear half of the aircraft carrier, suddenly dropped in altitude and crashed straight into the stern of the aircraft carrier. The piercing alarm from the control panel reminded Ji Luoshi that the landing was about to fail. Seeing that something was wrong, Ji Luoshi hurriedly increased the thrust and pulled up the nose of the aircraft, but the carrier-based aircraft, which had already stalled, was obviously beyond saving. All that everyone saw was that the carrier-based aircraft, which originally had a chance to land, crashed headfirst into the stern of the aircraft carrier, and the impact caused an explosion. Sui's aircraft carrier also lost 1,400 durability points due to the explosion of the carrier-based aircraft. A large area of the stern of the aircraft carrier was also blown black, and the parts that were hit were deformed. Fortunately, the Sui's hull was already equipped with a composite armor core, and its defensive capabilities have been greatly improved long ago. Otherwise, this collision alone would have blown a big hole in the stern of the aircraft carrier. After yet another failed landing, Ji Luoshi glanced at Su Yi somewhat embarrassedly. Xiao Yi, would you believe me if I said that was an accident? Su Yi, keep a politissimida. Su Yi, it's okay, you can practice first. Landing a carrier-based aircraft isn't something you can master in a short time. Once you've practiced a lot, you'll naturally get the hang of it. Ji Luoshi, really? You have that much confidence in me? Su Yi, why would I lie to you? There's still more than a dozen left. Take your time. After comforting Ji Luoshi, Su Yi secretly took out his phone and sent a message to the other three. It seems that all the carrier-based aircraft will be lost today. Let's retreat first and clean up the remaining disaster ships tomorrow. The three who received the text message immediately understood and, without saying a word, turned around and drove towards the base. Indeed, as Su Yi said, 10 carrier-based aircraft had crashed under Ji Luoshi's control. These carrier-based aircraft either flew too far or tilted upon landing. One of them even crashed directly into the bridge due to crosswinds. Fortunately, the bridge armor plates were sturdy enough that they did not cause any harm to the two people inside the bridge. Ji Luoshi is also a person who refuses to admit defeat. The more she fails, the more she wants to compete and successfully land the carrier-based aircraft once. After repeated failures, Ji Luoshi gradually mastered some landing techniques and finally successfully landed one of the last two carrier-based aircraft. Although the carrier-based aircraft landed near the takeoff point at the bow, it was at least parked intact on the aircraft carrier deck. Ji Luoshi was overjoyed at the successful landing of the carrier-based aircraft. She suddenly stood up, ran quickly to Su Yi, and threw herself in his arms. Wow, oh no, I did it. I stopped the carrier-based aircraft. Su Yi smiled and patted her head gently, saying, very good. You'll definitely be able to stop even better and more steadily in the future. By the way, shall we continue with another one? Ji Luoshi, who had raised her head, had red eyes and had lost quite a few pearls, but after listening to Su Ye's words, she stubbornly said, continue. As Ji Luoshi returned to the control panel, the last carrier-based aircraft successfully crashed. This time, it really wasn't Ji Luoshi's fault because the fighter jet's tail fin had been slightly damaged in the previous air raid, and the fuselage couldn't remain stable even in calm conditions, let alone allow a novice like Ji Luoshi to land it. The onlookers also began to discuss it with curiosity. Linyu, is landing a carrier-based aircraft really that difficult? It seems like it either overshoots the target or can't balance the fuselage. Ruan Xiaodo, I feel that landing is much more difficult than other situations. Otherwise, Sister Luo, she would not have been able to successfully land a plane. Muchinga, I'm afraid it's more difficult than we imagined. Ji Luoshi was able to carry out bombing missions independently after only operating carrier-based aircraft twice, which shows how talented she is at piloting aircraft. Linyu, now that you've said that, I feel even more eager to try it out. Muchinga, do you think carrier-based aircraft are toys? You even want to try handling them? Ruan Xiaodo, our boss promised us that we would all get to experience it afterward. Muchinga, If anyone's going to try, it'll be me first. You're not allowed to take it from me. The group, who originally planned to complete the annihilation mission today, could only rush through it. Without the support of Su Ye's carrier-based aircraft, they did not want to stubbornly fight against the disaster ship group with fewer troops. It's not that I lack courage, but rather that it's truly unnecessary. Never taking risks when you can complete a mission safely is the responsible thing to do for yourself and your teammates, something my teachers taught me back in high school. Chapter 76, trying to morally blackmail me? Sorry, I have no morals. During the latter half of the mission, Luoshi practiced landing carrier-based aircraft temporarily, so Su Yi and the others returned to the Wanghai Island base early. Because Su Yi still has 3 carrier-based aircraft providing real-time reconnaissance for Jing and the others, Su Yi cannot recover the ship at this time. If he were to recover the ship now, the carrier-based aircraft circling above Jing and the others would instantly lose control and fall into the sea. Luoshi, who was a carrier-based aircraft operator, also stayed on Su Ye's aircraft carrier. In her words, she believed that one should see things through to the end. As soon as Lin Yu and Ruan Xiaodou arrived at the dock, they immediately retracted their ship and ran towards their dormitory with smiles on their faces. The two left arm in arm, and Su Yi only found out when he asked that they were in a hurry to get back to their dorm to play video games. Mu Qingga stayed behind instead. After taking the elevator to the aircraft carrier deck, she didn't rush to the bridge to find Su Yi and the others. Instead, she went to the bow to see the newly installed Type 1130 close-in weapon system by Su Yi. So this is the Type 1130 close-in weapon system that Su Yi was talking about. Such powerful firepower, yet the barrel is so short. 1, 2, 3, 11. This close-in weapon system is actually composed of 11 such small caliber barrels. It's incredible. Mu Qingga reached out and stroked the close-in weapon system in front of her, her eyes sparkling with little stars that showed her affection. How could anyone not like such a deadly weapon that could instantly destroy a disaster ship within 10 kilometers? Especially with its hexagonal geometric cannon barrel's hollowed-out shield, which is full of technological sense. Mu Qingga fantasized about how impressive it would be if her ship could be equipped with such powerful weapons. She was sure that Su Yi had gotten the core of such special weapons from somewhere. But she was certain that this 1130 close-in weapon system core was definitely not something Su Yi got from the black market. Forget it. Why think so much about it? Mu Qingga sighed, reluctantly withdrew her hand from the 1130 gun mount, and then turned and walked towards the bridge. Inside the bridge, Su Yi instructed Luoshi to start 2 carrier-based aircraft to go to the Quiet Squad to replace the carrier-based aircraft that were running low on fuel. Just then, Mu Qingga arrived at the bridge and naturally took over Luoshi's work. Since she didn't need to personally take off and land the carrier-based aircraft, Mu Qingga, who had just taken over, managed to control the aircraft quite steadily. For Mu Qingga, high-altitude reconnaissance only required her to keep track of the carrier-based aircraft's positions and altitudes, which wasn't a difficult task for her. It wasn't until after 8 p.m. that evening that the quiet team finally returned to base, exhausted from their journey. Today was really thrilling, but compared to yesterday, I feel much safer. Who says otherwise? It was thanks to Su Yi that we knew about the disaster ship's movements in advance. This feeling of having everything under control is just too awesome. Should we ask Sister Jing and Su Yi to talk to them about continuing to provide us with air support tomorrow? What are you thinking? It's already very kind of them to help us once today. You can't expect Su Yi to help us every time, can you? We're all stationed on the same island. What's wrong with helping each other out? That's right. We're all classmates, so it's normal for us to help each other out. The members of the Quiet Squad discussed loudly as they walked, and their words naturally reached the ears of Su Yi and the others. Mu Qingga and Luoshi's expressions turned cold, and they glanced at the group of people who had just entered with some displeasure. Although Lin Yu and Ruan Xiaodou usually seemed carefree and unreliable, the 2 men were the ones who reacted the most strongly. Lin Yu stood up and said to the 2 men with a displeased look, "Are you 2 just bored and looking for trouble? My brother Yi kindly rescued you yesterday and helped you scout the enemy situation today. How come you're acting like it's your duty?" Ruan Xiaodou stood up with Lin Yu. The school doesn't stipulate that other teams are obligated to help each other during missions. My boss has been willing to help you twice in the past 2 days, which is already quite generous. Don't think I don't know what you 2 are up to. The 2 teammates next to Jing froze upon hearing this. They had their own ulterior motives for speaking so loudly so that Su Yi could hear them. Su Ye's two unconditional acts of help made them feel that Su Yi was a kind-hearted person. If Su Yi heard them say that, he would probably help them again tomorrow out of politeness. Actually, this was also a test between the two of them. If Su Yi agreed, then in the future, they hadn't expected that before Su Yi could even speak, his teammate would jump out, leaving the two of them momentarily embarrassed and unsure how to respond. And Jing frowned slightly, surprised that her teammate would cause trouble. She said with some displeasure, "Zhangfeng, Lu Yishou, you two shut up. It's a favor that Su helped us, and it's a right not to help us. It's none of your business to criticize her." Upon hearing this, Su Yi glanced at Jing with some surprise. From the inexplicable hostility she showed when they first met yesterday, to now speaking up for him and scolding his two teammates who had some ulterior motives, he didn't expect this girl to be so sensible. Su Yi patted Lin Yu and Ruan Xiaodou on the shoulder, gesturing for them to sit down first. Then, he glanced in the direction of Jing and the others and said calmly, "Zhang Feng and Lu Yishou, right? I think you two seem to have misunderstood something. Today, our team is just letting my teammate practice operating carrier-based aircraft. Helping you with high-altitude reconnaissance is also just to train her multitasking skills. So please don't overthink it. Instead of wasting your time, you should focus on improving your own abilities. Trying to morally blackmail me? Sorry, I have no morals." After saying that, Su Yi and the team members tidied up their tables and left the cafeteria. Just as Su Yi and the others walked past Jing, who originally wanted to speak, ultimately couldn't bring herself to say it. She clenched her fists in frustration. How could she have chosen such two outspoken guys as teammates? After these two guys started arguing back and forth, the previously slightly eased relationship between the two sides fell into a stalemate again. In this tense atmosphere, how could she possibly ask Su Yi to help them again tomorrow? She had already planned that as long as Su Yi helped them scout again tomorrow, she was confident that she could lead the team to eliminate most of the disaster ships at Point A. Then, on the last day, her team would definitely be able to easily complete the extermination mission issued by the school. But all of this was ruined by two terrible teammates. It's not that she couldn't complete the task without Su Yi and the others, but with Su Ye's real-time monitoring, she was more confident in eliminating these disaster ships in the safest way. Although Su Ye's words weren't harsh, she wasn't stupid. Su Ye's meaning was clear. He wouldn't provide them with any assistance tomorrow. Nothing was said that night. The following morning, the group, now fully prepared, set off with Su Yi to the mission site to eliminate the last batch of disaster ships. Besides sinking all the disaster ships, Su Yi and his team have another major task today: to assist Ji Luoshi, who has the lowest level, in leveling up. Chapter 77, The Best Outlining Master of the Night. The target location for Su Yi and his team now only has 6 disaster ships left. The group had already discussed it on the way, and Su Yi would launch the first air attack. He needed to ensure that 4 aerial bombs were accurately dropped on each disaster ship to minimize the hull durability of a wave of disaster ships. Then Mu Qingge, Lin Yu, and Ruan Xiaodou each sank 1 ship, and Su Yi had to use a ship to cover Ji Luoshi to kill the last 3 ships. When Su Yi and his group were 30 kilometers away from the disaster ship group, one by one the carrier-based aircraft took off into the sky. Soon, more than 30 carrier-based aircraft that had been assembled arrived above the disaster ship. Su Ye's mission this time was to precisely cripple these disaster ships rather than sink them directly. Therefore, he did not control all carrier-based aircraft to launch air attacks at the same time. Instead, he had the carrier-based aircraft form groups of 2, forming 8 formations as the first wave of attack vanguard. After locking onto the target, 16 carrier-based aircraft launched an attack on the disaster ship group at the same time. The disaster ships on the sea naturally also discovered the flies that had been harassing them for the past 3 days. If these disaster ships could talk, they would definitely curse Su Yi. They were living peacefully near this island, but these past few days, they've been subjected to daily air raids. The key is that these attacking fighter jets are small and incredibly fast. They can't shoot down many even with all their might. The bombs dropped by these fighter jets are extremely powerful. A single bomb can reduce a ship's durability by about 20%. Their other 2 groups of siblings have all lost signal since yesterday. They must have been ambushed by those shameless humans. Unfortunately, the intelligence level of low-level disaster ships is really limited. In Suye's words, their intelligence is even lower than that of some alien beasts. This is the fundamental reason why the school dared to send these students directly to various islands. Of course, this teaching method will inevitably result in a few casualties every year, but these casualties are within an acceptable range for a school with a semi-military management model. The admission notices that Su Yi and his classmates received had already specified the details of the relevant safety matters. The first wave of airstrikes was relatively successful. 4 of the 6 disaster ships were rendered inoperable by Su Yi's carrier-based aircraft, and the remaining ship was hit by 3 aerial bombs and was left partially damaged. Only one of the disaster ships seemed to be lucky. The 2 carrier-based aircraft that attacked it were hit by the anti-aircraft fire of the disaster ships and fell into the sea before they could reach the designated airdrop altitude. However, this small loss was nothing to Su Yi. The 16 carrier-based aircraft that had emptied their magazines had already returned to base, but there were still 23 more aircraft above the disaster ship. These disaster ships were unlucky. Their anti-aircraft firepower was already poor, and the anti-air capability that the 6 disaster ships could form was really limited. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were unilaterally beaten by Su Yi. After 2 rounds of air raids, none of the disaster ships on the sea were able to move. They were all just drifting on the sea with the waves. The only things they can use now are their 2 constantly waving octopus tentacles. The beast heads on the deck of the disaster ship all have drooping eyelids and look listless. A dozen minutes later, Lin Yu shouted excitedly, "Oh ho, it's time for target practice. Brothers, I'm going first." Boom! 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 As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, he launched an attack on the nearest disaster ship. This kid made a big show of it, but his accuracy was terrible. The disaster ship, already out of power, thought it was doomed, but to its surprise, the enemy missed a single shot. What a relief, it can survive a few more minutes. Seeing that Lin Yu's 4 consecutive shots all missed the target, Wan Xiaodo immediately burst into laughter. "Xiao Yuzi is amazing. You are definitely the best outline master in the whole arena. With your accuracy, even my great-grandmother could shoot a cannon more accurately than you. The enemy sitting ducks would be ashamed of you." Seeing that Wan Xiaodo had actually started mocking him, Lin Yu's face turned red and he shouted angrily, "What's the rush? I was just testing the disaster ship's reaction to see if it was really out of commission." "Disaster ship a probe? I really thank you. But can you just hurry up and kill me already? Your actions are quite frightening." Muchinga joined the fray at this moment and added insult to injury for Lin Yu. "If you're bad, practice more." Ji Luoshi glanced contemptuously at Lin Yu, who was already charging at the forefront, and retorted without backing down, "You've already scared the disaster ship so much that it doesn't dare to move. Hurry up and put the cannons right in front of it and fire. I guarantee you won't miss." "Lin Yu, my teammates are really awful. Suyi is much better. I'm glad I recognized him as my older brother. Suyi, starting tomorrow, Lin Yu, you will practice artillery fire for at least 2 hours every day." Lin Yu, at percent. Although the group was complaining about Lin Yu, none of them had any bad intentions. They were just teasing him. Lin Yu naturally wouldn't get angry over such a small matter. His face was as red as a monkey's bottom. He was simply feeling a little embarrassed. While Muchinga and the others were talking about Lin Yu, they weren't idle either. They each locked onto their nearest target and began their attacks. Compared to the others, Ji Luoshi's task today is more arduous. He needs to face the firepower of 3 disaster ships. Fortunately, Suyi used his large ship to block most of the firepower for Ji Luoshi. The biggest problem with the wooden sailboat was its poor defense, and Ji Luoshi was not lacking in firepower. The total output damage of the 35 small caliber cannons on one side was actually stronger than that of Muchinga and the others. In addition, Ji Luoshi did have a high level of combat talent. Apart from Wan Xiaodo, her cannon accuracy was the highest in the team. In less than half an hour, the entire disaster ship at Point B had been completely wiped out by the crowd. Lin Yu and Muchinga have both reached level 10, just like Su Yi, while Wan Xiaodo and Ji Luoshi have reached level 9. This battle yielded 2 white cores and 1 blue core. The blue core is a twin 102mm caliber naval gun, the same model as Lin Yu's. According to Lin Yu, he spent a full 600,000 star coins to acquire this core. This kind of blue premium core is actually quite rare. If it were in a store, you would at least have to go to the premium section to find a blue core. That afternoon at the Wanghai Island base, the team members sat together and shared their haul from the past few days. So he had already explained the distribution method when the team was formed. Since they were only a small team of 5, so you did not choose to distribute according to work, but instead chose to distribute equally per person. This time, I obtained a blue twin 102mm naval gun core, a green flying fish sail core, and a white bow lion statue core. The remaining white cores are all energy crystals. Sui, tell me, who wants any of these core members? Muchinga, Xiaoyi, what do you plan to price it? Sui, let's estimate the price based on the market price. If any team members want it, we'll calculate it at 80% of the market price. Do you think this allocation is feasible? Ji Luoxi, I'm Fine. Lin Yu, sure, Brother Yi, you're in charge. Wan Xiaodo, I agree. Muchinga, I agree too. Sui, okay, since everyone is fine with it, let's do it as we agreed before. Muchinga immediately opened her phone and found the key transaction information in just a few minutes. Chapter 78, A Secret Treasure from the Ocean Discovered. Muchinga browsed the 2 shopping platforms for a long time, then put away her phone and looked up at everyone, saying the blue twin 102mm naval gun core has dropped a bit. The lowest transaction price on the platform recently was 550,000 star coins. The green sail core is 70,000 star coins. As she finished speaking, she picked up the white lion head statue core, examined it, and frowned slightly before continuing. On the contrary, this white core, I couldn't find any transaction records online. While decorative cores like lion head statues usually offer some special attribute bonuses, these kinds of items should theoretically have no records. Su Yi, who had been leaning back in his chair drinking water, sat up straight upon hearing this and asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Muchinga didn't reply. She held the white core in her palm, closed her eyes, and used her ship's soul to sense the energy fluctuations inside. This is a basic ability that every awakened one possesses. The specific abilities and attributes of the core can be learned through the guidance of the ship's soul, but it takes some time. Everyone in the hall held their breath and stared intently at Muchinga. The sea breeze drifted in through the cracks in the window, carrying a chill. A minute later, Muchinga suddenly opened her eyes. Her pupils visibly contracted, and the knuckles of her fingers, which were gripping the core, turned white. Her whole body trembled slightly, as if she had been electrocuted. Holy crap! Sister Mu, what happened to you? Wan Xiaodo was startled by her reaction. Lin Yu nearly dropped the soda bottle in his hand. Sister Mu, don't scare me. What happened? Muchinga ignored them. She lowered her head and stared at the white core for several seconds, her eyes filled with a complex emotion. When she noticed everyone was looking at her strangely, Muchinga quickly coughed and said, "This isn't an ordinary core. It's a treasure from the ocean." The air was silent for 3 seconds, and then the soda bottle in Lin Yu's hand fell to the ground with a thud, spilling the unfinished soda all over the floor. But no one cared about the bottle of soda at that moment. "What did you say? This is a secret treasure? Are you sure?" Lin Yu jumped up from his chair. Muchinga nodded with a serious expression and absolute certainty. "I'm 100% sure that the statue's attributes that the ship spirit just reported contain a special attribute, ship spirit evolution. Suyifronit." He had never heard of the term treasure of the sea before, but the name sounded like something extraordinary. The most crucial thing was that this white core actually had attributes related to the evolution of ship souls. Although Suyi had guessed some of the core's most important role, he still wanted to confirm it further. So he asked, "What exactly do you mean by ship's soul evolution?" Lin Yu was incredibly excited, his hands gripping the table as he leaned forward, exclaiming, "Brother Yi, you have no idea. The ocean treasure is the most special kind of decorative core. Regular decorative cores at most add some attributes to the ship or are simply for aesthetics, but the treasure is different. After absorbing this kind of decorative core, the wooden sailboat can slowly accumulate experience, and once it has enough experience, it can directly evolve into an ironclad warship." An ironclad warship? Ji Luoshi's pupils lit up instantly. "You heard me right. It evolves into an ironclad warship." Lin Yu gestured excitedly to Luoxi. Upon hearing this, Wan Xiaodo's eyes widened, and a string of traditional Chinese phrases immediately burst out. "I at percent." Sui exclaimed, "Whoa, and reached out to pick up the white lion head core, examining it from all angles. Apart from the small lion head in the center, there was nothing particularly special about this white, transparent core. Who would have thought that such a thing would have the ability to evolve a ship's soul? How do you use this core? Is it the same as absorbing a core in regular equipment? Suyeoskit. Muchinga nodded. Yes, just like a regular core, you can absorb it by holding it close to your chest. After absorption, an experience bar will appear on the ship's soul interface. Once it's full, you can trigger evolution, but... She hesitated for a moment, her gaze unconsciously drifting towards Ji Luoshi. Ji Luoshi's eyes were sparkling with anticipation as she asked in a trembling voice, "But what? My dear Chinga, please tell me. I'm so impatient." Muchinga pursed her lips, looking at Ji Luoshi's expectant face, and suddenly felt a little reluctant to speak. But what needed to be said had to be said. She sighed. However, this treasure has a limitation on the type of ship it occupies. This lion-headed statue core can only be used to evolve small sailboats. Ji Luoshi's smile suddenly froze, and her once hopeful eyes became somewhat dim. Her ship is a large sailing vessel, and the lion-head statue core obviously cannot enable her ship to complete its transformation. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly turned cold. Yuan Xiaodo scratched the back of her head, opened her mouth as if to say something, but didn't know what to say. Lin Yu also lost his earlier excitement, and sat back down in his chair somewhat awkwardly. Ji Luoshi's eyes turned red at a visible speed, and she lowered her head, her bangs covering most of her face. Everyone knows that her sailboat is the weakest of the five. Its firepower is barely passable, but its defense is practically paper-thin, and its speed is obviously not keeping up with the others. In previous battles, she was able to safely deal damage only by relying on Su Ye's ship to block in front of her. Otherwise, her armor would have been penetrated by the disaster ship long ago. When she first awakened, she didn't think much of it. In fact, she was quite happy for a long time because she had awakened a battleship among sailboats. It wasn't until she entered the Ocean University with Su Ye's help that she realized that it would be too difficult for her ship alone to continue on with Su Ye. Su Ye suddenly stood up, slowly walked to Ji Luoshi's side, and gently patted her on the shoulder. He didn't say anything. He just stood there. After a while, Ji Luoshi sniffed, her voice muffled. "I'm fine, just a little disappointed. I thought I was going to take off right away, but it was all for nothing." "I understand." Su Yi ruffled her hair. "It's just bad luck. Don't be sad. It's just about finding another suitable treasure for you to absorb. Since this kind of treasure appeared once, there will definitely be more opportunities in the future." Lin Yu picked up the soda bottle from the ground and casually threw it into the nearby trash can, adding, "Sister Luo, don't be discouraged. We have Brother Yi to help us level up. With his efficiency, it's only a matter of time before we get another treasure." Yuan Xiaodo nodded vigorously beside her. "That's right. Our team's luck is absolutely top-notch. We get a treasure just from destroying a single disaster ship fleet. Sister Luo, don't worry. We can always take on more disaster ship fleet destruction missions at the school's mission office. As long as we farm enough, we're not worried about not getting any loot." Ji Luoshi raised her face, her eyes still red, but she managed a forced smile. "All right, stop comforting me. I'm not that emotionally broken, it's just that I felt a bit uncomfortable just now, but I'm fine now." Chapter 79, Did your math teacher teach you PE? Muchinga pointed to the core of the treasure and asked, "So, what should we do with this core? Even though it's white quality, because it's a treasure, its price is definitely higher than an ordinary white core. I didn't check the transaction price, but I estimate it's at least 3 million. 3 million? A white core is more expensive than a purple core." Yuan Xiaodo clicked her tongue in amazement. "Things are valued for their rarity." Muchinga continued. "The ability to evolve into an ironclad ship soul is just too amazing. Who wouldn't want it? Even a white-quality treasure would be snapped up by wealthy players waving their star coins if they wanted to evolve their ship soul." Su Yi looked around, and finally his gaze fell on Muchinga. He asked, "Chinga, can this treasure core be exchanged for a treasure that can evolve a large sailboat hull?" Muchinga shook her head. "It's difficult. The secret treasure itself is already a very rare treasure, but ours is only the lowest grade white secret treasure. I guess the secret treasure that Luo, she can use, is most likely to be a green or even blue quality secret treasure." Just then, Su Yi suddenly thought of his lottery system. Since the secret treasure is also an equipment core, could the system's prizes include secret treasures? Thinking of this, Sui immediately looked down and brought up the system lottery interface. There was a magnifying glass icon in the upper right corner of the lottery panel. He hadn't paid much attention to it before, but today he inexplicably thought of the differences after the lottery interface was updated. When Sui clicked the magnifying glass icon, a 10 by 20 grid interface popped up, with each grid containing a corresponding prize icon. At the very front is a colorful, shimmering airplane pattern, which is naturally the limited-time grand prize of the current gacha pool, the J-35 carrier-based fighter jet. Next up are 3 red quality items: the electromagnetic catapult system, the electromagnetic arresting system, and the terminal defense electro-optical dual fire control system. Sui is naturally very familiar with these 3 items. Next up are the gold and purple prizes. When Sui clicked on one of the battle flag icons in the purple area to unlock the decorative core reward, his eyes lit up. This is it, a purple quality ocean treasure. See Siren Banner core, purple epic quality. Equipment requirements, none. Effect: when equipped with a sailing hull, speed is increased by 10% when sailing downwind and by 5% when sailing upwind. Special effect: after absorbing the core, medium and large sailing ships can accumulate experience points by killing enemies. When the experience points are full, they can actively activate the ship's soul evolution. No equipment requirements. Medium to large-sized sailing hulls can be evolved. Suye's eyes lit up immediately. He quickly flipped through the pages and found several cores with evolution attributes in the blue and green areas. However, those cores had specific equipment restrictions, either light or medium-sized. Only this purple quality Siren Banner was described as medium to large-sized universal. If we pull out this Siren Banner, wouldn't Luo's problem be solved? Sui stared at the Siren Banner icon for a long time, silently calculating the balance in his bank card. He hasn't drawn anything since the system update, since it now costs a full 1,000,000 star coins to draw once. It's obviously unrealistic to expect to immediately extract this purple quality treasure core, but as long as the system is still there, there's still some hope. Sui stroked the head that was nestled in his arms and whispered in Jiluashi's ear, "Trust me, the secret treasure for the evolution of the ship's hull will definitely be there, and it won't take long." Okay, I believe you. Although it was only a few words, Sui saw unconditional trust in Jiluashi's eyes. This trust warmed Suye's heart, and at the same time, he secretly made up his mind that he must find a way to make money as soon as possible to extract the core of the Siren Battle Banner in the system. 1,000,000 star coins per draw sounds outrageous, but the system interface clearly states that the Siren Banner has no equipment requirements and can be evolved in a medium to large sailing ships. It's practically tailor-made for Jiluashi, but we'll have to figure out how to make money later. Sui put this matter aside for the time being and decided to deal with the distribution of the spoils first. Sui rearranged the cores on the table, cleared his throat, and said, "Our spoils so far mainly consist of these, including the blue twin 102mm naval gun core, valued at 550,000 star coins, the green flying fish sail core, worth 70,000 star coins, and this one." He picked up the core of the white lion head statue, the core of a secret treasure, conservatively estimated at 3 million or more, but the exact price depends on how much the buyer is willing to pay, which is hard to determine. Ruan Xiaodo counted on his fingers, his eyes growing brighter with each calculation. 55 plus 7 plus 300. That's 3,620,000 star coins. If the 5 of us split it equally, each of us can get over 720,000. Wait, little bean. Did your math teacher teach you PE? Lin Yu grabbed Ruan Xiaodo's fingers and said helplessly, 3 million for the secret treasure is a conservative estimate. Okay? The exact price hasn't been determined yet. Besides, Sister Luo, she still needs to acquire the flying fish sail core first, so that will have to be deducted from it. Muchinga nodded. Yes, the sail core costs 70,000 star coins. Luo Shi, if you're sure you want it, this part can be deducted directly from your share. Jiluashi thought for a moment and said decisively, I want it. The worst thing about my ship right now is its speed and defense. The sails can add an extra knot of speed. Although it's not much, it's better than nothing. Then it's settled. The sails belong to Luo Shi, and the remaining twin-barreled cannons and the secret treasure core can be sold, with the proceeds split equally among the 5 of us. Suyi made a note in his notebook and then added, the market price of 550,000 for the twin-barrel naval cannon should be stable. The main problem is that it's unclear how much the secret treasure can sell for. I think we need to find out the basic market price for this kind of core item first. Leave this to me. I've been lurking in several trading groups for a long time. I'll go check it out later. Muchinga waved her phone. After the allocation plan was finalized, Ji Luoshi immediately absorbed the green flying fish sail core. She pressed the core to her chest, closed her eyes, and the energy fluctuations guided by the ship's soul scattered into streaks of green light in the air. A few seconds later, she opened her eyes, and the expression on her face was obviously much happier. How is it? Is the effect all right? Ruan Xiaodo leaned over and asked. Ji Luoshi nodded. Yes, the ship's speed has increased by 1 knot on the hull panel. That's good. I'll keep the twin naval cannons and the secret treasure here for now, and we'll deal with them once we find a suitable way to sell them. Does anyone have any objections? Suyi smiled and casually put away the remaining 2 cores on the table. Of course, no problem. You're our captain. Do you think we're afraid of you stealing our equipment? Lin Yu waved his hand. Muchinga stood up and stretched, then took Ji Luoshi's hand. All right, let's stop here for today. I'll go back to the dorm with Luoshi to rest. Her emotions have been fluctuating all day, so it's better for her to go back and rest early. Chapter 80 School Mission Rewards Distribution. Suya Gnanjit Atki Luoji. Although her eyes were still a little red, her expression had returned to normal. The 2 best friends remained very close, and their friendship was not affected by the relationship between Ji Luoshi and Suyi, which reassured Suyi a lot. Okay, let's head out early then. Get some rest, and don't stay up late, Suyi advised. Lin Yu had already put his arm around Ruan Xiaodo's shoulder and was walking towards the door, shouting, I'm leaving too. I'm going to fight Xiaoduzi until dawn. Suyi looked bewildered. What do you mean, a showdown until dawn? Are you 2 planning to stay up all night? Ruan Xiaodo rolled her eyes and explained, it's just that recently Xiaoduzi and I were playing that fighting game together. This guy's terrible at it and can't beat me, but he still insists on dragging me to play with him. Lin Yu immediately objected. Nonsense. I clearly won 2 games against you yesterday. 2 whole games. Ruan Xiaodo held up 2 fingers and waved them in front of him. You only won 2 games after playing all night yesterday, and you still have a nerve to say that? Even if I gave you a handicap, you still couldn't beat me. Don't you have any self-awareness? Lin Yu stiffened his neck, adopting a look of certain death. I'm different today than I was yesterday. I hope you don't lose too badly and end up crying later. Ruan Xiaodo was amused and said, Hey, come on. I want to see if you've improved today. If you lose tonight, you'll have to buy breakfast tomorrow. I'll take it. Who's afraid of who? Suyi watched as the 2 walked towards the door arm in arm, arguing like elementary school kids, and quickly called out to them. Wait, you're just leaving like that? Aren't you going to submit your task to Senior Lin Yu? Lin Yu paused, turned around, and his face was full of question marks. Then he slapped his forehead and said matter-of-factly, Isn't it you, Captain, who's in charge of turning in the mission? Little Bean and I are in a hurry to get back to the dorm and have our final battle until dawn. Let's go. See you tomorrow. Ruan Xiaodo waved to Suyi. Brother Yi, you've worked hard. Just let us know when the mission rewards come out. Suyi stood there, his expression gradually turning into a pair of dead fish eyes. These 2 clowns. So you're both just going to sit back and do nothing, huh? With no one to accompany him, Suyi had no choice but to go to Lin Yu alone to complete the mission. Suyi left the lounge and walked along the corridor toward the monitoring room. The quiet squad is still out on a mission. Given Lin Yu's personality, she's most likely in the monitoring room right now, watching the screens, worried that something might happen to their squad again. The quiet squad almost had a mishap when they were annihilating the disaster ship, which made Lin Yu nervous for quite a while. Although it ended without any real danger, she still felt a sense of responsibility as the senior student leading the team, and she dared not relax at all. Suyi arrived at the door of the monitoring room. The door was half open, and the lights inside were dim. The reflection from the screen shone on Lin Yu's face. At this moment, she was resting her chin on her hand, staring intently at one of the screens, occasionally tapping her finger on the control panel to switch between different monitoring perspectives. Suyi raised his hand and knocked on the door. When Lin Yu turned around and saw that it was Suyi, his expression showed no surprise. Come in. What are you doing standing at the door? Suyi walked into the monitoring room, pulled up a chair, and sat down next to her. Senior, I'm here to hand over the mission. All the disaster ships in the B.C area that our team is responsible for have been cleared. Yes, I saw it in the monitoring room at noon. As Lin Yu spoke, he picked up the tablet next to him, brought up the task system, and tapped the screen a few times. Your team performed quite well. Point B has a relatively large number of disaster ships among the 2 mission areas. I didn't expect you to finish it all on the 2nd day of the mission. Your efficiency is much higher than I expected. Suyi humbly replied, "It's just that my teammates are really good." "No, I've seen every single one of your fights." Lin Yu turned her head and glanced at him, her eyes carrying a meaningful look. "Your aircraft carrier dealt at least 60% of the total damage in this cleanup operation, especially the timing and angle of those waves of carrier-based aircraft airstrikes, which are not something a freshman could do." Suyi touched his nose, unsure how to respond, so he simply changed the subject, asking, "Senior, what exactly are the rewards for our mission?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu didn't press further. Instead, she turned the completed task settlement form on the tablet over to Suyi for him to see. "The school will give each member of your team 5,000 contribution points and 5 academic credits for this mission." Contribution points? What are they for? Suyi was a little unfamiliar with this word. You can think of contribution points as the school's internal currency. Lin Yu turned the chair around, crossed his legs, and explained, "There is a special material exchange point in the school, which is all kinds of props, equipment cores, and other materials, all of which can be exchanged with contribution points. Weapon cores, equipment cores, and even the carrier-based aircraft cores you need are all available there. Basically, everything you need at this stage is there. Also, the advanced chips that the school promised you could be obtained at the exchange point. You just need to give them your student ID number there," Lin Yu added. "Okay, I got it." Suyi nodded, then asked the question he was most concerned about. "Senior, does the exchange office accept equipment cores? We got a few useless loot items from this raid that we need to sell. They do buy back the goods, but their buyback price is usually the lowest price on the market. If you want to sell them for a higher price, it's best not to go to the school. You can go to the auction house in the city center or find a buyer privately. That way, you should be able to get a much higher price." Suyi furonid. "Oh, is the school really that greedy? They're only willing to offer the lowest price." Lin Yu shrugged. "What else? The school isn't a charity. The recycling window in the supplies department is essentially just a convenient option for students who are too lazy to bother with the process. It's all about speed. If you don't want to waste time finding a buyer, selling to the school is the easiest option. At least they won't overcharge you or rip you off." Suyi nodded. While chatting with Suyi, Lin Yu was also busy with her hands. Soon, she entered all the information about the completion of the mission to eliminate Suyi's 5-man team into the system and pressed the submit button. A moment later, Suyi's watch vibrated, receiving a message from the school's mission management office. The message was the same as what Lin Yu had said. Contribution points could be spent by swiping a student card, while academic credits needed to be checked by logging into the campus app. Received? Yes, I've got it. All right, so what are you planning to do next? Are you going back to your dorm to rest, or checking out the exchange office on the main campus? Let's go to the exchange counter. I can collect the advanced chips and see if I can sell the loot for a good price. Then take it easy." Lin Yu waved his hand. "The people at the exchange counter have very sharp eyes. They can recognize good stuff at a glance. If you have valuable items, don't let them trick you into selling them at a low price." Suyi waved to Lin Yu. "Okay, I understand. Thanks, senior. I'll treat you to milk tea another day." Lin Yu scoffed. "Stop with the nonsense. Get back to what you're doing. By the way, if you're going to sell that ship cannon core, make sure the price isn't below 500,000. Anything below that is a ripoff." Receive. Chapter 81, An Unexpected Journey to the Main Campus and the Supply Exchange Center. After finishing his business, Suyi said goodbye to Lin Yu. After leaving the monitoring room, Suyi took out his phone and used the campus app to call a car. In fact, what is called taking a taxi is actually calling a campus shuttle boat. These speedboats travel between the various islands where the school is stationed and the nearshore area where the school headquarters is located. The advantage of these speedboats is that they are fast and convenient to get around. New students have 2 free speedboat rides per week during their first month of school. If they exceed that, they have to pay 30 star coins. Suyi hasn't used any of them this week, so he's taking advantage of the free quota. At this point, some people will definitely ask, why not just summon the ship itself and sail there? The answer is actually quite simple, because you have to queue. The coastal areas surrounding the main city of Haida are all protected by defensive walls that are over 10 meters high, leaving no extra space for awakened ones to recover their ships. The only legal docking point is a public pier. All awakened beings who want to enter the city have to obediently queue up there to dock their boats and wait for security checks and registration of their entry information. The whole process takes at least 2 or 3 hours. If anyone finds it troublesome and parks their ship against the city wall, they'll be in for a ticket from the enforcement team. At best, they'll be fined. At worst, they'll be taken back for questioning on charges of endangering city safety. The fines could be enough to make an ordinary student feel the pinch for months. Suyi naturally didn't want to suffer through the long queues at the public pier. Since he hadn't used up his free speedboat rides yet, he figured he might as well take one. He waited on the dock outside the base for about 10 minutes, and then saw a small boat speeding towards him on the distant sea. This small boat is different from the ship that took them to the island. It is smaller, but much faster. When the bow is raised, you can clearly see the white waves that are being cleaved on both sides. The speedboat nimbly spun out and docked at the pier. The boatman was a middle-aged man with tan skin and a scruffy beard, who looked like someone who had made a living at sea. He waved to Suyi, his voice so loud that it could be heard even from a distance. "Young man, hurry up. I'm in a rush, so be quick." Suyi jumped onto the speedboat in a few quick steps. After the uncle turned around to make sure Suyi was seated properly, he pushed the accelerator and the speedboat shot off. The sea breeze carried a salty, fishy smell as Suyi leaned back in his chair, watching the main urban area where the Ocean University headquarters was located getting closer and closer. The setting sun was sinking below the horizon, turning half the sky orange-red, and the high-rise buildings in the main urban area were illuminated with a vivid glow. The speedboat was indeed very efficient. In less than 20 minutes, Suyi was already standing on the dock of the Ocean University headquarters. After Suyi jumped ashore, he turned around and thanked the uncle. The uncle, who was driving the boat, waved his hand, pushed the accelerator, and went to pick up the next fare. After getting ashore, Suyi took out his phone and glanced at the campus map. The exchange point was located in the central area of the main campus, about a 10-minute walk from the dock. Just as he was about to navigate there, he suddenly realized that he wasn't quite sure which building it was in, so he simply asked a passing senior for directions. "Excuse me, senior, how do I get to the supplies exchange area?" The senior student, carrying a bag and holding a cup of milk tea, was stopped by Suyi, who glanced at him and said, "A freshman, right? The exchange office is just 2 intersections down this road, then turn right. There's a big sign hanging at the entrance that's very eye-catching." "Thanks, senior. It's all right. By the way, if you're going to sell something, I suggest you ask at several different counters." The senior student lowered his voice and added, "Different appraisers offer different prices. Some are generous while others are tight." So he paused for a moment, then nodded. "I understand. Thank you for reminding me." 10 minutes later, Suyi stood at the entrance of the supplies exchange area. The place was much larger than he had imagined. The hall alone was 300 or 400 square meters. In the center was a ring of glass counters in the shape of square, and in front of each of the 4 walls was a long row of display cases, displaying all kinds of equipment cores and their corresponding price tags. The lights overhead were so bright that the cores glittered in the glass cases. There weren't many people in the hall, but there were small queues of 3 to 5 people in front of each window. Suyi scanned the area and found the counter with the sign, "Recycling Window." He waited in line for about 5 minutes before it was finally his turn. Behind the window sat a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. He had a slightly impatient expression on his face. Without even raising his eyelids, he pointed to the tray on the table and said, "Put the core in here." Suyi first placed the blue twin 102mm naval gun core on the tray, then hesitated for a moment before placing the white lion head statue core on it as well. The young man picked up the blue core, examined it from all angles, and then scanned it on the instrument. Blue twin 102mm naval gun core, 520,000 star coins. Then he casually picked up the white core, almost squeezed it once and put it down. "White decorative cores aren't worth much. I'll give you 20,000, 2 for a total of 540,000. Are you selling or not?" Suyi fronit. 520,000 is barely normal for a blue naval cannon core. Muchinga said the lowest market transaction price was 550,000. Although 520,000 is low, it is not outrageous. But this guy only offered 20,000 for that white treasure core. 20,000 star coins? That's not even a fraction of the true value of the treasure. Suyi instantly gave the school's material recycling point a bad review. He patiently and tentatively asked, "That white core, why don't you take another closer look? He wasn't asking this to argue. He just wanted to confirm the lowest estimated value of this ocean treasure at the school. The young man behind the window was already impatient. Seeing Su Ye's hesitant look, he immediately categorized him in his mind as a freeloader who only asks about prices but doesn't sell anything. He looked up at Su Ye, his tone becoming somewhat sharp. Are you going to sell it or not? Don't waste my time. There are many people in line behind you. Before Su Ye could speak, the young man added, All right, if you're not going to sell, then get out of the way. If you are, then it's 540,000. Hurry up. Stop dawdling. Su Ye's expression turned indifferent. Are you kidding me? Although this ocean treasure is of white quality, Manga has roughly estimated its price. It starts at least 3 million star coins. Even if the school accepts the lowest price, it shouldn't only give 20,000. Su Ye reached out and took the 2 cores back from the tray in front of the young man, leaving behind a remark. It seems our school's appraisers really don't have a very good eye. He didn't lower his voice when he said this, and the students and appraisers at the nearby windows could hear him clearly. The noise in the hall subsided considerably, and several pairs of eyes turned towards this side. The young man in charge of receiving Su Ye naturally heard Su Ye's evaluation of him. Su Ye's words annoyed him. He had been working in the school's supplies department for almost a year, and no student had ever dared to talk back to him like that to his face. The key point is that Su Ye's words were too damaging, directly questioning his professional level. If this gets out, how will he be able to work in the supplies department? The young man suddenly stood up, slammed his hand on the counter, and pointed at Su Ye's back, shouting, Stop right there. Explain yourself. What do you mean by the appraiser's judgment is bad? Do you know that arbitrarily slandering the school's appraisers and ruining my reputation has consequences that a student like you can't afford to bear? Chapter 82. Selling a secret treasure at a high price. Su Ye stopped and turned around, his calm expression making the young man feel a little uneasy. Explain yourself. Su Ye spoke calmly, holding up the white core in his hand, and said, word by word, This one in my hand is a treasure of the ocean. You actually think you can take it away for just 20,000 star coins? You must be dreaming. The moment the words treasures of the ocean were uttered, the entire hall fell silent. After a brief 2-second silence, the surrounding onlookers erupted in a frenzy. What? A treasure from the ocean? Did I hear that right? Holy crap. It's a secret treasure. I've only ever seen this kind of thing on the forums. Treasures of the ocean? What are those? Can someone explain them to me? Curiosity +1. Seeking clarification from knowledgeable individuals. That white core in his hand is the secret treasure. Didn't the appraiser just say it was just an ordinary decorative core? An older student wearing glasses pushed up his glasses and spoke in a tone that suggested he was there to explain things to them. How ignorant. The treasures of the sea are not really a big secret. It's just that they are so rare that they are usually bought up at high prices as soon as they are brought out, which is why many people have never even heard of them. No, brother, you've been talking for so long, but haven't explained what it's for. I hate riddle-solving people the most. They always leave things unsaid. It drives me crazy. The bespectacled man wasn't annoyed by the rebuke. He cleared his throat and continued. Ahem. Actually, the so-called ocean treasure isn't a specific equipment core. Rather, these equipment cores share a common characteristic. Absorbing such a core can evolve the ship's hull. What? Ship hull evolution? You mean if I use this ocean treasure, my medium-sized sailboat can evolve into a large sailboat? Could a wooden sailboat hull also evolve into an ironclad warship? Evolution is random, and the type of ship after evolution is not fixed. But as far as I know, there have been people who have successfully evolved from wooden sailboats into ironclad warships. My cousin's uncle's girlfriend's lover is like that. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall instantly turned red in the eyes. A multitude of greedy, eager, and envious gazes converged from all directions, focusing entirely on Su Ye. Given their demeanor, if this weren't a society governed by the rule of law, Su Ye was genuinely afraid that these people would turn into bandits on the spot, pin him to the ground, and rob him outright. The young man, standing behind the window, was now as white as a sheet. He also heard the whispers of the crowd around him, and every word they said felt like a slap in the face. He finally began to realize that he seemed to have gotten himself into trouble. To appraise a treasure from the ocean as a mere decorative core and offer only 20,000 star coins is, to put it mildly, negligence. To put it bluntly, dereliction of duty. If the school finds out, it will be questionable whether he can keep his job. If you think this lion statue is a secret treasure, why didn't you say so sooner? The young man's voice trembled slightly. Upon hearing this, Suyi was both amused and annoyed. I already told you to take a closer look, but you were impatient, and now you're blaming me? Just then, a door on the side of the counter was pushed open, and an elderly man with gray hair hurriedly came out. He was wearing a blue uniform from a materials management department, with a nameplate pinned to his left chest that read, Materials Management, Chun Yaoxian. When the appraisers in the hall saw the old man, they all instinctively sat up straight. The young man behind the window turned even paler, his mind filled with only 4 words. It's all over. Chun Yaoxian strode up to Su Yi, a kind smile on his face, and asked in a gentle tone, Hello, young student, what's your name? Would it be convenient for us to talk privately? Su Yi glanced at the old man's nameplate, confirmed his identity, and nodded. Hello, Teacher Chun, my name is Suyi. Suyi? What nice name. Chun Yaoxian smiled and gestured for him to come in. Come sit in my office for a while, let's chat. After saying that, he turned and glanced at the young man behind the window who was silent as a cicada in fear. He didn't say anything, but just shook his head slightly. This head-shaking gesture was more painful for the young man than any scolding. He knew his performance review for the month was completely ruined. Suyi followed Chun Yaoxian into an office. The office was not large, but it was quite clean. There were many course samples on the shelves against the wall, and a tea set that did not look cheap was on the table. After Chun Yaoxian had Su Yi sit down, he didn't immediately ask about the secret treasure. Instead, he took out a small bag of exquisitely packaged tea from the drawer, slowly brewed 2 cups of tea, and then handed one of them to Su Yi. Su Yi took the teacup and gently blew on it, releasing a refreshing aroma of tea into his nostrils. Although he didn't know much about tea, after taking a small sip, he felt that this tea was indeed extraordinary. The tea was sweet and refreshing, with a particularly noticeable aftertaste, and it was in a completely different league from the tea bags bought in supermarkets. This tea is good, Su Yi said honestly. Chun Yaoxian chuckled twice. It was sent from my old friend's hometown. It's only a few taels a year, so I'm using to entertain you today. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Yi didn't wait for the other party to speak before taking out the white lion head statue core from his pocket and handing it over. Teacher Chun, this white quality core is the secret treasure. Could you please take a look at it? After receiving the core of the secret treasure, Chun Yaoxian sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from it. Then, he closed his eyes and activated his ship soul to carefully perceive the specific additional attributes of the core. Su Yi held his teacup and sipped slowly, not in a hurry. In less than half a minute, Chun Yaoxian opened his eyes. His smile deepened as he gently placed the core back on the table and said, Indeed, this lion statue is a treasure of the sea. It has the special effect, Ship's Soul Evolution, in its attribute entries. There's no mistake. He paused, a hint of regret in his voice. It's a pity that this core can only evolve small sailboats. If it could also be used on medium or large hulls, the price would be completely different. Suya secretly admired him. Muchinga had taken a minute to sense all the attributes, but this teacher Chun had done it in less than half a minute. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. Chun Yaoxian continued, Student Su, let me be frank. If you send this core to the largest auction house in the city center, the starting price should be around 3 million. There's no shortage of buyers for treasures, but even if you find a suitable bidder, the final transaction price should not exceed 6 million star coins. He paused here, observing Su Ye's reaction. Su Ye's hand holding the teacup remained motionless, and his expression was calm, as usual. Chun Yaoxian couldn't help but secretly admire him. This kid is young, but his calm demeanor is really interesting. He continued, As you know, the supply department usually buys student spoils at the lowest price, but today I can make the decision. The core school will offer 5.5 million star coins to buy this treasure. What do you think? So he put down his teacup and quickly began to make plans in his mind. 5,500,000 is indeed a fair price. It may fetch a higher price at an auction house, but to get more than 5,500,000, the final auction price would have to be over 6 million. Sending items to the auction house incurs a handling fee, which is typically between 10% and 15% of the total auction price. Moreover, sending it to an auction house would take at least a month to receive the money. Although the school's offer was slightly lower than the auction house's ideal price, it was more convenient, faster, and the money would arrive immediately. Thinking of this, Suyi stood up and respectfully bowed to Chen Yao. Teacher Chen's offer is very reasonable. I will give you this treasure for 5.5 million. Chapter 83, Receiving the Advanced Chip. Chen Yaoxian was delighted to see Suyi agree. In fact, an old friend of his had long ago asked him to help him find a way to obtain a secret treasure. This old friend happened to have a research project that required the core of this secret treasure that could evolve the ship's hull. Okay, that's great. Chen Yaoxian took out his phone and fiddled with it a few times. Sue, could you please give me your bank card information? I'll have the finance department make the payment directly. Less than 2 minutes after Su Yi gave his car number, his phone vibrated and received a bank transfer notification. 5.5 million star coins, not a penny less. So he glanced at the text message and immediately felt much more at ease. Although this amount of money was just a drop in the ocean compared to the lottery pool, as long as he saved it up slowly, little by little, he could at least see a glimmer of hope. Suyi put away his phone and remembered something else. By the way, Teacher Chun, my ship's soul level has reached level 10. Is this where I get the advancement chip? Upon hearing this, Chen Yaoxian raised an eyebrow slightly and looked at Su Yi with some surprise. This kid has already reached level 10 after only a few days of school? Wait a moment, I'll have someone bring you the advanced chip. After Chen Yaoxian finished speaking, he picked up the landline on the table and made a call. After giving a few brief instructions, less than 3 minutes later, someone knocked on the door and handed Chen Yaoxian a palm-sized metal box. Chen Yaoxian pushed the box in front of Su Yi. The method of using the first-level advanced chip is the same as that of the ordinary core. Just hold it close to your chest to absorb it. After absorption, your ship's soul will break through the level limit, and all basic attributes will be significantly improved. The specific improvement will vary from person to person. So he took the box, opened it, and looked inside. There was a light blue chip inside, and the runes on its surface shimmered under the light. Thank you, Teacher Chun. Don't rush off. Chen Yaoxian gestured for him to sit down, then glanced at the blue twin-barreled naval cannon core on the table. This naval cannon core is yours too, right? Since you're already here, I'll just take it for you. I won't haggle over the price. I'll buy it at the market price of 550,000 star coins. How about that? Sui was stunned for a moment, then laughed. This Teacher Chun was really generous. He gave a high price of 5.5 million for the secret treasure and the upper limit of the market price for the cannon core. It was no exaggeration to praise him for being kind. Thank you, Teacher Chun. A minute later, Su Ye's phone vibrated again. The 5.5 million secret treasure cores and 550,000 ship cannon cores, totaling 6.05 million star coins, had all been credited to his account. After confirming the amount received, Su Yi stood up and said goodbye to Chen Yaoxian. As he walked out of the office, he passed the recycling window and found that the young man from before was no longer there, and a service temporarily suspended sign was temporarily hanging on the window. The appraisers of the next window looked at Su Yi as he came out with a complex mix of emotions, envy, curiosity, and a hint of schadenfreude as they waited to see their colleague get punished. Ignoring the stares, Su Yi walked straight to the exhibition area. The exchange hall was quite large. Su Yi estimated it to be at least 300 square meters. In the center was a ring of glass counters in a U shape, and each of the 4 walls had a long row of glass display cases. The spotlights overhead illuminated every core in the counters clearly. So he wasn't in a hurry to browse. He started by looking at the white quality areas and slowly moved towards the higher quality areas, silently calculating the purchasing power of his contribution points. White quality cannon core, priced at 5,000 contribution points. Green quality direct drive propeller core, priced at 18,000 contribution points. Blue quality with built-in diesel engine core, priced at 80,000 contribution points. Purple quality SBD Dreadnought dive bomber core, priced at 1,200,000 contribution points. 1,200,000 contribution points. So he gasped as he looked at the number. According to his calculations, 1 contribution point was roughly equal to 10 star coins. So 1,200,000 contribution points was 12 million star coins, more than double the money he had just earned from selling the secret treasure. However, he was really envious of the SBD dive bomber. Although he currently had 2 carrier-based aircraft, the F-4F Wildcat and Camel, the Wildcat was essentially an air superiority fighter, and the Camel was the oldest biplane fighter. In terms of the accuracy and efficiency of dive bombing, The SBD was the true ceiling-level dive bomber. I'll remember this for now, and I'll buy it when I have more money. Sui silently added the SBD bomber to his shopping cart and continued browsing. What excited him most was the blue-quality built-in diesel engine core, worth 80,000 contribution points, equivalent to 800,000 star coins. This is exactly the kind of modification core that Luoshi can use. One of the biggest problems with her current sailboat is that it lacks power and relies entirely on wind power. When there is no wind, it's like a coffin floating on the sea. If it can be equipped with an internal diesel engine and a propeller assembly core, at least the basic speed can be kept up with it, so as not to fall behind. Sui took out his phone, took a picture of the built-in diesel engine core, and sent it to Luoshi. Less than a minute after the message was sent, Suye's phone buzzed twice. He looked down and saw that it was none other than Luoshi. Hiruoji, Suye, are you deliberately trying to entice me? Suye, no way. I just happened to see some useful cores at the resource exchange point. Let's take on more missions so you can collect enough contribution points to exchange for them sooner. Luoshi, but it's really expensive. It costs a whole 80,000 contribution points. Sui, actually, there are similar engine cores in stores outside, but the price may be more than 800,000 star coins. Luoshi, I've already seen the price online. It's 1.1 million star coins. The propeller power unit core alone costs over 200,000. After chatting for a while, Sui put his phone back in his pocket, took one last look at the glittering cores in the display case and sighed. Sigh, still short of money. It's really frustrating to see something good that you can't afford. After the system's lottery shop was updated, the price increased to 1 million per draw, which is ridiculously expensive. He finally made over 6 million by selling secret treasures. After splitting the money among himself and his friends, he had a little over 1 million in cash. But when he looked at the price of the SBD bomber, it wasn't even a fraction of the price. As Sui stepped out of the exchange office, it was already completely dark outside. The streetlights on campus were on, casting long shadows on the ground with their warm yellow light. As he walked toward the speedboat dock, he was mentally planning his next move. He would eventually have a chance to draw the siren banner from the system shop, and the SBD bomber was a long-term goal. All these items would require an astronomical amount of star coins or contribution points. Looks like I'll have to ask Linyu, the rich kid, later. His family owns a company, so he has more ways to make money than we do. If all else fails, I can ask him to point me in the right direction, Suyi muttered to himself. The sea breeze carried the salty taste of the sea. The uncle at the speedboat dock had already arrived and was waiting for Suyi after receiving his taxi order. Suyi jumped on his speedboat and leaned back in his seat. The night sea breeze tousled his hair, but his expression remained calm and natural. He closed his eyes slightly, and Luoshi's trusting gaze kept replaying in his mind. When she said, "Okay, I believe you," her tone was so matter-of-fact. This silly girl. Suyi slightly opened his eyes and watched the outline of the distant island getting closer and closer, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. Chapter 84, returning to Wanghai Island and sharing profits with the squad. Half an hour later, inside the dormitory at the Wanghai Island base. After arriving at the dormitory building, Suyi immediately sent a message in the team group. Those who are still awake, come to the third-floor corridor. It's time to split the money. After sending the message, he leaned against the wall and waited for less than half a minute. The door at the end of the corridor clicked open, and Wan Xiaodo, with messy hair, peeked out from the crack in the door. Her eyes were narrowed to slits, but shone like a weasel's. Share the money? Share what money? Is it the kind of money I'm thinking of? If you don't come soon, it will be gone, Suyi said calmly. Before Wan Xiaodo had even fully stepped out the door, her feet had already stepped out. She was wearing a large t-shirt with a yellow SpongeBob SquarePants printed on it and flip-flops on her feet. Suddenly, a sea breeze swept through the corridor, and Wan Xiaodo hissed from the cold, but she didn't stop walking. She ran straight to Suyi and asked, "Boss, tell me quickly, how much did you get for it? What's the rush? We'll wait until everyone's here." Linyu followed closely behind, swaying his head as he walked out. He was completely different from Wan Xiaodo. This guy hadn't slept at all. His hair was slicked back and shiny, and he was holding a game controller in his hand. You could tell at a glance that this kid had just been in the middle of a battle. "Brother Yi, is it all done?" "Nailed it." Muchinga and Luoshi were the last to come out. Muchinga wore a dark blue coat, and her hair was casually tied in a low ponytail. She looked so capable that she didn't seem like she had just been woken up by the news. Ji Luoshi followed behind her, still wearing slippers. She rubbed her eyes with one hand and tugged at Muchinga's sleeve with the other, mumbling incoherently. I just dreamt that my ship's soul evolved, and my phone vibrated when I was just missing the last core. Suyi, you owe me back my beautiful dream. Suyi chuckled. Then what I'm about to say might be more valuable than a beautiful dream. The 5 people formed a circle in the corridor. Suyi didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. I've dealt with both cores. I sold them for a total of 6.05 million star coins, which is much more than we estimated. Now it's time to divide the spoils. Muchinga rolled her eyes. What do you mean by dividing the spoils? That sounds awful. People will think we're a bandit gang having a team-building event. Lin Yu didn't care about dividing the spoils at all. When he heard the numbers Suyi mentioned, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. 605? My goodness, are you serious? That's almost half, as much as we estimated. You didn't manage to fool the people at the school supplies department, did you? Get lost. What do you mean by deceiving? I meant fully showcasing the value of the product, making buyers aware of its scarcity and potential for appreciation, Suyi said sternly. Speak like a human. I met a knowledgeable teacher at the supplies department, and he offered me a fair price. Ruan Xiaodo clutched her chest and leaned back against the wall, her posture resembling that of someone in a Qionyao drama. Holy crap, 605. Does that mean we can each get more than 1 million? If I had known I could get so much, I should have just taken that blue naval cannon core back then. That stuff was worthless compared to this profit split. It's nothing at all. What was I thinking, being so stingy back then? I regret it now. I'm so damn regretful. How dare you say that? Lin Yu raised his hand and smacked him on the back of the head. The force wasn't great, but the sound was crisp. I told you back then that you could use that core, and I would let you get it. Who said that again? Oh, it's too expensive. Save your money. What if there's something better later? Now look what's happened. If you want to buy it back, you'll have to spend at least tens of thousands more. This is a complete waste of your money. Ruan Xiaodo covered the back of her head with a bitter face, opened her mouth several times, and finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. I didn't expect the treasure to be so valuable. This is the first time I've ever seen a real treasure in my life. I've only seen it in screenshots on the forum before. Who knew that I would get it just by casually refreshing the disaster ship group? What's the difference between this probability and getting gold in a single draw? All right, stop wailing. Suyi waved his hand. It's just a blue core. It's not like it's a rare item. There are plenty of other things in the sea, and we can always go back and try again next time. You know how lucky we are? Maybe next time we can even get a purple quality core. After he finished speaking, he looked down and swiped his phone a few times. A few seconds later, all 4 of them received the message almost simultaneously. Each of the 5 people received 1.21 million. Muchinga had previously estimated that each person would receive a conservative estimate of 600,000 to 700,000, but the actual amount received was almost double what she expected. Ruan Xiaodo stared at his phone and grinned foolishly for several seconds. Even the SpongeBob SquarePants on his stomach looked bigger from laughing. Even Muchinga, who was usually calm, couldn't suppress her smile. Although she didn't laugh as wildly as Ruan Xiaodo, the curve of her eyes couldn't lie. 1,200,000 star coins. What does that amount mean to a freshman? A breakfast at a stall near the school gate costs only 5 yuan, and a blue quality ship cannon core costs only 5 or 600,000 on the market. This amount of money is enough for them to add a major component to their ship. Lin Yu stared at the balance for a long time, then suddenly grabbed Su Ye's shoulder and said excitedly, as if he had won the lottery, "Brother Yi, from today onwards you are my god of wealth, and I am your henchman. From now on, wherever you point, I will go. Going through fire and water is just a matter of a word. If I even frown, I am not Lin." Suyi disdainfully shook his arm off his shoulder. "Don't give me that. Your family owns a company. 1 million or so yuan is just a month's allowance for you. Young Master Lin, right? That's different." Lin Yu's expression suddenly became very serious, and his tone was so earnest that it was almost unlike him. "The money at home is the family's money, and it doesn't feel like much when you spend it. It's just a string of numbers. But this money is money that I personally squeezed out of the disaster ship's mouth. It was money that you, Brother Yi, led us to earn with every shot. I, Lin Yu, have lived for 18 years, and this is the first time I've earned a 6-figure sum on my own. This feels much more real than the pocket money my old deng gives me." Ruan Xiaodo nodded repeatedly beside her. Yes. My parents used to give me pocket money every month, and I didn't feel anything when I spent it. Now, I earn this money myself, and I'm reluctant to spend the balance in my card. I just want to take a screenshot and set it as my phone wallpaper to look at every day. Muchinga put her phone back in her coat pocket and yawned. All right, the spoils dividing meeting is over. Don't just stand there. Go back to your room and get some sleep. I'm so tired. Sister Moo, why don't you treat the whole team to a late-night snack? Wan Xiaodo blurted out. Dream on. This is my secret stash of money. Muchinga laughed as soon as she finished speaking. Ji Luoshi rubbed her eyes and prepared to go back to her room, still feeling sleepy. Then I'll go back and continue sleeping. Maybe that dream can continue. I only need one last part for my ironclad warship to be launched. It's all Suye's fault. What did you dream about? Muchinga asked casually. I dreamt that I was speeding across the sea in an evolved ironclad warship, so fast that even Suye's aircraft carrier couldn't catch me. Ji Luoshi said this with a strong sense of regret, clearly still harboring resentment towards the dream that had been blown away by the news. So he didn't respond to that, but a string in his heart was gently plucked. He watched Ji Luoshi's back as she returned to her room, and the purple icon of the Siren battle flag on the system lottery interface flashed through his mind again. Chapter 85. Mental power exceeds 100, comprehends the first active skill. After distributing the money and returning to their respective rooms, Suyi lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, his mind filled with the tempting grand prizes on the lottery interface. He opened the system and saw that the Siren banner was still quietly lying in the purple quality column. The purple epic quality has no equipment requirements. It is a medium to large sailing ship that can be evolved. It increases speed by 10% when sailing with the wind and by 5% when sailing against the wind. After killing enemies and accumulating enough experience, you can unlock the ship's soul evolution. Each attribute is incredibly valuable on its own. Together, they're simply a top-quality treasure core tailor-made for Ji Luoshi. But the problem is, with so many items in the prize pool, what is the probability of drawing a specific purple item? So he didn't calculate it specifically, but even a fool could tell that it wasn't very high. If he spent 1,000,000 star coins, he would most likely get something useless, something that wouldn't even make sound. To smoke or not to smoke, that is the question. So he muttered to himself, staring at the ceiling. His feelings were conflicted, but reason told him that a single pull couldn't produce a miracle, just like the Mandel brick collector's chest on a certain penguin. He tossed and turned on the bed for a while, then finally slapped himself in the face. What's the point of worrying? I should get down to business first. With this little money, I don't even have the qualifications to fill the card pool, let alone talk about the lottery. Then Suyi took out the palm-sized metal box from under his pillow. After opening the lid, the first-level advanced chip was lying obediently inside. The runes on its surface glowed with a faint blue light under the desk lamp, giving it a high-end feel. After taking out the chip, Suyi pressed it to his chest, closed his eyes, and guided the ship's soul to absorb this key that broke the level cap. As Suyi absorbed the ship's soul, the advanced chip directly fused into a ball of golden light and drilled into his chest skin. Suyi felt a warm current spreading from his chest throughout his body, a tingling and numb sensation that was not painful, but rather brought an indescribable sense of pleasure. Suyi could feel every muscle in his body swelling slightly, not in an uncomfortable way, but rather a fullness filled with surging power. This feeling lasted for about a minute before gradually subsiding. Suyi opened his eyes and moved his fingers. His knuckles cracked a few times, and when he clenched his fist, he felt a significant increase in strength. It wasn't an illusion. It was a real improvement. He threw 2 punches into the air, the wind from his punches whistling as if the air itself was being compressed by Suye's punches. The most crucial thing is mental strength. Suye's mental strength has broken through the 100 mark. 100 mental strength is the first watershed for awakened individuals. Only when mental strength reaches 100 points can one comprehend the first active skill. Suyi opened the ship's soul panel, where the complete attributes after advancement were clearly listed. Name, Suye. Level, 10, 300,000 experience points needed to reach the next level. Physical fitness, 50 plus, 200. Spirit, 102. Ship soul, S rank. Ship hull, nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Ship durability, 200,000,200,000. Speed, 35 knots. Weapons, 4 Type 1130 close-in weapon systems, 10,000 rounds per minute, 5-minute reload time. Carrier-based aircraft. Sopwith Camel Biplane Fighter 1515, 1 automatically produced every 30 minutes. Maximum quantity 15. F4F Wildcat carrier-based aircraft 2424, 1 automatically produced every 45 minutes. Maximum quantity 24. Equipment. High-energy nuclear reactor 2, SG search radar. Maximum sea search radius 40 kilometers plus 5% mental strength bonus. Ultra-high strength composite armor. Ship's sole trait. An unsinkable floating island at sea. Unique passive. Active skill. Once time acceleration is activated, the number of carrier-based aircraft can be immediately replenished to the maximum. Skill cooldown time. 12 hours. So you stare at the bottom line for a full half-minute before squeezing out 2 words through gritted teeth, defying the heavens. Time acceleration. The effect of this active skill is simple and straightforward. No matter how many carrier-based aircraft you lose, you can replenish them all at once by using the time acceleration active skill. 15 camels and 24 F4F Wildcats all gone? No problem. Try a one-click reset. This skill is practically like having an extra life in a protracted war of attrition. Just when the enemy has finally worn down all your carrier-based aircraft and is about to charge at the carrier itself, so you can activate time acceleration, instantly summoning a full squadron of carrier-based aircraft, guaranteed to make the enemy's mentality collapse. Sui became increasingly excited, wishing he could go out to sea right now and find a disaster ship fleet to test his skills. But when he glanced at his phone, it was already 2 a.m. Never mind, let's go to sleep. Sui pulled the blanket over his head, forcing himself to close his eyes, but he couldn't suppress the smile on his lips, and he fell asleep with a smile on his face. The following morning, after Sui finished washing up, he pushed open the door and went out. Just then, Muchinga and Jiluashi also came out of their respective rooms, and the 3 of them walked together toward the cafeteria. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Suye's peripheral vision immediately caught sight of the quiet squad in the corner. 5 people sat together, breakfast was laid out in front of them, but almost no one touched their chopsticks. Sitting quietly in the middle, holding a cup of soy milk in both hands, staring blankly at the table, Li Jingyi was eating a steamed bun next to him, his expression like he was chewing wax. He took a long time to swallow each bite. Zhang Feng and Lu Yishou were even more exaggerated, both with the same dark circles under their eyes, clearly indicating that they hadn't slept well last night. This atmosphere is like a funeral, Sui muttered to himself. Muchinga followed his gaze and frowned, saying, "It seems their mission yesterday didn't go very well. Last night, I saw someone in the class group say that something was wrong at Point A. 2 groups of disaster ships somehow ended up together." Jiluashi took a bite of her steamed bun, her cheeks bulging, and mumbled, "I heard they took down 3 ships after a whole day of fighting, and the rest are all grouped together, their firepower as dense as rain." Just as Suyi was about to say something, and Jing suddenly put down her soy milk cup and stood up. Her movement was a bit too big, and she bumped into the table, splashing a lot of soy milk out of the cup. Under the watchful eyes of her teammates, she walked straight to Su Ye's dining table. After standing still, she opened her mouth but didn't know where to start, her expression somewhat conflicted. "Sui, and is there something you need to talk to me about?" And Jing took a deep breath, as if she had made some important decision, and spoke much faster than usual. "Hey Suyi, could you help our team out today? I know you've already helped twice before, and I know it's not right to keep bothering you, but we really have no other choice." Suye's impression of Jing wasn't bad. In the 2 times they had dealt with her before, she was quite decisive in her words and actions, and she was very polite when asking him for help. She always had the right attitude when asking for favors. Unlike her 2 teammates, Zhang Feng and Lu Yishou, who started putting on airs after only knowing each other for 2 days, implying that we're classmates, shouldn't we help each other out? The moral blackmail was palpable even from 3 blocks away. But before Su Yi could speak, Ruan Xiaodo, who had already arrived at the cafeteria for lunch, placed her bowl of soy milk on the table. The porcelain bowl clattered against the stainless steel tabletop with a loud bang. Ruan Xiaodo's tone was unhurried, exactly the same as when she mocked Lin Yu after he tricked her in a game. "And the mission to destroy the disaster ship was assigned to our 2 teams, right? The mission details are clear. We're each responsible for our own squad's target area. My boss has already helped you twice. The first time by rescuing you, and the second time by helping with reconnaissance and location. He didn't charge you a single penny for his assistance either time. Helping is a favor. Not helping is his right. Is that fair? And Jing was speechless for a moment after hearing Yuan Xiaodo's words, especially since every word Yuan Xiaodo said was spot on. Chapter 86. Brother, are you robbing me? Suyi helped twice without accepting a single penny, which would be considered more than enough by any standard. If she were to say anything like, you should help us, she would feel ashamed. But then she thought of yesterday's dismal performance, and Anjing's ears started to burn. Yesterday, they fought back and forth with the disaster fleet from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., going back and forth dozens of times. And what was the result? There were originally 17 disaster ships at Point A. After a whole day of fighting, 3 were sunk. Furthermore, because the two groups of disaster ships merged, the firepower network became even denser. The quiet heavy cruiser lost nearly half its durability in less than 20 minutes. If it hadn't retreated quickly, it probably would have been destroyed at Point A yesterday. Today is the last day of the mission deadline. If we can't clear out those 14 disaster ships, not only will we not get any contribution points, but we'll also lose academic credits. If a student's credit score drops below 80 within a semester, they will be removed from their current class and reassigned to a preparatory class. What's a preparatory class? To put it nicely, it's a place to prove yourself again. To put it bluntly, it's almost like exile. Moreover, there's an unwritten rule in the school that if a student from the elite class is demoted to the preparatory class, no matter how well they perform later, they can never transfer back to the elite class. If they enter the elite class and then leave, it is equivalent to being permanently demoted and never being able to return. Anjing couldn't bear the consequences, nor could anyone in her team. Anjing clenched her fists, her voice carrying a pleading tone she herself didn't realize. But today is our last chance. There's still 14 disaster ships at Point A. With our current squad strength, it's almost impossible for us to clear them all in one day. Suyi was somewhat curious. Anjing's heavy cruiser must have formidable firepower, more than enough to deal with low-level disaster ships. With her 4 teammates employing a hit-and-run tactic, they could probably take down 7 or 8 ships in a day. What exactly happened? Suyi put down his cup and said in a more serious tone, with your squad configuration, even if the efficiency is a bit low, you should be able to take down 7 or 8 ships a day without any problem. How come you only sank 3 ships yesterday? This result doesn't sound right at all. Anjing bit her lower lip and remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. Yesterday, when I led my team to Point A, we discovered that the disaster ship groups that were originally marked as 2 separate groups had suddenly merged. This wasn't a temporary arrangement. It was 2 entire squadrons of disaster-stricken ships being merged into one fleet. We tried various methods to lure some of them away first and then defeat them one by one, but those disaster ships simply wouldn't disperse. If we lured any one of them, the entire disaster ship fleet would come after us. Later, I held the line from the front while the others attacked from the flanks, but the enemy's crossfire was too dense. My ship's durability dropped by half in less than 10 minutes. We barely managed to take down 3 ships with a desperate effort. After that, everyone on our team had less than half their durability left, so we had to retreat. Suye's brows furrowed involuntarily after hearing this. The sudden merging of 2 groups of disaster ships seemed completely out of place. Although the disaster ships are not human, their behavior patterns are regular, and they will not change their formation without reason under normal circumstances. But now is not the time to think about that. Anjing is right about one thing. In their current state, their team really can't take down the 14 disaster ships that are grouped together on their own. After listening to Anjing's words, Yuan Xiaodo immediately had an idea. This kid may look simple-minded, but he's quick-witted. Last night, Suyi complained to him before leaving that he didn't have enough money, and now the opportunity has come knocking on his door. Yuan Xiaodo cleared her throat, her expression instantly switching to business-like mode. And it's not impossible to ask my boss for help, but Anjing's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this, like a drowning person grabbing a rope. But what? Tell me. We finished our task yesterday, so we're free today, Yuan Xiaodo said, counting on her fingers one by one. But we can't help you for nothing. That's a principle that applies everywhere, right? Even if your squad issues a support mission in the school mission area, you still have to pay, right? And given your current situation, 14 disaster ships grouped together, honestly, even if you post on the mission board, I doubt many people would dare to accept it. He deliberately drew out the word, a sly smile spreading across his face. It'll cost extra. The 5 members of the quiet squad fell silent. The words more money struck them like 2 dull thuds, leaving them speechless. And Jing's reaction was surprisingly calm. She didn't haggle or put on a wronged look. She simply nodded and asked, "Okay, how much do you want?" Ruan Xiaodo stopped talking at this moment, turned her head to look at Su Yi, and made it clear that it was time for her to step in, boss. Su Yi silently gave Ruan Xiaodo a thumbs up in his heart. This kid is something else. He just made all the necessary points. First, he emphasized the importance of relationships and obligations. Then he pointed out how difficult your current situation is, and finally he made a reasonable offer. Even someone as sensible as Jing could only accept it. Su Yi looked at Jing and held up 2 fingers. 2 options. You can choose one. And Jing stared intently at Su Yi, while her 4 teammates also perked up their ears. The first option is the same as last time. I will only provide reconnaissance and use my carrier-based aircraft to help you locate the specific position and formation of the disaster fleet. You can decide on the tactics and fight your own battles. This is simple and only costs 20,000 star coins. The second option is to provide full long-range fire support and launch an airstrike to help you eliminate at least 13 of the 14 disaster ships. If you choose this option, you can pay 250,000 star coins or 20,000 contribution points. 250,000. Upon hearing the second offer's price, Li Jingyi jumped up from his chair, his voice so loud it could be heard throughout the entire cafeteria. "Dude, are you robbing me?" The members of Su Ye's team couldn't help but look at Li Jingyi. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have been a bit too excited, and his face flushed red as he quickly sat back down. However, his resentment did not diminish at all. He lowered his voice, but his tone was still very aggressive. "We will only get 5,000 contribution points each after completing this mission, which is equivalent to 50,000 star coins each. You are asking for 250,000. Does that mean that all the time we have spent working for Su Yi has been for nothing?" Upon hearing this, Ruan Xiaodo ignored the other party and said, "What do you think? You think you can get my boss for free just because of a few words? You helped me twice last time without asking for money. Have you guys been spoiled? Helping once is a favor. Helping twice is a kindness, but helping a third time is a different price. Don't you understand?" Lin Yu chimed in sarcastically, glancing deliberately at Zhang Feng and Lu Yishou. "Some people are really shameless. The other day they were saying in front of us that it's only right for classmates to help each other, but now that it's time to pay, they complain it's too expensive. Does that mean I've been wronged for helping them twice for nothing? We're all classmates. No one owes anyone anything. Stop with this moral blackmail. It's pointless." Zhang Feng's face flushed red and then turned pale as he was rebuked. He wanted to argue back, but every word Lin Yu said stuck in his throat. He had indeed said that helping each other was the right thing to do, and now any explanation would sound like sophistry. Lu Yishou was in an even worse situation. He didn't even open his mouth. Just being looked at made his face burn. Chapter 87. Su Yi. Real life has beaten me up. Ignoring her teammates' reactions, Anjing looked down and quickly scrolled through her phone, her brows furrowed tightly. In fact, after the retreat yesterday afternoon, she immediately posted a request for assistance on the school's mission system. 4 or 5 people asked her about it, but as soon as they heard that it was a group of 14 disaster ships, they all refused immediately. The reasons for refusing were basically the same. Helping out is to earn extra money, not to risk one's life. A fleet of disaster ships of this size is not something that a small, well-equipped team can easily handle. 2 senior students expressed interest, but they only agreed to take the job if they could form a temporary team of at least 4 more people, and each person would be charged separately. Anjing did the math and realized that if they really gathered 4 senior students, the total cost would start at least at 500,000 star coins, which they simply couldn't afford. Therefore, the price of 250,000 offered by Su Yi is not only not expensive in the current market, but can even be said to be very generous. Anjing put her phone away, took a deep breath, looked up at Su Yi, and said decisively, "Okay, it's 250,000, but you have to guarantee that you'll help us eliminate half of the 14 disaster ships." Sujian nodded. "Okay, no problem." Anjing turned around and walked back to her team's table, briefly explaining Su Ye's conditions. Her tone was more like an announcement than a request for opinions, as there was no other choice at this point. Li Jingyi was the first to speak up. "Okay, As long as Su Yi can help us deal with half of the disaster ships, I can offer 50,000 star coins. He was the one who jumped the hardest just now, but after Anjing explained the situation clearly, he was the first to understand. Although the 250,000 yuan hurt, it was nothing compared to the deduction of academic credits. Gu Hao, the usually quiet boy next to Li Zhongyi, also nodded in agreement. Only Zhang Feng and Lu Yishou were left. The two looked at each other, neither willing to be the first to give in, ultimately because they couldn't save face. Just a few days ago, they were implying to Su Yi that helping him was the right thing to do, but now, only a few days later, they're the ones bowing their heads and begging for his help. This contrast would be hard for anyone to bear. Anjing glanced at the two of them, her tone calm, but her words carrying weight. Su Yi is the only one in the entire school willing to take on this task. If we don't clear out the disaster ship today, we will all lose 5 credits. It's only the beginning of the semester. If we lose credits a few more times later, we'll all have to be kicked out of Class 1. The last sentence was like a bucket of cold water poured over my head. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words, "I'll pay." Seeing that Zhang Feng had nodded, Lu Yishou could only hum in agreement. Anjing turned around and gave Su Yi an OK sign. 250,000 star coins. Each of us 5 will contribute 50,000, and we will pay you immediately after the mission is completed. There will be no delays. Su Yi's lips curled up slightly. He was thinking about how to make money yesterday, and today he's already started making money. Although the income of 250,000 yuan in one day is still a drop in the bucket compared to the price of the system lottery, it is at least a good start. Seeing Su Yi's barely suppressed smile, Ji Luoxi and Mu Qingge both rolled their eyes at him. The 2 women were also puzzled. Su Yi seemed like a different person ever since he came back from selling his goods yesterday. He would ask everyone he met if they knew any ways to make money. They felt like Su Yi had been possessed by some unclean spirit. However, now is not the time to ask questions. Since the deal has been reached, let's get to work quickly. Su Yi took 3 box meals from the refrigerator, put them in the microwave for a few seconds, and quickly ate them with Ji Luoxi and Mu Qingge. The quiet squad was also engrossed in eating breakfast, the atmosphere like a pre-battle mobilization. No one was talking much, they were just silently stuffing food into their mouths. 15 minutes later, Su Yi stood up and clapped his hands. "Let's go." He only brought Ji Luoxi and Mu Qingge with him this time. Lin Yu and Ruan Xiaodou said that instead of spending time helping in battle, they should go back to their dorms and play games. Anyway, Su Yi has so many carrier-based aircraft that one round of airstrikes can almost fulfill Anjing's request for assistance. Su Yi said to Ji Luoxi and Mu Qingge, "Didn't you two mention wanting to practice more carrier-based aircraft operations? Today is perfect. Someone is paying you two to practice." Mu Qingge lowered her voice and leaned closer. "Keep your voice down. It'll be bad if they hear you. They paid us to help them. It would be so embarrassing if what you said got out." Ji Luoxi tugged at Su Yi's sleeve. "That's right. Stop showing off. No one will think you're mute. By the way, we 2 beauties are working for you today. Shouldn't we get a share of the support fee?" Su Yi replied matter-of-factly, "Don't even think about it. All the money is mine." Ji Luoxi curled her lips and glared at him with the look one gives a boss who's dishonest. "I think you've been possessed by Zhou Bapi, a notorious skinflint. How come you're so stingy now? Where did Su Yi go, who used to treat us to late-night snacks without batting an eye?" Su Yi remained expressionless. "I've been brutally beaten down by real life." Mu Qingge suddenly stopped and stared at Su Yi's face with the scrutinizing gaze one would use to examine a criminal suspect. "Su Yi, something's very wrong with you." Ji Luoxi also realized what was happening and frowned as she leaned closer to Su Yi's face to examine him closely. The two were so close that Su Yi could smell the shampoo in her hair. "You didn't sneak off to the casino in the city center yesterday, did you? Let me tell you, you can't go to that place. So many people have lost everything. I can find tons of cases on the forums where people have gone bankrupt." Su Yi was both amused and exasperated. He raised his hand and lightly flicked Ji Luoxi's forehead. The force was very light, but Ji Luoxi still reflexively covered her forehead. "What are you thinking? Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Ji Luoxi covered her forehead and muttered softly. "That's hard to say. You've become obsessed with money ever since you came back yesterday. People who know that you sold the core, but people who don't know you might think that you owe high-interest loans and are being harassed by debt collectors." Mu Qingge pursed her lips, her expression becoming particularly serious. She reached into her coat pocket, rummaged around, and pulled out a bank card. Her tone was as if she were making a major decision. Xiaoyi, if you really owe someone money, I have some pocket money here. It's what I've saved up since I was a child, and it's quite a lot. You could take it to tide you over. Suyi was stunned. He looked at Mu Chinga's serious face, then at her knuckles, which were white from gripping the bank card. He felt a warmth in his heart, but at the same time, he was also a little amused and exasperated by this absurd misunderstanding. All I wanted to do was earn a little more money to enter a lottery. So why did they see me as a gambler or someone in debt? I really don't owe any money. How do you guys think like that? Mu Chinga and Ji Luoshi exchange a glance, their faces clearly saying, keep making things up, we're listening but we don't believe a word you say. Suyi knew that if he didn't explain something, the two girls wouldn't be able to work in peace today. He sighed helplessly, looked around to make sure no one was nearby, and the corridor was empty. The quiet squad had already gone to the dock. The sounds of Lin Yu and Ruan Xiaodo bickering could be faintly heard from the dormitory in the distance. Suyi pulled the two of them closer, one in each arm. The position was a bit ambiguous, but he couldn't care less about that right now. I have something to tell you, but you two have to keep it secret from me. Can you do that? Chapter 88 Osmukvinkis Sponsorship. Seeing Suyi suddenly become serious, Mu Chinga and Ji Luoshi simultaneously put away their joking expressions. Ji Luoshi raised 3 fingers. Fine, you tell me. If I reveal even half a word, may I never obtain the secret treasure to evolve my ship. Mu Chinga nodded seriously. Don't worry, I'm very tight-lipped. Suyi lowered his voice. Actually, the mechanical fire control computer I gave to Liu Yao back then, and the close-in weapon system on my ship now, both required spending a lot of star coins to get them. I won't go into the details of how to do it, but you all know that I'm focused on making money not to pay off debts, or because I'm gambling, but to get better rare equipment, understand? Also, I went to the supply depot yesterday. There are a lot of good stuff there that can improve our team's combat effectiveness, but the prices are outrageously expensive. Anything decent costs over 100,000 contribution points. How can we buy these things if we don't save up money? After listening, Mu Chinga nodded thoughtfully. Although she didn't know how Suyi obtained those rare equipment, she had personally witnessed the scene of the 4 close-in weapon systems firing. The barrage was so dense that the disaster ship was shattered upon contact with it. This level of equipment was not something that could be easily bought outside. She suddenly became interested and leaned closer. What's the quality of your close-in weapon system? I think its rate of fire and power are ridiculously high. Ji Luoshi's eyes lit up as she tugged at Suyi's sleeve, saying, I want to see it too. Last time I only saw the muzzle of the cannon from afar, but I didn't see the specific data panel. Suyi hesitated for 2 seconds. Since he had already said half of it, one of the two was his girlfriend, and the other was, well, they would find out sooner or later anyway, so he might as well let them see it in advance. Okay, I'll show you, but remember to keep it secret. He brought up the ship's soul panel and shared the data of the 1130 close-in weapon system with the two of them. Mu Chinga and Ji Luoshi both looked down at the information shared by Suyi. Then the corridor suddenly fell silent. Mu Chinga's pupils contracted sharply as she stared at the words, colorful king quality, on the data panel. Her lips moved several times before she managed to squeeze out a complete sentence. Colorful king quality weapon core? This has never been mentioned in the textbooks. There are actually cores of this quality in the world. Ji Luoshi scanned Suyi from head to toe twice with the look of someone looking at a rare animal, her finger trembling slightly as she pointed at the rate of fire on the data panel. 10,000 rounds per minute. Do you know what 10,000 rounds means? No wonder those disaster ships that crashed into you before were like paper, unable to withstand it for even a few seconds. Suyi smirked and said smugly, it's just a weapon core. You can't see anything special about it. Mu Chinga took a deep breath to calm herself down. She didn't press further about the source of the equipment. Everyone has their own secrets, and Su Ye's willingness to show them such a top-tier treasure already showed that he trusted them enough. It would be inappropriate to pry any further. She lowered her head and thought for a moment. Then suddenly her eyes lit up, and she reached out and took Su Ye's arm, a move that startled Su Yi. Mu Chinga looked up at him, her eyes flashing with a burning light. I won't ask anything else. I just want to confirm one thing. Is it true that as long as you have enough star coins, you have a way to get this level of good stuff? Suyi looked down at her hand that was linked with his arm, and then at her serious yet slightly calculating expression, and couldn't help but laugh. More or less. He neither ruled out a definitive answer nor denied everything. Seeing Su Yi nod slightly, Muchinga's eyes lit up immediately. Without saying a word, she took out her phone and started doing a series of operations. Her fingers tapped the screen quickly. Before Su Yi could react to what she was doing, her phone dinged. Su Yi looked down and saw that it was a bank transfer notification. He stared at the long string of numbers on the screen, counting them twice to make sure he wasn't seeing things. 5 million star coins. Not a penny more or less. The transfer note was just 4 words. Equipment fund. What are you doing? Su Yi looked up, his expression completely out of control. Muchinga casually stuffed her phone into her pocket, speaking as casually as if she were making a cup of soy milk at a coffee shop. This is all the pocket money I've saved up over the years. I'm giving it all to you now. I wonder if you can give me some nice things too. This. Su Yi gasped, feeling a sharp pain in his back teeth. He knew beforehand that Muchinga's family was probably quite well off. Although she dressed and used things in a low-key manner, the materials were obviously expensive, and she also owned a small villa in Bai Hai City. But he never expected this little rich girl to be so wealthy, giving him 5 million star coins as pocket money so easily. The impact on Su Yi was no less than being hit in the face by a 500-pound bomb. 5 million, you call that pocket money? Su Yi's voice was a little shaky. Muchinga tilted her head, her expression quite sincere. Yes, I've saved up for many years from the New Year's money my relatives gave me since I was a child, plus what I've saved up over the years. At this moment, Su Yi just wanted to roar to the sky. This life of being a kept man was just too good to pass up. He almost didn't want to work hard anymore. No wonder people online post on forums every day saying, Annie, I don't want to work hard anymore. He used to look down on people for being spineless, but now he just wants to say, brothers, I understand you guys. However, aside from his inner monologue, Su Yi still needed to get down to business. He forcibly shut down the image of lying down and counting money in his mind and said seriously, Chinga, 5 million star coins is no small sum. I must make it clear to you beforehand. Once this money is invested, I can't guarantee the quality of the core components we acquire. He spoke very seriously because he really couldn't figure out the drop rate of the system's lottery pool. Each draw cost 1 million star coins, and the money Muchinga gave him was only enough for 5 chances. It seemed like a lot, but if he actually tried to draw, he might not even get a single result. He was lucky to get the equipment core he drew because of the guaranteed drop from the beginner pool. He hadn't even figured out the potential of the new gacha pool after the system update. If he spent Muchinga's money and got a bunch of junk, he wouldn't be able to get over it, let alone what Muchinga would think. Muchinga simply waved her hand after hearing this, her relaxed expression hardly suggesting she was putting on a brave face. It's all right. Don't worry about this little bit of money. Now that I'm in college, my dad says he'll give me 500,000 yuan a month for living expenses. If I can't get anything good this time, I'll save up for a few more months and then come to you again. Every month, 500,000. So he felt his worldview collapsing at a visible speed. Although his family wasn't poor, his monthly living expenses were only a few thousand star coins. What did Muchinga mean by 500,000 star coins a month? It meant that her monthly living expenses could cover Su Yi's entire university expenses. The difference between people can sometimes be greater than the difference between people and disaster ships. While Su Yi was still processing this information, Ji Luoshi suddenly came over. She put her hands behind her back, leaned forward slightly, and scanned Su Yi and Muchinga with a malicious look before slowly speaking. Oh, Chinga, did you give all your dowry to Xiaoya ahead of time? The air was silent for half a second. Muchinga's face flushed red from her neck to her ears at a visible speed. She took a sudden half-step back, pointing at Ji Luoshi, her voice trembling. You're talking nonsense. Xiao Yi and I aren't like that. Ji Luoshi tilted her head, the corners of her mouth curving higher and higher, exuding an aura of someone who loved to watch the drama unfold. Oh, is that so? I haven't even said anything yet. And you already know what I'm thinking? You're just trying to cover it up, aren't you, Chinga? Hey, I'm not talking to you guys anymore. Muchinga stomped her foot in embarrassment, her sneakers clicking crisply on the corridor floor, and ran quickly towards the dock without looking back. But Su Yi could clearly see from behind that her ears were still red. Chapter 89 Su Yi's carrier-based aircraft group is about to arrive at the target battlefield. After Muchinga's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, Su Yi turned to look at Ji Luoshi, about to say something, but Ji Luoshi didn't give him a chance to speak. She crossed her arms and gave Su Yi a heavy humph. The humph trailing off for a long time, expressing a complex emotion that Su Yi couldn't quite understand for a moment. After humming, Ji Luoshi didn't say anything. She turned around and quickly chased after Mu Chinga, leaving Su Yi standing alone in the corridor in a daze. Su Yi glanced at his phone's balance, then at the backs of the two girls at the end of the corridor. His lips twitched. This scene, to be honest, was more troublesome than fighting 10 disaster ships. He glanced down at his phone. With the 5 million Mu Chinga had just transferred and the 1,201,000 he had received, his bank account now held 6,201,000 star coins. If he used them all for the system lottery, it would be enough for Su Yi to draw 6 times. In his previous life, Su Yi played a certain original game and especially liked to do 10 pulls. When he didn't have enough stones, he would save them up. So, should he save up for 10 pulls in his own lottery system, or just do a single pull and hope for a miracle? Never mind, let's get to work first. We can think about the lottery later. It's always better to try our luck when we're clear-headed, right? When Su Yi arrived at the dock, the 5 members of the Quiet Squad were already waiting. They stood in a circle. Quiet was looking at the sea map of Point A with a recorder in her hand. Li Zhengyi and Gu Hao were looking down at their ship's soul attribute panels. Zhang Feng and Lu Yishou stood a little further away, whispering something to each other. When they saw Su Yi walking over, they stopped talking. Su Yi ignored what the two were whispering about and walked straight to Enjing. Enjing looked up at him and got straight to the point. Su Yi, what are your plans for today's extermination operation? What do we need to do to cooperate with you? Su Yi waved his hand casually. Just head straight for Point A. I'll launch an airstrike on the disaster ship group as soon as you set off. By the time you get there, there should be about half of the disaster ships left, no more than 7. Don't worry. He said it so casually, as if he were suggesting we have hot pot for dinner tonight, but the Quiet Squad's reactions were quite different. And Jing didn't show any change in expression and just nodded at Su Yi, but Gu Hao, who was standing behind, couldn't help but whisper to his 2 teammates next to him. This Su Yi is so confident. He said he could take down 7 of the 14 disaster ships by himself, without even hesitating. Although we don't know what he and the 2 girls in his team are planning to do, since he's already made such a bold claim. Let's see when we get to Point A. We'll find out what he's really made of once we take him out for a spin. His fees aren't cheap. Last night, I asked a senior student at the mission center, and he only charges 80,000 star coins for a single assist. So what if it's 80,000? That senior said he'd only take the job if he had at least 5 people. 5 people together would cost at least 400,000. So he could take on the whole job for 250,000. You do the math and see which is more cost-effective. That's true. Besides, you didn't see the way that senior spoke. He was so arrogant. It was like we were begging him for a favor. Although Su Yi charges a bit more, at least he's open about what he says and does. Su Yi had sharp ears and heard every word of these whispers, but he was too lazy to respond. The price had already been agreed upon. He would get paid after the job was done, and doing a great job was the best response. Actions speak louder than words. He nodded to Enjing, then turned and walked together toward the sunken port. Inside the bridge, Ji Luoshi and Mu Chinga were already seated at the aircraft carrier control console, adjusting takeoff parameters and swiping their fingers across the touchscreen. Su Ye's aircraft carrier had 4 takeoff runways, 2 at the bow, C1 and C2, and 2 more at the angle flight deck. For this mission, Ji Luoshi and Mu Chinga used runways C1 and C2 respectively. Ji Luoshi was in charge of the F-4F Wildcat fighter group as the main force of the airstrike, while Mu Chinga was in charge of the Sopwith Camel biplane fighter to provide support from a side. Since this was not an emergency operation, there was no rush for the carrier-based aircraft to take off. It took about 20 minutes for all 39 aircraft to take off. The F-4F Wildcat flew fast, while the Camel was a biplane and flew slowly. Ji Luoshi could only keep up with the Wildcat speed and wait for the Camel to catch up. The 5 formations formed a patrol formation in the air and flew towards Point A. The Quiet Squad, which had set off first, was sailing on the sea when they suddenly heard a deep rumble from high above behind them. Li Jingyi was the first to look up and saw a dense formation of carrier-based aircraft emerging from the clouds, divided into 5 echelons, flying over their heads in a standard cruising formation, the roar of their engines blending together. Holy crap! Li Jingyi craned his neck and counted for a long time. Don't you guys think that the number of carrier-based aircraft of the Su-Yi seems to be more than that of the Ingzhou aircraft carrier we encountered during the college entrance examination? Guhao looked through his binoculars, his tone clearly shocked. The first three formations are all monoplanes. The core of such a monoplane carrier-based aircraft must cost at least $3 million on the market, right? The better quality ones would cost $5 million. It's not just a possibility, it's definitely over $3 million. Anjing put down her binoculars, her tone calm, but the content of her words was anything but calm. A monoplane carrier-based aircraft is at least a core of blue-quality elite or higher. With the increasing number of carrier awakeners, the price of this level of flight core has been driven up to the sky. When I looked at last year, a blue-quality monoplane was still around $2 million, but now the price has more than doubled. I remember that these aircraft cores used to be bought by rich people as collectibles to display. Who knew they would be worth so much now? If I had known, I would have stockpiled more back then and could have achieved financial freedom by reselling them now. Guhao sighed. Anjing added calmly, there's a lot you don't know. Anti-aircraft gun cores, which used to be ignored in the market, are now priced as high as main gun cores of the same level. The entire equipment core market is being rewritten by the aircraft carrier awakener. Just then, Liu Yishou suddenly interjected, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Do you really think Su-Yi can take down 7 disaster ships in one go? I just don't feel entirely at ease. The 5 of us worked all day and only managed to take down 3. Can he really manage with just these planes? Guhao put down his binoculars and said on the communication channel, I don't think there's a big problem. Don't underestimate those carrier-based aircraft. Although they are small, each one carries at least 2 high-explosive aerial bombs. I've seen the power of those bombs in videos before. One hit and the deck of the disaster ship will be blown off. The durability of a low-level disaster ship is really not enough. With Su-Yi joining the team, the atmosphere in the quiet squad was noticeably more relaxed than yesterday. Everyone was in the mood to chat in the communication channel. Unlike yesterday, when the channel was as quiet as if in mourning, with no one willing to be the first to speak. Chapter 90 Enemy Fleet Spotted. Prepare to attack. After flying above the clouds for about 50 minutes, the carrier-based aircraft began to gradually descend. Without fire control radar and search radar, Ji Luoshi and Mu Qingge, who were controlling the carrier-based aircraft, could only find targets through the visual screen on the control panel. The situation on the sea gradually became clear after the aircraft descended below the clouds. Ji Luoshi stared at the sea map on the screen and tapped a coordinate with her finger. The coordinates provided by Anjing and the others are in this area. 14 disaster ships gathered together can't be a small target. Let's split up and search. I'll search straight ahead, and Qingge, you scan around to the southeast. Mu Qingge nodded. Her fingers slid rapidly across the control panel, turning the 15 camels under her command to fly southeast. 14 disaster ships, such a large group. Finding them shouldn't be difficult. Keep the course and don't deviate. I'll come back to meet you after I've swept the southeast. Receive. Su-Yi sat in the captain's chair, holding a cup of coffee, watching the 2 girls intently controlling the carrier-based aircraft, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. What is enjoyment? This is enjoyment. Having operators help control the carrier-based aircraft is so convenient. The captain only needs to drink coffee and make decisions at critical moments. He now finally understood why those advanced awakened ones liked to be paired with lieutenants and crew members. Being able to free themselves from tedious operations and focus on the tactical level made a world of difference in efficiency. Of course, when you have free time, you can let others do the work and slack off occasionally, which is actually quite nice. He took a sip of coffee and suddenly remembered the active skill he had just learned yesterday. He was so excited about looking at the data on the panel that he forgot to tell the 2 girls. He put down his coffee cup, cleared his throat, and said, by the way, I have something to tell you guys. After you spot the target this time, you 2 can do whatever you want. Don't be stingy with your carrier-based aircraft. I just learned an active skill that can instantly replenish any lost carrier-based aircraft. The 2 girls at the control panel stopped what they were doing at the same time. Ji Luoshi turned around, a row of question marks above her head. Mu Qingge's reaction was even more direct. She spun halfway around in her seat, her mouth slightly open, her eyes wide like saucers. Your mental strength has already exceeded 100 points. Mu Qingge's voice was filled with obvious disbelief. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell us? Su-Yi took another sip of his coffee, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor perfectly. Just last night, when I went to the supply depot to sell cores to Teacher Chun, I also picked up an advanced chip. After absorbing it, my basic attributes increased significantly, and my mental strength just broke through 102 points, which is how I learned the time acceleration skill. 102. Muchinga repeated the number, her expression shifting from shock to confusion. Wait, what is your mental strength growth value? Even with the attribute bonus from advancing, it shouldn't have broken 100 so quickly. Normally, a freshman's mental strength is less than 30 points when they enroll. Even if advancing increases their base attributes, it's impossible for it to jump directly to over 100. So you thought for a moment and answered truthfully, each time you level up, your mental strength increases by 4 points, right? Isn't that the case for you guys? Upon hearing this, Ji Luoshi's expression was as if she had been hit on the head with a brick. She slowly raised her hand and made a 2 gesture, her voice filled with resentment. What a joke. I only gain 2 points of mental strength for every level I gain, just 2 points. Comparison is the thief of joy. And today, I truly understand that saying. Muchinga shook her head with a wry smile. I gained 2.5 points of mental strength per level. At this rate, I will probably need to reach level 18 to break through 100 points of skill comprehension. Ji Luoshi counted on her fingers for a moment, then slumped back in her chair and let out a wail. Then I'll have to wait until level 20 or higher to have a chance to learn a skill. Sob sob. Why is that? We're all awakened, so why is there such a big difference in our base attribute growth values? Muchinga patted her shoulder to comfort her. All right, stop crying. Most awakened ones only learn their first active skill around level 30. You're already much faster than the average person at level 20-something. As for Su Yi, she turned to look at Su Yi, her eyes filled with complex emotions, as if she were looking at an endangered species. Don't try to compare yourself to this kind of freak. You can't beat him. The more you compare, the more withdrawn you'll become. Su Yi immediately became displeased, put down his coffee cup, and crossed his arms. How am I a freak? Explain yourself. Besides, what you just said about being able to learn skills at level 18 doesn't seem to fall into the category of most people, does it? The pot calling the kettle black, we're in the same boat. Muchinga was momentarily speechless. She opened her mouth to retort, but couldn't find the words. In the end, she could only manage a curd, with a face full of black lines, before silently turning back to continue controlling the carrier-based aircraft. Ji Luoshi covered her mouth and chuckled, but Muchinga tapped her on the armrest of the seat without turning around. The three chatted for a while longer. The carrier-based aircraft continued to circle and search over Point A. Suddenly, Ji Luoshi sat up straight, tapped the coordinate on the screen, and raised her voice. Chinga, target spotted. 15 degrees west of directly ahead, about 20 kilometers away. Can you see it from that direction? Muchinga immediately lowered the camel formation's flight altitude below the clouds and adjusted her perspective to look in the direction given by Ji Luoshi. On the screen, countless black dots were slowly moving across the sea. The 14 disaster ships were huddled together. Since Ji Luoshi's fighter jet had entered the disaster ship's perception range, they all extended octopus tentacles from their sides to stir and guard the seawater. I saw it. Wow, looking at those pairs of tentacles from this angle is really making me feel physically uncomfortable. Ji Luoshi quickly tapped the coordinate sharing button on the battle map and drew an attack route on the touchscreen. I've shared the coordinates with you. I'll start the attack in 1 minute. Hurry up and bring the camels over. We'll attack from both sides and not give them a chance to focus their fire and counterattack. Muchinga responded and steered the 15 camels to turn around and head at full speed toward Ji Luoshi's coordinates. Although camels fly slowly, fortunately Ji Luoshi gave her a time window in advance. 1 minute was just enough for her to pull the formation to the attack position. 1 minute later, Ji Luoshi took a deep breath, hovered her hand over the control screen for half a second, and then tapped it down, selecting groups of fighter jets and locking onto their respective targets. Prepare for attack. The carrier-based aircraft swooped down from 2 directions. The 39 aircraft were divided into 2 attack waves. Ji Luoshi's 24 F-4F Wildcats formed 3 small squadrons and took the lead. They plunged down from the due north direction at a dive angle of 70 degrees. The shrill roar of the engines could be heard even through the screen. Chapter 91, First Joint Battle. Muchinga's 15 camels followed closely behind, cutting in from the southeast. Although they were slow, their sheer number made up for it, forming a fan-shaped encirclement around the disaster ship group. The disaster ship fleet on the sea surface reacted instantly. Almost simultaneously, the 14 disaster ships pointed their octopus-like tentacles towards the sky, spewing out clumps of dark green viscous liquid from the holes at the tips of the tentacles, forming a fire net in the air that emitted a sour smell. The anti-aircraft firepower of the disaster ships is not to be underestimated. Although the air defense capability of a single disaster ship is relatively weak, the firepower density of 14 ships puts them together on a whole new level. The unidentified dark green liquid was continuously ejected into the air. The carrier-based aircraft group had just entered an altitude of 150 meters when one of them was shot down. The F-4F Wildcat was hit head-on by the venom, and the propeller was corroded to death on the spot. The plane plunged into the sea, trailing thick black smoke. At the same time, all the carrier-based aircraft that had entered attack positions opened fire simultaneously. The fixed machine guns on the wings fired wildly at the disaster ship on the sea surface. 12.7 millimeters bullets poured down like a torrential rain, creating a row of water splashes on the sea surface. The tentacles of the disaster ship were torn apart by bullets, and dark green fluid gushed out from the wounds, dyeing the surrounding seawater a strange color. Immediately afterwards, the carrier-based aircraft arrived above the disaster ship, and one after another, aerial bombs were released from their racks and dropped downwards. Boom! 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 The first wave of bombs landed directly above a relatively small disaster ship. 4 high-explosive bombs hit almost simultaneously, and the explosions engulfed the entire disaster ship. The ship's durability was instantly depleted, and a massive hull shattered into several large pieces in the explosion. The wreckage floated on the sea surface and burned for a few seconds before being gradually swallowed by the seawater. Done. One ship sunk. Ji Luoshi shouted excitedly in the channel. Immediately afterwards, the second and third ships were also hit by aerial bombs. Although the firepower of the camel formation controlled by Manga was not as good as that of the F-4F Wildcat, the 15 camels were still carrying a considerable number of aerial bombs. When they cut in from the side, they blocked the 2 disaster ships that were trying to break away from the formation. A barrage of bombs sent those 2 ships to the bottom of the sea. Before long, the 3 disaster ships, whose durability had been reduced to 0, were swallowed by the sea one after another, leaving only 3 wisps of dark green smudges gradually dissipating and a few pieces of wreckage still smoking on the surface of the sea. But the sinking of these 3 ships was not the end, but the beginning. Continue the bombing. Suyi stood up from the captain's chair, walked behind the 2 women, and looked at their control screens. Don't be stingy with bombs. Drop them whenever you have a chance. If the carrier-based aircraft run out of ammunition, just return to base for resupply. My active skill, time acceleration, is still usable. Even if all the planes are used up, I can replenish them all at once. Don't be timid. Okay, the 2 women replied at the same time. With Suye's words of reassurance, Ji Luoshi and Manga were noticeably bolder. Ji Luoshi piloted a squadron of F-4F Wildcats, plunging into the center of the disaster ship group at an almost vertical angle, dropping bombs and pulling away in less than a second. This maneuver would definitely get you a lot of flack from a flight instructor, because dropping the bomb too late could easily result in being caught in the blast of your own bomb. But Ji Luoshi's timing was perfect. Just as the bomb exploded on the deck of the disaster ship, her plane pulled up to a safe altitude. The aftershocks of the explosion grazed the belly of her plane, making it a close call. Beautiful. Suyi couldn't help but exclaim. Manga's style was completely different. She didn't use extreme maneuvers, but instead used the camel's low speed advantage to slowly wear down the disaster ship group from the outside. Although camels fly slowly and have weak firepower, they have a very small circling radius, allowing them to keep circling above the disaster ship and drop a bomb whenever they see an opportunity. This tactic isn't as flashy as Ji Luoshi's, but it's safer and more stable, and the rate at which carrier-based aircraft are destroyed is relatively slower compared to Ji Luoshi's. Under the relentless bombardment of more than 30 carrier-based aircraft, 2 more ships were quickly reduced to wreck state. The flames on the sea grew stronger and stronger, with thick black smoke and orange-red flames intertwined, creating a truly horrific scene. Including the 3 ships sunk earlier, the combined disaster ship force has lost 1/3 of its strength. More and more wreckage is floating on the sea, and the remaining disaster ships are clearly becoming disorganized. Several ships have begun to break away from the formation and wander aimlessly in different directions. Don't let them scatter. Those two on the left, block them back. Jiluashi, with her sharp eyes, immediately spotted the disaster ship that had already moved far away from the center of the battlefield. She quickly dispatched 4 F-4F Wildcats that had not yet dropped their bombs to the left to block their path. I'll finish them off. Muchinga followed suit, throwing all her remaining aerial bombs at the two erratic disaster ships. After another series of explosions, one of the disaster ships finally couldn't withstand the pressure, and its hull durability was reduced to 0 before it slowly sank into the sea. 6 ships secured. Muchinga was so excited that she slammed her hand on the table in front of her control panel. The sound of her hand hitting the metal surface was crisp, but in her excitement, she didn't feel any pain in her hand. This was her first time using Su Ye's carrier-based aircraft to sink 3 disaster ships. The real-world experience was truly exhilarating. Although she was piloting an old-fashioned aircraft like the Camel, the sense of accomplishment from sinking 3 disaster ships was genuine. However, after the initial excitement wore off, she looked at the few camels left on her screen and felt a little discouraged. 15 camels set off, and now only a handful remain. Although Suyi said that skills could be used to replenish them, it still hurt to see his entire squadron wiped out. Muchinga tugged at Ji Luashi's sleeve, her tone a little embarrassed. Luashi, after you've replenished your wildcat, can I play with it too? Upon hearing this, Ji Luashi burst out laughing. You're already getting tired of me? You were just saying camels are easy to control, and now you're eyeing my stray cat. Muchinga blushed slightly, but didn't mince words. Oh, please let me play one more time. I've only piloted carrier-based aircraft twice, and both times you made me fly camels. Those things fly like an old lady taking a stroll. I want to experience a high-speed, advanced aircraft too. Ji Luashi was so dizzy from being shaken that her eyes were almost round, so she could only nod helplessly and agree. Okay, I'm scared of you. I've already transferred the control to you. Yeah. Muchinga was overjoyed to have taken control of the F-4F Wildcats. Today she could finally play with the Wildcats she had been longing for. At first, Muchinga, like Ji Luashi, couldn't adapt to the speed of the Wildcat for a while. However, this girl was quite talented at learning. Before long, she figured it out and successfully sank a disaster ship, thus completing the mission objective that Su Yi had promised to quietly assist in. By this point in the battle, 7 ships in the disaster fleet had been destroyed, and Su Yi timely reminded the 2 women to cease their attack. Chapter 92, Su Ye's Ideas for Making Money. The Quiet Squad should be arriving at Point A by now. They'll have to deal with the remaining 7 disaster ships themselves. Eliminating half of the disaster ships was the agreed-upon number to be cleared. Fighting any more would exceed the mission's target and wouldn't be cost-effective. They agreed to leave half, and they'll leave half. They'll do what they're paid for. That's their word. Ji Luashi began to control the carrier-based aircraft formation to return to base. The air raid had yielded considerable results, but the losses were also significant. Of the 24 F-4F Wildcats that participated in the air raid, only 10 returned, several of which were damaged and flew erratically. The camels fared even worse. Of the 15, only the last 3 remained, the rest perishing in battle. However, neither of the women cared much about the loss, because Suyi had already accelerated the timeline once. Suddenly, a faint golden light shone on the aircraft carrier deck, and the destroyed carrier-based aircraft reformed and were neatly arranged in the hangar. This skill is so useful. Ji Luashi's eyes lit up. Suyi smugly blew on the stray hairs on his forehead. Otherwise, why do you think I let you fight like this? Taking advantage of this break, Suyi contacted Jing using a communicator. I've taken care of things here. There are still 7 disaster ships left at your mission location. From now on, it's up to you. A quiet voice came from the communicator, tinged with obvious surprise. She clearly hadn't expected Su Yi to be so efficient. They were still halfway there when Su Yi had already finished his work. Okay, thanks for today. No need for thanks. It's just a mutually beneficial arrangement. Remember to transfer the payment to me after you've taken care of things over there. Don't worry, you won't lose a single penny. Ever since Muchinga took control of F-4F Wildcats, the smile on her lips has never stopped. Until, as the carrier-based aircraft approached the aircraft carrier, she saw a flashing red message on the control screen. please guide the carrier-based aircraft to land. Landing. These two words are like a bucket of ice water poured over Muchinga's face. She suddenly remembered that the entire battle she had just fought had taken place in the air, and she hadn't touched the landing part at all. Taking off and landing carrier-based aircraft are two completely different things. The landing runway on the aircraft carrier deck is so narrow, and the hull will rise and fall with the waves. Carrier-based aircraft need to find the best landing position. If the speed, altitude, or angle is slightly off, they will either crash into the island or plunge directly into the sea. Muchinga took a deep breath and controlled the first Wildcat to slowly descend towards the deck runway. She was very careful, descended steadily, and got the angle just right. She was about to land. Then, the aircraft's wheels, which had miscalculated the altitude, were much higher than the deck. The Wildcat flew across the entire landing area with remarkable smoothness and plunged headfirst into the sea in front of the aircraft carrier. The splashing water was clearly visible on the screen in front of Muchinga. Muchinga's face flushed bright red. It's okay. Everyone's like this the first time. Suyi comforted her, his tone quite sincere. Muchinga bit her lower lip and tried a second time. This time she remembered to lower the height a little, but the angle was off. When the plane landed, the right will touch the ground first and then bounced up. The whole plane bounced on the deck and then rolled sideways and slid off, with the wings scraping the deck and leaving a long trail of sparks. Another crash. The third time, the altitude was not controlled well, and the plane descended too sharply during landing. The plane crashed directly onto the deck. The landing gear broke on the spot, and the plane slid dozens of meters belly to belly along the deck. The scene was truly spectacular, with sparks flying everywhere. 3 consecutive bombs. Muchinga's expression was beyond embarrassed. Her face was flushed red to the roots of her neck, and her fingers hovered over the control panel, too afraid to move. She looked like a pitiful and helpless kitten, pouting and shrinking into her seat. She instinctively turned to look for Ji Luoshi for help, only to find that Ji Luoshi's seat was empty. Ji Luoshi had slipped out of the bridge at some point and was now stretching lazily in a safe spot outside, facing the sea breeze. Her relaxed expression clearly said, "I knew this would happen. Yi, Luo, see." Muchinga gritted her teeth and spat out each word. Ji Luoshi, on the deck, seemed to hear a roar coming from someone in the bridge. Her shoulders twitched, and then she covered her mouth and laughed unrestrainedly. Having no other choice, Muchinga could only turn to Suyi for help. It would have been better if she hadn't looked. When she did, she discovered that Suyi had turned his chair around and was facing away from her. His shoulders were shaking, and no matter how well he tried to cover his mouth with his hand, he couldn't hide the sound of Suyi chuckling. "Suye, haven't you laughed enough?" Muchinga immediately lost her temper, completely disregarding the remaining carrier-based aircraft awaiting judgment in the sky. She jumped up from her seat, rushed behind Suyi, and pinched him on the waist. "Hurry up and get these remaining planes down." Suyi gasped as he was pinched, his lips twitching in pain, but he still couldn't help laughing. Ji Luoshi is absolutely wicked. She actually transferred a plane that was still waiting to land to Muchinga, who had never practiced landing before. What's the difference between this and throwing someone into the sea to learn to swim? He rubbed the red mark on his waist where he had been pinched and maneuvered the carrier-based aircraft back onto the deck. The whole process was smooth and effortless, a stark contrast to the tragic scene Muchinga had just witnessed. Muchinga pouted so much her lips could hang an oil bottle. Using the ship's soul to control the landing of carrier-based aircraft is cheating. If you use this control panel, the result would probably be similar to mine. Then, as if she had thought of something, she asked Suyi with some curiosity, "Since we have the strength, why don't we help Jing and the others blow up a few more disaster ships?" Suyi thought for a moment and said to Muchinga, "We're here to help in the battle, not to steal experience points. We'll do what we're paid for. If we agree to keep half, we'll keep half. Nobody can find fault with that." Muchinga nodded as if she understood, though she didn't fully comprehend why Suyi cared so much about these details. She could only trust Suye's judgment. Suyi had his own plans. He understood the principle that helping someone too much could breed resentment. Moreover, Zhang Feng and Liu Yishou are still in the quiet squad. It hasn't been long since they tried to use moral blackmail, and he still remembers it. Today he did the agreed-upon work perfectly, neither too much nor too little, which was the most respectable response. Perfect. Suyi controlled the aircraft carrier to turn around and return to port. Muchinga was still upset about the 3 consecutive crashes during the landing. She huddled in front of the control panel and muttered something to herself, such as, "I'll buy a virtual landing simulator when I get back. I definitely won't crash next time." When Suyi and the other 2 returned to the base, and Jing also sent a message saying that they had already cleared out 5 of the 7 disaster ships, and the remaining 2 should be dealt with soon. She even sent a message saying, "We saw the wreckage of the 7 ships you sank. Your efficiency is indeed high." Then Suye's phone vibrated, and Jing had transferred 250,000 star coins via WeChat, with a message of just 2 words, "Thanks." Suyi replied with an OK emoji and didn't say anything more. Back in his dorm, Suyi washed his face, then sat on his bed and opened the campus forum on his phone. He'd been thinking about ways to make money, and now that he had some free time, he figured he might as well try it. Chapter 93, The Chaotic Campus Forum. Suyi held his phone and tapped into the Task Center section of the campus app. He found quite a few posts requesting assistance, most of which were for minor tasks. For example, you could get 20,000 to 30,000 star coins for helping to eliminate 2 or 3 disaster ships. It's not that I can't take on such jobs, but the cost effectiveness is just too low. He thought for a moment, then typed a message on the screen. We offer long-term support for disaster ship elimination missions, starting at 300,000 star coins per mission. We provide carrier-based long-range airstrike support to ensure efficiency. DM us if interested. This opens up a way to make money. That's right. So you want to make money by accepting assist invitations through the posts in the task center. He looked up at the large white wall on the ceiling, already planning what pose he should use for the next lottery draw. However, shortly after the post was published, the replies below it immediately exploded, like a public toilet had been bombed, with a lot of foul and offensive comments appearing. Suyi originally thought that at most the post would just sink and no one would pay attention, but after refreshing the page, 7 or 8 comments had already appeared. He was lying on the bed with his legs crossed and started scrolling through them, but the more he scrolled down, the darker his face became. Ignoring most of the inappropriate comments that will be censored, the following are the ones that are barely readable. Sea Waves. OP, are you out of your mind for money? Asking for 300,000 for a single person to assist? Why don't you just rob a bank? Robbing a bank makes money much faster. Those who love drama, don't they? Others only send a maximum of 100,000 reinforcements, but you tripled that number. Is your ship covered in gold? Or are your carrier-based aircraft covered in gold leaf? I don't want to log in. Other people earn their money through hard work by helping others, and you're just taking advantage of them? I suggest you change the title to Long-Term Commitment to Taking Advantage of Others for a more accurate description. Sea Waves. 300,000 is enough to hire 3 senior awakened ones to form a team and help in battle. Aren't 3 people better than 1? This pricing is outrageous. Freshman 9527. Are the requirements for assisting in battles this low now? Any newbie dares to ask for exorbitant prices? I bet this post won't survive tonight. Waiting for a plot twist. Waiting for the unsuspecting victim to place an order. I'm waiting for the follow-up. Eating popcorn.jpg. Meme King. This reverse competition is probably unique to our school, right? While others are driving prices down, this poster is setting the price at the absolute ceiling. Keyboard Warrior. I'm not kidding, anyone can brag, right? I could even say I could take on 20 disaster ships single-handedly. Funny.jpg. So he became increasingly speechless as he read on. The comments below were all either spectators or mockers, with the occasional emoji mixed in. The whole post was a chaotic mess, and even the few who tried to defend him were quickly drowned out by the army of taunts. This won't do. Suyi scratched his hair, feeling a bit of pain in his face. He originally thought that the large traffic on Tieba would make it easy and convenient to post and take orders. But he didn't expect that these people would directly treat him as someone who was bragging and trying to rip off a fool. If this continues, forget about getting any orders. Suye's Baidu Tieba ID is practically turning black from red. He needs to find a convincing person to endorse him. The first savior that popped into Suye's mind was naturally in Jing. She was also in the elite class, with good grades and a good reputation. I heard that she had been active on the online forum since the beginning of the semester, so she should have some credibility, right? Besides, I just helped their team deal with 7 disaster ships, so Anjing shouldn't refuse this favor. Without hesitation, Suyi switched to WeChat and sent a message to Anjing. Suyi, quiet, can you do me a favor? I posted a thread on Tieba offering to help others with their tasks, but everyone in the comments is saying I'm ripping people off. Could you go to the thread and say a few words for me? Just tell the truth. Anjing replied less than 20 seconds after the message was sent. Anjing, okay, no problem. Send me the link to the post. Suyi sent the link, quietly opened the post, glanced at the comments below, and couldn't help but frown. These comments are indeed a bit much. When Suyi helped her in battle, she personally witnessed those 39 carrier-based aircraft sending 7 enemy disaster ships to the bottom of the sea in one round trip. Asking for 300,000 for this level of skill is not expensive at all, considering Suyi's efficiency. Asking for 300,000 is a very reasonable price. Without much hesitation, Anjing typed a reply in the post, carefully considering the wording several times before sending it. I'm from the elite class 1 of freshman year. This morning, the poster just helped our team complete the combat assistance mission. Our target was a group of 14 large disaster ships. The poster sank 7 ships before our team even arrived at the battlefield. The efficiency was extremely high. We just successfully completed the elimination mission issued by the school. By the way, the poster is also a freshman and his ship is an aircraft carrier. Everything above is true. You can check our team's elimination mission completion record if you don't believe me. After Anjing posted that message, the tone of the discussion in the thread immediately changed. Is this for real? One person sank half a fleet? Half of 14 disaster ships were wiped out? Is this something a freshman could pull off? Holy crap. If the poster is really that powerful, then 300,000 doesn't seem like expensive at all. Nonsense. Use your brains. Faced with a barrage of fire from over a dozen disaster ships, which fool would dare to take it on one-on-one? Not only did the poster dare, but he also wiped out half of them. I think 300,000 is an underestimation of his strength. How did the poster manage to do that? Even a level 30 ship couldn't withstand the crossfire of over a dozen disaster ships, right? And according to the poster is a freshman this year, so their level should be less than level 10. A level 10 ship taking on 14 disaster ships single-handedly? This sounds like a fantasy novel to me. Upstairs, if you don't need your eyes, you can donate them to someone in need. Didn't you see and say the poster is an aircraft carrier? Do you even understand what an aircraft carrier is? Do you really think they're carrier-based aircraft are just for show? When an aircraft carrier attacks a disaster relief ship, it doesn't need to go up and take the damage itself. The planes just fly over and bomb it, and it can sit hundreds of kilometers away, drinking coffee, and get the job done. If that's the case, then the poster might actually be capable of sinking 7 disaster ships single-handedly. Anin is a verified elite student from Class 1. She has no reason to lie. If she were to lie and get caught, she would be the one who loses face. I think I might actually believe the poster has that ability. +1. I've seen the ID in other posts before. She is indeed from the elite class, and her comments are always reliable. Although the trend of comments was changing, after reading for a long time, Sui found that there was not a single post with actual orders. They were all just people watching the show. A group of netizens were discussing just how good he was, but no one actually paid to invite him to help out. Sui wasn't in a hurry. He knew that he was a complete newcomer on the forum, and his reputation hadn't taken off yet. It wouldn't be enough for Njing to speak well of him alone. But as long as he can take on a few orders and do each one well, his reputation will eventually grow. Once he has enough credibility, more people will be willing to entrust him with their money. Chapter 94, an order has arrived. The system's prize pool is open for drawing. Is Suyi just unlucky? Just as Suyi was about to put his phone away after refreshing for a long time without getting any results, a new notification suddenly popped up on the screen. Dragon Battle in the Wilds at Sea Transport Host. I have a job for you. Are you interested? The target is 12 disaster ships with an average level of around 15. We need you to take down at least 4 for us. Are you interested? Seeing that someone had finally tagged him, Suyi immediately perked up and his fingers flew across the screen typing. Maritime Transport at Longzhenyi is here. Let's discuss in detail via private message. Add me on WeChat. My number is SY**************. Not long after, Suyi received a friend request from Longzhenyi. The friend request was accepted instantly. The other person types incredibly fast. Dragon fighting in the wilds. You're the one from the Maritime Transport Project mentioned in the post, right? Suyi. Yes, it's me. My name is Suyi, a freshman at Ocean University this year. Dragon Warrior in the Wilds. Hello. Actually, Dragon Warrior in the Wilds is a sophomore in the combat department. By the way, are you really a freshman? Suye, absolute turu. Brother Long, everything Inin said on the forum is true. I just helped their team finish a wave this noon. I destroyed 7 of the 14 disaster ships, and they can deal with the other half themselves. If you don't believe me, I can have Inin send you a screenshot of the mission results. Dragon battle in the wilderness. No need. I know Inin's ID. She's quite active on Tieba. She's not the type to brag for others. Besides, she dares to post her class and student ID under her real name, so it can't be fake. That's why I came to find you. But let me make this clear first. This time, you have to help us take down at least 4 disaster ships. For this elimination mission, our team really couldn't handle the 12 cluster disaster ships at the target location, which is why we need outside help. If you can't take down 4 of them, we won't pay you, since this money was pooled together by everyone. It didn't just fall from the sky. Suyi chuckled and typed back, "Don't worry, I won't charge you a penny for missing a ship. Could you tell me when you plan to depart? I'd like to arrange the time in advance. Dragon battle in the wilds. Then let's do it the day after tomorrow morning. I'll send you the coordinates of the target sea area beforehand." Suyi, "Okay, see you the day after tomorrow morning." Dragon battle in the wilds. "Okay, great to work with. If this deal goes well, several other teams in our class will need your help in the future, and I can help you introduce clients." Suyi, "That's great. Thanks in advance, Brother Long." Dragon fighting in the wilds. You're too kind. You earn your money through your own abilities, and I find people through my own. We're even. See you the day after tomorrow. After closing the WeChat chat window, Suyi tossed his phone onto the bed, finally managing to calm down the high blood pressure that had almost been triggered by the keyboard warriors. Although there are still a lot of people mocking him in the comment section, at least the first deal has been finalized. Once he helps Long Zanyui and his team deal with those 12 disaster ships the day after tomorrow, he'll have Long Zanyui promoted in the thread, and then these keyboard warriors will naturally shut up. Now, he had something else on his mind. The lottery. So he opened his mobile banking app and checked his balance. With his own money, the money sponsored by Mu Chinga, and the 250,000 yuan that Jing had just transferred, he now had a total of 6.5 million yuan in his account. The system gives you 1,000,000 coins per draw, but the money in my card is only enough for 6 single draws, not even enough for a 10-draw pity pull. After all that, I'm left with just a few coins. Forget it, I'll just do the gacha. Who knows how long it would take to save up for a 10 pull. Suyi seemed to have found a pretty good excuse for his itchy hands. Anyway, the majority of the money was sponsored by Mu Chinga, so if he didn't get anything good, he could just compensate her first when he got something good in the future. As long as the system was still there, he could save up money and continue to draw. He rolled over and sat up straight in bed, took a deep breath, and opened the system lottery interface. The 2 lines of text in the upper left corner of the interface are particularly eye-catching. First line, you are guaranteed to get a purple epic quality item after 10 draws, 0-10. Second row, guaranteed to obtain a limited edition colored king quality item from the gacha pool after 200 draws, 0-200. So he stared at the 0-200 for 2 seconds in silence. 200 times. 200 million star coins. Just thinking about that number makes my head hurt, but that high-quality J35 in the colored version is just too good to pass up. Even if you only get the guaranteed drop, it's a huge win if you pull it. Take a chance, and you might just turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Suyi cheered himself up, then got up to wash his hands. Although there's no scientific basis for the concept of ritual, the rule of washing hands and lighting a cigarette before drawing cards couldn't be broken. He felt uneasy if he didn't go all out with the ritual. After washing his hands, Suyi took out a pack of cigarettes from the drawer, lit one, and then placed it steadily on the desk next to him with the butt facing down. As Suyi slammed down the lottery button, the glowing circle on the lottery interface began to spin rapidly, and Suyi stared nervously at the lottery interface. A flash of blue light appeared, and the system notification sounded as expected. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 18-inch MK Torpedo Launcher Core, Blue Elite. Wow, a torpedo launcher? These are quite rare. This one seems like a good deal. Suyi was taken aback when he saw the extracted core, and then quickly checked the attributes of the torpedo launcher. The 18-inch MK torpedo launcher has a warhead charge of 134 kilograms. The launcher contains 1 MK torpedo, and it takes 30 minutes to generate a new torpedo after each launch. This MK torpedo has a speed of 21.75 knots and an effective range of 1.3 kilometers. Because of its relatively short effective range, this type of torpedo requires close-range firing. Sui stared at the effective range for a full 10 seconds, then expressionlessly squeezed out 2 letters through gritted teeth. LJ. How to put it, its power is really fierce. With a charge of 134 kilograms, it's much more powerful than his aerial bombs. If it hits, it's definitely a one-hit kill. The problem is that the effective range of 1.3 kilometers means that users have to get right up to the disaster ship to fire. In this world, disaster ships usually appear in groups. What good person would dare to charge directly into a group of disaster ships and launch torpedoes face-to-face? Perhaps he's tired of living too comfortably and wants to find some excitement? Sui imagined a scene where an awakened being rushed into a group of disaster ships and launched torpedoes face-to-face, and thought that the scene was so beautiful that it was unbearable to look at. Even though it's a blue-quality core, I doubt this thing will sell for much. Sui sighed and tossed the core aside. Maybe some sucker with a peculiar hobby who likes playing with lightning strikes will buy it later. After adjusting his mindset, Sui rubbed his hands together and started firing a second shot. The aperture began to rotate again, and then a green light flashed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Sea Wave Sail Core, Green Excellent. Sui glanced at the attributes and then immediately closed the window. Damn, we lost a whopping 900,000. Seeing the core he pulled on the second try, Sui almost wanted to curse. This thing had exactly the same attributes as the previous flying fish sail, just with a different name and skin. Chapter 95 Beat D, 1 Destroyer. Sui patted his face, forcing himself to calm down. There's still 4 more to go. You can't lose your composure when it comes to gacha pulls, or you'll really be stuck with nothing but green cards all the way through. He took a deep breath and began his third shot. The moment the finger pressed the button, a flash of golden light appeared on the lottery screen. The shipment has been completed. Sui stared wide-eyed at the golden icon on the interface. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Tier 0 Ship Enhancement Core, Golden Legend. Tier 0 Ship Enhancement Core, Golden Legend after use. The ship can be enhanced once, increasing the ship's strength and durability by 10%. Note, this enhancement core can only be used by Tier 0 Awakeners, and each Awakener can only use the Tier 0 Ship Enhancement Core once. Sui gasped, this thing is pretty powerful. It directly increases the ship's maximum durability. Just as Sui was about to directly absorb the enhancement core, the system's emotionless electronic synthesized voice suddenly rang in his mind. System prompt. The host's current ship soul is a Tier 1 and cannot absorb Tier 0 ship enhancement cores. Please do not attempt to use them. Sui was completely stunned. What? I can't even use the ship reinforcement core that I just pulled out, and that's still warm? System, why can't I use it? Sui asked patiently in his mind. Please read the question carefully, host. Sui was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. Fine. All I can say is that system, you're a real trap. System warning. The system has detected that the host has the subjective intention to insult this system. This is the first warning. If this happens again, the system will randomly destroy one of the host's major non-lethal components as punishment. Sui opened his mouth halfway, then swallowed the last word back. Wait a minute. Sui suddenly realized something. The system said to destroy a component of the host, not a component of the ship's hull. The difference in wording is huge. Losing a part of the ship's hull might only result in a loss of combat capability, but losing a part of one's own body would be utterly disastrous. Little Sue is trembling. Sui took a deep breath and told himself 3 times his mind. Don't argue with the system. He made up his mind that it would be best to pay less attention to the system unless necessary. This damn system had left him with a deep psychological shadow from the day he was bound to it. It would threaten to self-destruct if it was unhappy. What kind of legitimate system is so deceitful? Other people's systems are like gentle, sweet female voices with thoughtful prompts, but his system is like a ruthless bandit strapped with explosives. Then Sui turned his attention back to the remaining 3 lottery draws. Just finish the remaining 3 draws honestly. I rubbed my hands together, skipping the hand washing this time. My luck was already like this, so it couldn't get much worse. This time, Sui simply clicked the lottery button 3 times in a row, deducting all the balance in his bank card until he only had a little over 500,000 star coins left. 3 beams of light exploded simultaneously on the lottery interface. 1 purple and 2 blue. The lottery effect from clicking repeatedly even had a stacking effect. Not bad at all. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the BTD 1 Destroyer Bomber Core, Purple Epic. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the External Armor Steel Plate Core, Blue Elite. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Stereo Rangefinder Core, Blue Elite. When Suyi saw the purple quality aircraft core icon on the system interface, he jumped right out of bed. Bomber. I actually got a bomber. He was so excited he almost threw his phone away. He quickly grabbed the Beat D, 1 destroyer carrier-based aircraft core, and carefully examined its core attributes. The more Suyi looked at it, the wider his grin widened, until he finally burst out laughing. Beat D, 1 destroyer, a professional dive bomber, completely different from his previous makeshift multi-role fighters. Whether it's the Camel or the F-4F Wildcat, they're ultimately air superiority fighters with air superiority as their primary attribute, only capable of dropping bombs as a side job. These two are jacks of all trades, but masters of none. Although the F-4F Wildcat could be armed with bombs, its bombing accuracy and payload were nowhere near those of a dedicated bomber like the BTD 1 destroyer. The BTD 1 destroyer is approximately 11.7 meters long and has a wingspan of 13.7 meters. Its wings can be folded and stored in a hangar. It can reach a maximum speed of 554 kilometers per hour and maintain a cruising speed of 303 kilometers per hour. Of course, what excited Suyi the most was the ammunition capacity. Each Beat D-1 can carry 2 anicap armor-piercing bombs weighing 721 kilograms each. What does that bomb yield mean? Let's take the F-4F Wildcat that Suyi has on hand as an example. One high-explosive bomb carried by the Wildcat weighs only 45 kilograms, while 1 destroyer bomb is equivalent to more than 3 of them. If used to destroy disaster ships, a single hit on a sailboat-sized disaster ship would be enough to take it down. There wouldn't even be time to react. Even a high-level ironclad disaster ship can't withstand more than a few hits. At most 3 or 4 hits will force the enemy to rebuild their ships. Suyi looked at the destroyer's attribute panel more than 3 times from beginning to end, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. The smile on his face was harder to suppress than the smile on his face. With 24 Beat D-1 destroyers, plus the 24 Wildcats and 15 Camels he had previously drawn, his total number of carrier-based aircraft has reached 63. An aerial formation of this size is probably the only one of its kind to be found in the entire Ocean University of China. The other 2 blue cores that Suyi drew were not junk either. Although the outer armor plate core was a relatively common basic universal core, armor is something that will never go out of style. Even if he couldn't use it now, he could get it to Muchinga and the others, or he could sell it for a good price. The other blue core is the Convergent Stereo Rangefinder. This device is quite interesting. It is a rangefinder specifically designed for large-caliber naval guns. Once equipped, it can greatly improve the long-range shooting accuracy of Awakeners. Those Awakened ones who rely on large-caliber naval guns as their primary means of output would probably go crazy for this thing, because while high-quality naval gun cores are easy to find, the cores of the various supporting equipment are extremely rare, and there are often prices but no supply on the market. Suyi was already calculating in his mind how much money he could make by listing this item in the trading group that Muchinga had mentioned. After closing the lottery interface, Suyi took out the 6 cores and placed them on the bed. 3 blue, 1 green, 1 purple, and 1 gold. Although he got a useless sail core and a torpedo launcher that he didn't know if he could sell. But based on the value of the 2 top-tier cores, the purple bomber core and the gold enhanced core, the investment of 6 million star coins not only fully recovered, but also made a huge profit. Suyi contributed 1 million, and Muchinga contributed 5 million in this lottery. It's not unreasonable for them to choose 1 core item first, right? Moreover, he was the only one among everyone who could use the aircraft core, and he brazenly stuffed the Beat D-1 destroyer core into his pocket. Suyi pressed the Beat D-1 destroyer core to his chest, and the core transformed into a purple halo that entered his body. Immediately, a new line appeared in the list of carrier-based aircraft on the ship's soul panel. Beat D-1 destroyer bomber. Maximum quantity of 24, 1 automatically produced every 60 minutes. After absorbing the bomber's core, Suyi carefully stored away the remaining cores and leaned against the headboard to plan his next move. I'll take a day off tomorrow. The day after tomorrow morning, I'll help Long Zhan Yu Yi with a support battle. That will bring in another 300,000. Once the reputation of my support battles spreads and my order volume stabilizes, I can save a lot of money every month just from support battles. At that time, even a guaranteed 10 pull won't be a dream. Chapter 96 is the school your family's business? At 10 p.m. that night, Suye's stomach started to rumble with cravings, so he dragged Lin Yu and Ruan Xiaodo along to a barbecue stall outside the main campus. Ruan Xiaodo chose the location, saying that the grilled lamb skewers at this shop were highly praised on the school forum, and he would be doing himself a disservice if he didn't try them. The three of them sat down on plastic stools by the roadside and ordered about 200 yuan worth of skewers, including a handful each of lamb, beef, tendon, and kidney, plus 3 plates of grilled eggplant and a basket of grill mantis slices. Lin Yu waved his hand and ordered a few more cans of beer, saying that to celebrate Su Ye's opening and the start of business, they had a drink to their heart's content today. Brother Yi, I read your post on Tieba. Lin Yu mumbled as he munched on a lamb skewer, not even bothering to wipe the oil from his lips. Those people really said some nasty things like money hungry and reverse involution. I think they're just being sarcastic. After you finish helping that sophomore with his work the day after tomorrow, and your record is posted, I really want to see what those people's faces will look like then. Ruan Xiaodo nodded vigorously beside her. Exactly. I argued with a troll more than 20 times in the thread today. Su Yi chuckled, holding a beer can. You actually went out of your way to argue with someone? Absolutely. The thing Ruan Xiaodo, can't stand the most in my life is people questioning my boss. I've seen your strength with my own eyes, Brother Yi. They haven't even seen you yet, but they're just spouting nonsense. Aren't they just brainless? Ruan Xiaodo said confidently. The three of them chatted and laughed as they ate skewers of grilled meat and drank beer. They drank until after 11 p.m. before finally taking a speedboat back to the base on Wanghai Island. Ruan Xiaodo's face was flushed from drinking, and she was walking with a limp. Lin Yu, supporting him by the arm, walked along while cursing, "With your alcohol tolerance, you still have the nerve to clink glasses with me." Su Yi followed behind them, the sea breeze sobering him up considerably. Feeling a pang of emotion, he looked up at the starry sky and saw a bright shooting star streak across the horizon. The next morning, Su Yi arrived at the main campus of Ocean University again. In the first few days of school, he was first assigned to guard the island and then had to complete the extermination mission assigned by the school, keeping him extremely busy until yesterday, when he finally started to have some free time. Now that he finally had some free time, he had one thing on his mind: to go see Tang Li. After the college entrance examination, both of them entered Ocean University. However, Tang Li chose the liberal arts major of information management and usually took classes on the main campus, while Su Yi chose the combat major. Since the start of the semester, the two have been busy with their own things and have not seen each other yet. Before coming, Su Yi had already sent a message to ask Tang Li where the classroom was today. Tang Li said that this morning was the minor course of carrier-based aircraft operation simulation training, and the classroom was the simulation training room on the 3rd floor of the teaching building. As soon as Su Yi stepped into the teaching building, he felt that this classroom was completely different from ordinary classrooms. The moment he pushed open the door, Su Ye's eyes lit up. This was no ordinary classroom. It was more like a small training base. The classroom is at least 1,000 square meters in size, and it is neatly filled with large simulation control panels and dozens of virtual training pods. Most of the control panels are occupied by students who are intently staring at the screens in front of them. In the center of the classroom, there is a huge overhead tactical screen on the floor. Above the main screen are 4 secondary screens. The tactical screen is about 4 meters by 4 meters in size. The 4 secondary screens on the top are suspended in the air, and the content on them can be clearly seen from any corner. The screen is currently displaying a virtual sea battle scene. More than 40 warships are divided into red and blue teams and are engaged in a simulated naval encounter. Each side has 22 ships of different types. Both the red and blue sides are equipped with 1 aircraft carrier for ironclad warships and 17 galleon-class sailing ships. Judging from the battle situation on the screen, the red side currently has a slight advantage, while the blue side's left flank has been repeatedly defeated. There were quite a few students in the classroom watching the exercise. They gathered in small groups to discuss the tactics of both sides. Some were taking notes. Some were pointing at a certain operation on the screen and saying that the ironclad ship's movement was too stupid, and some were just there to join in the fun, leisurely drinking sports drinks as if they were watching the World Cup. Su Ye's gaze swept around the classroom and quickly locked onto Tang Li's location. She was sitting at a control panel in the front row, surrounded by at least a dozen people who crowded around the safety line below the control panel so tightly that it was impossible to see anything. If the control panel hadn't been much higher than the ground, Suyi probably wouldn't have been able to find Tang Li. I never expected my Tang Dang to be so popular. Suyi muttered to himself, and then, relying on his agility and the physical advantage brought by his 50 points of basic physique, he squeezed through the gaps in the crowd and stood to Tang Li's left. Just then, a young man with the same slick-back hairstyle as Su Wenxiang, who was not far from Suyi, suddenly spoke up. Some people really have no manners. They are late and still have to squeeze in. So many of us came early before class to watch Tang Xiaohua's mock exercise, and you just squeeze in as soon as you arrive. Suyi looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man who looked very much like Su Wenxiang, standing with his arms crossed, his brows slightly furrowed, looking at Su Yi with displeasure. Upon hearing this, Su Yi thought to himself, wow, so this is just the beginning, labeling me as uncivilized? Is this a warning or just a deliberate attempt to pick a fight? I haven't offended anyone like this before. Excuse me, is there any rule in the school that says you can't watch the drill if you arrive late? Su Yi asked calmly and unhurriedly. Zhang Kai's face turned cold. Damn it, how dare this kid talk to him like that in front of so many people? Doesn't he know he's the class monitor of Information Management Class 1? Every student who came to visit him had to greet him politely as Brother Kai. Yet this unfamiliar face, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, was so disrespectful to him. Student, I am the class monitor of Information Management Class 1. It is my responsibility to maintain order in the classroom. Your pushing and shoving just now has seriously affected the other students' viewing of the simulation battle, so please leave here immediately. Most of the students around were from the Information Management Class 1. They looked at Zhang Kai and then at Su Yi with some surprise. What was wrong with the class monitor today? Although Zhang Kai usually put on airs in class, he would never kick someone out like that. Why was he being so tough today? Su Yi turned his head, looked into Zhang Kai's eyes, and said in a calm tone, which school rule states that you have the right to let people leave the classroom at will? Zhang Kai was taken aback, his face turning slightly red. The school doesn't have any explicit regulations on this, but it's our class's rule. Is this your class rule? Upon hearing this, Su Yi was so angry that he laughed. I thought the school was your family's property. Besides, what business is it of mine what your class rules are? I'm not in your class. Su Yi's nonchalant reply made Zhang Kai lose face. Several students watching nearby couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. They were used to seeing Zhang Kai giving orders in class, and this was the first time they had seen him speechless after being rebuked. It seemed quite novel to them. Chapter 97, a genius carrier-based aircraft operator with an information science degree. Zhang Kai's face was already flushed red. At this moment, he wished he could hold Su Yi down and beat him up, but he could only think about it and didn't dare to actually make a move. The student ID card hanging on Su Yi's chest clearly indicated that he was a combat major. If he really made a move, he estimated that he wouldn't even be able to withstand a beating from Su Yi's hand. Why are you being so unreasonable? We're all here to learn carrier-based aircraft operation techniques from Tang. What are you doing here, a combat major? The combat major's training ground isn't on this floor. You've come to the wrong classroom. Ocean University has a clear rule that all students must wear their student ID cards around their necks. The student ID cards for combat majors are red, while those for liberal arts majors are blue, making them easily distinguishable. The reason Zhang Kai caused trouble for Su Yi was because when Su Yi squeezed through, Zhang Kai saw that Su Yi was wearing a combat-related student ID around his neck. Since the start of the semester, every few days, boys from the combat department would come to their classroom under some pretext to find Tang Li. These boys were either there to confess their feelings or to invite Tang Li to join their crew. Zhang Kai fell in love with Tang Li the moment he saw her on the first day of school. Tang Li was his object of affection, so naturally Zhang Kai had to keep out all the suitors who tried to get close to her. So you finally understood. This class monitor had been watching him ever since he walked in, and he was always looking for trouble to get rid of people. The reason had nothing to do with maintaining order. He was just shooing away flies. After Tang Li learned that Su Yi was coming to see her, she subtly mentioned that she had only been in school for a few days and many strange boys had come up to talk to her. It seemed that this guy probably liked Tang Li too, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a hurry to chase her away. Su Yi found it a bit funny and didn't bother with the guy who called himself class monitor. He turned around and focused his attention on Tang Li. Tang Li minored in carrier-based aircraft operation. Suyi stood to her left and watched for less than 2 minutes before the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up. The little girl frantically pressed various buttons and screens on the control panel, her 10 fingers moving so fast on the touchpad that they were almost blurry. As for his hand speed, Suyi silently compared it in his mind and felt that it was much faster than Ji Luoshi's. Ji Luoshi's playing style is aggressive. Every move she makes is like that of an extreme athlete, emphasizing relentless pursuit. Tang Li's style was completely different. Her fingers moved back and forth between the buttons and the touchscreen, issuing formation and attack commands almost simultaneously. Her style was more steady, and her operation was as skillful as a textbook. When did this girl start practicing? Suyi muttered to himself, a hint of pride in his voice. Through the live broadcast screens on top of the control panel, he saw that, under Tang Li's control, a carrier-based aircraft squadron of 6 monoplane fighters, divided into 2 3-plane wedge formations, cut into the battlefield from the flank of the Red Force's aircraft carrier. The fighter jets flew around the blue team's forward reconnaissance ship at an altitude almost touching the sea surface, and then suddenly pulled up to bombing altitude directly above the blue team's main fleet. All the fighter jets completed bombing and disengagement within 10 seconds, and all 6 bombs accurately hit the target. One of the blue team's ironclad ships lost a third of its durability, and thick smoke billowed from its deck. Tang Li's entire flight maneuver was fluid and seamless, with every step, from the angle of entry to the timing of bombing and the escape route, perfectly timed. Watching from the side, Suyi inwardly exclaimed, "Wow." Even among awakened ones personally controlling a small number of fighter jets, very few could achieve this level of skill. Suyi admitted that even he himself might not be able to replicate this operation, let alone perform it on the spot in a complex actual battle. Tang Li, an information management major, has definitely put in a lot of hard work to reach this level. After completing the airstrike mission, Tang Li let out a long breath, rubbed her slightly sore wrists, and tapped the control panel twice to make the carrier-based aircraft return to base automatically. Just as she reached for the water bottle next to the control panel, preparing to drink some water to relieve her tension, an unexpected incident occurred. Bai Shui, who was sitting to her right, suddenly leaned over and whispered in her ear, "Tang Tang, it seems like the class monitor just got into an argument with someone." Tang Li paused as she unscrewed the water bottle cap. She looked in the direction Bai Shui was pointing, her peripheral vision sweeping across the crowd, and then she suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. She had seen that figure for over a decade since she was a child, so much so that she could recognize him just by looking at his back and the way he walked. "Burotur Suye, how come he's here so fast?" Tang Li's voice suddenly rose half an octave, with a slight nasal tone. Bai Shui was taken aback by her reaction. She and Tang Li had been sitting together since the beginning of the semester and were quite familiar with each other, but she had never seen Tang Li speak in this tone before. Just moments ago, she was dominating the control panel, expressionless like a robot, but now she's suddenly transformed into a boisterous little girl. The contrast was so stark that Bai Shui almost thought she'd mistaken her for someone else. "Hey, do you know that handsome guy who just had a fight with the class monitor?" Bai Shui blinked and followed Tang Li's gaze to look at the boy who was being targeted by Zhang Kai. "Xiao Shui, do you know what just happened?" Tang Li put the water bottle on the table, without even drinking any water, her attention completely focused on Suyi. Seeing Tang Li's anxious expression, Bai Shui's lips curled into a smirk, her tone slightly mocking. "TKSK what? Worried your good brother will get hurt." She even emphasized the words "good brother" in particular, as if afraid that Tang Li wouldn't realize she was teasing her. Tang Li didn't care about her friend's teasing at all, and instead nodded generously. Bai Shui raised an eyebrow, her eyes darting around, and leaned forward, lowering her voice. "Wow, you admit it so easily? Could it be this handsome young man is your boyfriend?" Upon hearing this, Tang Li's ears turned visibly pink, the blush spreading from her earlobes to her earlobes. She muttered softly, "Oh dear, Xiaoxiu, don't talk nonsense. I'm not making this up. You agreed to it yourself." Bai Shui covered her mouth, almost bursting out laughing. Although they spoke in hushed tones, the male students from the information management class below the stage were not far from the control panel, only a few steps away. In addition, this group of people were already listening intently to what Tang Li was saying. After all, Tang Li was the school beauty recognized by the whole class, and her every move was being secretly watched. So, several sharp-eared boys overheard every word of Tang Li and Bai Shui's conversation. After hearing the conversation between the two girls, the boys felt as if a thunderbolt had struck them, and the sky had collapsed. Zhang Kai wasn't the only one in the information management class who liked Tang Li. Many of them had a crush on her. From the very first day of school, these people had been plotting how to strike up a conversation with Tang Li, how to create a chance encounter, and how to cover for her during simulation training to leave a good impression. But it's only been a few days since school started, and their campus belle already has a boyfriend. Moreover, judging from Tang Li's reaction, it wasn't the reservedness of someone being pursued, but the nervousness and concern of someone who genuinely likes the other person. The difference between these two is clearer to all of you sycophants than anyone else. However, what will make them even more desperate is yet to come. Chapter 98. Tang Li becomes a hot commodity. Tang Li, disregarding the need to continue the drill, unbuckled her seatbelt and jumped off the control panel. She ran to Su Yi in her little leather shoes, grabbed his arm in front of everyone, and looked up at him, asking, "Brother Su Yi, why are you here so early?" That tone, that natural intimacy, that complete disregard for the dozens of people around them. The boys present felt as if they had been stabbed in the heart once again. Su Yi reached out and gently rubbed Tang Li's head, which he hadn't touched in a long time. The touch on his palm was as light as petting a kitten, and his tone was full of doting affection. Right after the start of the semester, the school gave me a strict order to wipe out a disaster ship gathering point. I've been busy with missions these past few days, otherwise I would have come to see you a couple of days earlier. You chose carrier-based aircraft operation as your minor? How's your training going? Hearing Su Yi ask about the course, Tang Li immediately became proud, raising her chin slightly and puffing out her chest, revealing an expression that said, "Come on, praise me. I'm currently number 1 in our class at carrier-based aircraft operation. Aren't I amazing?" Su Yi was amused by Tang Li's performance and couldn't help but pat her head again. "Our Tang Tang is really amazing. How about coming aboard my ship?" Tang Li's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. "Can I come right now?" She had been waiting for these words for a long time. Although the simulation in the classroom was quite realistic, it was still just a simulation. It was a completely different concept from operating real, carrier-based aircraft on a real aircraft carrier deck. Virtual cabins can simulate the overload feeling of catapult launch and the gravity changes during bomb dropping, but they can never simulate the feeling of sea breeze hitting your face or the realistic feeling of the deck undulating slightly beneath your feet. In fact, Tang Li had planned to become a sailor a long time ago. When she was filling out her college application, she struggled for a long time about whether to choose the combat major or the liberal arts major. Choosing the combat major would allow her to fight alongside Su Yi directly, but her college entrance examination results were not ideal. If she wanted to enter the combat major, she would have to repeat a year. In the end, she chose the humanities major, but her goal never changed, to become Su Ye's crew member and fight alongside him in the future. Su Ye's ship is an aircraft carrier. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen carrier-based aircraft control as her minor course. Of course, Su Yi had barely uttered 2 words when Zhang Kai, who was standing to the side, couldn't hold back any longer. He had been standing beside Su Yi and Tang Li ever since they started talking, and the expression on his face grew increasingly unpleasant, as if he had swallowed a fly. When Su Yi rubbed Tang Li's head, a vein throbbed on his forehead. When Tang Li clung to Su Ye's arm, the pen in his hand snapped his hand. When Tang Li looked up at Su Yi with those bright, sparkling eyes, Zhang Kai finally broke down completely. He strode up to the two of them, his voice loud enough to be heard throughout the classroom. "Tang, don't be fooled by this kid. He's only a freshman. How much can he possibly do? My cousin's ship is a real aircraft carrier. As long as I say a word to my cousin, she'll definitely let you operate carrier-based aircraft on her ship." Upon hearing this, Su Yi frowned slightly. As far as he knew, apart from his own original nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, all the other awakened carriers were modified from other ships. How could this person say that his cousin's ship was a real aircraft carrier? Could it be that someone had already awakened a native aircraft carrier before him? If that's the case, then Ocean University truly is a place where hidden talents abound. Just as Su Yi was wondering, Tang Li spoke first. She turned to look at Zhang Kai, her eyes cold, and her tone was at least 10 degrees colder than when she spoke to Suyi earlier. Zhang, I'm not that familiar with you. Please call me by my full name. Zhang Kai's smile froze for a moment. Tang Li didn't give him any time to react and continued, each sentence more hurtful than the last. Also, my brother Su Ye's ship is an aircraft carrier. I've already agreed to be his crew member. I have absolutely no interest in your cousin or anything like that. Please don't bother me with this kind of thing anymore. This statement was so informative that the boys in the audience collectively gasped. Su Ye's ship is also an aircraft carrier? Adding Fanqing's shoes. There are 2 aircraft carriers in this classroom? It's important to know that aircraft carrier awakeners are as rare as pandas. There are only a handful of aircraft carrier awakeners across several grades at Haizhou University. Today, there's only one standing in this classroom, and he's a freshman just like them. Zhang Kai was humiliated by Tang Li on the spot, his face turning pale and then red. He was truly embarrassed. As the class monitor of Class 1 of Information Science, he was rendered speechless in front of so many people by the girl he liked. But he couldn't get angry at Tang Li. Tang Li was his goddess, and he had spent so much time building up his image and gaining favor in the class. He couldn't ruin it all because of a moment of impulsiveness. So he turned his anger on Suyi. Zhang Kai puffed out his chest, trying to use his height advantage to intimidate Suyi, even though he was only a head taller than Suyi. Kid, your name is Suyi, right? Do you dare to have a match with me? The loser is not allowed to come near Tang Tang in the future. Upon hearing this, Suyi expressionlessly uttered 2 words, idiot. The sound wasn't loud, but it was clearly audible throughout the classroom. Several students watching nearby couldn't help but burst out laughing, then quickly covered their mouths and pretended to cough. Suyi had no interest in getting entangled with this spoiled brat who was obviously pampered at home. He would not agree to such a bet regardless of winning or losing. There was no benefit in winning and even more loss in losing. It was a complete waste of time. Are you kidding me? You think you can cover my childhood sweetheart? Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Zhang Kai was once again thrown off balance by the name Su Yi, and the veins on his forehead visibly bulged. He usually cultivated an image of a gentle, mature, and steady elite class monitor, but at this moment, that image completely crumbled. He opened his mouth and began spewing profanities at Su Yi, creating a cacophony of birdsong and fragrant flowers. The harshness of his words was a stark contrast to the gentle and refined class monitor he had just spoken of. Tang Li stared in astonishment at Zhang Kai's spectacular performance, her eyes wide with surprise. She had dealt with Zhang Kai quite a few times since the start of the semester, and although she found him a bit annoying, he seemed to be a well-mannered person on the surface. I never expected that just 2 words, Sui, would break my defenses and turn me into a shrew, no? A shrew. The last shred of patience that Tang Li had left in her eyes vanished completely, replaced by undisguised disgust. She turned to Su Yi and said, "Brother Su Yi, ignore that person. He's been bothering me every few days since the start of the semester. He's so annoying. Let's go." Su Yi nodded, not even glancing at Zhang Kai again, and pulled Tang Li to leave the classroom. Just then, the crowd of onlookers suddenly parted in the middle, as if an invisible hand had shoved them apart. A tall girl walked towards us, wearing dark ankle boots. Her steps were neither too fast nor too slow, but each step was steady. Her strong presence made the students around her unconsciously move aside. She walked slowly to Su Yi and Tang Li, glanced at Tang Li first, a slight smile appearing on her face, and her tone was surprisingly polite. "Hello, are you Tang Li, my junior? My name is Fanqing Xu, a second-year student in the combat department. My cousin told me that you are excellent at operating carrier-based aircraft, so I came here today to see you and would like to invite you to be my crew member. I wonder if you would be interested." Chapter 99, let's have an 11-man solo match. As soon as Fanqing Xu said this, Su Yi and Tang Li exchanged a glance. They both guessed the identity of this senior. She was both a cousin and a second-year student, and she just happened to appear at this time. This woman must be Zhang Kai's cousin without a doubt. Although Tang Li had developed a considerable aversion to Zhang Kai, Fanqing Xu remained polite and courteous throughout, showing no prejudice because of her cousin's situation. Tang Li wasn't the type to hold a grudge, so she politely declined, saying, "Thank you for your kind words, senior, but I've already agreed to go on Su Ye's ship. I'm sorry." "Oh." Fanqing Xu raised an eyebrow and turned her gaze to Su Yi, looking him up and down for a few seconds. Her gaze wasn't one of condescending scrutiny, but rather one of curiosity and inquiry as she looked at a colleague she'd heard of but never met. Then she extended her right hand and introduced herself naturally. Hello, Junior Su. I've heard so much about you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Fan Qingshu. Suyi looked at the slender, jade-like hand in front of him and wondered to himself, what's with this? I've long admired your name. When did I become famous in my sophomore year? However, one shouldn't refuse a smiling face. So Suyi shook hands with her and replied in a calm tone, hello, senior sister Fan. I also overheard some of the argument between my cousin and you guys just now. Fan Qingshu withdrew her hand, turned to look at Zhang Kai, who was still fuming in the crowd, and said in a tone of exhaustion like a parent seeing their mischievous child cause trouble again. I think there might be some misunderstanding. I don't think it's a big deal, so how about we just let it go? After saying that, she walked straight to Zhang Kai's side, reached out and twisted his ear. The skill in her movements showed that she had been doing it since she was a child. It would take more than 10 years of practice to twist such precision and strength. Can't you just shut up for once? It's only been a few days since school started and you're already arguing with someone. Come with me. Fan Qingshu grabbed Zhang Kai's ear and pulled him aside, showing him no respect whatsoever. Cease. Gently. Let go. Don't I have any dignity? Zhang Kai bent over, following Fan Qingshu's grip, wincing in pain. The arrogant class monitor image he had just maintained completely collapsed in that instant. Shut up. Come over here and apologize to them. Fan Qingshu wasn't going to tolerate her cousin. She knew Zhang Kai too well. He had good grades from elementary school to university and seemed like a polite and well-behaved student on the surface, but deep down he was spoiled rotten by his family and liked to say one thing to someone's face and another behind their back. They behave like rabbits in front of elders and teachers, but become arrogant and conceited in front of their peers. If such people are not dealt with sooner or later, they will suffer greatly in the future. Zhang Kai, whose ear was twisted and dragged to Su Yi by Fan Qingshu, had a face as red as a pig's liver. He was naturally full of resentment, his neck stiff and his eyes darting around, refusing to look at Su Yi and Tang Li. But under the constant intimidation of his cousin since childhood, and the jade hand that twisted his ear almost 180 degrees, he could only reluctantly squeeze out a sorry through gritted teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, he struggled free from Fan Qingshu's clutches, rubbing his bright red ear as he disappeared back into the crowd without looking back. Suyi watched the guy's retreating figure. He was clearly quite disheveled. Suyi originally thought that Zhang Kai's cousin, who seemed to have an aura of 2 meters and 80 centimeters, had come to help him get revenge, but he never expected things to turn out this way. This girl is something else. As the saying goes, a gentleman uses words, not fists, but this girl would rather use her fists than her words. Just as Suyi thought the matter was over and was about to leave with Tang Li, Fan Qingshu turned around and came to stand in front of the two of them. Junior Su, wait a minute. With a smile on his face, Fan Qingshu said in a calm and unhurried tone, Tang Li is an excellent prospective crew member. I must admit that. Since she's decided to be your crew member, you must be quite capable. However, to be honest, I'm a little reluctant to give up on recruiting her just like that. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Su Yi, before saying, how about this? We'll have an 11-man solo match. Win or lose, I'll keep an eye on Zhang Kai and make sure he never bothers Tang Xiumei again. What do you say? This? Upon hearing this, Su Yi began to hesitate. It wasn't that he was afraid of Fan Qingshu. He just found her troublesome. But then he thought about it again and realized that Zhang Kai was in the same class as Tang Li after all. The two of them see each other all the time. And what's even more ridiculous is that this guy is Tang Li's class monitor. He can't possibly stay by Tang Li's side 24 hours a day. If he really has this cousin who looks very reliable as a guarantor, it would be a good choice to make Zhang Kai completely stop. Moreover, being able to spar with a senior who seems quite capable and see the level of second-year students at Ocean University doesn't seem like a bad deal. Thinking of this, Suyi nodded and said decisively, okay, since you've said so, I'll take the challenge. I believe you can keep your brother in check. Seeing that Suyi agreed, Fan Qingshu smiled and pointed to the row of devices against the wall at the back of the classroom. There are 2 empty virtual reality pods there. We can each take one. As for the map, let's choose the 200-kilometer standard map, Thousand Islands. Is that okay? No problem. Suyi replied succinctly. Fan Qingshu was decisive and swift. She stepped into one of the virtual pods, and before closing the door, turned back to Su Yi and gestured to the device opposite her. Su didn't stand on ceremony. He patted Tang Li's hand that was holding his, gave her a reassuring look, and then turned and went into the virtual pod. He wouldn't keep his muscles to himself, especially in this kind of situation. Only by demonstrating sufficient strength can he teach those who don't know their place what restraint and propriety mean. As the virtual capsule door slowly closed, the crowd that had been watching the show instantly erupted into a clamor of discussion. Holy crap! This first-year student named Su Yi actually dared to accept a challenge from a second-year senior? Is he that brave? Class monitor, is that your sister? Holy crap! Your sister is so cool, so fierce and awesome. She's a role model for us all. Can you give me a friend request for your sister? Zhang, Kai chuckled again, glancing at the boy who had spoken. You? Give me a break. But then again, if anyone can really handle my sister, I'll call you brother. I mean what I say. Come on. Everyone knows what you're thinking. Do you think Su Yi can win? It would be a miracle if we could win. A bespectacled boy pushed up his glasses and analyzed. He's only been in school for a short time. He's a freshman. I bet he hasn't even reached level 10 yet. You have to understand that there's a huge difference in base stats between an unadvanced awakened and an awakened who is already advanced. Senior Fan is already a sophomore. She must have advanced at least once, right? With this stat difference, how can Su Yi possibly beat him? I don't think so. Someone nearby immediately retorted. Since Su Yi dared to accept Senior Fan's challenge so readily, he must be someone special, who would believe he doesn't have something impressive to offer. All right, stop arguing. Who cares who wins or loses? I just want to watch their live match properly. The few small screens on this virtual pod are just too small. It's not satisfying to watch. That's right, teacher. One bold student shouted directly at the teacher. Could you switch that big tactical screen in the middle of the classroom to show Su Yi and Senior Sister Fan fighting? Let's learn too. Yes, teacher, please, we want to see it too. Give us a chance. Are you guys trying to study or just want to gossip? I'm too embarrassed to call you out on it. The teacher was only responsible for teaching simulated battles today, but seeing so many students wanting to see the two fight one-on-one, he also became more expectant and wanted to know how this first-year student named Su Yi dared to accept the challenge from the second-year senior. Chapter 100. Ironclad ship converted into aircraft carrier. So the teacher, without any pretense, smiled and nodded, pressing a few buttons on the control panel in front of him. Okay, then so be it. As the teacher switched, the largest tactical screen in the center of the classroom went black for a moment, then instantly lit up, clearly displaying the battle between Su Yi and Fan Qingshu. The map they chose was Thousand Islands, a medium-sized map measuring 250 by 200 kilometers. The map was filled with countless islands of varying sizes, and the sea conditions were quite complex, which would test the awakened individual's judgment and operational skills. Fan Qingshu appeared first in the northeast corner of the map. When her ship was fully displayed on the big screen, the students watching couldn't help but gasp and exclaim in surprise. Holy crap! No wonder Zhang Kai said his cousin's aircraft carrier is a real aircraft carrier. Look at its size, the width of the deck, and the number of carrier-based aircraft. It's in a completely different league from those Frankenstein's monsters that are just converted cargo ships. So ironclad warships can be successfully converted into aircraft carriers? That's an amazing approach. I'm really tempted to try it myself. I advise you not to get carried away. Calm down, bro. A knowledgeable student next to him immediately poured cold water on the idea. Recently, quite a few people in our school have tried to follow the trend of converting their ships into aircraft carriers, and several of them almost ruined themselves. Really? Is it that scary? Don't scare me. Why would I lie to you? He's from my hometown, in the class next door. After the modifications, even the island superstructure was inexplicably gone. He can't control the entire ship properly, and he can't even connect his consciousness to it. He's currently searching the world for experts to guide him and slowly remove the core error. It's a truly miserable situation. Never mind then. I can't afford to mess with them. So, if you don't know anything and just blindly absorb the core modifications, you're just asking for trouble. You need a professional modification designer to tailor a complete plan for you based on your ship model to have a chance of successful modification. Senior Sister Fan's aircraft carrier must have had an expert guiding her behind the scenes. Seeing everyone praising his cousin, Zhang Kai felt his lost face instantly regained. He subconsciously moved closer to Tang Li and said smugly, Tang, See, I wasn't lying to you, was I? My sister's aircraft carrier is really amazing. Whether it's tonnage, firepower, or the number of carrier-based aircraft, it far surpasses everyone else's. If you follow her, you'll definitely have a brighter future than if you follow that Su Yi. It's not too late to back out now. Just say the word, and I'll go talk to my sister right away, okay? Tang Li ignored him completely, not even glancing at Zhang Kai. She simply clasped her hands tightly to her chest, staring nervously at the big screen, because the scene was about to switch to Su Ye's side. Se silenti chere Su Yeon. Go, Su Ye. Let these frogs in a well see what a real aircraft carrier is. As the teacher adjusted the central tactical screen to a split-screen mode, Su Ye's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier was finally revealed to everyone. Quiet. A deathly silence. The air in the entire classroom seemed to freeze for 2 seconds. Then came an even more violent eruption than when we first saw Fan Qingshu's ship. Wow, why does this ship's hull look like this? The lines are so futuristic. Holy crap, what kind of ship is this? Just looking at it through the screen gives me a strange sense of oppression. I feel like my ship's soul is trembling. This sense of oppression is incredible. I feel like I'd just be a sitting duck if I went up there. This guy named Su Yi seems to actually have some skills. Su Yi is also an aircraft carrier, and he looks even more powerful than senior sister fans. You just found out? He already said it before. His ship is also an aircraft carrier, and he even invited our school beauty Tang to be his crew member. Are you ignorant? I already knew that Su Yi was an aircraft carrier hull, and a really awesome, explosive one at that. Brother, tell me in detail quickly. It all started on the day I took the college entrance exam. The student immediately perked up, ready to launch into a long speech. When Zhang Kai saw that Su Ye's ship was actually an aircraft carrier, and that it looked much larger than his cousin's ship, he felt a mix of emotions, including intense jealousy. Zhang Kai felt a bitter taste in his mouth. His ship was just a broken medium-sized sailboat. Although his family had some money, it wasn't enough to buy him a treasure from the sea. Sailing ships have the highest casualty rate among combat units. People can literally die. He was genuinely afraid of death, so as soon as his college entrance exam scores came out, he chose liberal arts without hesitation. His life was more important. Meanwhile, Su Yi, inside the virtual cabin, had no time to pay attention to the discussions outside. He had already skillfully controlled the carrier-based aircraft on the deck to start taking off in batches. The 3 elevators on both sides of the ship were also operating at full power, continuously sending batches of carrier-based aircraft from the lower hangar to the deck. Last night, before going to bed, Su Yi, having nothing to do, casually absorbed the core of the newly acquired BT-1 destroyer bomber. This type of bomber is not only fast and has a large payload, but also comes in large numbers. The maximum number of BT-1 destroyers is 24. With his original 2 carrier-based aircraft cores, the total number of carrier-based aircraft that his 3 cores can now provide has reached a full 63. However, according to the optimal scheduling plan, Su Ye's deck can only accommodate a maximum of 48 carrier-based aircraft at the same time. Therefore, the remaining 15 carrier-based aircraft will be stored in the lower hangar by default when he summons the ship, waiting for the elevator to send them to the deck at any time. As Su Yi gave the order, one menacing-looking carrier-based aircraft after another, like wasps leaving their nest, continuously launched from the deck and quickly formed attack formations in the air. In front of the tactical screen, the students and the teacher who had been chattering away were all dumbfounded, their mouths agape like ducks with their necks being choked. The Su Yi's aircraft carrier has a whopping 63 carrier-based aircraft. Did this guy really mess things up? This number far exceeded everyone's comprehension. The instructor was the first to react. He frantically operated the tactical screen to retrieve the parameter viewing function. With a flurry of operations, Su Ye's basic ship information was directly projected onto the small screen above the tactical screen. Hull, aircraft carrier. Length x width, 352 meters x 84 meters. Displacement, 123,000 tons. Carrier-based aircraft capacity. Maximum capacity of 108 aircraft. Weapons, for naval cannons. Powertrain, unknown. Speed, 35 knots. Other, the outer layer of the hull has been fitted with an advanced armor core. When this series of cold, hard data was shoved right in everyone's faces, the entire classroom fell completely silent. Chapter 101. The Battle at the Thousand Islands is underway. displacement of 123,000 tons, maximum load capacity of 108 aircraft. Among the crowd of livestock, someone uttered those two words in a low voice. Then, the entire classroom exploded like a ladle of water had been poured into a scalding hot oil pan. 108 planes? Am I seeing things? These are freshmen? 120,000 tons of displacement, my God. My ship, including all its weapons and accessories, only weighs a few hundred tons. Compared to it, I feel like a little brother now, no? The little brother of little brothers. What does unknown power system mean? Even the school's system can't detect it. What about that guy who said he'd help Zhang Kai win over his sister? Forget about his sister for now. Take a look at this tough guy, Su Yi. Can you handle him? Zhang Kai, who had just been looking smug, now had a face that turned green, a green that made him panic. He looked at the data on the screen, then secretly glanced at Tang Li, who was staring at the screen with shining eyes not far away, and felt like a clown. At this moment, Suye's first batch of 12 F-4F Wildcat carrier-based aircraft had completed their formation and, like a group of sharks out hunting, skimmed the sea surface and pounced menacingly toward Fan Qingshu's location. Suye's formation of 12 F-4F Wildcat carrier-based aircraft flew close to the sea surface towards the northeast corner for about 10 minutes, but still did not see any trace of Fan Qingshu's ship. Where did that senior go? It's really troublesome to find enemy ships visually on this kind of multi-island map, Suyi muttered, then manipulated the carrier-based aircraft to expand the reconnaissance range again. The map of the 1,000 Islands has many islands, but it doesn't have much else. The islands and reefs, large and small, are like sesame seeds scattered on the ground. You can hide anywhere you crouch down. Suyi guessed that Fan Qingshu was definitely hiding behind some large island, waiting for him to show himself first. You want to play hide-and-seek with me, huh? Suyi chuckled, deciding not to rush to find her, and instead set up his carrier-based aircraft formation first. Suyi then divided the 12 F-4FS of the second squadron into 3 smaller squads. The first squadron of 12 F-4F Wildcats, which had already set off to scout targets, continued to advance, while the second squadron continued to disperse in a northerly direction. As for the 24-beat D-1 destroyer bombers, they were left on the deck for the time being. Bombers should only be deployed after a target has been found. Otherwise, if they wander around with a belly full of bombs and Fan Qingshu's fighter jets sneak up and wipe them out, that would be a huge loss. Besides the ones in the sky, there were also 15 B-plane camel carrier-based aircraft on Sui's deck. This camel carrier-based aircraft is an old relic from the early 20th century. It has a biplane structure, is slow, and has poor firepower, with 2 7.7mm machine guns that are practically water cannons. But this thing has one amazing skill. Its low-speed, hovering performance is extremely abnormal, and its turning radius is ridiculously small. Although the camels are a bit weak, they should still be enough for guarding the house. So you didn't plan to let the camels take off for the time being, wanting to keep them as a close combat guard. As Suye's carrier-based aircraft continued to penetrate deeper into the area, he soon spotted Fan Qingshu's carrier-based aircraft in the distance via the F-4F Wildcat. Through the remote synchronous vision of the carrier-based aircraft, Suyi confirmed that the enemy had a total of 36 carrier-based aircraft, 12 of which were Sopwest Pup carrier-based aircraft, while the type of the other 24 carrier-based aircraft made Suyi narrow his eyes. A6M0. Type 0. Suyi Raisit Anayibro. This senior has some wild ideas. She even got her hands on the Type 0. He knew the Zero very well. It was a top-tier carrier-based aircraft that did quite well in the early stages of World War II. It was light, agile, had an absurdly strong horizontal turning ability, and had a long range. It had almost no rivals in early air combat, but its weaknesses were also obvious. In order to reduce the weight of the aircraft, the armor was cut down to be as thin as paper. The fuel tanks did not have a self-sealing device and would catch fire as soon as they were fired, which led American pilots to jokingly call it a lighter. 12 puppies, 24 zeros, a total of 36. Suyi pondered for a moment. Had Fan Qingshu unleashed all his resources in one fell swoop? This senior is quite interesting. In front of the tactical screen in the classroom, a group of people stared with their eyes practically popping out of their sockets. What kind of tactic is Su Yi using? He's spreading his carrier-based aircraft like a net. Isn't he afraid of being picked off one by one? What do you know? This is called a reconnaissance formation. Their 120,000-ton giant aircraft carriers have so many carrier-based aircraft that they can do whatever they want. But Senior Sister Fan has already assembled her squadron. 36 fighters are forming an attack wave. Look how fast those Zeros are flying. If they find Su Ye's aircraft carrier, even a god couldn't withstand a single attack. Wait, can you see those planes on Su Ye's deck? Why aren't his biplane fighters taking off yet? A sharp-eyed student pointed to the 15 camel carrier-based aircraft parked on the rear half of Su Ye's deck in the corner of the screen. This type of plane is the same as Fan Shuiji's puppy, but what is he planning to do with these planes parked on the deck? Zhang Kai's expression softened slightly, and upon hearing this, he began to gloat again. I knew it. What's the use of having so many carrier-based aircraft? My cousin's fighters are all Zeros. You know Zeros? Invincible in dogfights. What did Suyi fight with? A bunch of broken biplanes. Someone nearby whispered, but class monitor, your cousin still hasn't found Su Ye's aircraft carrier. Shut up. Zhang Kai's face darkened. Tang Li didn't listen to their nonsense at all. She kept her fists clenched and stared at the screen the whole time, watching more carefully than the others. The flight paths of the F-4F Wildcats that Suyi deployed were deliberate. The 12 on the left appeared to be scattering to the left, but they were actually flying in an arc. If Fan Qingshu's aircraft carrier was really hiding behind some island, this arc could just circle around to her side and rear. Moreover, although the Wildcat is not as agile as the Zero, it is more robust and durable, and its firepower is also stronger. With 6 12.7mm machine guns against the Zero's 2 7.7mm guns and 2 20mm cannons, the Wildcat will definitely not be at a disadvantage in terms of bullet density. Brother Suyi, are you fishing? Tang Li's eyes lit up, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, the first echelon of 12 F-4F Wildcats from Suyi suddenly began to climb. They're here. Suyi sat up straight, looking at the group of fighter jets flying in from a distance. Fan Qingshu's 36 carrier-based aircraft were arranged in a double-layer formation, with 12 puppies on the upper layer and 24 Zeros on the lower layer, forming a wedge shape. Although the puppies were also old-fashioned aircraft, Fan Qingshu clearly did not intend to use them as the main force, but rather to draw fire and finish off enemies. The real killing machine was the 24 Zero fighters below, using puppies as bait and Zeros as the main force. Senior, this is a standard air combat textbook, Suyi said as she quickly controlled her fighter jet. He maneuvered the first group of 12 F-4F Wildcats to turn, but instead of heading straight for them, he began to climb to gain an altitude advantage. The second squadron of 12 aircraft continued to circle around from the left, moving towards the rear of the opposing formation. At the same time, he hesitated for a moment before controlling the 15 camels on the deck to take off. As all 15 camels took off, Suyi instructed these biplanes to circle at a minimum speed 5 kilometers directly above the aircraft carrier. Chapter 102 Showdown between aircraft carriers. Suyi's plan was actually quite simple. For a biplane fighter like Camel to launch a preemptive strike to find targets will be tantamount to suicide. But they're really useful for defense, especially for slow-speed circling as part of an air defense network. If a Zero dares to penetrate at low altitude, the Camel can easily confuse it in low-speed dogfights. Plus, with the 4-type 1130 close-in weapon systems on the aircraft carrier, anyone who comes within a kilometer will die. Senior Sister Fan's fighter jets were clearly aiming straight for his aircraft carrier. He hesitated whether to send out the bombers first. After thinking about it, he decided to temporarily abandon the idea of sending out the bombers now. The bombers had to be saved for last. It wasn't the right time yet. The distance between the two groups of aircraft is rapidly decreasing. Looking at the large tactical screen inside the classroom, the 2 points of light on either side were rapidly approaching each other above the sea, like 2 swarms of ants charging at each other. Holy crap, a fight's about to break out. This is the first time I've seen an aircraft carrier-to-carrier air battle of this caliber. It's so damn exciting. Suyi has 24 F-4F Wildcats and 15 Camels, for a total of 39. The numbers on both sides are actually about the same, but are Camels really useful for defense? Who cares if it's useful or not? I just want to see Zero fight Wildcats. The teacher also became agitated at this point, quickly tapping a few times on the control panel to switch the screen to 2 perspectives. The left side was a battle situation map, and the right side was the third-person perspective of Su Ye's first echelon. In the footage, Fan Qingshu's carrier-based aircraft formation is already visible to the naked eye. 12 Sopwith puppies on the upper level and 24 A6M0s on the lower level. The puppy is also a biplane, about the same as Suye's camel. But the Zero is different. Its long fuselage and wingspan make it look like a force to be reckoned with. 24 Zero fighters, even second-year students, shouldn't be underestimated in terms of combat power, the teacher commented in a low voice. With her abilities, Fan Qingshu is practically unstoppable among her peers. There are probably few aircraft carrier awakeners in the school who can compare to her. But then he changed the subject and added to the students around him. However, Zero's weaknesses are also obvious. It just depends on whether Suyi knows them. What could he possibly know? He's just a freshman, Zhang Kai interjected sarcastically. As soon as he finished speaking, Suye's carrier-based aircraft group on the screen started moving again. Instead of charging head-on, the first team of 12 Wildcats used the height advantage gained from their previous climb to dive from the direction of the sun and plunging into the flank of Fan Qingshu's formation. The F-4F Wildcat was heavier than the Zero and had a much faster dive speed, which directly disrupted the connection between the puppy and the Zero. He's asking for it. A Wildcat fighting a Zero-type dog is just asking for trouble. Zhang Kai scolded incitedly. The next second, everyone was stunned. Suye's Wildcat didn't fight the Zero dogfight at all. After diving down and firing a burst, it didn't look back and continued to dive to accelerate away, then created a great distance and started climbing again. The 12 Wildcats were divided into 4 groups of 3, and they adopted a hit-and-run tactic, refusing to engage in close combat with the Zeros. Why did Suyi dare to do this? Because he knew the Zero's Achilles heel. When the Zero was chasing a diving target, its ailerons would become extremely heavy and stiff at high speeds, causing a precipitous drop in control and making it impossible to keep the nose down. Suye's F-4F Wildcat already has a 50% chance of winning as long as it doesn't foolishly spin around in circles with Zero type. This Suyi, he really knows the weaknesses of the Zero type. The teacher's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but slap the table. Impossible. How could a freshman know the weaknesses of the Zero? Zhang Kai's eyes widened, still unable to believe that Suyi could know the weaknesses of the Zero. The students next to him were too lazy to pay attention to him anymore, and they were all staring at the screen and yelling, "Holy crap, this fighting style is too fancy." For groups of Wildcats take turns attacking, diving and firing once, and then running away, then climbing and diving again. The Zero is being played around like a dog on a leash. But Fan Qingshu was no pushover either. She quickly adjusted her tactics, and the Zero fighters stopped chasing the diving Wildcats. Instead, they maintained a certain altitude and waited for the Wildcats on Suye's side to climb back up before intercepting them. At the same time, the 12 puppies also began to scatter downwards, attempting to break through at low altitudes to find Suye's aircraft carrier position. "You gotten smarter, huh?" Suyi grinned. "But my second team of Wildcats has already arrived." The 12 Wildcats that had circled around earlier were now in position, cutting in from the left at low altitude and colliding with the 12 puppies that were scattering downwards. Although the puppy was a biplane, its low-speed dogfighting ability was not weak, but the Wildcat's 6 12.7mm machine guns had a firepower density that directly rubbed the puppy's 2 small-caliber machine guns into the ground. In a 3-minute firefight, 4 puppy drones plunged into the sea amidst black smoke, while 2 others had their main structures broken and fell apart on the spot. Seeing the situation was dire, Fan Qingshu quickly pulled up the remaining 6 puppy drones and fled. Now that your puppy's gone, let's see what you use as bait." Suyi leaned back in his chair and took a sip of water. Fan Qingshu clearly realized she was in trouble. Although her Zero type was evenly matched with Wildcat, Wildcat couldn't outmaneuver Zero type in terms of circling skill. However, Suyi didn't circle around her at all, using a hit-and-run tactic throughout. Fan Qingshu's Zero type was completely powerless. Not only did she fail to snipe Suye's F-4F Wildcat, but she also lost 5 Zeros to the enemy. In addition, the puppy lost 6 more with a single backlight attack. In this round of combat alone, she has already lost 11 fighters. Suyi only lost 4 F-4F Wildcats. That casualty ratio is pretty impressive, someone murmured. Fan Qingshu was also ruthless. Instead of ordering the remaining carrier-based aircraft to retreat, she regrouped all the Zero fighters, abandoned the fight with the Wildcats, and accelerated towards the Suyi aircraft carrier. She controlled all the Zero fighters to break through the defenses at full speed and rush straight to the southwest. Her current idea was to find the location of Suyi's aircraft carrier and sink the Suyi's aircraft carrier in one blast. The 19 Zero fighters didn't continue their pursuit of Suyi. They pushed the throttle to the floor, leaving trails of white smoke in the sky, and headed straight for Suyi's aircraft carrier. "Senior, are you going to fight me to the death?" Suyi raised an eyebrow as he watched the Zero fighters heading straight for the aircraft carrier. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The loss of 4 F-4F Wildcats is entirely acceptable. Now it's time to reveal his true colors. Beat D. 1 destroyer bombers began to take off one after another. Suyi divided them into 2 formations and flew from the north and south. Suyi had to make the bombers avoid the Zero's line of sight in order to ensure that the bombers could safely reach the location of Fan Qingshu's aircraft carrier. At the same time, he controlled all the F-4F Wildcats in the sky to retreat and set up a defensive line 50 kilometers in front of the aircraft carrier. Together with the 15 camels directly above the aircraft carrier, they were waiting for the enemy's Zero fighters to walk into their trap. Everyone in the classroom started discussing the movements of Suyi's carrier-based aircraft. He recalled all his carrier-based aircraft and stopped the pursuit. Wait, why are those 15 biplanes still circling above the aircraft carrier? Are they not planning to participate in the interception? Look at the speed of those biplanes. They fly as slowly as snails. If they were to go out and intercept them, the Zero fighter could wipe them out in no time. So what does he plan to do with these camels? She finally understood Suyi's tactics and whispered, "Brother Suyi's camels are used for forward interception. These camels are the last and second line of defense." The classmate next to me looked bewildered. What defensive line? What kind of defensive line can that broken biplane serve as? Tang Li didn't explain. She just stared at the screen, her eyes shining brightly. 19 Zero fighters advanced at high speed, while Suyi's Wildcats set up a defensive line in front of the carrier, and camels leisurely circled overhead. Meanwhile, the muzzles of the 4 1130 close-in weapon systems had begun to rotate slightly, locking onto enemy targets from afar through Suyi's mental perception. A close-quarters meat grinder battle is about to begin. Chapter 103. The powerful denial capabilities of the 1130 close-in weapon system. Fan Qingshu staked everything on this breakthrough. Her goal was clear: to find Suyi's aircraft carrier and bomb it directly. Even if she couldn't sink it, she would at least severely damage Suyi's ship. The people watching the game in the classroom were so quiet that they could almost hear their own heartbeats. The Zeros are charging in. Suno's F-4F Wildcats are still on their way back to defense, 40 kilometers away from the carrier. It's too late. The Zero is too fast. The Wildcat can't catch up at all. Why aren't those 15 camels moving? Are they still circling above the aircraft carrier? By the time the Zeros get right in their faces, it'll be too late. It's moving. The camel is starting to descend. Suyi's fingers flew across the control panel, and the 15 camel fighters descended from an altitude of more than 2,000 meters to a position of 300 meters above the sea surface, maintaining a circular formation. The 15 biplanes formed a tight circle in front of the aircraft carrier. The descent of these camel fighters was extremely stable, and the low-speed maneuverability of the biplanes was maximized at this moment. At the same time, the barrels of the 4-type 1130 close-in weapon systems on the Suyi aircraft carrier began to rotate at high speed to preheat. The low, continuous hum of the 11-barrel rotary gun gave people a chilling feeling. Suyi's mental power spread out in all directions, like an invisible spider web radiating outwards from the aircraft carrier. The perception boost from 102 points of mental strength is no joke. Within a 1-kilometer radius, the position, speed, heading, and angle of every Zero fighter are all clearly in his mind. The accuracy is not much different from that of fire control radar. Basically, he can hit any target within 1 kilometer. This is an ability that Suyi only discovered after advancing his level. However, this is limited by Suyi's mental strength. Beyond 1 kilometer, it's a different story. Beyond that distance, mental perception and locking are like a nearsighted person taking off their glasses. They can only vaguely sense the approximate location and number of enemy aircraft, and it is almost impossible to lock onto and predict their trajectory. Beyond 1 kilometer, the situation is not much different from before the upgrade. You can only attack targets using iron sights. To put it bluntly, within a kilometer radius is Su Ye's absolute home ground. Whoever comes here will be defeated. A kilometer away, his firepower has to rely on experience and prediction to make do. Senior, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Su Yi leaned back in his chair, blue data streams flashing across his eyes. But he didn't rush to attack because Zero was still too far away and it would be difficult to hit it, a waste of ammunition. He needed to wait for Zero to crash into the death zone he had set up. The first wave of 6 Zero fighters made no attempt to conceal their approach, cutting directly in from the front. The Zeros reached maximum speed at an altitude of 800 meters, and the bomb safety devices under their wings had been unlocked. Fan Qingshu could already see the outline of the Suyi aircraft carrier through the visual screen. The Suyi, a giant aircraft carrier with a displacement of nearly 120,000 tons, was squatting on the sea like a large island, making it hard not to see. Fan Qingshu had already located Su Ye's position using the shared vision of the carrier-based aircraft. 3 kilometers directly in front. We can break through the air defense zone and blow up his deck directly. 6 Zero fighters began their dive, pressing down from 800 meters to 500 meters, increasing their speed. 2 kilometers. Su Yi slightly raised his right hand, his 5 fingers slightly spread. The accuracy of 1130 close-in weapon systems against aircraft beyond 1 kilometer is about the same as sprinkling pepper. Firing them now is useless except for wasting ammunition and prematurely revealing the weapon configuration. Although the ammunition capacity of the 4 1130 guns is large, it is not unlimited. After they are emptied, it takes a full 5 minutes to reload. This 5-minute reloading time is enough for Fan Qingshu to bring up all the remaining Zeros and use aerial bombs to wash the deck of the Sui. 1.5 kilometers. Many of the spectators in the classroom were already getting restless. He should fire. It's 1.5 kilometers per hour. In a little while, Zero bombs could be dropped at any moment. A boy in the front row was so anxious that he kept slamming his fist on the table. Is it lagging? Is there a delay? Delay my foot. There's no delay in virtual pod battles. The person next to me retorted, his eyes glued to the screen, his palms sweaty. Quiet down. He's waiting, Tang Li shouted without turning her head, her eyes never leaving the screen for a second. She saw things more carefully than others. Su Yi wasn't refusing to fire. He was waiting for Zero to get closer. Judging from the pace of the previous rounds of combat, Su Yi couldn't possibly let his opponent do as he pleased without a reason. 1 kilometer. Su Yi se pupilles contracted slightly. Here they come. 6 Zero fighters broke through the 1 kilometer mark in an instant, 2 of which had already entered a dive-bombing posture, the bombs under their bellies reflecting a blinding white light in the sunlight. Now, Su Ye's right hand, which had just been slightly open, instantly clenched into a fist. The 4 1130 close-in weapon systems almost simultaneously spewed fire, and the 11-barrel rotary cannon spun at high speed, creating an impenetrable wall of 30mm shells in the air. The bright red trails of fire drawn by the tracer rounds intersected, and the airspace directly in front of the aircraft carrier turned into a meat grinder made of high-speed metal fragments in a second. A firing rate of 10,000 rounds per minute is no joke. Within a kilometer, Su Ye's mental perception is like a fire control radar. The trajectory of each shell is corrected in real time in his mind. The barrage is not randomly scattered. It is aimed at the Zero's head. 6 Zero fighters crashed headlong into the wall of size made up of 1130 close-in weapon systems. As the first Zero was hit in the middle of its fuselage by more than a dozen shells and exploded into a fireball, the wing of the second Zero was soon severed at the root. Half of the wing flew dozens of meters away, and the fuselage spun and crashed into the sea, splashing up white waves more than 10 meters high. The third Zero suffered the worst fate, its fuel tanks being hit repeatedly. The Zero's fuel tanks, which lacked a self-sealing device, would ignite after being hit by a single bullet. After being hit by a barrage of 30mm metal bullets, it disintegrated in mid-air, with fragments scattered across the sea like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Seeing the situation was dire, Fan Qingshu tried to pull the remaining 3 Zero fighters up and escape, but the Zeros were currently in a low-speed bombing preparation state. Low-speed maneuverability was inherently poor, and by the time they struggled to regain speed, the close-in weapon system had already turned around. Within a kilometer, a target locked by Su Ye's mental power cannot escape by running. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 3 more fireballs exploded instantly. The 6-0 fighters rushed in, but in less than a few seconds, none of them came out. Only a few smoking wrecks and rings of spreading energy light remained on the sea. The classroom was silent for a full 3 seconds, then erupted into chaos. Holy crap! What kind of anti-aircraft gun is that? 11 tubes spinning at once? That rate of fire is outrageous. 6 zeros were all blown up in less than a few seconds. Who just said Su Yi was going to lose? Come here and let me slap your face a couple of times. Zhang Kai was speechless, his mouth agape as he stared in disbelief at the still smoking wreckage on the screen. His cousin's elite carrier-based aircraft squadron charged in with great momentum during the first wave of attack. But when they came out, the entire squadron was completely wiped out. Not even a single intact part could be found. Chapter 104 Beat D. One destroyer prepares to drop bombs. Fan Qingshu also saw the scene in the virtual pod. All 6-0 fighters were wiped out, without even touching the edge of the Sui aircraft carrier. She gritted her teeth, seemingly having made up her mind, and decided not to blindly charge forward anymore, but instead reorganized all the remaining 13-0 fighters. We can't charge head-on anymore. If my carrier-based aircraft are all within the firing range of those 4 close-in weapon systems, there's no way they can get close to Su Ye's aircraft carrier. It seems we have to attack from the flanks, at least avoiding the firing range of 2 of the close-in weapon systems. She took a deep breath to calm herself down. At this moment, she finally figured out the pattern of Su Ye's anti-aircraft fire. Su Ye's artillery fire was incredibly accurate within 1 kilometer, almost never missing a shot. But when her Zero was flying between 2 and 1 kilometers away, Sui didn't fire a single shot. Therefore, it can be inferred that the accuracy of Sui's air defense firepower will likely decrease significantly beyond 1 kilometer. Fan Qingshu quickly adjusted the tactics, split into 2 groups. 6 planes on the left will circle around the port side at low altitude from the sea, and 7 planes on the right will circle around the starboard side, maintaining a distance of more than 2 kilometers to approach the enemy. Once at attack range, we will all rush in at the same time. His close-in weapon system can't hit accurately from 1 kilometer away, so I will form a formation 1 kilometer away and then charge together. It's impossible for 4 guns to block 2 directions at the same time. It has to be said that Fan Qingshu is indeed quite capable. After losing a third of her carrier-based aircraft, she was able to find a solution so quickly. No wonder this girl was practically untouchable in her sophomore year. Senior, you reacted pretty quickly. Sui looked at the Zero fighter formation that had split into 2 groups, and a smirk appeared on his lips. Fan Qingshu's judgment was indeed accurate. A kilometer away, he could only make rough aiming by looking at the screen, and his hit rate was as unpredictable as drawing cards. If the Type 0 Shin were to advance simultaneously from 2 directions from a kilometer away, the 4 close-in weapon systems would indeed double the difficulty of the Sono defense by blocking the attacks from both directions. But Sui never intended to just approach the anti-tank gun and solo it. The biplane fighter camel has been strolling around for so long. It's time to start working. The 15 camels that were slowly circling 300 meters above the aircraft carrier instantly split into 3 groups. 5 remained in front to block the opening, 5 drifted to the port side, and 5 drifted to the starboard side. Camels fly slowly, but the Zero's flank maneuver isn't a straight-line dash. It has to fly a wide arc to cut in from the side. By the time the Zero completed its arc and circled to the side, Suye's camel was already waiting there. The 6-0 fighters on the left flank were the first to arrive, skimming the sea surface. They cut in from the port side of the carrier in a large arc and flew extremely low, with the crests of the waves almost touching the belly of the aircraft. Fan Qingshu had already seen the outline of the Sui aircraft carrier's port side through the carrier-based aircraft. From this angle, only the firing range of the 2 close-in weapon systems on the port side of the Sui could be covered, and the firepower density was half that of the front. Then, she saw 5 camels slowly circling around in front of her, and Fan Qingshu's fingers paused on control panel. Biplanes? It was no accident that Suyi placed these low-speed biplanes on the sides. It was definitely to block her flanking route. To fight or not to fight? If we don't fight, we'll have to slow down and turn to go around, and if we lose speed, we'll be close to the death zone within 1 kilometer of Suyi. In a dogfight, the Zero would definitely win, but the problem is that once the fight gets entangled, Suyi's F4F Wildcat can come back immediately. When the Wildcats pounce from above, and the camels circle below to block the way, the Zero will be caught in the middle, attacked from both sides, and it will be a complete disaster. During that 5-second tactical hesitation, Suyi's close-in weapon system had already turned around. The two 1130 guns on the port's side opened fire simultaneously. Before the 6 Zeros could even recover from their dilemma of whether or not to engage the camel, a barrage of bullets had already rained down on their faces. Within a kilometer, Suyi's mental lock-on was instantaneous. Every slight adjustment in the Zero's turn, every acceleration and deceleration was within his perception range, and trajectory correction was just a thought away. In a burst of fire lasting about 5 seconds, 3 Zero fighters were instantly destroyed. 2 others were not directly hit by the 1130 barrage, but their wings and tails were hit several times and they began to try to break away. However, these 2 Zero fighters flew erratically for less than 10 kilometers, trailing black smoke, before crashing into the sea. The last plane made an extremely aggressive maneuver, abandoning all evasive maneuvers, locking the throttle, and crashing straight into Suyi's deck. Fan Qingshu's intention was clear. As long as the bomb landed on the deck, they would win. With a blank expression, Suyi aimed all 4 close-in weapon systems at it, and the fire from the 4 1,130mm guns converged at a single point from 4 directions. The Zero fighter was hit by at least dozens of shells at the same time when it was about a kilometer away from the aircraft carrier. The entire plane, along with the bombs under its wings that had not yet been dropped, exploded into a fireball in the air, and the debris fell into the sea, splashing up a white wave. At this point, Fan Qingshu's left flank formation was completely wiped out. Fan Qingshu's 7 right-wing units fared even worse. Their circling arc was even greater than that of the left-wing units, and before they could even reach their attack positions, they were caught off guard by the returning Wildcat squadron. Previously, Suyi had recalled all the Wildcats to deploy around the aircraft carrier. Now they arrived at the battlefield just in time. 12 Wildcats emerged from the clouds with their altitude advantage, and 6 12.7mm machine guns opened fire on the rear of the Zero formation. At this moment, the carrier-based aircraft of both sides once again engaged in aerial dogfights, but not long afterward, all 7 Zero fighters suddenly lost control and crashed into the sea. 3 minutes ago, the 2 squadrons of B-1 destroyers, which Suyi had previously controlled, had already made a large arc from the north and south and arrived at the location of Fan Qingshu's aircraft carrier. At this moment, the group of 24 B-1 destroyer bombers were lying peacefully above the clouds, waiting for Suyi's order. It's time to test the destroyer's bombardment capabilities. Suyi precisely controlled the 2 squadrons of bombers to emerge from the clouds at the same time. Each B-1 destroyer was carrying 2 721-kilogram anicap armor-piercing bombs, and 24 bombs would carry 48 bombs. This yield is more than enough to destroy a small or medium-sized fleet, let alone just a lone enemy aircraft carrier. When Fan Qingshu saw a dark mass of bombers suddenly emerge from the clouds, her heart sank. All the Zero fighters have been destroyed within Suyi's air defense perimeter. Now, there isn't a single fighter jet capable of taking off to intercept them over her aircraft carrier. The only means of resistance left is the 6 anti-aircraft guns. Even as bombers, how is that possible? How can his aircraft carrier hold so many carrier-based aircraft? His total number of carrier-based aircraft must be over 60, right? And when did this guy sneak around to behind me with these bombers? Fan Qingshu gritted her teeth, then took a deep breath and straightened her back. She was powerless to turn the tide in this round, but even if she lost, she had to lose with dignity. Fan Qingshu's 6 anti-aircraft guns fired simultaneously, shells exploding in the sky, creating plumes of black smoke. However, the B-1 destroyer's dive speed exceeded 500 kilometers per hour, and Suyi was also controlling the bomber formation to make slight cross-course changes during the dive. The anti-aircraft gun barrage chased the destroyer's flight path for a long time without even scratching off a layer of paint. The first squadron of 12 B-1 bombers cut in from the stern, and the Suyi bombing logic was very clear. Stern priority. cutting in from the stern direction maximizes the chances of the bombs hitting their target. Boom! 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 Chapter 105. The simulated match ends, and I'm completely convinced. Several ANMK armor-piercing bombs accurately struck the aft deck, and the explosions engulfed the entire deck of the aircraft carrier. The elevator was blown off its track and flew more than 10 meters into the sea, and the hangar caught fire, billowing black smoke. In fact, Fan Qingshu's aircraft carrier's durability was already depleted the moment the fourth ANMK armor-piercing bomb exploded. The subsequent ANMK bombs only accelerated the ship's sinking speed. The Beat D, one destroyer carrier-based aircraft, also has a special passive skill. Bombing targets increases the probability of the ship hull catching fire by an additional 25%. The second squadron's Beat D-1s flew over the foredeck without dropping another ANMK armor-piercing bomb, as there was no longer any need for a follow-up attack. Two formations of bombers also passed each other in the air. In less than 3 minutes, the durability of Fan Qingshu's aircraft carrier was completely wiped out by the Beat D-1. It has to be said that professional bombers are really violent when bombing big fish. System notification. The blue team's ship durability has reached 0, and the red team has won this match. When the word victory appeared in the center of the large screen in the middle of the classroom, the entire classroom fell silent for a full 3 seconds, as if a pause button had been pressed before erupting into an even louder roar than before. We won. Suyi won. My goodness, an aircraft carrier withstood a saturation attack from 0 fighters, and the Zeros didn't even manage to touch the carrier. This air defense capability is absolutely amazing. Those 15 camels didn't lose a single one from start to finish. The Zeros didn't even manage to take down a single one. They all gave up. Whoever said biplanes are junk, come out and get beaten up. We won. We really won. Freshmen have taken down a sophomore's aircraft carrier in a head-on battle. Suyi is too fierce. He dominated the whole time, using defense and counterattacks to wear down the enemy planes, and finally the bombers finished them off in one wave. He controlled the rhythm of the game from beginning to end. Who's counting the casualties? Suyi lost 4 or 5 wildcats, didn't lose a single camel, didn't lose a single bomber, and the enemy's 36 were all wiped out. That's what you call a crushing defeat. The most outrageous thing is that Suyi controlled the bomber and watched the whole thing from the air. He only came down to collect the kills after all the enemy planes were gone. That's not an air raid, that's looting. I would call Suyi the master of finishing up the Thousand Islands Reef. He held back the bomber until the very last moment. Fan Shueijia must have been furious. I have a feeling that after this battle, the core price of bombers will likely see another surge. Zhang Kai's face had turned from green to gray and then to deathly pale. His lips trembled several times as he managed to squeeze out, how is this possible? Tang Li's eyes were already crinkled into crescent moons with laughter. She turned around and gave Zhang Kai a peace sign, saying nothing, but her words were more ruthless than anything she could have said. Zhang Kai stood there, looking as if his soul had been ripped out. His lips trembled as he mumbled something unintelligible. His cousin's aircraft carrier wreckage was still emitting black smoke on the big screen, with the word failure printed on the blood-red background effects. In this highly anticipated battle, Suyi completely crushed the enemy from start to finish. The Zero was ground down by Wildcat dive bombers. The frontal assault was torn apart by close-in weapon systems. The flanking maneuvers were blocked by camels, and in the end, even the aircraft carrier itself was blown to pieces by bombers. The virtual capsule door slowly opened. Suyi came out and rubbed his wrist. The mental energy consumption when he was controlling the close-in weapon system was really high. Using mental energy to track the position and movement of all enemy aircraft within a kilometer in real time was more tiring than running 3 kilometers. His temples were throbbing. He looked up and saw Fan Qingshu walking out of the virtual pod opposite him. Fan Qingshu's expression was complicated, not the kind of complicated emotion of being unwilling to accept defeat or trying to find excuses, but a mixture of shock, admiration, and thoughtfulness. She stood at the door of the virtual pod for several seconds, took a deep breath, and then walked towards Suyi. She walked up to Suyi and stared at him for a full 5 seconds before extending her hand. I lost. I admit defeat. Suyi grasped her hand. Senior, you are also very strong. The move you made to split the Zeros into two groups and advance around the perimeter for a kilometer almost broke through my side defenses. If the camel hadn't blocked the position in advance, those 6 Zeros on the port side would definitely have rushed in and dropped some bombs. To be honest, it's quite impressive that you were able to come up with a countermeasure in such a short time. So what if we have a strategy? You still won. Fan Qingshu shook his head and smiled, a hint of bitterness in his smile, but mostly relief. I have a few questions for you. Did you know about Type Zero's weaknesses from the beginning? Yes, I know. The Zero's horizontal turning performance is its strength, but the ailerons become extremely heavy and stiff in a dive, causing a sharp drop in high-speed handling. Moreover, in order to reduce weight, the armor is as thin as paper, and the fuel tanks do not have a self-sealing device, so they will catch fire after being hit by a few shots. So my strategy is simple. Let the Wildcat repeatedly use its altitude advantage to dive, snipe, and then run away. The Zero won't be able to catch up, because once the Zero enters a dive, its handling performance drops significantly. After listening, Fan Qingshu remained silent for a moment before nodding. She had no reason to lose. Suyi understood Zero better than she did, and his tactical countermeasures were targeted from beginning to end. Where are those biplanes? Were they specifically positioned above the aircraft carrier to block me? Suyi grinned. Although the Camel is an old-fashioned aircraft, its low-speed turning ability is quite impressive. Its turning radius is ridiculously small, and the Zero simply cannot turn around it at low speeds. If the Zero wants to bypass the Camel, it has to take a long, curved route, which takes more time. This time is enough for me to adjust the close-in weapon's firing arc and draw it into a 1-kilometer radius of fire coverage. If you let the Zero slow down and engage in a dogfight with the Camel, that would be even easier. Within a kilometer, the precision of my mental perception is not much different from that of a fire control radar. For the Zero to engage me in a low-speed dogfight at that distance is no different than standing in front of a cannon and dancing. So your defense system is actually two-layered, with the outer layer using camels to block the road and slow down enemies, and the inner layer using close-in weapon systems to instantly destroy them with their high precision. Fan Qingshu thought about it more and more and felt that this tactic was incredibly ingenious. What about a kilometer away? I noticed that you didn't fire a single shot from my Zero at a distance of 2 kilometers to 1 kilometer. It wasn't that you didn't want to fire, but that you couldn't hit the target even if you did, right? Suyi frankly admitted, yes, I haven't gotten a dedicated fire control radar yet. I can only lock onto targets with my mental power. Beyond 1 kilometer, the accuracy of my mental perception drops significantly. I can only determine the approximate location and number, but I can't make precise trajectory corrections. To put it bluntly, I'm in charge within 1 kilometer. Beyond that, I can only rely on visual aiming for rough targeting, and the hit rate is ridiculously low. So my tactic is to let the Zero tanks in, and the best time for the close-in weapon system to attack is the moment they break through the 1-kilometer line. Fan Qingshu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Your defensive system is all interconnected. When we charge head-on, you let me get within a kilometer before you attack. When we flank, you use camels to block the route in advance. If I slow down, I get hit by close-in weapon systems. If I don't slow down, I just circle around with the camels and end up getting hit by your F4F Wildcats that are retreating. You've been using everything you have to do tactical maneuvering from beginning to end, haven't you? Suyi nodded. It was so much easier to chat with a smart person. Although Fan Qingshu lost the game, he had analyzed his entire tactical framework very clearly. Chapter 106, Su Ye's battle video goes viral. Fan Qingshu let out a long breath and looked at Su Yi seriously. I would like to ask you for systematic advice on carrier-based aircraft tactics and air defense system construction when I have the opportunity in the future. Your approach is completely different from what is taught in the textbook. The textbook says that the more carrier-based aircraft you have, the more proactive you should be in attacking and seizing the initiative. But you, on the other hand, used a defensive counterattack at your doorstep to break through the charge of the superior forces, and then secretly use bombers to take down my ship. I want to learn this approach from you. Sure, you're welcome any time. Su Yi agreed readily. Just as the two were talking, Tang Li came skipping over, grabbed Su Ye's arm, and beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling. Brother Su Yi, you're amazing. I knew you could win. Su Yi ruffled her hair. Of course, our Tang Tang is #1 in carrier-based aircraft operation, so I'll have to entrust all of my carrier-based aircraft to you then. Really? You promised you wouldn't go back on your word. Nori grits. Hee hee, Brother Su Yi is the best. The onlookers collectively broke through the defenses. I'm so jealous. Don't these two care about other people at all? Winning the solo match and then casually showing off his relationship, that magic damage is even more powerful than his melee cannon. I'm injured. I got internal injuries from being hit by dog food. Fan Xingshu looked at the two of them, smiled, shook her head, and turned to walk to the other side of the classroom. The crowd automatically made way for her. She walked up to Zhang Kai, grabbed him by the back of his collar, and dragged him out of the crowd like a chick. Zhang Kai had already given up resisting and hung his head as his sister dragged him away. Sister, I really know I was wrong. Her voice was as weak as if she had just run 10 kilometers. What's wrong? I shouldn't have caused trouble for Su Yi. I shouldn't have cursed him in front of the whole class. And I shouldn't have tried to save face. Good that you know. Go back and copy the school rules 6 times, plus a 500-word self-criticism, and hand it in to me tomorrow morning. 6 times? Sis, you're killing me. 7 times. Sis, I'll copy it. I'll copy it. Okay. Fan Qingshu dragged Zhang Kai, whose wails were fading into the distance, and disappeared at the end of the corridor. The classroom was quiet for a moment, and then burst into laughter. This day's memorable scene will be something they can reminisce about for a long time. The second-year female student, who is a senior in the aircraft carrier field, was completely outmatched by the freshman. The class monitor performed the entire process on the spot, from being gentle and refined to cursing and being dragged away by the ear. The teacher pushed up his glasses, looked at the battle data still being replayed on the big screen, and then looked at Su Yi, who was smiling brightly with Tang Li holding his arm. He was filled with mixed emotions. He added another line to his teaching notes. Su Yi, aircraft carrier hull. His tactical thinking is far beyond that of ordinary students. His mental strength is suspected to be over 100 points, which can be practically applied to the ship's defensive weapons to accurately perceive and build a 1-kilometer close-range weapon defense circle, and the air defense efficiency is close to the theoretical limit. It is recommended to pay close attention to him. After finishing writing, he looked up at Su Yi again, silently adding to himself, "This kid's power system panel is still unknown. Even Tian Shu can't scan it. I wonder how many secrets his aircraft carrier is still hiding." Meanwhile, the trending topics lists of universities across the country are practically exploding. The video of Su Yi and Fan Qingshu's duel was recorded by some student in the classroom and was immediately uploaded to the school's tactical analysis forum. The post title has that marketing-savvy vibe. Freshman versus sophomore with an aircraft carrier. Bombers take them all in one go. That's what you call a total stomp. Just by looking at the title, you can tell how excited the poster is. If it weren't for the word limit, he probably would have written the whole content into the title. After the post was published, the number of replies skyrocketed, with comments like, "Holy crap, really? And is this video photoshopped?" Then the full video posted by the original poster directly refuted the claims. Less than 2 hours later, the post was moved from the Ocean University's internal forum to the Awakeners Alliance forum by some busybodies. The title was specially modified, and the forum administrator even marked the post as a featured post and pinned it to the top. Now, anyone with internet access has come to watch the spectacle. This zero-class vehicle looks like an old lady crossing the street. Wildcat, go ahead and chase me. If you catch me, I'll let you. Hee hee hee. Type 0. This is too hard for me. When a video showed the part where Su Ye's 4 close-in weapon systems fired simultaneously, sending 6 Zero fighters flying, the comment section exploded. What kind of rate of fire is this? 11 barrels? Are you sure this is a naval gun? Or a meat grinder? Damn, these naval cannons are definitely not normal. I bet 5 cents that the 4 naval cannons in the video have at least a legendary gold-level core. One comment received a flood of likes. 0. I'm in. Close-in weapon system. No, you're not. Will the price of fighter jet cores go up again after this battle? I just sold one yesterday. Can I get back now? By the time the Beat D, one destroyer wiped out Fan Qingshu's aircraft carrier in one fell swoop at the end of the video, the screen was already flooded with comments, and everyone could only see 4 armor-piercing bombs instantly depleted the aircraft carrier's durability. Are you kidding me? Look closely. The 4th one is already sunk. The following ones are just desecrating the corpse. Using specialized bombers to bomb large ships is truly violent. It's a completely different concept from using multi-role fighter jets to drop aerial bombs. Oh no, the price of bomber cores has skyrocketed. I'm going to place an order, guys. The video of this match was repeatedly played and analyzed on various university forums, and the more it was analyzed, the more people realized that Su Ye's tactical system was incredibly powerful. But what made all the carrier awakeners most envious was the final performance of the BTD-1 destroyer. Previously, most of the converted carrier awakeners used multi-role fighters to drop bombs, which was basically just putting bombs on air superiority fighters and making do with them. This is actually because most of the awakened ones who modified aircraft carriers were generally of a low level and did not realize the importance of bombers at all. In their minds, the all-rounder fighter that could both dogfight in the air and drop bombs was the only god. But Su Ye's BTD-1 destroyer was a slap in the face that woke them up. This specialized dive bomber is completely different from multi-purpose carrier-based aircraft. Each aircraft carries two 721-kilogram armor-piercing bombs, and a single salvo of concentrated bombing can take down a fully durable aircraft carrier without even needing to finish it off. What does this mean? It's like everyone is shooting at each other with pistols, and then suddenly someone pulls out a Gatling gun and shoots you so hard you don't even dare to lift your head. You can imagine how shocking that would be. Overnight, the core of the bomber on major trading platforms went from being a high-end, slow-selling item to a rare and sought-after item. Please pay the copyright fee for Chapter 107 first, bosses. Merchants who had bomber core inventory initially thought it was a system bug. Suddenly, the number of orders for bomber cores, which were previously scarce, surged, clearing out their few remaining bomber cores in just a few minutes. Once they figured out the situation, these merchants acted faster than anyone else. Without saying a word, they immediately closed the product page for the unsold bombers, then more than doubled the price tag before putting it back up. Some merchants with rather peculiar thought processes even edited the video of Su Yi sinking Fan Qingshu's aircraft carrier with a BTD-1 destroyer into promotional material for their product details pages, accompanied by incredibly arrogant text. Are you still using multi-role fighters to scrape the surface? 4 aerial bombs can take down a fully durable aircraft carrier in one go. Click to order. The same bomber as in the video is available on a first-come, first-served basis. In the video, the footage of Su Ye's BTD-1 dive bombing was repeatedly slowed down, and the explosion effect of the bomb hitting the deck was magnified to fill the entire screen, as if afraid that the buyer would not be able to see it clearly. If Su Yi saw this, he would probably just stand there expressionless and say, "If you're using my battle videos as promotional material, then please pay the copyright fees first." Unfortunately, Su Yi was busy on a date at the time, and by the time he found out, several days had passed. The material exchange offices of major universities have also been affected by this wave of price increases. Chen Yaoxian, from the material office of Ocean University, received a call from his superiors early in the morning, saying that the exchange limit for core contribution points for bombers needed to be adjusted urgently. After he hung up the phone, he saw that the price of the SBD Dauntless dive bomber core in the system backend had jumped from 1.2 million contribution points to 2.4 million contribution points. At this moment, the entire internet's narrative has completely gone off track. People have started digging into Su Ye's background, discovering that this guy had already been posting on Tieba, a Chinese online forum, offering free assistance services just days after the start of the semester, with a starting price of 300,000 star coins per session. The comments section below was filled with nothing but pleasantries. Su Yi, the person who caused all of this, was completely unaware of it. At this moment, he was holding Tang Li's hand, strolling leisurely along the main campus of Ocean University, thinking about where to take Tang Li to eat later. Tang, shall we go for a walk in the city? Su Yi squeezed Tang Li's hand, his tone casual. Tang Li was taken aback for a moment, then smiled broadly, her eyes crinkling with laughter. Okay. Su Yi hadn't taken Tang Li out for a long time, and today, being a rare moment of leisure, he decided to take Tang Li out for a stroll. Brother Su Yi, I'll go back to the dorm to change my clothes first. I'll be right there, Tang Li said, then let go of Su Ye's hand and ran towards the dorm building in her little leather shoes. Halfway there, she didn't forget to turn back and wave to Su Yi. Su Yi watched her retreating figure and smiled for several seconds before shaking his head. When Tang Li returned to the dormitory, Bai Shui and another girl wearing glasses, Zhu Jing, had already finished their classes and returned early. Bai Shui was lying on the bed scrolling through her phone, watching the video of Su Yi and Fan Qingshu's duel. muttering to herself. This guy's close-in weapon system is too monstrous. Zhu Jing sat at her desk, flipping through a textbook on carrier-based aircraft operation theory. Halfway through, she pushed up her glasses and yawned. The two saw Tang Li push the door open and enter. Before they could even greet her, she rushed to the wardrobe without a word, pulled out a set of clothes, and then plunged into the bathroom, leaving the two looking at each other in bewilderment. Bai Shui and Zhu Jing exchanged a glance. Bai Shui tossed her phone onto the pillow, leaned close to Zhu Jing, and whispered, "Why did this girl take a shower in broad daylight? She usually waits until after dinner to shower. What's going on today?" Zhu Jing pushed up her glasses. "Did you notice the expression on her face just now?" "What expression?" He was smiling like he'd won the lottery. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. About 20 minutes later, Tang Li came out of the bathroom, dressed in a clean and refreshing outfit, a light blue cotton dress with a white short-sleeve cardigan. Her long hair, just dried, fell over her shoulders, and she looked fresh and clean. Bai Shui leaned against the headboard with her arms crossed, looking Tang Li up and down with the eyes of an interrogator. Tang, tell me honestly, where are you planning to go?" "Yes, I made plans with brother Su Yi to go shopping in the city later," Tang Li replied while drying her hair, her joy barely concealed. Bai Shui and Zhu Jing exchanged another glance, this time lasting at least 3 seconds longer than before. The amount of information exchanged in their eyes was enough to write an 800-word essay. Tang, what exactly is your relationship with your brother Su Yi?" "I can't help but feel that you two have absolutely no relation to the word brother and sister at all. The tone you use when you mention him is something I've never heard from you in all the days we've been roommates." Bai Shui sat up in bed, crossed her legs, and her expression became extremely gossipy. Tang Li paused in drying her hair, and the tips of her ears began to turn pink at a visible speed. Su Yi and I are neighbors. We've known each other since we were little." She muttered softly, her voice growing softer and softer. "Oh, so your childhood sweethearts." Bai Shui dragged out that O sound for a long time, and the meaningful ending made Tang Li's ears turn even redder. She got out of bed and walked up to Tang Li, tilting her head to look her over. "Seriously, you're going out like this with no makeup? Shouldn't you put on some simple makeup? It's a date, so dressing up a little will make you look more presentable." After saying that, Bai Shui turned and glanced at Tang Li's desk. The only thing on the desk that could be associated with the word cosmetics was a bottle of Debao, a popular Chinese skincare brand. Bai Shui stared at the bottle of Debao for 2 seconds in silence, then reached out and patted Tang Li's shoulder. "TSK, come on, you're naturally beautiful, so it's not a big deal if you don't wear makeup." She reached out and pinched Tang Li's fair and rosy cheeks. The texture was incredibly smooth and elastic, like a peeled egg. Bai Shui cursed inwardly. "We all grew up eating cafeteria food, so why does your skin look like it's been filtered?" Even Zhu Jing, who hadn't said a word, couldn't help but glance at it a couple more times, then silently took out her phone and marked it on the calendar. "Go to the beauty salon after school today. Can't put it off any longer. What's lacking innately can be made up for later, although it can't be as good as Tang Li's. At least it can't be left too far behind." Bai Shui suddenly seemed to remember something, her expression instantly turning mysterious. She leaned close to Tang Li's ear and whispered, "Are you coming back tonight? Should I leave the door open for you?" Tang Li blinked, looking bewildered. "Of course I'll come back, why wouldn't I?" "TSK, you silly goose." Bai Shui poked Tang Li's forehead with a look of exasperation. "I've heard that when male upperclassmen take girls out, they deliberately drag it out until very late, like going to the movies, having dinner, or go to the night market. By the time I came to my senses, it was already past 11 o'clock. The dormitory gates were long locked at that time. Then, with an innocent look on my face, I said, 'Oh dear, I can't go back. Do you want to stay at a hotel together? Or, can you guess what's going on at the hotel?' Tang Li's eyes widened. 'What's going on?' Bai Shui cleared her throat and continued her tale with vivid detail. 'When we got to the hotel reception, we were told, sorry, we only have one double room left tonight.' Think about it. So many coincidences coming together. Do you think it's just a coincidence? It's all a setup, a pre-written script. One thing leads to another,